This story is about how a sorcerer was embodied in the body of a student named Fry. This boy was very weak. He was humiliated not only by his classmates, but even by his own parents. Because of this, he decided to say goodbye to life, and as a result, a very strong sorcerer was embodied in his weak body. This sorcerer's name was Lucas Troman. He existed in another dimension and tried to fight for justice with monsters. However, the monsters thought that he was just another person who could not match their strength. But the boy introduced himself as the strongest master of mankind, who has 9 stars. After that, he said that when people realize their desires, they definitely want to help the rest of the world. It was something like volunteering. No matter what he said, these creatures looked at him blankly and considered him just another victim. He decided to answer them in plain language and activated one of his skills. He didn't care what they thought of him. With one move, he destroyed a whole horde of monsters and said that from now on, they shouldn't think of humans as weak. Then their boss appeared in front of him and said that Lucas is very self-confident. He reminded him that they are the law of this world. This monster said that they could no longer watch Lucas destroy their order. The boy replied that the world with orders cannot look like this. The boss noted that Lucas' abilities are better developed than those of other people. But still, a person will forever remain only a person. He grabbed the boy and made it so that his mana could no longer accumulate. The monster wanted Lucas to return to the void and befriend endless suffering and regret his existence. This was the punishment he gave to a person who defied God himself. Meanwhile, in the real world, one of the students was being robbed by his classmates. They did not like the fact that he did not have much money with him and he carried pennies with him. They laughed at him because of all the sons in his family, he had the worst financial situation. Compared to his successful brothers, he looked like garbage. But they liked it. It wasn't enough that he was a disgrace to his family. So even since the academy was founded, he gets all the hate for his title of ultimate weakling. But he still remained alive after all the abuse. One of the boys said that he personally would not have endured such a thing. What they liked most was that no matter how much they beat him, they never got tired of it. It was perfect entertainment. Students continued to beat him. Alone or together. He lay powerless on the ground and begged them to stop and not mock him. But they didn't care about his request. The next day at the academy there should be a magic class. And Fry should be paired with one of his abusers. He asked him not to worry, because he considered himself a very good boy. But he promised to make Fry remember this day for the rest of his life. They left and asked him to go home and rest before tomorrow's class. Meanwhile, voices began to appear in Frey's mind. He thought they were hallucinations. In that place and the position in which he was, you can really easily go crazy. He did not know how much time Lucas had already spent there. He kept hearing a voice that appealed to God and wanted to become strong. Then he thought that maybe it was his personal voice of consciousness. When Fry came to his father, he ordered him out of his life. Because he could not allow his weakling son to spoil the honor and reputation of his family. Fry couldn't believe that being weak was such a grave sin. His father was no longer going to listen to him and said that their family could not allow those who could not become strong. And he was not going to recognize his existence. From that day on, he called him an orphan. Fry came home, took some pills and decided that he didn't want to live like this anymore. Death scared him less than these daily abuses. Lucas could no longer endure such punishment. Now he understood why this world is so terrible and saw the one who brought him to such a state. It was because of this that he was never going to give up again. He wanted that monster to experience this kind of life. At that moment he saw a kind of light in front of him. Fry, who could no longer endure constant humiliation, entered Lucas' consciousness. He died with thoughts that he was not to blame, that he could not become stronger. And he remembered every mockery of himself. At the moment when this child entered Lucas' consciousness, the monsters began to let him go and he thought that a warm sun was shining in front of him. He could not understand where this boy had appeared from. Meanwhile, Fry promised himself that if he could be reborn, he would definitely become strong. Lucas woke up in Frey's body, in his apartment. He finally returned to this world after 400 years. Frey was the weakest man on the planet. And he was the strongest sorcerer on the planet. From that day on, they swapped bodies. Frey gave him his freedom, and he gave him wings in return. Lucas looked out the window and promised the demigod that he would visit him later and eat him in one bite. With Frey's body, Lucas cannot fully control his power. To begin with, he needs to replenish his energy. It is also necessary to lay the foundation for the absorption of mana. In order to face a demigod, he needs to quickly regain his strength. And it is better to become even stronger. He got this chance after 400 years. He needs to put aside his anger and focus on his goals. After training, he decided that he had managed to reach the 5-star level. But he immediately felt sick. The toxins that accumulated in Frey's body and mind began to leave. He needed to be completely cleansed so that nothing remained. At the academy, Jack asked David why he came to class so early. The guy replied that he was just looking forward to today's sparring. Jack asked him to be more careful or they wouldn't have another chance to make fun of him. But David was convinced that he had no life left in him after beating him up yesterday. Jack said he saw him in the infirmary recently. He grabbed a can of sleeping pills and then ran away. They guessed that he could not stand it and still decided to say goodbye to life. Lucas was shocked at how many toxins came out of this teenager's body. It seems this guy has been through a lot. He was very hungry, so he went to a local cafeteria. The students around him thought that he had not eaten for a week. It was very tasty to him, and during dinner he tried to comment on the taste of all the dishes. Although it was logical that after 400 years everything would be delicious. Lucas didn't really like that he had to compete with teenagers at that age. But he had no other choice. After all, Frey is not 4,000 years old, and now he needed to understand how this world is arranged. He decided that he should not hurry. Lucas came to class for classes. His abusers argued that he could not even kill himself normally. When Lucas came close to David, he put a footstool for him and said that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Then Jack approached him from behind and demanded 10 food stamps. He took a swipe at Lucas and said he was the reason he lost his coupons. Lucas was convinced that in any era he could meet such scum. His body began to tremble automatically. Jack once again ordered him to hand over the food stamps and was ready to hit the boy. But Lucas didn't let him do it and seemed to teleport behind him. All the students were shocked by what they saw. They made sure that everyone noticed it. Lucas realized that these were the same scum that had forced Frey to give up his life. Jack couldn't let the weakest student in the academy make fun of him, so he lashed out at him again. But Lucas, without even taking his hands out of his pockets, was able to deliver a powerful blow and throw Jack into the wall. No one understood how he just flew away without being touched. Lucas felt very uncomfortable that he had just hit the child. He hoped Frey would think of it as a special favor. David couldn't believe it was Frey. There was no way such a weakling could do this. Professor Dio came into the class and asked what happened. The students said that Jack fell unexpectedly. He noticed that the boy's body had traces of using mana. But the problem is that none of the professors had the opportunity to use such a skill. While Professor Dio went to help Jack, he was replaced by Professor Kevin. He assured the students that there was no threat to Jack's life and that he would recover by the evening. He noted that there was a beautiful atmosphere in the classroom, and this was due to the fact that there were many girls in this room. This man was very intolerant towards girls and was constantly clinging to Isabella. Then he noticed that Frey had come to class. Kevin was hated by the students because he always bullied the younger students. Lucas rated Frey as a bookworm, given his figure. The guy apologized to Kevin and said he was busy. As soon as the professor turned away, the girls began to humiliate him. And they said that Frey did not show up at classes because Kevin was disgusting. He turned to the boy and asked what could be more important than his lesson. Lucas replied that he had something to do. After all, he is at the height of his youth. Kevin got angry and asked him not to laugh or he would be in big trouble. The professor was very happy that Lucas had his own interests, but he felt that his lesson was important. The other students realized that now Lucas would be in big trouble. And so it happened. The professor decided that the boy had raised his level of academic knowledge and therefore decided to ask several questions. But if it happens that he cannot answer any of his questions, then he will have to admit his bad behavior. His first question. It is necessary to list the 3 main types of weapons of the evil King Kazajan. Lucas was very surprised when he said that name. 4,000 years ago, a young man practiced his skills in the forest or in an open mountain area. Lucas then approached him and asked him to calm down. Otherwise, nothing would be left of the mountains at all. In this way, he could make all the local animals starve. This guy's name was Kazajan. He continued to train even when he met his old friend after many years. Kazajan invited him to drink tea and not be ashamed. He knew nothing except training, that's why he didn't get married. He stopped and said that the girl's heart was impossible to understand, as well as Lucas's heart. The boy began to prove that he had no problems. Kazajan came closer and said that love for women has an evil intention to destroy one's self-control. He added that warriors should be as steadfast as a rock in front of women. Kazajan thought that sorcerers had the same principles. Lucas started crying right in class. Because it looked like Kazajan had achieved true greatness. After 400 years, that idiot who knew nothing but training became a celebrity. Kevin asked what happened to him and asked him to answer his question. The students expected that he would not be able to answer because this information was not in the textbooks. Isabella believed that this pervert was simply using the boy to show off his knowledge. The girl stood up and said that this question had nothing to do with their magic lesson. Lucas was surprised that she decided to stand up for him. She had a warlike voice. She said that Kazajan was a true warrior. He only used magic to help himself during training. Therefore, he cannot be considered a sorcerer. Kevin approached her and replied that he really wasn't a wizard. But he took her answer as an insult to those who follow the path of a wizard warrior. The girl said that this was not the point of their discussion. Lucas understood that the real Kazajan would kill the professor if he called him a warrior sorcerer. He personally considered himself only a warrior. Kevin grabbed her and offered to continue their discussion in his office. Just the two of them. She pushed his hands away and asked why he was behaving like that. At first it seemed to him that she was not like that. But he decided that she did not have any manners to talk about it. Then he asked her to name the 3 types of weapons of the magical warrior. Lucas shouted and said that they were the king's gauntlets, the giant's belt and the storm necklace. And added that Kazajan did not use anything except these 3 items. He didn't listen to him when he told him to be more modern. Especially the necklace, it's a horrible thing that he wore everywhere. The professor said that was the correct answer. The boy was happy, although he knew that he could not answer him wrongly. The students began to discuss more and more that today Fry is very strange. But the professor noted that Isabel does not know the rules of behavior in the classroom at all. He grabbed her hand again and said that she should urgently go with him to the office. Lucas said that Kazajan always had a habit of saying something. He always said that love for women is an evil intention that destroys a person's self-control. In addition, he argued that a warrior should be as immovable as a rock when approaching women. Therefore, this desire for an unrelenting man makes him unable to stand on his own 2 feet. And the one who is defeated in these aspects is no better than an animal. The professor replied that he did not see any sense in his words. Lucas agreed that Kazajan must have been wrong about those aspects. Because Kevin was very good on his feet. The professor was very angry and said that Lucas had gone crazy after answering one question. He suggested that the test be continued. As he had said before, if the boy makes a mistake in even one matter, then he will have to take responsibility for these actions. After a few more correct answers, Kevin could no longer stand on his feet. Because it was impossible. Even the professors of this academy did not know the history of the Age of Light. He couldn't believe that this was really the worst student at Fryblake Academy. The boy stood up and asked if the professor still had questions for him. Because he was very hungry and it was just time for lunch. Kevin didn't understand how a young guy could know in detail the entire history of 4,000 years ago. It outraged him. When he was going to the cafeteria, his classmate Isabella came up to him and tried to protect him from the professor. But he just looked at her, then turned away in silence and went on about his business. However, the girl looked persistent and continued to follow him. Lucas turned around and started yelling at her and asking why she was chasing him. But Isabella replied that she was just going to the cafeteria that way. As a result, they came to the dining room. The girl was shocked at how much food Lucas ordered. She was not sure that he would be able to eat it all by himself. But the boy said that if she had been hungry for 4,000 years, she would understand. Isabella tried to understand what he meant, but he was annoyed that she was disturbing a hungry person. The girl said that she simply could not find another place in the dining room to sit. She asked how he knew the history of the Age of Light. 4,000 years ago, the era of the four great men began, so called because they were the great sorcerers in history. These were four people who became idols in the history of magic. The great warrior Kazajin, the sage Shuei, the black witch Iris. And finally, the strongest sorcerer, who was Isabella's idol, is Lucas Truman. She considered him a really great person. He was very strong and sweet. And if he were alive, Isabella would have asked him to marry her. Lucas began to laugh and said that her milk had not yet dried on her lips and she was already getting married. And he added that Lucas is definitely not interested in children. Isabella was embarrassed and replied that he was simply never offered marriage, that's why he talks to her like that. The students did not understand when Isabella started having lunch with Fry. It was a very strange company. They were surprised because recently she was fighting for first or second place in the academy, and now she is having lunch with the dumbest student. She didn't even want to talk to David. It was because of this that he irritated David even more. Isabella remembered that he answered the last question of the professor about the three directions of research of the sage Shuhei. He answered this question: assimilation, evolution, and conflictology. Until that day, she knew only about evolution and assimilation. And she asked to tell her about the latest research, what it means. He inquired about Isabella's level of development. She replied that she had 3 stars. Lucas noted that this is a good result for her age. The girl once again noticed that he spoke like a person who had lived a long life. He confirmed her words, but in fact they were the same age. Although Lucas did not answer this question clearly. The guy ate all the food and was about to leave. It was her problem that she eats very slowly. But Isabella made him come back because he never answered what the study of conflict theory was about. He advised her to read books, because he is strong not in theory, but in practice. Therefore, he could not help. The girl was shocked that he had personal experience. Now she was even more inclined to think that Fry had been replaced. In the next class, students had to practice magic through a one-on-one battle. And in order to make everything fair, they were allowed to use only first-level magic. Isabella was now chasing Lucas to find out all the details about conflictology. Because there was no information about it in their academic books. Meanwhile, the professor said that everything will be like in a real battle. And even if someone is injured, the responsibility will be on them. Therefore, she asked them to fight as if it were their real battle. Lucas couldn't take his eyes off Professor Jean, saying how beautiful she was. The girl did not understand how he could say such things about a teacher who was more than 40 years old. The boy advised Isabel to learn from her as well. Because she possessed perfect feminine beauty. The girl decided that he simply had a fetish for much older women. And so Jean called Lucas and David to the center of the competition ground for the first match. David was concerned about the well-being of his opponent. And he said that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. But Lucas didn't listen to him and just walked past to Jean's side. The students were shocked by what this boy allowed himself. No one could think that this weakling was capable of such a thing. He hugged the professor and understood why he was sleeping all the time, and now he knew the reason. It was all for the sake of meeting her. Lucas asked her not to worry, and even if he looks like this, he is still young at heart. He was getting close to Jean and offered to share a meal with him tonight. She pushed him away and asked him to return to his place. Jean warned only once. And he offered her a bet. If he wins this match, she will treat him to dinner. No one could have thought how someone who could barely use magic would be able to defeat a 3-star sorcerer. Jean agreed to treat him to dinner in the event of victory, with full confidence that it would not happen. In fact, her heart and legs were trembling for this young man. But she couldn't show it. When Lucas returned, David assumed that he had asked Gina to cancel the fight. David was convinced that this guy still does not understand the situation he is in. He began to say that first he would tear out his vocal cords. Then he would slowly break all his limbs. And then he would not be able to scream and fight back. This should be fun. David had warned Fry last time that this day would be his last and that he would not be able to walk again after that. Lucas replied that with level 1 magic, he could do absolutely no harm to him. Jean gave the signal for the start of the match and the audience began to scream. David decided to attack first and activated the Stone Fury ability. The students were shocked by such a beginning. For them, it was something impossible. Isabella turned to Jean because she had ordered everyone to only use level 1, and that skill was definitely against the rules. But the teacher said that he does not break the rules. Because this is a special technique that is passed down only in the middle of their family. Although it is powerful, if all the conditions are followed, it can be used even by a wizard of the first level. Lucas said that the secret technique is a symbol of family, and he uses it to bully a person. The boy decided to answer his blow with a magic missile. All the students looked surprised, because they had never seen such an ability before. David was amused that Lucas wanted to stop his stone rage with a magic missile. This magic was really so easy to use that even Fry could use it. Lucas barely wasted his strength and pushed the magic missile toward David with one finger. But in reality, the blow was so powerful that the boy was thrown far from the battlefield and destroyed his stony rage. When he landed, his body was shaking and he was foaming at the mouth. Lucas approached David and said that he should be ashamed that he is using secret technology for such a thing. This is only spoiling the reputation of his family. The boy tried to remember what should happen next after the broken vocal cords. David began to crawl on the floor and ask for forgiveness. He admitted his mistake and begged to stop. But Lucas remembered that the next thing was chopped limbs. And began to attack his legs first. He continued to beg for mercy. But his words were very slurred. Lucas said that he himself decided to choose such a scenario. And his task is only to implement it. Isabella asked the teacher to stop the fight because the winner had already been decided. But she replied that David had not given up yet. Although she understood that he did not have the voice to surrender. But everyone must follow the rules. Moreover, she warned that opponents should compete as if it were a real battle. Because it is impossible to walk the path of a master of magic relying on salvation in dangerous situations. Lucas thought that David would really enjoy being bullied like that. But it seems that he doesn't really like being the victim. The world is getting worse because people like him call themselves wizards. And it would be better if he never did it again. It will be much better for society. Lucas started laughing and said that he was joking. Actually, he wasn't going to break all his limbs. The guy thought he was good. David was so pathetic and Lucas decided that one leg would be enough. David breathed a sigh of relief. But the fact is that he had 2 legs and therefore the boy began to prepare another magic rocket. Some men watched this fight and had to admit that this guy was quite skilled. After those competitions, the whole academy was talking about Lucas. David had a broken leg and was sent home. They said that after that he would not be able to become a wizard. The students were forced to admit that he deserved it. This guy was ugly enough. But they were even more interested in how such a weak and stupid Fry was able to defeat a student with 3 stars. When Lucas entered the school, a boy immediately approached him. His name was Dolma, and he was from the 4th grade. He decided not to drag out their conversation and immediately invited Lucas to join their Troman Brotherhood. Dolma was sure that the boy had heard of them. This is a group of students who represent the academy. He noted that not everyone gets such a chance to become one of them. Only those who were chosen by them can enter. Dolma said that he will have a member's ring and even after graduation he will be able to do whatever he wants. But that was not all. Dolma asked Lucas to be patient and not fall down from surprise. Even before listening to his speech, the boy refused. Dolma was shocked by such an answer. A man approached him and said that there was no need to persuade him, because it seems that he is not one of those who can be encouraged by this. It was June. He is the head of the Troman Brotherhood. This was their first personal meeting. He apologized for Dolma. But in reality, he supports the desire to see Lucas in their brotherhood. The boy replied that he simply had no desire to join. No negativity. He asked who he would become if he joined their brotherhood. Then he simply turned around and went the other way. Dolma was very annoyed by the boy's behavior, but June calmed him down and stopped him. Since Jean promised to treat Lucas to dinner in the event of victory, she should fulfill it. But she was only worried that it became one mouthful more. He turned to Isabella and asked her to put the fork on the table and not put everything in her mouth. The girl asked not to pay attention to her, because she came there for another reason. The guy persistently tried to drive her out and asked her to understand what situation she was in. She could not find information related to that confrontation anywhere. And since Lucas refused to tell her, she can only follow him until he tells her everything. Jean guessed that she was talking about Kazajan's training method and intervened in their conversation. Isabella was surprised and asked if she knew anything about him. She admitted that she had heard a little about him at a wizarding science conference. Then she looked everywhere for this information in the manuscripts, but she couldn't find anything. But now she realized that Lucas also knew something about it. And if it wasn't just showing off, Jean would like to hear about it, too. He came and hugged her and said that he could tell her something better than this. After dinner in her room, Jean did not understand what was happening to her. She could not refuse him. This student was 20 years younger than her. She had the feeling that her head and heart were working separately from each other. Isabella didn't let them kiss and started screaming. She didn't understand how Lucas could behave like that with a teacher. It was strange to the boy. If a demigod rules in this world, then he thought that traces and reminders of them had completely disappeared. But even after 400 years, the information about him, Kasajina, Shuhei and Iris remained unchanged. Isabella approached the boy and he asked her who is the strongest in this academy. But the girl said that he still hadn't answered her question and immediately blushed. Lucas said that if she answers, he will also tell everything he knows. The girl was pleasantly surprised by such an offer. Isabella said that June is the strongest among the students. Among the teachers are Professor Dio and Professor Adelia. But she still considered her aunt to be the strongest. Her aunt was the director of the academy. This woman's name was Cirrus. Jean came up to them and added that she was a 6-star sorcerer that everyone in the kingdom called Eternal Ice. Theoretically, they said that sorcerers can reach 9 stars. But the last one who reached this level lived 3,000 years ago. There are many thoughts on this topic, but now it is believed that 8 stars is the highest level for a sorcerer. But even sorcerers with 8 stars are less than 10 in the whole world. Therefore, 9 stars can be considered a legend. Lucas wondered if the magic protecting the academy was created by the headmaster. Jean wasn't sure, but it was most likely her. Although the boy understood that it didn't look like 6 stars. Lucas decided that they needed to meet and turned to Isabella. But then he decided that while he doesn't know what a demigod is doing, it's impossible to involve an unconscious person in all this. Depending on the situation, he might even have to fight with the director of the academy. Lucas returned to the academy and said he needed to raise his level to at least 7 stars. Jean said that even if he wanted to achieve it, it would take more than 10 years. But Lucas replied that if you try hard, you can finish it during the vacation period. Jean thought it was impossible. But she couldn't stop him from dreaming. Every person should have a goal in life. Lucas hugged Jean again and said that he not only has big dreams, but also love for her. Isabella asked him to be more careful because she might tell her aunt what he was doing here with the teacher. The guy moved away from the woman and said that this is why he doesn't like minors. Lucas believed that there was no need to rush and that he should do what he could do right now. After 2 weeks, David returned to school, but he still hadn't fully recovered. He wanted to kill Fry because he couldn't lose to such a loser. While Lucas was reading the book, David approached him and started threatening him. He promised to make him regret his actions. The boy didn't have time to finish when Lucas used a magic missile and threw David into the wall. In order to perfectly heal his broken nose, Cadet David returned home again. Lucas believed that these students should have at least some level, because it was a prestigious institution. It was really a problem. In order to get used to using magic in Frey's body, he needed to fight more. At that moment, a guy approached him and accused him of beating David. For this reason, he offered to go out into the yard and talk. Lucas agreed and went out to the backyard. But there were already many friends of this guy waiting for him there. This guy introduced himself as Drymid and said that guys like Lucas annoy him. He is David's brother and that is why he came to intercede for him. Drymid wanted to take revenge for his brother's suffering. Lucas stood calmly and listened to insults in his direction. His look was completely indifferent. The boy found it very funny that someone was trying to intimidate and threaten him. Drymid continued to tell about himself that he had reached the January 16th finals in some magical competition. He claimed that this meant that his funeral would take place today. Lucas said he brought the freshman into that crowd and is now standing and showing off in front of him. Drymid replied that they were just watching and he noted that he didn't need a crowd to defeat someone like Lucas. The boy decided that it was enough to listen to insults and allow him to communicate with adults like that. That's why he struck with a magic missile. His friends began to defend Alex and said that he hit him when the boy was talking and was not ready. Lucas apologized, it was just that he suddenly had a lot of fun with what he was doing with young boys like them. They didn't like being talked to like that, so they decided to attack Lucas on their own. But they didn't even have time to get close, as they already flew away from the boy's magic missile. Anyone who tried to attack him was attacked and could no longer continue the confrontation. As a result, he defeated everyone, but he was completely unhappy. Because in this case, he can become as weak as they are. While the boy was sleeping in class, Isabella came up to him and woke him up. She said that the students among themselves nicknamed him the Missile of Death, because he used the magic missile very often. Lucas replied that he couldn't do anything about it because he didn't have anything stronger in his arsenal. It seemed that Isabella fell in love with him. He seemed very cute to her, even when he was asleep. Lucas asked what she came for. The girl answered that she did everything as he said. She knew that troll blood was effective in packaging, but when she mixed it 7:3 with magical water, the result was excellent. Now Lucas understood what she was talking about. And he answered that the blood of a half-troll would be even better, because their energy is especially mixed. The girl did not leave him and asked what he would teach her this time. Lucas looked at her and did not understand since when he started training her. Although she is capable enough and if she is trained well, she can even reach 8 stars. He said he would tell her about the battle this time. During the vacation, he was going to train. And if she goes with him, she will be able to see for herself the confrontation that she so wanted to know about. But it is very dangerous, which can take her life. Therefore, he decided not to insist if she does not want to. The girl did not even listen to him, but already agreed to such conditions. Lucas was surprised. When they were going to leave, Isabella took a huge backpack with her. And she argued that girls need a lot of things and men don't understand anything about it. Then she said it didn't matter because she would carry it herself. And asked where they were going. Lucas replied that he was going to go to the mountains of Spain. But in reality, it was such a dangerous place that it was called a paradise for monsters. However, Lucas was only interested in how to get there and hoped that Isabella had this information. They opened the map and began to look. Even if they teleported from Hispaniola, it would take 4 days. Besides, she had heard that there would also be a large number of terrible monsters on the way. The guy thought that she was scared. But the girl asked not to underestimate her abilities. Moreover, she did not expect that the journey with Lucas would be calm and safe. Lucas did not know what a teleport was. The girl explained to him that with its help you can move over long distances. The guy stopped and said that the world has really become better. Because 4,000 years ago, this was not the case. Magic is the same, but the industry is developing very quickly. Obviously, there was a reason why the students were so weak. He thought that the teleporter was really a very useful thing. Isabella added that its disadvantage was the cost. Lucas thought it was free at all. But the girl said that from this place to Espanyol is very far, so it will cost about 10 gold. He immediately began to search in his bag and found only 1 gold coin. Although Fry is an aristocrat, he had no money at all. Then he remembered that Isabella was also an aristocrat and must have a lot of money. He joyfully ran up and began to ask how much money she had with her. But she replied that she did not take money with her. Because money makes people lazy. Lucas started shouting at her and ordered her to go home and not return without money. But Isabella believed that the journey begins with earning money for travel. He was shocked that she took a big bag of junk with her but didn't take any money. After the quarrel, they continued their journey and agreed to reach the capital first. They approached the ship and it turned out that it was free for the students of the academy. That's why there were many students there. Isabella said that the food on the ship had to be the best and Lucas hoped to get to their dining room soon. Even when he just said the word meat, his mouth filled with saliva. For that, he adored the academy. They were the last in line and the sailor said that there were no more free seats left for them on the ship. And you have to wait 4 days for the next ship. They had no choice but to wait. Although the next ship docked almost immediately, it would leave only in 4 days. Meanwhile, the local pirates were developing a plan to attack the ship. They must go on a mission at night. The captain asked one of the bandits why he had put out his eye. He replied that this is the main symbol of piracy. But even if so, the captain still did not understand why there was a need to tear out a healthy eye. Their target today is a ship that is sailing into the interior. They have decided to attack when it sails past the Oscal Islands. This ship must be filled with children from rich families. Therefore, they expected to feed themselves well. The captain welcomed Lucas and Isabel on board. His name was Mac. The girl asked to take care of them. Because this is the only ship that did not have to wait for 4 days. But it was suspicious that there were very few passengers on it. The captain said that this ship is sailing near the Oscal Islands. All this is because of the pirates who appear there. Isabella began to worry, but was reassured. Although this ship was guarded by only 2 warships, each of them had a 4-star sorcerer. They studied in the magical fortress of the Battlemaster. And it doesn't matter what the pirates will do. It won't affect them in any way. If such masters were sailing with them, then Isabella was convinced of her safety. Meg pointed out that if these pirates weren't stupid, they wouldn't dare attack a ship that was being guarded by Imperial warships. At that moment, the sailors began to run and shout to the pirates ahead. They didn't even notice when the warships that were supposed to protect the main ship were sunk. A few minutes ago, the pirates approached the ships and began to observe them and assess the situation. The captain's assistants were very worried that they would not be able to overcome the two warships. But for this, the captain did a good job of inviting a special guest with him on the trip. His name is Lich. He is a valuable member of the team that will allow them to take their share. Until that day, the captain had only heard about someone who was not afraid of death. But today there is an opportunity to be close to him. He had the feeling that he had a terrible dream. The adjutant thought that their captain had gone completely mad to go on a ship that was guarded by warships. The captain replied that he was talking too much and warned that if he did not stop, he would tear out his tongue. He could not believe that the captain managed to sign a contract with Leech. He was delighted that they would be able to open a new page in the history of pirates. This monster activated its ice spear ability and attacked two ships at once. The 4-star wizards tried to prevent this attack, but all their efforts were in vain. The captain ordered his crew to go to these ships and earn a little money for them. And he himself approached Leech and said that it was amazing. And that he very skillfully blew up these two ships. But the monster replied that it was strange. Because he summoned 3 ice spears to destroy all the ships. And he was very interested in why one of them remained completely intact. The man said it was even better because he had warned him earlier not to touch this ship. Because they needed to use these people as hostages. The Lich said that he did it with the intention of blocking. Because it would be embarrassing enough if they tried to escape and set up an attack. He specifically gave a weak blow so that he wouldn't drown. It only meant that there was something special about this ship. Mech tried to calm the cadets down and asked them to follow the sailor's instructions. Lucas reassured Isabella and asked her not to worry. Because it's all pirates. But something else bothered him. The fact that there were 3 ice spears, but what should have fallen on this ship simply disappeared. The girl thought that he did it, but the boy replied that it was not so. He could feel the wave of mana approaching, but he couldn't stop it. In fact, he was no different from Fry. With such a look at the demigod, his mind went blank for a moment. It seems that he was still under the power of those memories when there was a band in the abyss for 4,000 years. He didn't know who did it, but they must know each other because they protected this ship. As a result, pirates climbed onto their ship and began to kill everyone in a row. Now Lucas was convinced that these were really pirates. Isabella grabbed the boy's hand because she was very scared. It seemed exciting to the one-eyed pirate because the ships were burning more than he expected. Their captain asked how the rich cadets were doing. He introduced himself as their friend. A bloody marauder. Mech said they attacked the wrong ship. As soon as the Empire found out about the attack, they would be found and destroyed. But for the captain, it was a treasure ship filled with descendants of ancient houses. Then a man appeared who said that they did not realize their position. Because the students on this ship are future professional wizards. He said they chose the wrong ship to hunt and wanted to attack the pirates. But the captain was not going to listen to his nonsense and nailed him to the box with a knife. He believed that this boy simply did not fully penetrate the situation. And no one will give him time to warm up. The knife passed right by his ear and caught his collar. But the boy still remained alive. But Lucas realized that someone had changed the trajectory of the knife that flew to his neck. He noticed one suspicious guy who most likely did it. He approached the victim and told him to sit in a safe place and not to go out. One of the pirates said that the captain had lost his skills and could no longer hit a single target. But he said that he needed one more try. And he chose one bespectacled man for this. The guy was very scared, and because of that he wet himself on the spot. One of the pirates grabbed him and threw him overboard into the open sea. He did not know how to swim and therefore began to disappear on the horizon. The boy tried to swim, but nothing worked. As a result, it completely disappeared from view and merged with the sea. His fellow students were very angry and were ready to destroy all the pirates. Without thinking, they attacked him from all sides. But his body was enveloped by the Lich, which was able to repel any attack. And in response, he struck all the offenders of his partner on this trip. The students were shocked when they saw the real lich in front of them. It felt like only Lucas didn't care about what was happening around him. He was very calm. Mech thought that the pirates had made a pact with this monster to carry out their cruel plans. But the captain replied that Leech does not cooperate with the living, and if he says that he cooperates, then it means that he uses them. In fact, they are only interested in money. Lucas told Isabella that she had come very close to him. And he added that it would be inappropriate to engage in such matters at such a time. But actually he noticed that she was trembling with fear and crying. She said that these are not just pirates and they are in a terrible situation now. The minimum level of a lich is 5 stars. Now it was clear why battle sorcerers with 4 stars could not approach him. The monster said that there was someone on this ship who was able to stop his magic and he asked that person to come out. He began to threaten him and if he did not come out, the lich promised to kill everyone on this deck. A large number of ice spears formed above the ship. After a few seconds, a man in a black cloak came out to the middle of the deck. And the monster asked him to name his name. He listened to him and said his name was June. Isabella said that there was no one in their academy who didn't know him. In addition to being the head of a fraternity, he was also a descendant of one of the most influential families in the entire empire. His grades were simply excellent, so Isabella constantly competes with him for the highest places in the top of the academy. Although they had roughly the same grades, they were at completely different levels. The girls were delighted with him and could not understand what had brought Mr. June to this ship. He possesses magic that goes beyond their understanding. And in any case, one can safely hope that he will definitely cope in such a situation. But Lucas said it was impossible because he could barely stand on 2 legs. The lich's level was definitely higher than 5. June understood this and decided to slow down a bit. His strength was barely enough for level 5, but no more. The fact that he managed to repel magic higher than him in level and not die is already a real miracle. In this case, the girl thought that Lucas possessed a higher level than the lich. But the boy denied. June already regretted boarding this particular ship. He just didn't want the other students to see him, so he chose the one with fewer students. After he repelled this attack, his body was very weak. He understood that he would not be able to resist the lich in any case. Monter hoped that with June's help he would be able to find some valuable material. The captain understood that it looked dangerous, but their beautiful youth had to go through this ordeal. So he asked them to sit quietly. He also guaranteed that he would deliver them to their destination intact and undamaged at maximum speed. But this was possible only if they were paid very well. June decided to take a chance and said that he had an offer for the pirates and the lich. He offered to take only him. Because for the amount they will receive for him, they will be able to buy 2 such ships. But only on the condition that he releases the rest. But the captain didn't understand why he should listen to him if they had an immortal lich on their side and they could get money for all the students. June agreed that he would not be able to fight the lich and would most likely die. But the boy was sure that he could take them to the grave with him. Lucas liked June more and more. After all, these young people are really crazy. The lich refused this offer. His mana level was too low to threaten. The monster was sure that it would swallow him up and not even leave a trace. And he was going to use his empty body as a storehouse for spare limbs. The lich bound his body and took him prisoner. Now he could do whatever he wanted with him. The captain said that the negotiations were over. He ordered the pirates to capture everyone and take them to the ship. The students tried to escape, but there was no safe place on this ship. Pirates also caught girls and indulged in excess in relation to them. One-Eye decided that he also needed to take one young student into the cabin with him. He chose Isabella, but she was hiding behind Lucas. The man began to approach them and offered to go play dolls with him. One-Eye called Lucas a skeleton and ordered him to get away from the girl. The boy began to turn his head in different directions, because he thought that he was saying this to someone else. But the pirate said that this appeal was to him. Moreover, he did not see another weakling like him nearby. The guy said that he has a very rude way of talking. One-Eyed laughed and said that it is time for this boy to sleep, childhood time is over. Otherwise, the adult uncle will punish him. Lucas asked him to come over. He didn't understand how he had the courage to talk like that. Already bound, Jack thought that this guy must be crazy, because it only made his situation worse. The pirate obviously did not like this attitude, so he prepared his dagger. Before the blow, Isabella hid behind Lucas and no longer hoped to stay alive. But Lucas parried this attack with one counter-strike and broke his dagger in two with his bare hands. No one could understand what had happened. The one-eyed pirate was overboard from a blow from Lucas. The students could not believe that the loser Fry could do such a thing. June watched this teenager's actions with admiration. With the help of mana, he sped up many times and struck the enemy. But his speed was astounding. Even June couldn't notice his movements. He knew that Lucas was hiding some powerful abilities, but this level of mana usage June couldn't even imagine. Lucas took Isabella by the head and told her not to worry. Because he simply got rid of the inequality, because he was definitely stronger than her. One of the pirates watched this and then said that the teenager wanted to show off in front of the girl, but now he would surely die. After these words, Lucas teleported close to the man in a matter of seconds and punched him in the stomach. The pirate even believed that the best decision was to agree to June's proposal. But Lucas replied that he was not good at all compared to him. If they agreed, they would remain whole. However, he still didn't like them. A whole bunch of pirates began to attack the boy. They ran at him with swords and various weapons. Obviously, the guy knows what he's doing and he was confident in his superiority over them. These idiots just flew away from him. Even when they tried to attack him at the same time, nothing changed. The captain stood next to Leech and could not believe that this teenager was capable of such a thing. The guy saw that one of the pirates was still holding a girl hostage. Therefore, he eliminated this idiot with one blow. Lucas prepared a final blow for them. And with its help, almost no traces of the pirates remained on the ship. But there was still one criminal who grabbed Isabella. He threatened the boy and said that if he moves, he will kill her. The girl also decided to show what she is capable of. She accumulated enough mana and destroyed the enemy with a lightning strike. Everyone was in shock at such abilities of Isabella, even including Lich. She approached Lucas and asked him to evaluate the skills and correctness of use. The captain came closer to them and began to clap his hands. Judging by Lucas' movements, the captain assumed that he was a guard pretending to be a student. He admitted that this teenager impressed him and offered a deal. The man realized that he is not a simple person. But he alone will not be able to cope with all his soldiers. Lucas did not want to listen to his arguments and asked to get straight to the point. The captain said he would take half of everyone on the ship. He thought it would be fair. The pirate tried to make the boy agree. In this way, Lucas can become a hero and they will not be left without a piece of bread. The guy noticed that the captain was completely rotten. Because he didn't care how many of his people had already died. He said that half would be completely at his disposal. And he gave Lucas the opportunity to choose who he would take with him. One of the girls broke free from the pirate and asked Lucas to take her. She was ready to do anything. She even offered money. And so, one by one, they started running up and interrupting each other's bids to save their lives. The guy laughed and asked Isabella how she thinks who should be chosen. In this way, their trip should pay off. It was like an auction started on the ship. The highest price was 200 gold and Lucas was waiting for someone to offer more. The guy asked them to move away from him because it was getting very hot. He said that it was as if they had been taught from childhood how to spend money. Especially since their parents had earned it through hard work. He called them pitiful sorcerers. He was disgusted to see them trembling for their souls. Lucas asked them to remember that a wizard is primarily one who protects the weak. And no matter what happens to him, he must think about saving those around him. Therefore, he asked them to think again about the amount and name the price they are willing to pay for quality rescue. Meanwhile, the lich was silent as if he had water in his mouth. Although he was an ordinary skeleton, the captain wondered if there was anyone in the world who could defeat him. The lich read his thoughts and replied that no one had yet been born who could stop him. Then the pirate did not understand why he was always silent if he could read minds. And now, even in his thoughts, the captain called him Mr. Leech and constantly apologized. Now he also needs to watch his thoughts so as not to say too much. Lucas had a level of mana that a lich had never seen before. It was a great example for him to follow. Although he still admitted that he was at most level 5 and would not be able to become a worthy opponent. The lich can't let go of such a beautiful body, so he wanted Lucas to die and become his subject. The guy replied that they are all tactless here and only speak in cliched phrases. The monster used a living missile to attack the boy. Lucas confidently dodged the first wave of attack. But Isabella asked him to be careful because it was a missile that would haunt him until the very end. June also assumed that it was a living missile. And if that was true, then it would fly towards the target without any control. He wondered what other abilities this monster had. While the boy was dodging one blow, Deech used another right-hand curse. And together with a live missile, they could drive Lucas into a dead end. Isabella tried to protect her classmates from danger with the help of magic. But when the fog from the impact dissipated a little, she noticed that Luca flew overboard. The living missiles returned to the lich, although they should have pursued the boy until the very end. And when the target disappeared, they should simply dissolve in the air. Lucas appeared behind the lich and said that the back of his head was cute enough for not showing his hideous face. The monster didn't bother to understand how he dodged the attack from 4 sides and then appeared behind him. It was amazing that he was capable of such a thing, even considering the duck of the ship. In this case, the lich needs to do at least 5 deductions at the same time. Even a monster was not capable of this. Because such skill was available only to humans. The lich decided to use the ice spear and destroy the entire ship because he had a bad feeling. But a huge barrier formed above the ship and prevented these spears from reaching it. The monster was shocked to see that he parried that attack as well. June also couldn't believe his eyes. Because when he used this barrier, he almost passed out. The lich was very angry because he was humiliated. And he created a spear as big as possible. But as soon as the monster struck, Lucas moved right towards it. And the barrier asked to support June and Isabella while he was gone. The lich said that some level 5 teenager couldn't be a worthy opponent for him. Lucas asked the monster if he knew the way. But he did not understand what this guy was talking about. The lich could show him the way only above level 5. The boy asked him to pull himself together. He hadn't used anything stronger than magic missiles in a long time, so he pleased him. The lich cannot understand who he is and how he allows himself to talk. Lucas said that he is an eternal loser from the academy. Or rather, that's what they call him. But his real name is Lucas Troman. He came back after 400 years to teach manners to scumbags like the lich. He is the strongest sorcerer in this world. They were very far away and the students couldn't hear anything they were talking about. The lich attacked him and said it was impossible because Lucas was dead. The guy dodged the blow and said that he still looks much better from behind. After that, Lucas ripped out his heart. It was his life machine, and if it is not destroyed, the lich will not die. Everyone had a separate place, but it would take a long time to find it. As a result, he simply dissolved into the air without any attack. June said that he really beat him, it even looked very easy. The captain did not understand why he died, because he was immortal. Lucas said that he better not say anything. Because the negotiations are over and they will all die here. He kept his word and eliminated all the pirates on their ship. They arrived at the bay, which was the destination, and began to unload the corpses of criminals. June walked up to Lucas and said he was excited. But the boy bowed and went straight in the other direction. June bowed after him and thanked him for saving him. because only thanks to him he is alive. Lucas asked the boy how he was feeling. Because he guessed that after the first destruction of the Lich's magic, June felt as if everything inside was twisted. He replied that everything is fine, and on the contrary he feels relieved after the accumulated blood came out of him. June was very curious about how he managed to deal with the Lich, who even the royal sorcerers can't defeat. Because before that he was known as a bad student. And for the last 2 weeks, he has been showing his talents. You could have thought that he was just hiding his abilities. Lucas did not see anything wrong with this. Because there are different situations in life. June asked the boy to come to their clan so he could thank him properly. Isabella was delighted to receive a personal invitation to the clan from its president. Lucas said he might drop by if he had time. Isabella said that he was crazy. Because various aristocrats tried to get into this clan and were looking for at least some opportunities for communication, and this is how he responds. Lucas approached June and asked him for money, at least 20 gold. Isabella said that he was asking for money using his good nature. But Lucas said that it was because of her that they got into this situation, because Isabella did not take money. June said that there was no problem with that, he just wondered what the money was for. Lucas replied that he wanted to use the teleporter, but it was too expensive. Now he understood why the boy was walking towards the capital. They didn't expect him to help them so much with this problem. He gave them 300 gold. Lucas took them and said that he didn't need that much and asked to give only 20 gold. But June said that he didn't have less money and asked to take them. If he had the chance, he would like to invite Lucas right now. But now was the preparation for the wedding. The boy guessed that this was not a simple matter. June replied that it was not an interesting job at all. And he entrusted this task to other people. Lucas sharply asked if his fiancée had a sister. June said that this person is from Rudnoble Kingdom. But Lucas replied that the aunt also suits him. June said that she is the daughter of the Aquarid clan and he doesn't know whether she is right for him. They say that a lot of knights came out of there. And if they only knew that the bridegroom was weak in magic, they would be disappointed in him. Isabella said that it was impossible because he is one of the most violent in the academy. Lucas stopped and asked June not to lose heart, because he is a handsome man. Then he added that if his fiancée still had a sister or an aunt, then he asked to be sure to tell him. Isabella snapped at him and asked him to behave normally, because he seemed to have nothing on his mind but these terrible thoughts. June began to laugh and said that he had not seen such cheerful people in a long time. They stopped at the bridge and had to say goodbye. June once again asked Lucas to come into their clan because he didn't want to come across as an ungrateful idiot. But the boy's answer did not change. He said that he would come if he had free time. Isabel thought that these two looked like good old friends. Lucas noted that this is a normal guy. And aristocrats should be just like that and take an example from him. Another advantage of him was that he spends a lot of money. The girl got very angry again and started shouting at the boy. Isabella changed her clothes and asked Lucas if he liked it. He replied that then it would be better to go without clothes at all. You can't go to the mountains in such clothes. He advised her to wear something that would not interfere, and there was an opportunity to quickly change clothes. She herself understands this, but she had many beautiful things with her and she wanted to try them on. The stylist noted that his girlfriend was probably not very used to such trips. Lucas already regretted taking her with him. The guy said that this bag is a very cool thing. You can put objects in it that are much bigger than the bag itself. It seemed to Lucas that Isabella was in a bad mood. But she replied that it didn't matter to him. In today's world, technology is much more developed than in his time. And the population has also increased. But such progress is not very far beyond his imagination. And if you think about the past, small changes during 4000 are completely normal. Lucas immediately thought that the demigod had specifically prevented the development of civilization. But it was unclear why. Was he not sure that he would be able to cope with humanity, which will become stronger as a result of evolution? But this cannot be, because they consider people to be ordinary ants. The girl asked what he was thinking about, and added that they arrived at the place where the teleport is located. The guards announced the beginning of the teleportation and asked no one to go outside the magic circle. Lucas was delighted that they had separated the ceremony. The amount of mana required to teleport is measured in stones. When they entered the magic circle, Lucas warned Isabel that people who are here for the first time may feel nauseous. The girl knew about this and asked him not to behave like a peasant. The magic circle started to activate and the teleporter started working. And just a few minutes later, they found themselves near the mountains of Spain. As it turned out, there were still places in the world that had not changed even for 4,000 years. The guy turned to call Isabella and saw that she was not feeling well. He warned her that she would be nauseous. But she argued that she didn't eat anything in the morning and that's why she felt bad. And when she eats, everything will be fine. Now they were forced to go to the nearest tavern to eat. Lucas went to the bar and placed an order. Bread and meat for 5 and a glass of beer. But this annoyed the girl and she was against Lucas drinking beer before an important mission. He asked not to shout at him. She has no idea how long he hasn't had a tasty and frothy beer. He was wondering why the academy doesn't sell beer. The girl said that it was understandable, because minors are not allowed to drink beer. But in his time, everyone drank from the age of 13. The waiter set a nice table for them and asked if they were mercenaries. Judging by the fact that they were going to go to the mountains of Spain, they are still new to this business and do not know what the danger is there. The waiter assumed that Lucas thought that with his new armor and new sword he could catch the dragon right now. But his husband did not condemn him because courage should be present in such young people. He asked after dinner to return to where they came from. Because the mountains of Spain are not for children like them. Isabella said that they had heard that this place was called a monster's paradise, so they assumed that it was dangerous enough there. But the waiter thought that they didn't know anything about this place at all and were drawing wrong conclusions about it. Lucas was not interested in anything at that moment. He was enjoying the delicious food and not listening to anyone around. The waiter said that he had a son similar to Lucas. And from childhood he said that he would become a mercenary. He was very stubborn and did not listen to his father. So he remembered his story. The man said that his son died in the mountains of Spain. He noted that he did not tell this in order to gain sympathy. He was supposed to protect the mother and daughter, who went to get medicinal herbs. Only his daughter returned alive and told about the death of her son. He did not intend to frighten them, but he advised them not to go into these mountains. Even experienced mercenaries had little chance of returning alive. It was truly a real hell. Lucas finally ate well and asked to tell about the monsters that lived there. The man was surprised that they were ready to go there even if death was waiting for them. Now he definitely won't be able to sleep today. The guy thanked for the delicious food and asked for the bill to pay. But the man said that money is not needed. He will consider it a loan. So that they return alive and then pay. Lucas thanked them for the dinner and noted that the sausages were very tasty. But the man noted that all the visitors hated their appetizers and said that the only good thing they had was beer. He asked them to remember that next time he would make them much tastier sausages. After a nice dinner, they went to hell itself. In order to become stronger, Lucas had to fight with the strong. Shortly before they entered the mountains, they had to face monsters. Now they were convinced that this was Mount Spain, because they had just entered, and there were already so many strong monsters. The girl understood why he brought her here. In such a place, 1 month will be enough for a good study. But that wasn't true, because he wouldn't have brought her here to catch these creatures. In fact, he was going to Shuhei's dungeon. This is the same dungeon that the great sage Shuhei created and left behind. This is the dungeon. If you find it you can get the power to take over the whole world. Although Isabella thought it was just a legend. Lucas said even though it was called a dungeon, it wasn't a cave. His last words to the boy were that he would wait for him on a high mountain that would be higher than the sky, on a beautiful island in a lake. Lucas saw one mountain and thought that it might be the same Drake Mountain, and if the lake is on top, it is most likely volcanic. He liked this place. Now it remains to find a small island there. Lucas noted that although this is a legend, there is no exaggeration in it. This is a very dangerous place. And you need to have at least 6 stars to compete there. They have exactly 1 month to rise to such a level. But Isabella did not believe in it, because she considered it impossible. Even with their best efforts, it would take several decades to reach this level. Lucas said that they needed to find a suitable place to train first. He asked the girl to also find a safe and good place to concentrate mana. Over time, they both began to get used to these confrontations with monsters. They were good at killing her. After another battle, they found a very beautiful waterfall nearby and approached it. And right under this waterfall there was a very cozy cave. It was in it that Lucas offered to train for a month. From today, the boy will show Isabella the method of training Kazajan, which she so wanted to know. She was very happy. However, the boy did not tell her about him before because it is very dangerous. And if she recklessly repeats it, she may lose her life. Therefore, for now, he asked her to just watch him. He began to meditate and thus collected mana from all the mountains of Spain. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Isabella could do it too. Her abilities exceeded all his expectations. Moreover, she had a thirst for learning new things. The boy tried to touch her and said that she looked attractive enough for a teenager. Then he calmed down and offered to finally cook something to eat after a grueling workout. He opened his bag and began to choose among all his items what to eat. Lucas took out some food and offered it to Isabella. But she said she wasn't hungry yet and asked to keep it for a reserve. The guy said that she is full of mana, so she feels like she is full. Therefore, she needs to eat even if she has to force herself. Recently, she could not even imagine that they would have to live like this in an ordinary cave among mountains and dangerous monsters. She felt an unusual energy in him. Although she is only an inexperienced student, but for some reason she sees his dignity and honor. Lately, he hasn't been like himself at all. It felt like he knew exactly where to go. There was no sense of uncertainty in him. Lucas argued that people never change, they just grow. Isabella did not understand how it happened that she had to thank him for his changes. Previously, she was ready for anything for the sake of these trainings. And only then did she realize that they must spend a whole month together in this cave. He asked her not to worry because the boy had already said that he was not interested in underage girls. Isabella asked what he was going to do. Lucas replied that he was setting up a protective field because it would be unpleasant if monsters ran in while they were sleeping. The guy said he would go to bed and advised the girl to do the same, because the first day is always tiring and you need a good rest. After he fell asleep, Isabel felt better, but for some reason she wanted to hit him at least once. When they woke up, Lucas asked to take this rest as the last one. Because from this day on, the real training will begin. And now the battle will begin, this is Kazajan's technique. And he constantly repeated that this is a very dangerous type of training. And it was not necessary to recklessly repeat after him, he asked to just observe for now. The girl noticed that he distributed the collected mana in his body to fire and water. She seemed to be in conflict with herself. It is as if a war has started in a small space called the body. In order for one side not to prevail over the other, it is necessary to adjust the balance very seriously. It's like adjusting the weight so there's no imbalance. It was an amazing way. That's what the struggle was. The girl exhaled and decided to also try to divide her collected mana and use this technique. But she suddenly began to feel nauseous. If the balance is disturbed even a little, it will be very painful. She did not understand how he was training so calmly. It looked as if he was just meditating. And she had a constant question about who he really was. Another day passed and the girl decided to go swimming in the waterfall. More than 2 weeks have passed and Lucas hasn't even moved. She did not understand how long these lessons would continue. When Isabella went back into the cave, she saw that the mana had started to materialize. This meant that he had reached 6 stars in just 2 weeks. She could not believe it, because she did not know that a person is capable of such an unparalleled growth rate. This situation motivated her and she decided to try once again to train with the help of Kazajin's technique. But this time she felt sick again. It was worth losing concentration for a moment, how the whole balance was disturbed. But it was still difficult for her to believe even in the very possibility of such growth. This struggle requires a lot of patience and endurance. Did the great people of the past completely indulge in such a terrible way? It was obvious that today's level of sorcerers could not even be compared with the sorcerers of the past. Isabella noticed that the barrier began to crumble. This means that someone wants to get inside. It was a phoenix, which belongs to the divine species. At that moment, Lucas had just finished training and woke up. Isabella knew that there were absolutely any monsters in these mountains, but she could not even think that there would be someone of the divine kind. He was attracted through the use of a fighting method. A large amount of uncontrollable mana. The girl knew that divine creatures are not monsters that can be tamed by humans. Lucas asked her to take a closer look. This phoenix came to help them. She couldn't believe that the boy could calmly caress a phoenix made of pieces of flame. It was all because he does not perceive Lucas as an enemy. He had wounds on his body that were inflicted by giant claws. A little more and they could have touched his heart. But he survived thanks to a miracle. Isabella thought that creatures like Felix did not die at all. Compared to other creatures, they are released after death, but this does not mean that they are immortal. Now it remained only to guess what could inflict such a severe wound on the deity in these places. He must have faced an enemy that he couldn't handle. Judging by everything, he knew that Lucas would be able to help him. He treated the phoenix as if it were a small bird. Now, thanks to his training, Lucas can fully heal him. Now Lucas' manner of speech was radically different from the image the girl was used to while they were traveling. It seemed to Isabel that even the air around her had become softer and more comfortable. The boy remembered how he talked to the phoenix as if he were a human. He convinced him that no amount of rain could stop him. They played games and caught up with each other. They flew together to hunt. Memories took over Lucas's mind. He said that he had met someone of his kind before. Isabella assumed that if he could develop his healing skills, he would be able to achieve immortality. Lucas thanked the phoenix for making him remember the past. He offered him to repeat their duel next time. After their conversation, the phoenix rose sharply into the sky and flew off in search of adventure. But before flying, he specially left his feathers. It can be used to heal wounds or to create magical artifacts, and it can also be sold very expensively. All the same, the phoenix is not one of those animals that likes to remain in debt. In comparison with the one who just sat for whole days and did nothing. He only ate and did not help at all. Isabella understood that it was about her. And she answered that for this she had to be asked, as all normal people do. It was already the 4th week. The girl had a feeling that Lucas would soon dry up. Since last week, he did not have a single crumb in his mouth. He was just meditating and that was all. On the one hand, the girl was worried about him, because it really looked dangerous. But on the other hand, in her eyes, such an image caused her to feel something mystical or even divine. She considered him very strange. Although he is strong, he is not educated at all. Sometimes he seemed cold-blooded and prudent. And sometimes gentle and soft, like back then with the phoenix. This person caused conflicting feelings. He was quite erudite in the field of history, and his experience could be envied. It was as if he was very wise beyond his years. Sometimes when the girl looked at the owner, the essence of Lucas Truman showed itself in all its glory. In any case, the girl loves and respects her master with all her heart. And finally Lucas woke up and stood up. The girl congratulated him on achieving 6 stars in just a month. It was hard to believe in this spectacle, even looking at it with my own eyes. The youngest sorcerer who reached 6 stars was 35 years old. If it becomes known that a student of the academy did the same, the world will turn upside down. After reaching 6 stars, Lucas can collect mana by simply breathing. The boy began to fall and Isabella ran to him to help. He was really feverish because he hadn't eaten for a whole week. The girl offered him dried meat. But he offered to go hunting, because his body needed substantial refueling. They went in search of prey and noticed a pile of dead monsters near their cave. Lucas realized that it was most likely a phoenix. He did it so that monsters would not disturb them during training. Now there was no need to hunt. They can eat the monsters first and then go straight to Shuhei's dungeon. At that moment, they heard human screams not far from the forest. Although he was very hungry, but even in such a state he could not leave someone in trouble. Isabella did not know what she should do now alone in this terrible place with a bunch of dead monsters. Local criminals had fun. They tied people to a tree and threw knives at it until the person died. They arranged competitions among themselves to raise their self-esteem. One of them, Victor, said that he could not hit only because yesterday they drank a lot of alcohol. One took the knife from him and said that it was his turn to throw. Lawrence was sitting by the fire and roasting meat. They were all waiting for a woman who had not come to them for more than a month. One threw the knife and hoped this time to hit directly in the head. The throw turned out really well. The knife flew straight into the boy's head, but at the last moment it seemed to be stopped by some mystical barrier. None of them understood how it happened. Victor tapped Juan on the shoulder and said that the wind was not on his side today. Victor turned his head and saw Lucas in front of him. He immediately asked who he was. The guy assessed the situation. They killed all the people and wanted to kill the last one. These were the next candidates for the role of bad guys. Victor swung his scythe and wanted to strike Lucas. But he chopped off his head without even taking his crabs out of his pockets. It was level 5 magic, line of light. After that, Lucas greeted them and said that it was time to do some educational work for them. Isabella made her way through the woods and still found Lucas. She asked if he had killed them all. But the boy replied that he left one alive. He believed that this was an ordinary mercenary and there was a leader among them. He was going to burn them because he couldn't just turn a blind eye to their actions. How they killed innocent people for no reason. Lucas didn't understand if the demigod enjoyed watching people kill and hate each other. It didn't matter how trivial the things that made him happy. He was even disgusted to list them. The guy who was tied to the tree asked to be saved and released. Lucas said that he lost a lot of blood and because of that he won't be able to take it with him. The boy began to shout that he could not die so easily. He began to cry and ask for forgiveness from his father before dying. The criminals who managed to escape reported to their leader that the third squad had been captured by a ghost. He had very long hair. He appeared unexpectedly and without words began to show aggression towards them. He was definitely not an ordinary guy. He was so good at fighting that you couldn't get close to him. Literally in one moment, all the members of the group became corpses and scattered in different directions. He was the only one who managed to survive. Judging by the whole story, it was a high-level battle wizard. He stood up and ordered everyone to strengthen their boundaries and as soon as they saw this apparition, immediately give a signal. It was necessary to take measures in advance and he ordered to attack him at the first opportunity. The assistant assumed that this sorcerer was hired by the Aquarid family. But the leader was sure that they could not take the sorcerer as a bodyguard. He asked this boy with whom they played darts this time. The boy replied that they were ordinary mercenaries. They caught them when they were accompanying 2 women while they were collecting herbs. The leader realized that they were not the ones who could afford to hire a combat sorcerer. It was not at all clear who it could be. Their criminal group once again attacked the carriers. This time the leader was directly participating in this raid. He asked not to look at him like that because he felt weak. This time, the booty was very good. Sonia, the eldest daughter of the Aquarid family. She tried to fend off their attacks, but her guard was almost gone and there were few chances. Sonia tried to attack the leader, but his assistant protected him and crossed swords with her. The assistant was able to repel her attack without much trouble. The girl was still young and weak enough for him. The leader was offended that she rushed at him with a sword when he began to admire her beauty. He said that it was worth waiting more than a month in these mountains. Because she was really beautiful, just like the rumors said. Not only was she born as the eldest daughter of such a prestigious family of knights, but she also possesses more talent than any male descendant. All the knights accompanying her were killed, only the maids and Luther remained. But Luther had long since retired from business. Sonia was the only person who could fight. She will have to fight about 20 men. And all of them were very talented. This is the worst possible scenario. The leader was very interested in where she hid her accompanying combat sorcerer. Sonia did not understand what he was talking about. Because the knightly house of Aquarid, which has a long history, will never hire some sorcerer as an escort. Then the leader realized that the guy who destroyed his squad was not related to the Aquarid family. He was more and more interested to know who this guy was. But first he needed to kill Sonia. He asked if she was interested in what would happen to her next. No one could have thought that boys like them would get a chance to have fun with such a respectable daughter of a noble family. Sonia said that she would rather bite off her tongue than become their toy. But that wouldn't change anything, because then they could play with her two assistants. They waited more than a month to catch Sonia, so his guys are very hungry and ready to tear any girl. Now the girl understood why they left these girls alive. Luther said he would be honored to die for Lady Sonia. The girl began apologizing to them because her incompetence had led them all to their deaths. The assistants answered that there is nothing to be sorry about. After all, they grew up healthy thanks to the help of the Aquarid family. They began to beg Sonia to kill them with her own hands, and it would be the best death for them. Because if they are mocked by these animals, they will not be able to find peace in heaven. Her hands were shaking, but she agreed. Sonia wanted their heads held high and their chests full of air when they met in heaven. The leader did not expect that she would dare to do such a thing and asked her to wait. She swung her sword and said that she was grateful to see her assistants on a new journey. The warlord ordered his men to catch her before she could carry out her plan. But they did not have time to reach her, and the girl with tears in her eyes struck. However, when she opened her eyes, she saw alive and healthy girls in front of her. And the sword with which she wanted to send them to heaven simply disappeared from her hands. Sonia did not even imagine that these robbers were so skilled and possessed such an ability. As a result, she will have to experience the worst humiliation for a night. The girl apologized for not being able to provide them with a dignified death. And she ordered them to bite their tongues. Meanwhile, the leader was very pleased that this sorcerer warrior had finally revealed his identity and come to them himself. It was Lucas. He was standing next to the girl, and it was he who prevented her from killing her assistants and took her sword. Rumors reached the leader that the boy took very good care of his mercenaries. Lucas pushed Sonia's sword aside and asked if he was their leader. The man noted that the boy came here from the top. His main camp was located there. The boy convinced him that he took very good care of his soldiers and gave them what they deserved. The leader was very angry and ordered his men to destroy him and not give him time to use magic. The strength of the battle sorcerer was obvious. But they believed that against their numerical superiority, he had no chance. But Lucas simply tore through his opponents with firepower. Sonia asked who they were and what purpose they were pursuing in their travels. Isabella said that they could not worry now because they were not their enemies. The leader knew something about battle wizards. They were ordinary mages. Therefore, he was sure that Lucas would not last long through a certain cycle of magic spells. Judging by the number of spells he cast, the leader was his only target. His skills are truly impressive, but the world doesn't stop there. At this rate he had to collapse from exhaustion or his warriors would reach him while he was focused on the leader. But his men could not get closer, because they immediately scattered in different directions and parts. No one could understand how he managed to use so much energy at the same time. The warlord believed that it was impossible to use magic for so long. It was his turn. Lucas struck a concentrated blow at the leader. With it, he broke his sword into several pieces. He fell to the ground and began to beg for mercy. His entire army was completely defeated and unable to fight. The leader began to shout that he was out of mana and ordered the soldiers to grab him or they would not be able to get out of here. Sonia ran up to him and said that she could help if he ran out of mana. But Lucas just asked her to move away because it was too dangerous. The boy provoked an earthquake in the place where all the robbers were standing. And they began to sink underground. They screamed and asked to save them. Everyone suddenly became helpless and believed that it was unfair to them. Sonia was shocked that he destroyed all of them to the last. All that remained was to watch how they were crushed by the earth. Sonia said, if it was actually an earthquake, then it must be 5-star magic. Moreover, dealing with these mercenaries was not so easy. Isabella said that he was taking his time using these spells as a distraction to use a control attack later. Sonia was shocked that this storm of world arrows was more of a diversionary maneuver. It was the first time she had heard of such a skill as a double throw. Isabella replied that she had never seen anything like that either. Until she met Lucas. Sonia thanked Lucas for his sincere help. She introduced herself as the daughter of the Aquarid family. Isabella also introduced herself and asked the boy to be at least half as cute as last time with the phoenix. Sonia thought that they definitely don't look like homeless people. Maybe they live somewhere in the mountains far from civilization. Luther said that this guy is from the Blake family. Sonia asked him to tell everything he knows about them. This is one of the strongest families supporting the Kaschau Empire. Their family head is Isaac Blake. Among the 8 ranks, he ranks 7th in the entire empire and is considered the 6th strongest of them all. While the boy calmed Isabella down, Lucas decided to ask where they were going. Luther replied that first they would go to the nearest place. They had heard that there was a city called Hispaniola nearby. Lucas said they were heading there too and asked permission to accompany them into town. Luther was also very grateful for such help, but the first thing they needed to do was recover the bodies of the escort knights. This would take some time, so he asked Lucas to go ahead while they lingered. They will bury them here because there is no other choice. They had no way to transport them all to the city. Lucas said that he would be able to help them with that. After that, he lifted all the bodies of the dead knights into the air. Then, with the help of magic, he assembled a cart in which they were headed to their destination from the very beginning. He put all the bodies in this cart and they were ready to go to the city. Sonia was shocked when she found out on the way that Lucas was only 20 years old. She believed that wizards of this level reach a minimum after 30 years. But the guy said that it doesn't matter. He just likes being young. Then he remembered the mercenaries. The fact that they were expecting them in a prepared ambush was very suspicious. Now, when Sonia recalls their conversation, they said that they had been waiting for this meeting for about a month. Luther said that if they waited a month, that time coincided with their departure from the city. He could not even imagine who it could be. The Aquarid family has many allies, but just as many enemies. But even in this case, they were very skilled mercenaries. There were a lot of them. The person who paid them was very powerful. But she noted that it was a small thing for Lucas and it didn't stop him from destroying them all. She asked how he managed to achieve such power. Until that day, she believed that all wizards were weak. When they entered the city, they first of all began to send Sonia's helpers to their families. Afterwards, Lucas said he was very happy to help them and wished them a good trip. But Sonia grabbed the boy's hand and asked permission to thank him. Lucas replied that she didn't owe him anything because they had to help each other. But Luther also begged him to stay, because if they just went as a dachshund, the Aquarid family would lose face. He looked at Isabella and seemed to ask her advice. After she smiled, he said that he wouldn't mind getting a bite to eat. They entered the bar where Lucas and Isabella had been before their trip. Although this place was not very suitable for aristocrats, but the boy convinced Luther that it was the best place. They were met by a waiter who said that Lucas looked terrible, but still he was able to come back alive. He was glad to see him again. The boy also said that he brought another person who managed to survive in these mountains as well. The man's nose fell from his hands and his body began to tremble. Because it was his son Kajin. They gave him first aid, now he needs to rest for at least a few days to fully recover. He was taken hostage while he was guarding a mother and daughter. Lucas did not know about his true talents as a mercenary. But the fact that he remained a good person is certain. Kajin said that he constantly regretted it. And he was very sorry that he shouted at his father and ran away. Isabella asked Lucas how he found out that this guy is the son of the owner of this bar. The guy answered that they look alike. Looking at Kajin, the boy couldn't help but tell that his burden was well versed in healing magic. Lucas was very sorry that they wouldn't be able to eat at this restaurant because all the seats were taken. Luther noticed that this place must be really nice if all the tables are full. The owner heard them talking about how they were about to leave and started laughing really hard. After that, he shouted for everyone to stop eating. And added that today they are closed until the end of the day. The visitors began to complain that it was too early. But the man turned their table over and said that he would decide when to close. He began to forcibly push them out of the premises and said that they might not pay today. When he kicked everyone out, he turned to Lucas and said that all the seats in the restaurant were free and they could choose any. He asked them to sit at the table while he prepared food for them. Sony was even allowed to take a bath in their guest room while they set the table. By the time the food was brought out, Lucas had already stuffed his mouth full of sausages. Then Sonia came down and he said that he could not resist and not eat a single piece of such delicious food. When the girl came closer, she blushed. Because he became much more attractive when he washed off all the dirt. He moved her so much that she almost fell to the floor if Lucas hadn't caught her. As he held her hand, he saw that her hand was completely scarred. She didn't say anything to him about it and just pulled her hand away. It was obvious that it upset her and she didn't want to talk about it. But the boy respected such people very much, because these are traces of effort and hard work. Isabella decided to lighten things up a bit and asked what their final destination was. Sonia said they were heading to June's family. Isabella and Lucas remembered that their son was with them on the ship helping fight the Lich. And when they said goodbye to him, he said that he was going to get married, but he didn't know until the end whether the bride was right for him. Then they put together all the puzzles in their heads and realized that she was the bride he was talking about. The girl said that June studies with them in the same academy and it was from him that they heard about this wedding. Only after Isabella's words did Lucas realize that Sonia was June's fiancée. He envied him because she was a beautiful girl. After dinner, they got together and had to say goodbye, because their paths diverged. Isabella wished them a good trip. Sonia invited June to visit June's family, she will wait for his visit. He was silent for a long time, and then said that he might visit them. When they were already together, Lucas asked Isabella why it was that June was so lucky in life. The girl replied that it was not true. Lucas turned to her and saw that there was something wrong with the girl's face. If a girl likes something so much that she can't control herself, then there is a noticeable lack of logic in her dialogue. And so they finally came to their goal. Up there was the entrance to Schweitzer's dungeon. This huge mountain is called Drake, and all because Drake creatures live here. These are the biggest and strongest monsters in the whole world. Isabella was scared because she was not ready to fight such creatures. But the boy asked her not to be scared because their main monster was 10 times bigger than normal. The girl fell to the ground in fear, because she had never even heard of such big animals. But Lucas calmed her down, because this is the mountains of Spain and it is normal in this place. Whatever happened there is nothing special about it. That is why they are called the mountains of hell. While they were talking, a mutant suddenly attacked them. He had a whole tree in his hands, which he used to attack them. The owner of that restaurant wasn't lying when he said there were a lot of mutants here. The monster decided to attack the girl, as if he understood which of them had a lower level of strength. But the girl decided to upset him and used a layer of fire, which as a result provoked a powerful explosion. Lucas has been watching her attacks and it seems that her power has grown stronger than he expected. When the smoke cleared, the mutant became even more aggressive. Isabella was very upset that her magic was very weak. Then Lucas realized that she did not realize how much stronger she had become. The boy said that the skin of this monster is resistant to fire magic. This means that the mutant has evolved. But everything was very simple for Lucas. If he cannot be destroyed by fire, then he can use ice. 2 ice spears appeared in the sky, but the girl felt as if even the season had changed. She considered Fry really unsurpassed. He reminded her a lot of Lucas Trollman. She was very close to the truth. Lucas attacked the mutant with these arrows and hoped they would destroy him. But they did not affect him in any way and he hit them back. Even an attack with a powerful ice spear did not break through this tough skin. He was indeed quite resilient. They managed to hide from him for a while. And he didn't notice where they were hiding, so that gives them some time. Evolution gave this mutant not only strength, but also skin and a skeleton that is stronger than metal. But Isabella noted that now is not the best time to capture. She believed that if he was so strong, then they could only rely on fire. But the problem was that his skin was completely resistant to fire. Then Isabella offered to bury him with the help of an earthquake. Lucas did not have time to notice when she became so reckless. Such magic can attract the attention of all the monsters in the vicinity. Although there was already enough noise there, he decided that in such a situation they should choose the most effective strategy. They went out to the monster and Lucas activated the ice spears again. The girl did not understand why he was doing it if he failed to harm the monster the first time. The boy replied that he was used to seeing things through. He threw the first spear at him and hit him squarely in one eye. The girl said it wasn't working and asked him to switch to another type of magic. He asked her to be quiet as he tried to concentrate. After that, he fired another arrow. The mutant was getting closer and closer. The closer he got, the more often the boy fired ice arrows. And they always hit the eye. As a result, he could not get any closer and fell to one knee. The mutant could no longer attack them because his head was completely pierced. And when he fell to the ground, Lucas said his persistence tactic worked very well. Then they heard the sounds of monsters approaching them. Just like Lucas said, they flew to the sounds of the mutant. Of course, they were lucky that they arrived just now, and not during the battle with the monster. But this did not reduce the danger. The boy was very reserved because he understood that they would not be bored on this trip. Lucas called it the second round. They managed to destroy monsters with the help of ice arrows. The last Drake remained in this area. While Isabella deftly distracted him, Lucas closed in and delivered a critical hit for the monster. After which he died and fell to the ground with the rest of the corpses of the creatures. As soon as they finished clearing the area, the Drake King appeared in front of them, heading in their direction. The boy closed the girl's mouth and hid behind a tree. It was not the opponent that Lucas could defeat right now, so it was necessary to wait until he left. They needed to sit as quietly as possible when he passed by. And that's why Lucas forcibly covered the girl's mouth. When he passed, there was a very large paw print nearby. After this confrontation, they climbed a high mountain in order to heal Lucas' wounds. Since they had been fighting the monsters for the past 2 weeks, his mind was now completely in sync with this body. It was worth coming to this mountain range. But there was still something he needed to decide. The most important question awaited him. Shuhei's dungeon. They headed straight for the lake. They needed to get to the island in the middle. Lucas asked not to let his guard down because he wouldn't be surprised if Shuhei was holding monsters in this lake. Isabella asked how he knew Shuhei's dungeon was right here. The boy said that he had a habit of talking a lot. He said that he would like to live on top of a mountain where there is a beautiful lake and a small island. Isabella tried to ask where he could communicate with Shuhei if he was long dead. There must be a dungeon under this island that is much more beautiful than the island itself. While they were wandering around the island, they were able to find a tree with a hole in it that looked very much like an entrance. When they went inside, they even saw stairs and lanterns there. And finally they reached the door of the dungeon itself. The girl asked if he could open it. Lucas replied that this is a magic technique created by Shuhei himself. And if they use their power to open the door, it will immediately explode. Lucas touched the sphere next to the door and a plume of smoke appeared from it, who after a few minutes turned into a little boy. The girl blushed and asked Lucas what kind of strange boy had appeared. Lucas' facial expression changed and his body began to tremble. Isabella had never noticed this before. The boy greeted them and was sure that in front of him were real wizards who had come here to get something. Lucas tried to touch it, but it was something like virtual reality. Isabella realized that this greeting was recorded with the help of mana. Lucas continued to tremble and asked how old he was, why he kept behaving like this. After all, this kid is already old. Lucas said that he was very pleased to meet Shuhei. It sounded very strange. The guy asked what they wanted to find here and asked them to say at least something. And then they realized that they could ask their questions and learn the necessary information from him. This kid replied that he can only say what he is allowed to say. And he does it automatically. He introduced himself as Shuhei and said that this was his dungeon. The guy was ready to do whatever they wanted for them. Lucas came closer and asked how he died. This was the only thing that interested him the most. Little Shuhei replied that he was not going to let them in so easily. In order to get into the dungeons, they needed to answer one question. And if they make a mistake, they risk never getting out of here again. That's why the kid asked them to be careful. Lucas began to tremble because everything reminded him of his friend. His voice and accent. It was as if they had returned to the time when they were happy, talking and laughing together. Lucas was the only one who survived. All those he loved eventually turned to dust. And those who made them so, still reign in this world. The kid offered to start. He asked a question. Who or what Shuhei hates the most? Lucas answered almost without thinking that it was a demigod. The kid happily announced that this was the correct answer. Isabella could not stand it any longer and decided to ask how he could guess. And began to suspect him. He said that the girl was very absent-minded. Since this was Shuhei's dungeon, it was his style to do something unusual. Even more traps awaited them. But Lucas warned that if she is so absent-minded, she will immediately disappear. And if she wants to become stronger, then she needs to put aside all distractions and concentrate on her eyes. They walked to the next door and Lucas again placed his palm on the sphere that was next to him. This time it was Shuhei the teenager. Every time they crossed the threshold, he grew taller. Lucas was already expecting the second question from him. But the boy replied that it was too late to explain. And he added that the further they go inside, the more amazing things they can get. But they can only take one. And if they break this rule, his golem friends will be very upset. He once again warned that if they make a mistake at least once, they will immediately be kicked out of the game. He was very annoyed by Iris. Shuhei could never understand what she was thinking. Although they are fighting to save the world. But regardless of whether the continent is on fire or not, her mind has always been occupied only by men. Isabella assumed that Iris was the Black Witch they talked about in the academy. She is a woman with hair as dark as pitch. She was called a Black Witch for a reason. There was no man in the world who would not fall in love with her. Come to think of it, Lucas had never met a woman as attractive as her. While the boy dreamed of touching Iris, Shuhei said that he only hated Lucas more than her. Because for Iris he was the whole world. But Lucas did not guess about it. Shuhei believed that a woman could not take care of everything. Iris served 3 powerful demons, one of them had 6 hands, each with a different weapon, a mixture of good and evil. The boy did not even listen to his story and answered that it was Azura. In front of the next door, Shuhei was waiting for them with the next question. He became an adult again. Lucas answered correctly every time, and thus they had already reached the fifth room. The further they went, the more questions there were that were no longer related to magic. Isabella still could not understand how the boy answers these questions correctly. And now they have the last room left. Shuhei said that Lucas is a sorcerer who climbed to the top at the age of 40. He is a great teacher of all mankind. Friendship with such a person was his pride and great happiness. The boy began to tremble and answered that it was the same for him. Then the girl began to understand something, but there were many more questions. And in the last question, Shuhei's real name had to be given. The more questions there were, the more mysterious they sounded. But the fact was that only Lucas could answer all these questions. The boy answered that his real name is Shuhei Weissman. And that was the correct answer. Shuhei said that everything was ready for Lucas there in the room. Isabella then realized that the great sage Shuhei had named Fry Lucas. They entered the last room, and compared to the others, this one felt the spirit of life. Lucas found the chest and saw there a potion called Ice River. According to legends, this is an oil, a drop of which can be found in a dungeon only once in 1,000 years. One drop can cause an explosion of mana in the whole body. Thanks to it, even an ordinary person can reach 4 stars in a short time. Lucas was surprised by Isabella's knowledge. But the girl thought that it was all just fiction. This potion is needed by the boy to reach the level of 7 stars. That is why they came to this place. The girl found earrings in the chest. Lucas replied that they were type-on earrings and he had made them himself. Isabella then finally asked a specific question. How could something made by Fry end up in the last room of Shuhei's dungeon? He said that these are earrings that he made 4,000 years ago. Lucas made them because he was bored, but Shuhei liked them in a strange way and the boy gave them to him. Lucas never thought they would be so valuable to him that he would keep them here. The girl asked him to tell her more about what he had just said. The boy replied that his real name is Lucas Troman. 4,000 years ago, he fought against a demigod together with Shuhei. He spent 4,000 years in the darkness of the underworld in his trials. But one day the darkness left him and he heard someone's voice. It was the voice of Fry Blake. He didn't understand why this boy had called him or why their minds had become synchronous at that moment. But he called him and Lucas answered. And as a result, he got this body from him. Lucas thought that the girl would not believe him. But it happened. Because for her it was an absurd story. But a lot of strange things happened from the very beginning and it was no wonder that his story made sense. The girl knelt down and welcomed Lucas Troman into their world. The boy leaned over to her and asked her to call him Fry. Because that way it would be easier for him to achieve his goal. And he also asked to behave as before so as not to arouse suspicion. The girl found another bracelet in the chest and asked if Lucas made it too. But the boy replied that it was made by Shuhei himself. This is the great sage's staff that Shuhei used for his alter ego. Lucas took this bracelet because if she wears it, she won't be able to handle the mana and will be very exhausted. The boy put on a bracelet and earrings, after which his mana level increased very noticeably. But he said that it wasn't his style to use magical artifacts. Lucas wore them because they were his friend's property. The girl took out another artifact. It was a golem core. She asked to look at the mana concentration. It was something unusual. Lucas grabbed the item and said to be careful with it because it is the last core. Shuhei had a candle that never went out thanks to mana. He was always a fan of such little things. Isabella could still feel Shuhei's warm heart welcoming them as if he was still alive. The boy opened his diary and there it was written that Lucas had disappeared. And most likely a demigod was involved in this. Because no one but him could get rid of Lucas without leaving a trace. Then Shuhei didn't know what to do. After all, it's not just the disappearance of the 9-star sorcerer. He was the main link that could bring them all together. And with him, the last hope of humanity disappeared. Shuhei's diary recorded the events after his disappearance. The conflict between the warrior Kazajan and the swordsman Rushid. Also, the unexpected disappearance of Iris. As the demigod's influence spread across the continent, Shuhei, who was left alone, could not trust anyone. Having put on masks, people pretended to admire him, quietly observing the situation and controlling it, so that at the right moment they would pounce on him and destroy him. Every day of his brutal struggle was recorded in the diary. His comrade, who had no one to count on, continued the difficult struggle alone. He wrote that Lucas was an independent person and no one else could replace him. Shuhei tried to take on his role, but the more he tried, the more he realized that his mana was leaving him with every passing second. He apologized to Lucas because he was too weak for the role. Lucas had tears in his eyes. He couldn't blame him for anything, because he was completely alone. Now that he was left alone, he understood his condition. In addition to loneliness, from this day Lucas promised to follow his will as well. He swore that he would blow the demigod's head. The girl called Lucas and said that there was something else written there. He asked whoever reads this diary to finish Anastasia. Isabella asked what he thought Anastasia was. In response, Lucas simply took out the core of the golem. Shuhei was a master puppeteer if he prided himself on being a masterpiece. Lucas couldn't understand what Anastasia was. Isabella asked if Lucas could complete the golem with this core. Then the boy suddenly remembered how he had shown Shuhei his first golem. Shuhei then scoffed at him and said that if he made such a golem, it would definitely be better. Lucas began to tremble again, and said that when they finish everything, the history of unwritten blanks will be revealed. He meant the story of what happened while he was in the abyss. Isabella asked what was wrong with him again. Lucas stopped and told her to go to the city as soon as they got out of there. When they got outside, the main monster Drake was waiting for them near the dungeon. The boy asked him to answer because he knew that this creature had intelligence. The dragon laughed and replied that he had been waiting for him for a long time. He did not understand how Lucas managed to enter the kingdom of Torcuta without fear. Lucas knew that he had noticed them back in the forest and asked why he pretended not to notice them then. Lucas's voice trembled, she had never seen him so tense. Drake was waiting for him to come out of the dungeon, because an ex-boyfriend going there was one good thing. Now everything became clear to Lucas. He specifically hunted people near this dungeon. A dungeon that was very valuable to his friend. He had used it as a trap to fill his belly. And for that he needed to be punished. This look reminded the dragon of a woman who promised to kill him if he followed her. Lucas ordered Isabel to run away from the place and run towards the city. Because this time he was not sure that he would be able to cope, so she needed to run away faster. But Isabella in this case definitely could not leave the boy himself. Drake said they looked delicious and he wanted to eat them. The boy immediately took out his friend's staff and prepared for battle. And to repel fire attacks, Lucas used a stone wall. He started shouting at Isabella and ordered her to run away from this place. The girl did not want to leave him in trouble, but promised that she would return to him soon. Drake noted that this guy was very harsh towards him. Therefore, the monsters struck randomly to destroy him precisely. But not a single shot hit the target, thanks to Lucas' agility and speed. However, these were not all his problems. He began to be chased by little drakes, who were much more agile. Therefore, the boy was forced to distract them and attack them with his ice arrows. Lucas understood that he would have to fend them off for a long time, until he destroyed the main drake. The boy decided to take a chance and use his skills. He calculated the dragon's speed. And he set a trap at a certain stage. Since he was very large, he simply did not notice it. And when he got close to her, the boy simply activated her and she exploded along with the dragon. But alas, it did not affect his well-being in any way. Drake noted that Lucas was quite skillful in calculating his movement speed and caused an explosion. Although the approach was quite effective, there was very little effort to implement it. As the boy expected, he was very big. In front of him was the king of the drakes, and behind him was a bunch of small monsters. It was almost a hopeless situation, and Lucas even began to think about drinking the ice river right now. When they first found this potion, Isabella thought he would drink it right away. But the boy said that he would need a week to stabilize the energy of the ice river. But he also understood that if he didn't drink them now, it would be tantamount to suicide. It was at this moment that his old friend the Phoenix appeared. He never forgot his debt and decided to help this time. The Phoenix was able to destroy the little drakes, but the king was much more powerful. There was no chance to deal with him, so the boy asked him to run away. However, the bird did not listen to him and flew to attack this king of the drakes. Phoenix tried to hit him with fire, but Drake shouted that he was tickled. He did not want to listen to Lucas. Then Lucas realized that the bird knew that he couldn't feel the fire. He was just trying to buy time for him to escape. But Lucas Trollman will never give up and run from his death. Phoenix reminded him that you can never stop. The boy flew into the dungeon in order to become stronger and return. In any case, for him, death is just a new chapter in his life. Therefore, he drank the potion without hesitation. His body began to tear apart and his hair showed that his body was not ready for such a large amount of mana. King Drake told the Phoenix that they knew each other. They even saw each other a few days ago. He said that Lucas was a valuable item to him, but the Phoenix is an even better trophy and has much more vitality. He noticed that the Phoenix had very little strength left and therefore offered it to surrender and become its food. But he used one of his powers to distract Drake for a while. He escaped unnoticed, and Drake did not have time to see in which direction he flew. But he was in no hurry and promised that they would definitely meet soon. Because the mountains of Spain are not so big. Phoenix remembered how he flew to Lucas and the boy healed him after a difficult battle. Then he said that the Phoenix reminded him of an old friend with whom they spent a lot of time together. And he decided to do everything for Lucas for his help and kindness. Therefore, he returned and attacked Drake again. The guy made such a decision, but he could not even think that it would be so difficult. He turned the life he received into a soap bubble. This tragedy was created by his arrogance. He had absolutely no strength left for his body to assimilate this elixir. He could not understand whether it was physical exhaustion or a lack of determination. Then he felt as if the energy was returning. He suddenly felt very warm. It was Isabella. She asked Lucas to lie still and not move. The girl began to give him some of his energy back to be reused in the same process. She remembered him saying that you had to eat very well to use the ice river. Therefore, she was in the city to bring food. She also remembered how he said that he was lonely. The girl did not know what he was up to, but she believed in him with all her heart. That's why she didn't even want to hear the words that he was left alone. Then Lucas turned to Shuhei and realized what he was missing. It wasn't despair and a lack of determination. It was trust in the people around him. The battle of the Phoenix and Drake moved closer to the ground and there they felt a strong coolness. It came from the cave where Lucas was hiding. Phoenix decided to attack the most vulnerable place in the King of Drakes, which is the eyes. He got very angry, grabbed the bird with his teeth and threw it to the ground. Although the Phoenix understood that he would soon die, he still smiled in the face of his death. But very cold air blew from the cave, and Drake barely managed to dodge. He couldn't understand what was happening there, but he noticed that the little drakes got caught in the wave and froze right in the air. He had never felt this way in the last 1,000 years. His instincts told him to run away. He could not believe that for the first time in his life he felt fear. After he saw Lucas coming out of this cave, Drake immediately ran away. He couldn't believe that he was afraid of a human. But Drake convinced himself that he just needed to wait until his eyes healed. He needed to stay away from Lucas, but the boy had no problem catching up to him. Without a word, the boy began to attack the monster with ice arrows, which had a completely different power compared to the previous ones. Drake couldn't understand how he managed to use so much mana. After all, he was just a human. The guy disappeared from the horizon. And said that Drake was very relaxed and counted only on his eyes. Then Drake realized that the boy was moving in his blind spots. Lucas threw another blow with the ice spear. This time he aimed directly at the eye. After this attack, he fell to the ground and no longer believed that he was just a human. The girl was worried that Lucas could just fall to the ground at any moment. And it would not be surprising, because it is very dangerous to be in such a state for a long time. The boy began to form a very large ice spear. Although Drake was shocked by such a powerful force, he was not going to give up anyway and decided to attack as well. He didn't know what changes had happened to this man, but he couldn't defeat him. Although he refused to believe that his fire breath wouldn't work on him. And finally their forces collided with each other. It was a very powerful blow, from which the entire mountain range began to tremble. The collision of ice and fire was truly beautiful. Isabella noticed that Lucas was gradually giving the initiative to Drake. She didn't know what to do if he lost. It was at that moment that she really couldn't help. But then she noticed that Lucas was not there. He left the spell in his place and disappeared himself. Although Drake thought at the time that he was competing with Lucas. And he liked the fact that he was winning. But then his breath stopped because the boy sneaked behind the monster and cut Drake's head off with an ice sieve. Isabella could not believe her eyes that he was constantly behind this mutant. Was the 1,000-year-old Drake King defeated for the first time? If he was competing at half strength, then the girl became very curious about the true strength of Lucas Troman. After that, the boy just started to fall to the ground and Isabella managed to catch him. His body was very cold and resembled a piece of ice. But he spoke only one phrase, that they needed to find the phoenix. The girl said that he was amazing. But Lucas noted that he managed to win only due to the fact that he is not experienced. But this could not be, because he lived for 1,000 years. Lucas said that there is a big difference between killing and combat experience. In a real battle, you need to prepare strategy and tactics to defeat an equal opponent. He specially caused a mana blast to make him think that Lucas was giving all his strength in that attack. But in reality, he was only using 80% of his strength in that attack. And when he was behind the monster, he created an ice scythe with which he struck with a force of 20%. They found the phoenix, but Isabella thought it was already dead. Phoenix saved his life, and now he wants to save his life. The energy of the flame from Torkuta's heart is absorbed by the body of the phoenix. He will have to resurrect as soon as he completely absorbs all the energy. Torkuta was the ruler of this mountain massif. And after his disappearance, the struggle for power between the monsters will begin. To decide who will rule the mountains, they will arrange a bloody battle. And Lucas wanted the phoenix to become the new ruler of this place and protect his friend's dungeon. After completing the task, they returned to the city. Lucas was waiting for Isabella to return. She came back and said that there would be no ships today. She also brought juice for Lucas to restore. He needs to eat very well in order to gain weight and restore energy in his body. The girl said that Shuhei's armor from Torkuta's nest has become very useful. The mantle's powerful fiery properties keep the cold of the icy river at bay. But she did not understand why it was necessary to take all the weapons from the nest. Now the spatial bag became quite heavy. The boy said he might not need them, but he couldn't let his friend's things rot in a place like this. Isabella said that it was a very long vacation, it felt like a whole year had passed. They still didn't have much free time, so the girl suggested Lucas visit June's yard. They decided that this was the right decision, especially since they still had to stay in this place for the night. When they reached the gate, the guards met them there and asked what brought them here. They asked to introduce themselves. Lucas replied that his name was Fry and that they were good friends of June. The boy warned his guards that his friend might visit them before the end of the vacation. And if that happened, he asked the guards to be as kind to him as they were to June himself. The man began to get very worried and sweat was dripping from his head. At that moment, the master was returning home and drove up to the gate. Lady Layla began to climb out of this carriage and asked what was happening there. The guards replied that his friends had come to the owner and wanted to go inside. The girl understood that it was Lucas, about whom her brother told a lot. And she began to smile at him. She asked them to get into a carriage to take them to the main room of their castle. She was very beautiful, although Isabella was a girl, but she was still in awe of her beauty. The guard came up and said that they had not yet determined their identity to be fully convinced of their honesty. Layla looked at him with her seductive gaze, and the man immediately blushed and let them go. Despite the fact that they had been traveling for a long enough time, Lucas still hadn't seen the main building. The guy asked why Layla was looking at him so intently. He thought she wanted to say something. She replied that he was different from how his brother had described him to her. His hair was white, but she had heard that it was gray. Lucas said that a lot has changed since then. She said that he can talk to her as a friend. Because he is her brother's friend and is a child of the Blake family. Layla heard that Lucas studies at the same academy and asked how he feels about him. The boy said that June was a sophomore, so they didn't cross paths. The girl immediately thought that he was much younger than her. Isabella tried to calm the boy down and asked him to behave normally in front of the June family representative. And so they finally arrived at the place where June was already waiting for them. He was very happy when he saw Lucas and said that he had been waiting for his visit for a long time. The guy replied that he had just finished his work. June understood without words that Lucas was very tired and wanted to eat. It was difficult not to guess, because he always wants to eat. It was unpleasant for Layla that she was not noticed, and she decided to remind about herself. June turned to her and said that he couldn't help but notice his princess nearby. He asked how her party went. The girl turned and left. As they walked, she asked them not to pay attention to her and wished them to have a good time together. June apologized to his sister, but he still did not understand why he had offended her so much. Lucas said that he no longer understood how it was possible to call his sister a princess. June didn't know that Lucas went to the Hell Mountains. He learned it from his fiancée, whom the boy saved there. She was still busy practicing fencing. She is very hardworking. At her age, she fully deserves the title of torrential rain. June said that they have one urgent rule: they must say hello to all the family members first. For this, a table was set, around which everyone gathered. Father said it was nice to meet him and asked how Earl Blake was doing. The boy thanked him and replied that he looked healthy and full of strength. But the thing is, he just borrowed Frey's body but never met his father before. In front of him sat the head of the June family, Shepherd. A 7-star sorcerer and a master of 4 towers. There were only 5 such outstanding people in the empire. Lucas assumed that he might have the key to solving the demigod. Therefore, this meeting was quite useful. Shepherd said that the 6th tower is far enough away that he sees the count only once a year. He noted that conversations with him are always meaningful and pleasant. Lucas was sure that the magical tattoo on the man's face was done by Shuhei. Shepherd decided to express his gratitude to Lucas right at the table. He saved not only his son, but also his fiancée Sonia from trouble. But it was not clear to him what kind of work he had in the Infernal Mountains. After all, this is the most dangerous place on the continent. Lucas replied that he had a personal matter pending there. In fact, it was a trivial question that was not that interesting to the Lord and was asked out of politeness. Shepherd asked how preparations for the banquet were going. June replied that everything was fine. Father noted that many important personalities would be present at this banquet, so he asked to follow everything. Before Lucas left, Shepherd said that he has been working on a magic for a long time and would like to hear his opinion. He needed new perspectives and stimulation. He would like to hear the opinion of such a young wizard as Lucas. June went to the banquet hall to check on the work. Lucas asked Isabel to go with him. When they were alone, Shepherd suggested getting to the point. He asked what Lucas was up to. Lord asked why a person from the Troman Brotherhood came to his house. But the boy replied that it was some kind of misunderstanding. Shepherd said it was smart to use June to get here. Lucas couldn't quite understand what he meant or why he thought the boy came with bad intentions. But then he remembered that he was wearing the earrings they found in Shuhei's chest. But the bottom line was that the Troman fraternity is a club in the academy, in which his son, June, is the head. Lucas said that he found these earrings in the mountains of Spain. It was his personal thing. Shepard decided to ask him bluntly if he belonged to the Brotherhood. The guy replied that June had invited him several times, but he refused. Because he doesn't like to participate in such groups. The Lord stood up and said he wasn't talking about the community that June was leading. Shepard decided that he had misunderstood everything. And told the boy that he could not be afraid of anything anymore. The man asked him where he thought they were now. Lucas replied that he had come to his friend's house to see him. Shepard still did not fully trust the boy, but he was ready to tell him the reason for his rudeness. He said he wouldn't treat him like a stranger if he had those earrings. But as long as he wore them, Shepard would think the boy had something to do with them. The Lord said that the ruler of the continent is the Kastka Empire. But it cannot claim more than 10 parts of the land. The first thing that came to Lucas's mind was the power of the intellectuals who live on the nameless continent. If you take the entire continent for 10 fingers, then among them human power occupies 3 fingers. There were a lot of people who say that they are masters of this continent. But there is only one true ruler who controls the continent from the shadows. And his name is Demigod. These are super beings that dominate ordinary people. They are real predators that dominate human society. Shepard thought it might seem like a silly conspiracy theory to the young fellow, but it was obvious that there was something hidden behind the scenes of this world. Lucas listened to him and trembled all over. His appearance changed and his face became frightened. There were 5 of them. Only 5 people risked their lives, competing against the demigod. And now 4,000 years later, the world was under the control of a demigod. Without awareness of the distorted order and discipline, it seemed hopeless. But people still follow the same goal as Lucas. And their number is constantly growing. Across the continent, people who knew of the existence of a demigod never gave up and waited for the right moment. Lucas couldn't help but smile because for the first time in this era, he saw hope. It surprised Shepard that he knew something about a demigod at such a young age. Due to the fact that Lucas was an ally with him, it was not worth revealing his identity just yet. So he said that when he got to those earrings, there was a note from Shuhei lying next to them. Shepard stood up abruptly and hoped he had the note with him. First, he needed to learn the information that Lucas had. The Lord said that they actually know very little about the demigods. How many are there and what is their ultimate goal? And why do they operate covertly? But they were strong enough to wipe out all races at will. And in fact there had been several such attempts in the past. Lucas was sure that there are not many of them. Their number does not exceed 100. But they cannot be called gods, they are creatures similar to a catastrophe. Shepard began to talk about the fact that 4,000 years ago, 5 heroes began to fight against them. The Supreme Sage Shuhei, the King of Warriors Kazajin, the Swordsman Jerusid, the Black Witch Iris and the Supreme Sorcerer Lucas. But after the disappearance of the sorcerer, their relationship with others began to collapse. There was a conflict between the Warrior King and the Swordmaster, and the Black Witch disappeared altogether. Only the Great Sage remained alone and fought to the end, but this was not enough in the confrontation with the demigod. Everything was as written in Shuhei's diary, and the boy knew exactly what was missing. Therefore, this person's information can be considered reliable. Their community is an organization that imitated their will. They call it a community, but in reality it was chaotically divided. Years passed and the will, which was a single entity, split and now they kept each other at a distance. Lucas understood what the purpose was. When more than 3 people gather, they dilute politics in their own interests. The community is divided into many others, but the biggest force right now is Nichols, Amlet and Rushid. These were communities in which the names of the 5 heroes were used. But he was interested to learn about theirs with Kazajin. Shepard did not know anything about the others, but they said that things were not going very well in the Troman Brotherhood. It was said that the master had died, and half of the leaders had moved to another society. Lucas wondered what had happened to Kazajan's successors. Shepard explained that Kazajan's inheritance was passed down one person at a time, but there was no way to know where the heir was. The boy wondered if they were separate from the clubs run by the academy cadets. Lord replied that they were created for fun. Sometimes when they find worthy talents, they are the first to approach them. And the cadets don't even know about their existence. For them, there was nothing wrong with having many similar names because it reduced the chances of being caught. Because the ears and eyes of demigods can be anywhere. Shepard said that he noticed him from the beginning because he showed up with Lucas relic Typon earrings. And he had no choice but to think that he was a member of Truman's community and came to declare war. That was all he could say, and now he asked Lucas to do the same. He was most interested in how he got the earrings. Rumors reached him that in the mountains of Spain there are artifacts of heroes. But among those who went there, only a small number remained alive and none of them could prove it. It made sense to Lucas because it was impossible to find dungeons that easily. Even if they found it, the Drake King wouldn't let them leave. The guy said that he was just lucky. He got into trouble, and because of that he had to go in an unknown direction. That's how he came across Shuhei's dungeon. Then Shepard realized that he might have seen his note. Its content was almost identical to what Lord had told. He tried to find out how to get into the dungeon. But the boy said that he got there by accident and couldn't say for sure. To be honest, Shepard still couldn't completely get rid of his doubts about this guy. He asked to see the Typhoon earrings in action. Lucas couldn't show their full power, but he showed enough to familiarize himself with. The Lord said that he was not afraid of him because he took him for a member of the Truman Brotherhood. There was a more serious reason for this. Lucas managed to find people who knew who the demigod was, but everything became more difficult. It was nice to learn that communities were named after them and there were people who followed their will. He needs to learn more about the community and calm the energy of the ice river. And finish the golem Anastasia. He had so many problems. Maybe the fact that he synchronized with Fry was not just a coincidence. Isabella approached the boy and asked what he was thinking about so much and wondered if he liked the dress. Lady Layla specially prepared it for her. He said that she is lucky and she lives without caring about anything. Shepard said that a month ago at the gathering, he heard that someone had made contact with a demigod. And it was Isaac Blake, Frey's father. Two men were talking to each other at a banquet. One of them invited Gusto to come to their family banquet. This man was very cunning and knew that it is very easy to cooperate with this type of people. A little flattery and this idiot is on the hook. But that's the only way he'll be able to join Theosity's banquet. Gusto noticed that there were a lot of young and beautiful girls at the banquet. Lucas and Isabella finally met Sonia and started talking about standard topics. The guy said that she has a very nice dress. Isabella felt sad that Lucas did not appreciate her dress. He claimed that this was an objective judgment. The girl demanded from him the details of this objective judgment. Lucas began to look after Sonia and offered her a glass of champagne. Then Gusto came up to them and said that he could never have thought that he would meet Fry at such an event. Lucas couldn't remember where Fry could have found this nasty man. Gusto could not remember the last time they saw each other. He did not expect to meet the loser of the Blake family at such a prestigious event. Lucas relaxed because it turned out to be just another bully. Gusto assumed that such a loser could be present at the banquet only because he was from the Blake family. It annoyed him because he had worked so hard to get here. He believed that there was no place for someone like Lucas. Because this banquet is at the top of the capital society. It was a battlefield for the nobility and an opportunity for them to interact. Lucas got fed up with his strange phrases, so he ordered him out of his sight. This really angered the fat boy, who wanted to boost his self-esteem at Lucas' expense. Sonia asked if Gusto knew Fry. He replied that he knew him very well, but he did not remember that this boy allowed himself to behave like that. Then he switched to pretty girls. He had always known that June's parties were with pretty girls. But these two were beyond competition. He did not understand why such beauties were standing next to the loser Fry. Gusto had the feeling that he just wanted to improve his impression in this way. Then the master Patrick, who was served by Gusto, approached them. He bowed before Sonia and said that he was the eldest son of the Theosity family. Gusto was on the verge of a breakdown. He talked to them to make friends, but they simply approached and got to know each other due to their status. Gusto was surprised when he found out that her name was Sonia Aquarid. Now he understood that she was just a foreigner and did not know what Fry was a loser. He intervened in their conversation and said that it was very inconvenient that he did not immediately recognize June's fiancée. Gusto said that her care for her guests was certainly admirable, but he didn't think she should even match a loser like Fry. Patrick heard that this boy's name was Fry and said that he knew his brothers Michel and Heinz. They were both wizards of the tower. He also knew that Count Isaac had won him from the house, and it was clear for what reason. It was hard for him to believe that he was imitating the same blood as these great people. Isabella said that they talked a lot. She didn't know who they were, but she was sure that none of them were worthy of even Frey's finger. She began to demand an apology from them as soon as possible. Patrick took it as a joke. It was unacceptable for him to apologize to Fry. He said that the person who invites a person to a party who does not even fit into the atmosphere should apologize. Then June himself approached them from behind and said that in this case he needed to apologize to the guests. Because he was the one who invited Fry. He walked up to Patrick and said that he didn't want to disappoint him. He also didn't know that he needed permission from the Theosity house to invite his friend. June noted that Fry was the most honored guest he had ever invited to his banquet. He asked them to relax and enjoy the party. He reminded them that this is his house and they are guests. And if it wasn't for this banquet, he promised that they would already be dead. They began to apologize for their tactlessness and ran to the exit. Lucas said that June's temper was much worse than he thought. The boy replied that he was just observing his friend's behavior. But Lucas thought he was bright and very soft-spoken with people. Then June pointed out that he just doesn't look at himself in the mirror. The boy replied that he could not see his face in the mirror because it was very bright. If it became known to the general public what he did then on the ship, then no one would dare to call him a loser. Lucas said that real men don't show off like that. June then asked what they talked about with his father. The boy replied that the Lord suspected him of being part of the Troman Brotherhood. June assumed that he was finally interested in joining their club. Then Shepard told him that he could dispel his doubts not only because he could use the earrings, but because there was someone who confirmed his identity. It was his brother Heinz. He, like Lord, is a person of the Nichols community. Shepard knew how his family had treated him. And the wounds he had received were beyond healing. And he was in no position to argue, but he asked permission to say something. Heinz is different from Isaac and Michel. There was a good reason why he agreed to the expulsion of Lucas. The boy told June that he wasn't going back to the academy. Because he had no reason to stay there anymore. Isabella heard this conversation and could not believe it. She did not know what to do if he did not return to the academy. June wondered what he would do next. Lucas replied that the Duke had recommended him the third tower. The curriculum at the academy was nothing special. And the number and quality of specialized books stored in the third tower outweighs the rest. After the banquet, Isabella could not sleep. Because tomorrow he will go to the tower, and she will return to the academy. And everyone will go their own way. Ever since she found out he was Lucas Troman's, she had expected that day to come, but she wasn't sure what she should be aiming for. What should she achieve and what should she still learn? Lucas said he was leaving tomorrow and thanks to June he had a great time. It was a great banquet. June was considered a genius born in the Pierre family. He first experienced mana when he was 5 years old. Lucas thought he was just showing off, but the boy assured him he wasn't. It was amazing because even Shuhei first felt mana when they were 7 years old. This guy is really a genius. He was 17 when he reached the level of 4 stars. This is usually achieved in the 20s. But he wanted to tell Lucas something that only he could tell him. For the first time in his life, he wanted to open up and said that he was cursed with his talent. He had a teacher, he was the master of the 5th tower and a wizard with 6 stars. And just a very wise old man with a long beard. When June asked him questions, he answered with a kind smile and patted his head. And the boy was so happy that he began to ask even more questions and began to study harder. He was a true handler for June, teaching him the joys of a life of magical science. He thought so until he reached 4 stars. Once he asked a question that even his teacher could not answer. The teacher was annoyed and he shouted that June is a monster. He had a look filled with terror. Because June was developing so fast at such a young age, the teacher felt something wrong in his heart. And soon he became completely confused. Although he still likes to study magic, but every time he fully immerses himself in it, something seems to inhabit him. The teacher's face appears in front of him like some kind of curse. And this happens thousands of times a day. He wished he was an ordinary person. Then he could study magic with more enthusiasm and joy. Lucas approached June and hugged him. He said that the boy overestimates himself and asked him to listen to him. There is a place that cannot be reached just like that. Even if he is called a genius, one talent is not enough. He will not be able to reveal the true meaning of magic. This is not the world into which a boy who gets confused when meeting with a teacher can get into. And the teacher, in turn, feels some kind of hatred and envy towards his student. Lucas vowed that the next time he met June, he would be much stronger. Lucas assumed that the boy knows about the existence of a demigod. One who dominates not only human beings, but also over all minds in the world. A false god who changed the rules of this world. To succumb to his training and not even suspect it is the biggest human mistake. But it is also an opportunity for humanity to never give up and try to change this world and defeat the demigod. This is a task that is available only to humans. If he wants to pretend to be a genius all his life, then he can continue to live as he is now. But if he wants to defeat the demigod, then his goal must be one, and that is to reveal the true meaning of magic. Lucas chooses the latter and wondered what June would choose. He had no other choice. He believed that not only a teacher can be a guide. He believed that one should compete with one's opponent and make one's own way. Lucas said he would always be one step ahead, so he asked June not to worry. Isabella overheard their entire conversation and began to cry. This upset her very much. The next day, Lucas was ready to go on a trip. But a girl came up to him and said that he forgot to take the burden with him. Isabella said that she went to the academy to learn the art of magic, but in front of her stood the greatest wizard in history. And no one can compare to such a teacher. The guy said she would regret it. But she wasn't going to repeat it twice. And even if this road will be very difficult, it will still be with him until the very end. Patrick returned to the tower and reported to his master, Michel, that Fry and June had a very unusual relationship. June announced him as the most honored guest to the entire hall so that everyone at the banquet could hear it. But Michel had no surprise on his face. Patrick thought that he would be interested to know about it, and so he decided to tell. He didn't understand why he should know about who his brother had a relationship with. But Patrick said that he didn't mean that. Their relationship was just friendly. When Patrick left, Michel still wondered how he managed to become friends with June. It was interesting what tricks he used. Heinz said that he was not interested, since they study at the same academy. There is nothing strange about their closeness. Michel knew he would say it. He couldn't wait to tell his father and maybe they could use it. Lucas was showing the girl the item he got from the Duke. It's like a qualification to pass the entrance exam. He joined a secret association created to improve the world. She believed that this was the best way to learn more about the demigod. Isabella had never actually heard of the demigods. And of the 5 heroes that Lucas was a part of. She only knew that they were great people who tried to fix this world system. But their opponent, with whom they fought and lost, was a demigod. If she hadn't gotten any information from Lucas, she would have thought it was some wild conspiracy theory. The guy said that the real scary power is the power they don't see. You cannot think independently and plan your future. Only eat and drink what they are given. Happy slaves who do not even understand that they are under control. This is the current state of humanity. The girl saw the magic tower for the first time, and it really created a lot of pressure. In half a year, the boy would be able to join the community, and until then, he was going to train here to stabilize the ice river. It reminded him of the old days. The magic tower was the place where he really concentrated on learning magic. While they were examining the tower, a bunch of dark elves approached them. Isabella did not understand why he was so surprised. Elves are a race that lives peacefully among people. Come to think of it, he read about it back in the academy. But it's amazing to see it with his own eyes. 4,000 years ago, he couldn't have imagined it. If you think about it, the elves have achieved great unity. All the dense forests on the outskirts of the north are their land. In order not to waste time, they immediately went to the training ground. Isabella was already used to the combat training technique, so she had no problem with her balance. At the time when Lucas was making inexplicable movements, as if he was in a nightclub, a guy approached the girl and asked if he was her friend. Because there were rumors that he dances all day and then spends the whole night in the library. At first glance, it really looked strange. But now the girl could read the flow of energy, learning the fighting technique. She saw all the punches hidden in his incomprehensible movements. He does it with such great speed that it is impossible to record with the ordinary eye. And when he puts his hands and feet in place, it looks like a smooth dance. It was truly an amazing level of martial art. At that moment, someone suddenly hit the man who was asking about Lucas. It was a dark elf with whom he trained and believed that humans are very weak creatures. Another elf said that this is a very rude remark to someone who has admitted defeat. Is this the same virtue of a warrior that the elf Liam-sun spoke of? He admitted his mistake, went over to this guy and helped him up, and apologized. Isabella noticed this dark elf and remembered that they had seen him before the entrance to the tower. He was blowing in front of his group. Liam-sun approached Lucas and asked if he was a battle wizard. The boy was distracted from his training and said that he was an ordinary wizard. But the elf saw that these were not the movements of an ordinary wizard. They got to know each other and Liam-sun proposed a confrontation with him. More precisely, he meant sparring, he simply expressed it incorrectly. Camila also approached Lucas and said that she was looking forward to the opportunity to work with him. She apologized that Liam-sun interrupted his training and asked not to pay attention to him. Lucas and Isabella stood and listened as they began to argue in Elvish over Camila calling Liam-sun an idiot. The guy decided to interrupt their discussion and said that he didn't care and he didn't mind holding a competition. Liam-sun was surprised that he could speak the Elvish language. And the longer he looked at Lucas, the more interesting he seemed to him. People began to gather around them. They thought that the dark elf wanted to intimidate them once again with his power. Lucas noted that such complex movements are only characteristic of dark elves, like a night predator. Liam-sun began to attack, but his blows were blocked. The boy realized that he was using a quiet step technique. Lucas picked up a good moment and counterattacked him. After that, he noted that Liam-sun has the movements of a wild animal. Spectators could not believe their eyes, what unparalleled speed was demonstrated in the arena. The dark elves couldn't figure out who this fair-haired boy was. His kicks were equal to any Liam-sun's punches. As Lucas himself said, the muscle mass of his body was not at all similar to a magical warrior. But then Camila did not understand at all how he could withstand such blows. Incredibly accurate distribution of mana. He looked like he was only 20 years old. Camila intervened and asked to end the sparring, because there is no more sense in it. They stopped and began to compliment each other on the conduct of the battle. Lucas said if it was outside, He wouldn't be able to stand up to Liam's son, and the boy guessed the elf wasn't used to fighting with his bare fists. Liam's son laughed and asked how long Lucas would be in this tower. He replied that he would train here for about 6 months. Camila also admired his skill and could not fully believe that he was really human. She saw the earrings on his ears and immediately fell silent. The elf asked why he chose the third tower. He replied that he had an elixir that he wanted to finish, so he chose the place with the most in-depth literature. That was why he always stayed in the library at night. Those around him were excited by the way he sharply responds to the head of the elves. They thought he was just an ordinary strange dancer. Lucas said that it seemed like a bad idea because he looked through all the books but couldn't find the information he needed. Camila asked how he feels about reading magical memoirs. The only books in the library are Class 3 books. The first class can only be viewed after being recognized by the 3 guard floors through the magic book reading qualification test. And this test should take place exactly tomorrow. At the beginning of the test the next day, Lucas was discussed in the Chi Hall. No one could believe that this boy was competing with an elf on equal terms. They thought he was an ordinary boy, but in reality he was very strange. But if he was a martial wizard, it was unclear why he would have to take this exam. Camila and Liam's son came to the test to watch Lucas' performance. They were interested in how he would perform. In fact, it was interesting to Camila, and she took Liam's son with her because it was boring to go alone. Lucas replied that he took Isabella with her on the same principle. Liam's son approached Lucas and offered to hold another sparring session after the exams. Then the managers of the floors of this tower entered the hall. It is especially worth remembering the man in the middle, Mikkel. He is a very influential person. He said that there is no point in wasting time on unnecessary conversations and suggested to start the exam right now. He asked all participants to create energy balls and concentrate energy in them. The participants thought the exam was very easy. They thought that it was the first test, so there was nothing difficult. Mikkel overheard their conversation and gave the task of making his ball smaller than the bead in his hands. Then they started having problems. Mikkel disqualified everyone one by one. No one could complete this task. They believed that it was impossible to reduce the energy sphere to such dimensions. He approached Isabella and she managed to do it. Therefore, he said that she was passing on. He then approached the Dark Elves and told them that they no longer needed to take these exams. He would allow them to read the magical memoirs. They approached the boy and saw that he had no sphere at all. You might think that he refused to take the test. But his assistant asked Mikkel to feel the mana. The energy is concentrated so densely that it cannot be seen. The manager said that he also did not need to take any more exams. He asked what his name was. The boy answered that his name was Fry and he was Blake's third son. Mikkel allowed him to read his memoirs and asked him to give him a few minutes to talk. The manager said that he has amazing abilities and asked how he got into the third tower. The guy replied that Duke Shepard helped him. He assumed that the boy was able to achieve at least 5 stars. Although Lucas should actually reach 7-star level soon, Mikkel doesn't need to know about it. He asked the boy if he knew anything about the demigod. Lucas replied that he had some information. Mikkel said that not so long ago traces of a demigod were found in the city. More precisely, they were apostles. They were chosen by the demigod himself to use their divine power. He realized that a demigod was using people. The boy had never heard of this. There was nothing like this 4,000 years ago. Lucas asked what the leader needed from him. He continued to tell that the city had come under the jurisdiction of Lucas' honor. An honor is called a level of respect. At this rate, some cities will disappear in an instant. They should investigate urgently. Mikkel asked the boy to accompany him throughout the mission. Lucas agreed. But this is a very dangerous mission and the leader was ready to give him time to think carefully. However, Lucas had only one question. Why did he choose him? Mikkel showed the relic to Iris. The boy guessed that he belonged to the Amlet community. After the Circle Master Troman was killed by the demigod, the opponents became more aggressive. Therefore, the community had to act secretly. The Dark Elves in the tower are the reinforcements of the Black clans that they asked for. Mikkel said that he was aging fast enough, but he happened to notice earrings on his ears. Lucas never thought about it, but these earrings were indeed very famous everywhere. The leaders said that it will take about a week to prepare for the mission. During this time, Lucas must stabilize the ice river. Mikkel asked the boy why he had a memoir. He replied that he needed to make an elixir, so he wanted to learn alchemy. In such a case, Mikkel advised him to turn to someone for help rather than looking for the memoir he needed. He sent the boy to Professor Adelia. She was known as a brilliant professor of the academy, but he saw her for the first time. The girl said that the old man was talking about him. And she offered Lucas to sit down, but there were no chairs or armchairs. She decided to set boundaries and said that she was very busy, very tired, and had very low blood pressure. Adelia asked to discard all the details and describe the essence in a few words. He said he needed to create liquid mana. The girl assumed that he was not very talkative. But he put in 5 words as she asked. He gave it to the girl to see for herself. She was shocked at such a concentration of mana. Lucas said that this is the heart of a 1,000-year-old drake. The calculated mana energy is 100,000. He wanted to ask the girl to make an elixir from it. In Adelia, words and facial expressions lived a separate life. She felt one thing, but her face showed a completely different emotion. She replied that the recipe is complicated, but it can be done. The main problem is the ingredients. She needed exactly what she couldn't get. It was a phoenix feather. The boy took out and put the phoenix feather on the table and asked if he needed anything else. She needed a good assistant who could distribute mana. Good enough to shrink an energy ball down to the size of a fingernail. Since he could do this, they began to work together on the elixir. Adelia knew that he was Isaac Blake's son. But she had never heard anyone speak for him. The only talk was always about Michelle and Heinz. Like the ability to distribute mana, he was very good at alchemy. It was a bit old-fashioned, but still useful. This was the occasion when Lucas regretted his knowledge of 4,000 years ago. The girl was surprised that she did not know his name if he was so capable. Adelia grabbed him by the clothes and said that he should become her assistant. But Lucas clearly did not like this idea very much. She took a liking to him and promised to make an hourly payment especially for him. She said that he wouldn't be able to learn it anywhere, no matter where he went. And she promised to teach him everything she could. Adelia understood that if he started working with her, she would be much more comfortable. She needed to come up with a plan to lure him to her. The girl asked why he constantly calls her professor. The guy answered her that he was a student at the academy. Teacher and student. If this is the case, she can use his grades and his employment as an argument to threaten. But he added that he had already left his studies. The girl was upset that he first lifted her mood and then ruined it. Lucas asked Adelia if she knows how to make golems. She replied that she does it better than those who call themselves puppeteers. She said she could teach him if he would become her assistant. He asked if she had a core of 1 million mana of energy, how could it be made into a golem? The girl said it was crazy. But Lucas decided to take it as crazy attractive. First of all, there is no such core. But even if there is, without an auricalic body and a nervous system, he will never be able to control it. It must be made of a mineral that only exists in legends. Obviously, it will be more difficult to design his body, make a formula and enter commands into it to form the golem's ego. As a result, Shuhei's task turned out to be much more difficult than he expected. Adelia wondered why he was asking since he didn't have a million mana core. The guy smiled and said that of course he didn't have one. Another training confrontation took place between Liam-sun and Lucas. It was the first time a dark elf had lost a fight. The boy helped him up and said that he now had a complete picture of his movements. But Liam's son convinced him that he was just distracted. Meanwhile, Isabella helped the other elves learn how to control mana. They distributed it thanks to the girl's instructions, so the energy became much easier to control. Camila said that Isabella's lessons were easy to understand. The dark elves opened their hearts to her. The girl asked if he had finished the elixir. Lucas answered that it would most likely be ready in the evening. This meant that Lucas would soon be able to get a 7-star level. Camila mentioned that they wanted to learn spiritual skills. And signing a contract with a spirit that would be close to them would give them strength. Since they taught her children how to distribute mana, she agreed to teach them this in return. This spiritual skill is passed down from generation to generation and is unique to dark elves. Lucas came to Adelia and she said that the elixir was finally complete. She asked if he really wanted to drink it. Because she advised him not to. Because it was twice as strong as his mana energy. If he drank it wrong, it would melt his body and not even his bones would be left behind. The boy was happy to hear this and quickly grabbed the container with this liquid. The girl understood that he did not even listen to her and said that this is his life and she will not interfere. She only asked that he not come to hang when he becomes a ghost. Lucas asked her to come over and handed her the pendant as a token of his thanks for a job well done. Daikina was in a panic. She thought it was courtship and said that it was unacceptable. Because she is a professor and he is a student. The girl spoke so fast that he didn't understand anything. Lucas suggested that she wear the necklace and her concentration would improve. The more often he saw her, the more she seemed strange to him. The boy went into his room and began to create an appropriate atmosphere to drink the elixir. And finally everything was ready. He opened the jar and drank the liquid. His body immediately began to react to this potion and the room was filled with energy. Camila asked Isabella to tell her how great the power of the 7 stars is in the human world. She asked because they were new to learning human magic and it was difficult to feel. The elf supposed that in the human world, magic was like a status class. Isabella replied that if we talk about archmages, they are called only great wizards. In any country, the title and address of the count will be secured, and his name will be written on the stone tablets of the imperial court. In other words, the name of this person will forever remain in history. Camila assumed that Lucas had already reached that mark, but Isabella said that was not the case. He said that he is still at the entrance. And his goal is a much more difficult path than some kind of success. And he does all this in order to restore peace to the continent. They went on a mission to the city of Hallbridge. There were many traces of the apostles. It seemed to Isabella that a very evil energy was coming from this place. But Lucas said it was divine power. He hadn't felt such energy in a long time. The boy asked Mikkel what kind of power the demigod bestows on people. He said that it was a small town with a population of less than 500 people. Since it was autonomous, it had very little interaction with the surrounding villages. Liam's son noted that using the apostles was a good trick. Mikkel decided to remind Lucas that this would be a difficult mission. He also noticed that during the entire time that they were there, Isabella did not say a word. He assumed that this was the first time for her. The guy said that they should not worry. Because she has a separate role. They met a man who recognized the leader from the magic tower. He asked what brought them to such a terrible place. His name was Aladir and he was the mayor of the local town of Hallbridge. They came closer to the man and Mikkel wanted to ask him one question. Has anything changed in the city recently? He replied that nothing special is happening in this small town. The usual routine of every day. Lucas asked where all the people were. Because it was lunchtime and there was not a single person on the streets. He replied that they have work not far from the city in the forest. That's why they are all there. But the boy noticed that the man said a few minutes ago that they have the same routine here every day. Lucas asked the dark elf Liam's son to check the mayor's information. After a few minutes, he returned and said that there was no one there and everything around was covered in blood. Then these men began to turn into monsters right before our eyes. These were the creations of a demigod. Since they had already been revealed, they were going to destroy everyone. At first they decided to eliminate the sorcerer to prevent them from escaping. Isabella activated a wall of fire to prevent the monsters from getting too close to them. Some of them were able to make their way through the fire. Lucas then used a wind pack and ragged them. The creatures couldn't believe that these humans were destroying them so easily, even though they were created by a demigod himself. The last monster tried to escape, but Liamson caught up with him. After the elf chopped off his legs, Lucas came over and said they needed to talk. The monster tried to prove that he knew nothing and was not guilty of anything at all. But the boy warned that it is better not to play games with him. Camilla approached him and decided to use her spiritual art. She began to summon the spirit of darkness, the Dark Horan. No one knew how to steal information like him. Camilla ordered him to take this monster's mind under control. It looked convincing enough. Lucas realized that he would have interrogated the monster much more gently. After seeing Mikkel, he vowed that he would never confront the Dark Elves. Then they once again asked where the inhabitants of the city had gone. The monster replied that they were all dead. He added that they were needed for the sacrifice to release the apostles' power. After that he started screaming and his eyes suddenly changed their color to bright red. And almost immediately after that, a powerful explosion followed, which covered the entire city center. He had mind control set up to self-destruct before he could give any key information. It looks like the demigod apostles did it. Mikkel said that the situation was not looking good, so he decided that they needed to turn back quickly. For if there is an apostle there who can create such creatures, they will not be able to cope with him. But Lucas said they had to go ahead. They had already spotted them, so if they lost sight of the monsters, there wouldn't be another chance. Mikkel said they should wait for Honor Lux to return. He was a level 7 sorcerer. And meeting the apostle without him is suicide. But Lucas said he would take his place. The manager said that he was not in a position to be so high-minded. A person with 7 stars is capable of merging incompatible phrases. Because when elements with opposite qualities meet, a powerful explosion occurs. 7-star magician is able to control these natural elements and unite them. Lucas said that this is not high-dimensional and demonstrated how he can control the elements of fire and ice. Mikkel asked him to stop because he might kill them. A 20-year-old boy can't do that. The leader couldn't believe that he could combine the elements into such great power. He repeated again convincingly enough that he could replace Honor Lux. Camilla called Lucas and asked him to look into it. This person did not burn, but was killed by lightning. Michael said that the master of the apostle is a demigod who can control lightning. In fact, the existence of the apostles is quite beneficial for them. Lucas asked to explain in more detail. Their first enslavement of the apostle took place in Cascaw. Then something happened that they could not have predicted even in their wildest fantasies. The half-god who guided the apostle simply disappeared. This did not happen every time and they still did not understand how it happened. But they were sure of one thing. If you destroy the apostles who received the power of demigods, it will affect the demigods themselves. But why should they use the apostles if there was a great risk involved? In general, 4,000 years ago, the concept of an apostle did not even exist. In the forest, Lucas did not feel any life force around him at all. It was a dead forest, trees, animals, everything was dead. Not even a single insect remained. All life force was absorbed. It was offensive to Camilla that they treat nature like this. The whole forest seemed like a big trap. Some kind of powerful barrier was placed there, so any further exploration seems impossible. In this case, Lucas was ready to destroy this barrier with the help of his new abilities. But the girl said that this forest is dead and if it accidentally catches fire, the flames can reach the villages. Mikkel added that if they want to get rid of such a barrier, they will need at least 2 days. Lucas crouched down, touched the tree and began scanning the barrier to destroy it. Camila said that he chose to act immediately rather than think for a long time. He was like the dark elves in that. She said that Lucas could fully concentrate on his studies and they would have his back. But he said he was done already. This shocked the elf even more. He asked everyone to follow him. Lucas placed everyone in the barrier and then used the storm wind to transport them to the right place. Mikkel understood that he was barely useful in his position. Is it time for the next generation to replace them? And finally he showed himself. An aura that radiates divine power. The so-called apostle. The manager could not believe how this could happen. Honor Lux came out to them. He turned to Mikkel and asked why he did not listen to him and wait as Honor asked him to. The leader wanted to think that it was all false and there was some misunderstanding. Because he did not believe that a person like Honor could become a monster. He was very sorry to hear this and thought that he should have calmed his curiosity. The apostle decided that there was no point in talking anymore and wanted to destroy Michael. But Lucas had no problem blocking his attack and protecting Mikkel. The manager still could not believe it. After all, Honor was the head of the community. The boy said that he needed to get a hold of himself. Because this person was no longer the person he knew before. Because Lucas could definitely tell that this person was moving of his own free will. The guy decided to ask why he betrayed the community. But Honor replied that this young guy has very bad manners. But he still answered his question and said that he knew his power. Before him, people are just ants. Lucas said that was not true and that he was just afraid that he would be killed. Isabella had never seen Lucas so angry before. She was very curious as to why they had come for these 4,000 years. The boy said that everyone in the community knows about the transcendent power of the demigod. And they fight him not because they have no fear. They desperately try to get up without falling to their knees. Step by step, they try not to give in to what is happening to protect what they love. This is the essence of a person. This is the nobility of a person, which Honor refused. But he replied that this is definitely not nobility. It is more like stupidity. He didn't even utter the spell, but he already received the power. Is this the specialty of the apostle? It was a completely different level. Honor said it was pure lightning that couldn't be created with magic. No research needed and no headache. Just accepting its power was enough. This gave him more strength and power than any other 7-star wizard. Dark clouds engulfed the sky. Camila never thought that such a thing could be done with the help of human power. But the fact is that it is not human power. They didn't know what to do now. Lucas said that their plan was a diversion. He ordered Liam's-son to take a forward position and not forget that he had 3 lives in his hands. He ordered Camille to cover Liam's-son and maintain the rear magic circle. He also asked Mikkel to stand behind them, but not to do anything dangerous. Just cover. And at the end he approached Isabel, leaned over and said something quietly in her ear. Isabella asked him not to do this because it was very dangerous. But he replied that they did not have time for arguments. He added that if they won, he would listen to her at least all night. Everyone began to perform their functions and Lucas decided to attack Honor with a fire wave. Mikkel watched the boy and understood that this was Mr. Frey's true skill. After numerous attacks, Honor said that all these strikes were pointless and ineffective. It didn't matter how strong he was, human strength could not break through this barrier. Such strength was that of a demigod. But the boy was not going to give up. He began to attack him again with a wave of fire. And immediately after that he unexpectedly applied an ice sheet. But still absolutely nothing worked and he continued to watch their attempts. The plan was for Lucas to attack him while they got his attention, but now all the attacks were focused on Lucas. At this rate, he would soon be out of breath. But Isabella said not to worry, because now everything is going according to plan. Before the battle, he told the girl that Honor would try to understand his power. And if they were separated, he would believe that their group was just a decoy and that he would attack him from behind. It was like he was getting an unlimited supply of energy from this storm. As long as it was there, he was invulnerable. He said he would get rid of this storm. And she, Camila, and Michael's power would help him. While Lucas was a decoy, Isabella had to be responsible for them all. He said his life was now in her hands. The girl asked Camila and Mikkel to collect mana as much as possible, because the outcome of this battle now depends on them. Honor taunted Lucas and said that his magic was very weak and he would soon lose all his powers. But he understood that the boy went beyond the scope of 7 stars, and without the barrier he would have already turned into dust. He didn't look older than 20 years. This made Honor doubt himself. He had to destroy him now, or he might interfere with his future plans. This guy knew his spells weren't working, but he kept using them anyway. Then he began to suggest that he wanted to block his view. Meanwhile, the rest of the group gathered their strength to destroy his storm and deal with Honor. But he wasn't going to let them do that and attacked. After the impact, they all lay unconscious. Their accumulated mana was destroyed. He considered them a bunch of idiots and wanted to cut the throats of everyone with him. Honor turned out to be smarter than the boy expected. Lucas tried to draw his attention to himself, but nothing worked. Liam-sun used his last strength to block his shot so he couldn't finish off the rest of the team. Lucas flew up to them and asked how they were doing, but Isabella said he should focus on facing Honor. Meanwhile, they will find the strength to destroy that storm. Honor grabbed Liam-sun and told him that he was fed up and it was time to pay for his reckless actions. They were so young and Honor was interested in why they wanted to die. But if they made a decision, he would be happy to help them with it. And he won't leave any of them alive. Meanwhile, Liam-sun reached for the weapon with his foot and tried to attack him, thus getting out of his rapture. But he said that there is no point in resisting. It will only be more painful. Honor lifted his head up and saw Lucas in the sky. He had never seen such a large concentration of mana. Now you can't save mana and you had to use it to the last drop to become a shield for everyone. He ordered Liam-sun to flee quickly, which was immediately followed by a powerful eruption of lava. After this blow, the boy had absolutely no mana left and began to sway in the air. But this apostle still survived. Although he had a limb torn off, he was still going to kill Lucas. He noticed that the boy was almost out of mana. And Honor planned to show the difference in their experience. But as it turned out, he did it because he could fight without mana. Therefore, it was unknown who would show his experience. Honor's barrier became unstable and could not be given time to recover. And the boy began to attack him with completely different techniques. His barrier was no longer there and he was receiving colossal damage. Now, Honor wasn't sure that Lucas was the same person as him. However, the boy said that he was no longer human, but a worthless piece of shit. Honor took to the sky again and said that as long as he had thunder, his mana was infinite. And no matter how much they resisted, they were still ordinary insects compared to him. As soon as his mana was restored, he was ready to burn them all. But Liam-sun suddenly appeared in front of him and hit him and ordered him to close his pelt. The rest of the team was accumulating mana in the meantime. They didn't have much left to reach the maximum level of capabilities. Honor managed to fend off both of them at the same time. He approached Lucas and promised to tear him to pieces and fry him to death. While the apostle threatened the boy, his team finally prepared an attack to destroy the storm. Lucas lay on the ground powerless, but he could tell that Honor had lost this confrontation. His body began to break down. He couldn't believe that he had lost to stupid people. No matter how much he begged for the demigod to save him, he didn't react at all. His body became simply disgusting. There was only one piece of flesh left from him. That was the end of it all. Mikkel sat by his corpse and tried to find out why he decided to betray them. Honor answered that the demigod promised to save humanity. He said that he would free people from diseases and limited life with the help of evolution. And he was sure in his last moments of life that it was people who prevented the development of society. If they said everything, then Lucas proposed to end this performance. But Mikkel asked to wait and said it wouldn't take long. The leader understood that honor could not change his mind. The apostle felt that Mikkel was expressing feelings of pity for him. Mikkel said that they were all trying for the sake of humanity and asked if he could fight on their side again. He grabbed the professor's hand and replied that he had come too far to back down. Lucas tried to help him, but he didn't have time and Mikkel exploded along with the remains of Honor's body. He took it with him. After the explosion, only a trace remained on the ground. Isabella began to cry. She did not understand why a person who tried to do good for others should die. Lucas said that everything in this world didn't go according to plan. That's why they have to put everything back in its place. Next time, any of them could be in his place, but they still have to stand up in this confrontation. The girl came into Lucas's room to tell him that Camila had gone to visit Hamlet. The boy held in his hands a crystal that appeared from the apostle's body. Depending on how it is used, it can have very great power. Lucas was going to show it to Professor Adelia. Isabella was still thinking about that incident because it was the first time she faced the death of a person who fought alongside her. She had heard that he was a member of Hamlet, but it seems that there are more than just witches. Lucas also thought that they were only witches. Mikkel said that even though it was called a secret society, they lacked members. Any capable fighter could join. But they were really contract troops. Therefore, compared to other communities, they are much smaller. But still, their influence was enormous. Master Alton, who was a master, concluded a contract with Barbados. The boy knew that Barbados was the great prince of the demonic world. The great princes of the demonic world were very high-minded. They treated people like ants. Because of this, the probability of signing a contract with them was almost zero. In fact, no one had seen anyone who was able to do this, except for Iris. Lucas felt that he needed to learn more about the Hamlet community. Professor Adelia also came to the boys' room. He was just about to meet her. The girl said that the owner Julian is looking for him. This is the head of the Tower of Sorcerers whom they have not met yet. When they met, the guy said that he had heard a lot of good things about him. He read the sent report about the incident that happened 4 days ago. Lucas clearly described the apostle's abilities. He was very sorry that this happened to Mikkel. He was a very loyal person. The report did not contain personal information about the apostle, which meant that he was not familiar with him. Julian said that they were in a hurry. They should have waited for the head of the Tower of Honor before sending. The man asked what the last minutes of Michael's life were like. Lucas said that he did not lose his faith and commitment. It was a faith-filled ending that deserves respect. Julian offered Lucas to continue Michael's case and become the new owner of the floor. Michelle and family Blake became the owner of the floor at the age of 26. Therefore, Lucas will most likely be the youngest. Julian believed that there were a lot of geniuses in the Blake family. And his father would be very proud of him. He said that this is not an offer worth thinking about. If he becomes the owner, it will be much more convenient for him to do his favorite things. A personal house, a research laboratory and colossal support. His scientific and technical developments will become more complete. Depending on his success, they will be able to supply hard-to-find materials and magical devices. But he refused the offer to become the owner of the floor. Julian guessed that the reason was that he wanted to join the community. But the reason was not only that. As they left the office, Adelia said he was crazy to turn down such an offer. Although he was going to join the community, he could be a floor master at the same time. She was convinced that he was just very young and didn't know much yet. Lucas turned to Adelia and said he wanted to show her something. They came to her office and he took out the crystal of the apostle. The girl was very surprised, because she did not yet know that they had killed the apostle. When she heard about Michael's death, she was sure they just ran away after that. This crystal contained all the supernatural powers of a demigod. Although in this form it is just a beautiful piece of trash. But if you play a few tricks on it, it will become an unparalleled potion that cannot even be compared to Drake's heart. Adelia was very happy that Lucas entrusted her with such a responsible business. Camila returned with the guests to the magic tower. She asked to pay attention to old Foss and advised to be more careful with him, because his character was unpleasant as well as his face. This man asked to speak normally and not to whisper in his ear like a rat. He knew that Lucas went with Michael to the battle with the apostle, and he demanded that he be told everything in detail. The boy said that everything was as written in the report. Mikel died during the battle with the apostle. He replied that he knew that. He was interested in the details that were omitted from the report. Liamson wanted to reassure the old man, but Lucas told him to calm down and said he would figure it out himself. Lucas said that he is not a member of Amlet and that is why he has no reason to tolerate such horrible behavior. The man started to argue, but was stopped by a man in a black cloak and told that he would rather finish this conversation himself. But he wasn't going to listen to anyone and threw his fists at Lucas. The cloaked guy said he wasn't going to do it twice. He came closer and took off his hood. It was Heinz Blake, Fry Blake's brother. They went to Lucas' room and the brother said that he heard rumors about him. They said that he was close with June. Heinz noticed the changes and assumed that Fry was reborn. But he still had Blake blood. Heinz was the second son of the Blake family, Frey's older brother. He was the guarantor of Lucas for Shepard. He said that earlier the boy was not so serious, and added that soon a person from their clan will come to him in order to take him home. But he has to refuse, because now it was very dangerous there. He recalled the information that Shepard told him about his father. About the fact that Shepard received a report that a month ago at the meeting of the Tower of Sorcerers there was a person who was in contact with a demigod. And this person was Isaac Blake. If Lucas remembered everything correctly, he didn't even think of him as a person. Despite the fact that it was not the kind of despair that Fry felt, his memories still lived in this body. Heinz was one of those who made Fry feel disappointed in himself. Although Heinz was not so devoted to Fry, but he was really upset that the person who calls himself an older brother suddenly changed his attitude after Frey's status changed. Heinz said that he was not going to repent, he sincerely hoped that Fry would not study magic and was speaking honestly. Therefore, he advised him not to trust the various communities. After that, he met with a person who was also closely related to the family. It was the butler of the Blake family. Although the boy made sure of everything thanks to Heinz, he came faster than Lucas expected. Alexander looked at him and saw that, apart from his height, nothing had changed. The fact that the boy was friends with June or communicated with pirates was considered complete nonsense by the butler. He said that he was called by the head of the family and was ready to take him to the house. But Lucas said that he had other things to do now and asked to convey his father's apologies. The boy promised to visit him in the near future. The man said that this was the order of the head of the family. But he still has some things left that he has to solve. This is very important and so difficult to put off for later. Then he thought that maybe this guy had changed a little after all. Alexander turned around and said that he would be waiting for them at Blake's place. Then Lucas stopped pretending to be a loser Fry and he needed to get to Adelia urgently. This crystal contains the energy of lightning, and it is the most difficult to control. The girl spent several hundred gold to choose a tool for this crystal. The guy assured her that he would pay all the expenses and appoint a decent reward. But she replied that she would not be able to take payment from the student. Although if he is really grateful, then she would be happy if he became her assistant. But he replied that he would do it without problems, but in the next life. He asked if this lump of extracted energy could be called. There was no word that could describe it more accurately. In any case, if you open it just like that, there could be big problems, because she had put it there by force. For some reason, she decided that someone like him would need it in the future. Lucas returned to his room and began to meditate. He was not going to follow the rules of consumption of this elixir and simply drank the whole jar completely. The effect was better than he had imagined. The ability had improved so much that he could now use his entire body as a mana store. The guy called Isabella to a meeting in order to talk. She noticed a cat next to the boy and said that it was so cute that it could be bad for her heart. Isabella added that it had only been a short time since he began studying the spirit arts, but he was already able to sign the contract. She could never have thought that a spirit of darkness could possess such a cute appearance. She believed that she also needed to do it as soon as possible. Lucas was able to calm the energy of the ice river and achieve a significant result with the demigod. In addition, he mastered the spirit technique. Now the girl wondered what his next goal was. He replied that they need to gather little by little and leave this place. The girl said that she would start training from this day and asked if he had already chosen which community he wanted to join. Lucas could not answer this question. He was gathering things in his room. Then he heard a knock from the opposite side of the door. He had a strange feeling. He decided to open the door and saw a girl with green hair in front of him. She apologized for visiting him so unexpectedly. Her name was Benya, and she is the head of the Truman community. Isabella prepared tea, and at the table the boy asked why the head of the community had come to them. In short, she would like to invite him to join their community. When she learned that there was a newcomer who had unparalleled abilities, Benya wanted to get close to him before anyone else. She assumed that soon representatives of other communities would come to him. And this applied not only to Lucas, but also to Isabel. After all, recently the news about the battle with the Apostle is the main topic for discussion in all communities. Management is interested in their success and triple power. The girl tried to say that this was not her success and she was simply repeating after her mentor. This cloak, Lucas wore 4,000 years ago. Although he changed with the help of magic, he was absolutely convinced of this. But something interested him more and he suspected that Benya was a dragon. She suddenly stood up and began to tremble. The girl looked very frightened. The guy pointed out that dragons don't have a mana vessel. Because the dragon's heart is a mechanism that by itself overrides mana. It can use it immediately, without the need to accumulate it from the surrounding nature. Although she has such a vessel, but the boy still felt very pure mana. Benya noticed that he knew a lot about dragons. Lukav replied that he had read it in books. Come to think of it, Isabella had already heard that 4,000 years ago Lucas' mentor was a dragon. The girl said that he was right, but she was only half dragon. She was born from the union of a human and a dragon. They finished talking and Lucas said they would come down to her place as soon as they finished cooking. Isabella said that she was struck by how desperate the Truman community was now and how the girl spoke directly about everything. It would be logical if she spoke only about their strengths in order to lure a person to her community. This is proof that she does not know how to lie. Lucas agreed and added that she is ideal for the role of head of the community. But still, something surprised Isabel. That he was the first to ask her permission to explore the Truman community. The guy said that there are things you can learn about only by visiting the place. He said that now the only important thing is how to gather all the forces in one place. The girl understood that he was not looking for a community that would become his strength. He planned to find a place where all communities would be gathered. Lucas Truman was the only point of attraction, a truly great man who would not mince his words. But the girl still believed that they made a decision very quickly and agreed. When they went down to the first floor, they saw someone shouting at Benya. As Benny said, representatives of other communities began to come to Lucas to recruit him to their clan. Foss assumed that Lucas wanted to join the Truman clan. Even if it was true, the boy believed that it was his personal decision. Anicaps' representative came over and handed Lucas a teleportation scroll that marked their clan's secret office. The head of the other organization apologized because they didn't have time to prepare the scroll, and invited the boy to visit them when he was in Ruinoble Kingdom. Foss called Lucas with him because there were too many extra eyes watching them in this room. and he asked Benny to stay in place. The girl only had time to wish good luck. Lucas asked Isabel to stay here as well, he wanted to go alone. They came to a forest not far from the tower. The boy said it was a creepy enough place to invite someone into his clan. But Foss replied that no normal person would lure someone like him into their community. Then Lucas tried to find out what this man was going to do. Foss did not believe that such a young boy could defeat the apostle. Therefore, he decided to personally conduct an examination on him. Lucas wondered what he would do if he really killed the apostle with his own hands. He didn't care about it. If that was the case, Foss was sure that Lucas wouldn't be able to handle him. Moreover, all 7-star wizards are different. The boy agreed that they were indeed different and without much effort broke his grass shackles. Foss was shocked that he had added his mana to the ability. Lucas said that Foss had no right to be called a 7-star wizard. He was simply able to acquire the unsurpassably powerful mana through dishonest means, but everything else was simply beyond his reach. Lucas did not even move a finger and was already able to repel Foss's attack and attack him in return. The man then tried to use a flame wave ability, but Lucas simply took it and cancelled it. This meant that he could foresee his next attack. Although before that Foss thought it was impossible. It was more difficult than perfectly predicting the direction of the flying blades and making them fall. Foss admitted that he lost this confrontation frankly. He wondered what Lucas would do with him now. The boy himself thought that murder was a good option, but he had a better idea. He decided to test it. With the coming of the next day, the ice that covered his body will lead him straight into the hands of death. And if his soul and body can be reborn, then he will be able to melt him. But if he cannot be born again, he will die. Foss did not understand how he dared to check him. He believed that Lucas had no right to do so. This kid was so young, but in Foss's eyes, he seemed unreal powerful. Lucas said that the man would have to kill himself and bury the former Foss in his heart. It was advice from Lucas because he truly believed he could handle it. The boy returned to the girls and apologized for the delay. Now they can go on their way. Isabella wanted to make sure that nothing terrible had happened. Lucas replied that she knew him well, so there was no point in him lying. But she was not worried about him, but about Foss. But the boy convinced her that he would not die. Even if he does not overcome it, by the next day the ice will already melt and disappear. But then he will be tormented by a sense of shame. It is more terrible than death itself. They arranged a pass and Benny decided to prepare food. Lucas, as always, was the first to start tasting the dish. Isabella assumed that it was common for Benny to spend the night under the open sky. She answered what her life was like. While Lucas was eating, he asked if the community master of the Great Descendants was her father. She replied that it was true and he immediately asked which demigod killed him. Isabella asked Lucas not to ask such questions so suddenly. But Benny said that everything was fine. The girl said that the gods also have a hierarchy of statuses. And the one who stands at the very top is called a lord. The boy immediately remembered how he had lost his freedom precisely because of him. She added that even among the demigods who are below him, there are quite powerful ones. For convenience, they call them apocalypse. They learned the powers of 3 of them: sword, poison, and death. About 2 years ago, her father died at the hands of a demigod who controls death. Lucas knew the person who controlled the poison and was sure that the old man was very strong. The next day, they reached the forest where their members live. Lucas assessed their protective barrier and asked if they had installed it themselves. Benny replied that her father installed it and she could only fix it if necessary. Lucas was sure that her father had at least 8 stars. Benny should be about 6 stars in that case. This is because despite having dragon powers, she was trained in human ways. It would have been much better if she had been born an ordinary person. But in any case, it was impolite to sympathize with her level of strength. And finally they reached the settlement where the members of the Troman clan lived. Everyone was busy with his own affairs. Most were ordinary people. Benny guessed that the place didn't look very safe considering it was the main place of the community. Jeezy ran up to Benny and said that they were attacked while she was away. And they couldn't get in touch with her. And they took away their relic. Basilisk's hyena-like tails came here again. Benny didn't know what to do next. After all, she brought Lucas to this place, but it doesn't seem very safe here. Jeezy apologized to Lucas that they didn't have time to prepare a greeting for him. Benny asked what relic they stole this time. Jeezy replied that they took a red ring. This guy was talking about one of the 7 rings that Lucas made himself. He didn't even remember where he left them last. While they were discussing the situation that happened, robbers came to meet them. And they said that when they entered, Benny was not there. Benny said that she and Antoine have been seeing each other a lot lately. He replied that these words upset him. It just seemed to them that they had a lot of baggage and they wanted to make their lives easier. He wanted to have tea with them for the first time in a long time, but unfortunately they had a lot of work to do. It turned out that they showed Lucas the side of which they are ashamed. They invited him to join the organization, but their authority was undermined. The boy asked what the expression "fight for the relic" meant. Jeezy answered that, as the name says, it is a competition with a heroic relic at stake, which the winner receives. Lucas suggested they were playing a relic. Jeezy said it was a custom that came about after it became difficult to hold each other down. The guy asked if it was possible to simply refuse to participate. From the outside, it looked like a way to make friends, so it's easier said than done. And if their reputations are tarnished, managing the community will be even more difficult. Lucas roughly understood what the situation was. The basilisk tails are a group of people who look like hyenas. They are stealing relics from the weak Troman community. And not only them. All medium and small communities around them have already united. They take advantage of the moment when Master Benny or other members of the leadership are not there and appear about once a month. Jeezy understood that Lucas already knew that things were not going very well for Troman. But in reality, everything was much worse. The current scale is not even 1/10th of what it was in the heyday of their community. Such small organizations go on long-term tasks to at least raise the level a little. If they do not do at least this, then they will either disappear or be absorbed other communities. They invited them, and now they only do what they regret. But Benny asked to tell them the whole truth, which it is. Isabella noticed a sculpture nearby that was meant for Lucas and they walked over to get a closer look. While they were doing this, a young guy came up to them. He introduced himself and said his name was Finn. Lucas wanted to ask Finn about things that aren't very polite to ask when dating. He was interested in why he remained until now in an almost collapsed community. Especially with such abilities as they have, any community would be happy to accept them. He wanted to know why they stayed on the sinking ship. Isabella felt ashamed because she had tried so many times to teach him manners. Finn understood what he was talking about and they were well aware of this situation. Perhaps the best option would really be to go their separate ways. But they cannot do so, because then the Troman community will be wiped off the face of the earth. The foundation of every community is respect for its founder. And none of them wants to lose their roots. For 1,000 years ago, sorcerers and sorcerer warriors hated each other. And over time, hatred rose to such a level that they even began to lose their lives. There is no need to talk about witches, they were called sectarians. No one considered them comrades. But Troman was different from all the others. He said that all people who follow the path of magic are for each other comrades who set the goal of developing magic. Everyone considered him their enemy, but he did not stop showing resilience. He endured all difficulties until the very end and as a result created a world in which everyone was kind to each other. They believed that this was their main calling in this community. Even in spite of their current weakness, they were not going to give up. Until the scattered forces were united. Because they believed that if he were alive, he would have done exactly that. Finn apologized. It seemed to him that he was talking about something absolutely ridiculous. The boy replied that Lucas would be very glad that he had such good followers. Lucas and Isabella went further on their way. No one knew where they were going now. But he asked Benny about the location of the basilisk's tails and about some of the rules that are established between the communities. Jeezy thought that he was more interested in their group than the weak Troman community. But he also believed that something positive was waiting for them. But that was not the question. She was worried about the question he asked her last. He asked if a foreigner could apply to fight for the relic. Antoine, meanwhile, said that the best words for Truman's community are that they have fallen and cannot rise again. He was going to take the chance and take everything from them. If they didn't have Benny and Jeezy, then Truman's ring would be theirs. One of the assistants said that some vagabonds had come to Antoine. They said that they wanted to fight with them for the relic. Antoine laughed and asked that the assistants hit them on the head for such wishes. But Lucas said the rules prohibit giving up a fight. Everyone grabbed their weapons and couldn't understand how this guy was able to get through the protective barrier. Lucas said it was so weak that he thought it was an ordinary insect net. This guy looked young, but he wasn't that simple. Antoine guessed that he was about 6 stars. Vozhak wondered what Lucas could put at stake. He threw a dagger at Antoine and said that if he had eyes, he would know how much it was worth. It was a relic of the Age of Light. There was an engraving on it that could reveal a secret technique. Antoine came closer and said that a strange guy had come to them. He liked him and told him to follow him. They came to the arena where the fights are held and Antoine asked Lucas if he knew the rules of the confrontation for the relic. It cannot be refused. There is a limit of up to 3 times a day. Also, with the agreement of both parties, the number of delivered items can be increased. Lucas added that there is no need to bear responsibility for killing the enemy. Antoine became interested in what else was hidden in his secret space. He wanted to take everything from him after they killed him. The leader sent one of his soldiers to confront him. His dispatch was a sorcerer warrior. He thought that a sorcerer who only studied spells could not match him. Therefore, the boy decided to kill him with one blow. But as soon as the fight began, this boy fell to the ground and could not move. It was a secret technique. Antoine thought, if this is really so, then the need to learn spells immediately disappears and it becomes clear where such power came from. But the fact is that the mana costs for secret techniques are very high. Meanwhile, Lucas said he had a good time and they needed to move on. Antoine thought, even though he pretended to be calm, he actually used a lot of mana and that's why he wants to leave quickly. The leader said that he couldn't let him go so quickly now. He said that they would supply Calvin's stone and the winged boots. In that case, Lucas said he would bet again the dagger and the winning red ring. Antoine believed that he just wanted to start the battle faster because he had used a lot of mana for the secret technique. This means that they have a much better chance of winning than the first time, provided that they stretch the battle a little. Once things started, Antoine asked the fighter to concentrate on creating a protective barrier. The task was to force him to use all his mana. The fighter asked not to worry. No matter how strong he is very young, so he will not be able to overcome the difference between their experience levels. Lucas asked when they would finish their strategy meeting. The next battle began and the sorcerer managed to block Lucas's first attack. He was very happy and said that now they will definitely win, because he has equal strength with the enemy. After these words, his barrier was broken and the blow still reached its target. Antoine did not know what his secret was, but he was sure that he would be able to stop this impudent boy. He would be his last opponent. As soon as the final battle began, Antoine immediately activated the protective barrier. Lucas used the secret technique for the 3rd time, and now Antoine was convinced that his mana had run out. He wanted to use the moment when the boy weakened to kill him with one blow. But as soon as he started to approach Lucas, the boy counterattacked him with ice arrows. As it turned out, all this time he was not using a secret technique, but an ordinary ice arrow. But the leader was convinced that such a low-level magic as an ice arrow could not be so strong. Lucas said that there are only 2 options. Either he is so weak or the boy is very strong. Antoine ordered them to capture the girl, since they did not succeed in defeating Lucas. But most felt they just needed to destroy them both and take all the items for themselves. But after the fiery attack, Lucas came out unscathed, and decided to ask Isabella, if he killed all these robbers, what would it be called? The girl replied that it would be called self-defense. But Antoine believed that they would still not be able to defeat them all together. Lucas said that he, as an idiot, can only hide behind his weaklings in dangerous situations. The boy did not understand how such a loser could become a leader. Lucas used a wind cutter and cut Antoine's neck without even using a spell. Then a woman came out to them. It was Master Felix. As soon as she began to approach the boy, her heart felt as if someone was squeezing it under pressure. She immediately changed her demeanor and asked for what purpose they had come here. Lucas wanted to ask the identical question, what is the purpose of this society of robbers? She knelt down and answered that they should release people, he was demigods. Her subordinates did not understand how she could kneel before this idiot. The boy asked who the demigods were. Felix answered that these are those who can destroy the whole city with one movement of the hand. The strongest creatures, whose power goes beyond human imagination. It turned out that she knew everything well, but still continued to build up only her personal power. Lucas got angry and turned all the land around into ice. If someone starts to move, his body will turn into a piece of meat in a second. She fell to her knees and said that she would do whatever he ordered her to do, as long as he left at least the community itself. The boy said he would fulfill her request in exchange for her life. She agreed if he would allow her community to continue to exist. Lucas then stopped his attack and returned the ground to normal. It was a master's check and it didn't seem that bad to him. All the ice melted. Lucas ordered Master Felix to bring all the items they had stolen from the Troman community. And he also asked to tell about the location of medium and small communities nearby. About all their exclusions. Benny was standing on the street in the middle of the night. Jeezy approached her and said that she might get sick. She was worried if Lucas was able to get to the basilisk's tails without any problems. Jeezy laughed and said that she would find a much better fate for herself and asked her not to worry about it. At that moment, Lucas approached them from behind and heard that they were talking about love affairs. Jeezy couldn't believe his eyes. After all, he thought the boy had left them. Lucas said he couldn't do that and leave them silently. He said that he went for a short walk around the territory. For general understanding. They gathered around the table to discuss the situation. Benny asked Lucas what important business he had. He said slowly and clearly that he was going to wipe out the demigods from the earth. And so he needed their support. However, it seemed that he would not be able to rely on the communities in the form in which they are now. After all, each of them is thinking about how to absorb the other. Although they should think about how to destroy the demigods. He said that he wants the Troman community to become a center of attraction for others. And for him to play the role of leader not only of small and medium-sized communities, but also of the 3 strongest communities. He was only interested in whether they were willing to do it for him. If they agree, they will have to face a pain that is comparable to cutting the skin. It will be a real hell. It will be difficult to the point that they will miss the present terrible time. But if they say they are ready to handle it, then he will make sure that they end up at the very top of the mountain. They saw that the boy had brought the relics that had been taken from them. Isabella said that Lucas had already conquered 6 nearby small and medium-sized communities. They promised to unite with the Troman community and obey him. Finn couldn't believe he had managed to do it in just one day. Benny thought that he had returned the relics to them to get them to agree. But in reality, he believed that they belonged to them from the beginning. And that was just a small reward for being nice to them. Lucas understood that they needed time to make a decision and he was ready to wait a day. But Benny said that they did not need time. She asked simply to answer one of her questions. Is it really possible for the Trollman community to become a center of attraction for other communities? Lucas vowed that he would give his all and make it happen. The next day, Benny gathered all the members of the Trollman clan to announce an important message. They hoped that this was not an announcement about the dissolution of the community. Although the meeting was urgent, Benny presented them with the new deputy master of their community. The boy introduced himself and said that from this day on he would be the deputy master. He understood that there would be many who would not like the fact that some kid accepted this position. Finn agreed that if everyone was told that such a young guy was being appointed as a replacement, there would be a lot of resentment among the community members. Lucas said only one thing, that they have no right to it. The clan was so lacking in strong members that the place of substitute was given to a newcomer who joined the community only yesterday. They should really think about it. Lucas decided to go straight to the participants. And he said that he will be happy for all those who are dissatisfied, but they will not solve all disagreements with words at all. The boy said that if there was even someone who could tear his clothes a little, then he would immediately vacate the place, and give him the relic type 1 earrings, which were created by Lucas himself. Jizzy believed that he had only two intentions. The first was to personally test the abilities of all the participants. But it was not clear why he had to provoke them like that. And the second is that he is going to take on himself all the discontents of the clan that exist. The first opponent was Guntar the sorcerer. He asked if Lucas was absolutely sure of his position. Lucas asked him not to worry, and if he turned out to be stronger than he expected, he would definitely take his hands out of his pockets. Guntar thought he was too cocky and decided to attack with a fireball. Lucas put up a barrier without even saying a spell. This meant that he was at least a 6-star wizard. Guntar did not understand how it was possible that he had a level of 6 stars. If he was about the same age. Lucas assumed that Guntar specialized in fire magic. Then he asked what her advantage was. Guntar answered that it was the driving force. Lucas said that was the correct answer. Compared to other types of magic at the same level, fire magic would have a much clearer driving force. Due to the level of completion of the layer of fire, it was clear that Guntar had indeed continued his training day and night. However, the guy noted that he spends a lot of energy to maintain his form. The driving force will not become stronger if you achieve a perfect round shape. He advised that it is better to concentrate on increasing its power. But Guntar did not know how he could raise her. Lucas said that he needed to learn fear. A long time ago, there was a wizard among his acquaintances who received a very severe burn all over his body. Everyone thought that he would not be able to recover as a wizard, but in the end he was able to overcome it and become a very reputable fire wizard. This means that the bad sides are hidden behind the positive ones. This was the result of him being able to personally experience the effects of fire. The most important thing is imagination. He will be able to see the way when he clearly draws the essence of the flame in his head. Guntar bowed to Lucas and thanked him for such guidance and help. His comrades did not understand how a loser could come back with such a bright face. Guntar suggested that he try because this boy was not only very strong, but also very intelligent. Thanks to one stroke, he was able to determine very precisely what Guntar needed and give practical advice. He believed that Lucas definitely knew the right way. But his friend did not understand how he could flaunt the fact that he had learned about his weakness. Therefore, he decided to show him a good example. As soon as the boy approached Lucas, he was stopped by a stone wall. After some guidance, he returned to Guntar and said that Lucas did know the right way. In just one day, he was able to completely win the hearts of community members. In 3 months, he promised to raise the abilities of the members of the community to a new level. He included Master Benny and Jizzy and Finn in this list. Within 3 months, they will hold a confrontation in honor of the beginning of their friendly relations with the nearest small and medium-sized communities. It will not be a fight for a relic, but a confrontation whose purpose is the opportunity to become friends. After all, they have already come under their leadership. However, the Trollman clan will need to show a strength far beyond theirs. After the victory, none of the clans would even dare to be dissatisfied with their position under the Troman community. Finn said that seemed completely impossible. But Lucas warned them that it would be real hell. They started training and Benny was first in line. Lucas asked her to activate her magic. Everything was as Lucas thought, that Benny specially created a room of mana inside her. This was because she had been told that she would not be able to use magic without it. Dragons do not need to create such rooms and accumulate mana in themselves. After all, they can directly use the mana received from nature. To begin, Benny will need to destroy it. First, you need to get rid of all the mana that is in it. Although Benny wasn't ready for this, Lucas began this cleansing process anyway. He said that she might feel some kind of heaviness. But that was a side effect that appeared because they created an unnecessary mana room. Lucas said he would destroy it, and Ben needed to focus on keeping the mana that remained inside from interfering with him. She turned out to be stronger than he thought, so it might hurt a little. It would take a long time and he didn't know if Benny could handle such a load. But maybe he was worried for nothing, because Benny was the master of the Troman clan. The girl fell to the ground and asked if this was the end. But the boy said that he had finished only today's part. And for this they will need to spend at least a month. But Benny said that she would rather die. But Lucas once again warned that real hell would await them. Lucas then trained Finn. He was annoyed that he couldn't compete with him. He felt as if he was attacking a stone rock. When Finn's powers ran out, Lucas said his skills were worse than a second-rate warrior. He managed to hurt his pride. Therefore, Lucas was calm because it means that he has a chance to become stronger. He remembered Finn talking about his technique called 100 Royal Kicks. It was a normal basic combat ability and there is no special technique in it. He was right. Therefore, if you use it for a long time, the enemy quickly understands the pattern of attacks, and it becomes much more difficult to fight. Lucas said that his technique is great because it is basic. He has to follow the enemy and identify his weak points. Only then can he destroy him with one blow. But Finn did not understand how to become stronger. There are no easy paths for sorcerer warriors. One step at a time. He will have no choice but to gradually climb them. But then Lucas said that he could make him climb those stairs very quickly. At first, Finn was happy and agreed, but later regretted it. Lucas ordered him to get up because they needed to finish the second part of the training. Next in line was the warrior Jizzy. They were training in the forest. Lucas handed him his dagger and told him that from now on he must use it. It is an artifact of the Age of Light. It has several techniques hidden in it, and it is made of mithril, so it cannot be attached to a dagger. Jeezy said he's just a regular wizard now. But Lucas noted that he had used the sword long enough. And he was sure that Jeezy had not forgotten all the techniques he possessed. If you pay attention to his hands and the calluses on them, you can immediately tell how experienced a swordsman he is. Lucas was going to help him develop as a sorcerer swordsman. Although he only reaches 5 stars in terms of his magical skills. But if he can use this dagger properly, we can hope for his rapid development. Jeezy promised to concentrate on this. But he was not sure of himself. Lucas replied that he could not worry about that because he would personally deal with the matter. When Jeezy returned from practice, Finn apologized to him because he couldn't even turn his head in his direction. Jeezy also fell to the floor and said that his limbs would not rise. Even in the toilet, he could not lower his pants. Benny came back after them. She said that Lucas had been crawling in her stomach all day. Jeezy said he didn't have the strength to go to the bathroom. But Benny said she wouldn't forgive him if he did it in the room. Lucas ran into their house and said that they have 5 minutes to eat and have to go to the evening training. It seemed to him that they were not feeling well. A guy entered the room and told Ben that he had completed the task. But then he saw what was happening there. Isaac thought that Lucas was a hired killer and immediately began to draw his sword. Benny wanted to explain everything, but she did not have the strength for it. Isaac did not understand how he managed to deal with the entire leadership of the clan while he was gone. Lucas used the barrier to defend himself and asked who this guy was. Then Professor Adelia came closer and recognized Lucas. Benny regained her strength and said that this was a person they were sending to another place for one task. She asked Isaac to lower his sword to present it officially. This is the new deputy president of the community, Truman Lucas, and his assistant Isabella. Isaac was very surprised that they were so young. Adelia got angry because she wanted him to be her assistant. Isaac apologized to the boy and said that he did not know all the news. Lucas asked him not to worry because he would have done exactly the same in a similar situation. Adelia decided to find out what made him become the deputy leader in the Truman community. He replied that it just happened that way. He added that now he is higher in rank and asked to communicate with him respectfully. But then he said that he was joking. While searching for traces left by the Sorcerer Warrior King's followers in the lands of the elves, they found a clue to his whereabouts. Therefore, they followed him and caught up. Everyone was interested in what happened next. He was not at all inclined to join the community. He said that he was not going to talk to dogs from a rotten clan. Also, he already knew about the demigods. However, it seemed that he was not interested in either communities or battles. He said that the most important thing for him is to check the magical artifact. Lucas asked Isabel how long it would take to get to Reynolds from here. She answered that first you need to take the eastern road, and then move to Filet with the help of a teleportation stone. In other words, this is the place where his family is. Lucas said that he would go and meet the follower of the Sorcerer Warrior King himself. Isaac was shocked by such a thoughtless act. It was very dangerous and his abilities were universal. They pretended not to hear Isaac's words and Lucas said they would leave right now. He noticed that Benny trusted him very much, and the boy began to wonder who this stranger really was. Isabella guessed that Lucas wanted to go on this trip alone, without her help. Now they were at the stage when the foundation of the community was laid with great difficulty. And they cannot be sure that until it is not there, chaos will not start here. Isabella said that she would temporarily take his place so that he could concentrate on a more important task. But in return, she asked only one person, that he send reminders about himself more often. And if something happens, she will immediately run to him. Lucas noted that during this time she had grown up a lot and thanked her for her care. Before leaving, he asked everyone to be more careful until he returned. When the boy went out into the yard, he saw that all members of the community had come to see him off. They spoke his name and did not know what to do in his absence. Lucas asked not to pretend, because soon such hell would break out that they would forget even him. Although Isabella looks simple, but if she gets angry, she will show her character. In a month friendly battles with the neighboring communities should take place. And they all knew what would happen if they lost. But the participants were determined to destroy everyone in their path. Lucas said that he would wait for their next meeting. The phoenix that Lucas revived finally woke up in a human body. The boy asked that 2 and 3 Torcudas not break into his friend's dungeon. Therefore, he asked the phoenix to become the ruler of the mountain range. Lucas arrived in the city of Grodd in order to implement his plan. With the help of Mana, he changed his appearance so that he would not be suspected. Now his name was Kayan and he was a C-rank mercenary. He is 26 years old, lives in the eastern city of Temago. He is known in the mercenary guild as a 3-star sorcerer. Before his departure, Isaac asked why he necessarily wanted to take fake documents. The boy explained that these territories belonged to his family. Moreover, everyone knew about the rumors that were being spread. That Isaac Blake could very likely be related to a demigod. Therefore, it was important for him to avoid conflicts. The boy came to the Hunters Guild to register. This was Frey's native place. And inside Lucas there was some kind of familiar feeling, maybe it was Frey's consciousness reacting. Lucas came to the nearest bar to eat. And already there, the locals started looking at him strangely. He approached the counter and the girl asked what he wanted to order. The mountain road to this city was very dangerous, so Isaac recommended Lucas to go by wagon to save energy and time. But the boy was not sure that the wagon would be able to reach the very heart of the mountains. Isaac said that there is one group of traders who make deals with the elves every month. That's why they hire high-class mercenaries. Isaac offered to become their guard as a mercenary. Lucas told the girl that he wanted to get a job. Become a guard for traders who will go to Reynolds. She said that only C rank and above are accepted for that task. The guy said that in that case, he wants to take the exam to increase his rank. Lucas added that he would like to pass this exam right now. The girl told him to follow the sky and warned that the registration fee is 10 silver coins. They began to descend the stairs in an unknown direction. And so they came to a certain man. The girl said that this guy hopes to raise his level. He replied that Irene could deal with such a freak herself, because he has a headache due to a hangover. Irene said that there are 2 types of exams to increase the level: assignment and confirmation. The assignment will mean that he will receive a task from the one who checks it, and if he completes it, he will confirm his abilities. And if he chooses confirmation, then he will have to show his abilities, standing right in front of them. But in the last 10 years, no one has coped with this method. And it was all due to the fact that they are very picky in choosing people. Lucas did not listen to the girl any further and said that he was choosing confirmation. He didn't have much time, so he suggested starting right now. The man said that such an interesting specimen had not come to them for a long time. They went into a separate room and Lucas asked what he had to do. He thought he would have to fight them. But they didn't want to waste their powers, so Irene asked to use her powers on one of the walls. She convinced Lucas that it was impossible to break her. Their only 5-star wizard in the entire guild put several layers of protective magic on her. Irene said that even if this alcoholic hits her, it is not a fact that she will break. The boss was an A rank. Lucas asked if he could destroy this wall, would he actually be able to become an A rank? They started laughing really hard. Irene said he was very cute. Lucas asked her to leave when she finished taunting him. The guy decided to use a fireball that can only be activated by a 5-star sorcerer. The boss ordered Irene to quickly lie down on the ground. At that moment, Lucas hit the wall. As a result, he managed to make a huge hole and Irene and the boss admitted that they were wrong in relation to him. After that, they started congratulating him on his A rank. The boss was delighted that he was so powerful at such a young age. The man introduced himself and said that his name was Donkey. He was interested in whether the boy had already joined a group of mercenaries. But Lucas replied that he was not going to join anywhere. He was in a great hurry to raise his level, but the reason was unknown to them. Irene said that Lucas wanted to protect the people heading to Reynolds. Donkey said that his abilities can be fully trusted. Therefore, he promised to pass on the information to people connected with the campaign. The mercenaries were drinking in the bar and discussing the news that Isaac is likely to leave the post of head of the 5th tower. He has really been in his position for a long time. The place of the head of the tower cannot be empty for so long, and it was logical to guess that he was released. Then Lucas approached them and greeted his colleagues. He said that he was in this place not so long ago, and the state of affairs was quite dark. Therefore, he asked for some advice or information. Lucas said he was having a treat today and asked the waiter to bring them beer and snacks. They saw that this kid knew the basics of their company. He said that he really just wanted to be in the Blake family's security. The men supported him and said that the salary was good there. Also, there were many beauties there. And in general, they believed that such a work was sent only by God himself. The boy blushed and asked if they had any information about the Blake family. He wanted to know something even trivial. One of the men said that his friend Hans said that he saw several wagons approaching the estate. But for such a house, even a regular delivery would require several carriages. But it was still strange, because there were a lot of them even for delivery. And inside, human voices could be heard, as if someone was sobbing very loudly. Lucas was approached by Alcon. He was the leader of the guard that was going to Raynell's. He had heard from Domke that he was a very talented sorcerer. Domke is very picky about people, so Alcon was waiting for the moment to see him in action. Although this is a common defense task, you should always be ready. Alcon pointed out that all the people heading to Raynell's had died last month. Immortals have been appearing on the mainland lately, although they have almost never teamed up with anyone. If you think about it, their appearance is not so good news. Immortals are those who are driven only by hatred for all the living around them. But it was absolutely pointless to think about it now. One should concentrate only on what is right in front of him now. When they were already on their way to the city of Raynell's, the boy saw a suspicious grandfather in the wagon. Alcon approached Lucas and asked how he was feeling. The boy replied that everything was fine. He asked him to rest well, because when they entered the forest, everything would begin in earnest. Lucas asked who the old man was who was riding with them. Alcon replied that it was another 5-star sorcerer. His name was Shik. A rank mercenary. He was well known in their circles. He was called Green Wind. At a stop, while Lucas was eating, a man approached him and asked to sit next to him. It was the same Green Wind. And Lucas let him sit next to him. He introduced himself and said that while he was concerned that an old man was interrupting such a young fellow's meal, it might seem a little annoying. The man noted that he felt the energy of a very rare spirit from him. Lucas realized that he was interested in him because of Darkman's energy. So he did not guess about his illusory magic. The boy said that although he had signed a contract with a spirit, he was not a conscript. Lucas became curious as to how he managed to feel his energy. After all, an ordinary person will not be able to guess about anything. But if he can't tell, then Lucas asked him to just keep quiet. But in return, he wanted to know something. He wondered why he joined this task. He replied that it was because he was worried about immortals. It was said that they almost never appear near Raynell's. At least they haven't been there for the last few millennia. He spoke as if he had already lived several thousand years. The use of illusory magic suggests that a person is hiding something. In Lucas's case, it is a person. And he was very interested in what he wanted to hide the Green Wind. One of Alcona's assistants ran up to him and said they were in big trouble. A group of immortals appeared in one direction. This was the direction they were heading. It was not difficult to understand that they would not be able to prevent a collision with them. Alcon said they needed to go scouting and asked the Green Wind to enchant the weapons of the scout squad members. Lucas felt a not very strong holy power. But for a demigod, his power was very superficial. At some point, the fighters began to smell an unpleasant smell of rotting. They realized that there were immortals not far from them and went to meet them to strike first. The group ran into the clearing and saw that all the immortals were dead. No one could understand what had happened there. Lucas was visible next to the corpses, examining them. He said that it was definitely done by a person. In addition, he spent no more than 10 minutes to kill all these monsters. While they couldn't figure out who did it, Lucas was sure it was a follower of the Sorcerer Warrior King. They were about to leave, but they sensed that there was some kind of energy build up behind them and saw the immortals flying in different directions from the attack. They stopped and tried to find out what kind of guy was standing in front of them. But he decided not to answer their questions and simply went forward. But Alcona did not give up hope and he wondered for what purpose he was killing the immortals. He came back and asked not to touch him until he killed them all. Lucas noticed that he had the physique of a sorcerer warrior follower. And he believed that it would be dangerous to leave him just like that. After all, this is a road that is constantly used by a trading organization. Circumstances do not allow them to leave such a monster here. But Alcon said that he was not someone they could fight. Then Lucas said that he would follow him alone. He will follow and return when he finds out if he is dangerous. Alcon could not allow the sorcerer to leave on his own. But he was completely confident in his secret skills, which he hid from everyone. The guy said that he would give them a report. and asked everyone to finish for now and move on. This guy kept going. Destroy without mortals. It annoyed him that they appeared without stopping. One of the monsters attacked him from behind and was able to bite him. But it turned out to be a bad idea and his teeth just fell like a broken fence. Lucas was watching him and the boy noticed it. But he decided to ask who he was. A guy walked past him and asked how long he had been studying the art of a warrior sorcerer. As it turned out, this guy hates communities. But it so happened that Lucas told about his clan Troman. And said that he came from it. He did not listen to him further and simply decided to attack. But Lucas used a protective barrier. This guy said that he gave a good warning to the guy from their community. He definitely said that he would kill anyone who came to him again. He grabbed Lucas and told him to snap out of it if he didn't want to die. Because he wasn't going to associate with the idiots in the community. It was strange to him that a person who took over the powers of a sorcerer warrior did not want to associate with demigods. It sounded like nonsense to him. He didn't believe that communities were trying to get rid of demigods. Because he believed that clans were places where stupid pigs strained only to fill their bellies, so no demigods could be talked about. That's why he didn't want to join such a pigsty. Lucas said that he was right as never before. And he completely agreed with these words. Now all the communities were busy only restraining each other. What they were doing was in no way connected with the destruction of the demigods. Lucas asked not to insult the pigs and not to call the members of the clans by such names. He was the one who was going to change that. Although the existence of corruption is true, but in order to create competition for demigods, the real strength of the community is needed. To concentrate diverse forces in one place, renewal is inevitable. This guy assumed that Lucas wanted to unite all the clans in the county. This time, a very interesting guy came to him and he decided to check if he has the abilities that give him the right to say such things. He gave a long enough introduction and Lucas asked him to attack him quickly or his fists would grow mold. The boy charged at Lucas, but he managed to dodge it just in time thanks to his dexterity. As he tried to catch up with the boy, Lucas continued to taunt him and call him names. At one point, he got tired of running away and decided to use his ice arrows. But they were not as effective as with other opponents. Lucas noted that in his stubbornness he was a copy of Kazajan in his youth. Then the boy decided to use frost breath. His limbs were immobilized and an ice blade was ready to attack from above. But he was not going to give up and put up his stone shield. Then Lucas came closer to him and said that it was time for them to have a quiet talk. But he broke the block of ice in which his boyfriend had placed him and pounced on Lucas again. He hoped he had finally caught him, but Lucas was dodging to the right and the warrior was just falling in front of him. Now the warrior really lost hope of catching him, he lacked the speed of movement. Lucas offered him a hand and suggested that the conversation continue calmly. But he suddenly got up and started running away in an unknown direction. Lucas did not like his behavior. When he caught up with him, he realized that he was not running away, but was taking him somewhere. Lucas didn't like that he couldn't say it normally in words, like all adequate people. The warrior noticed that this unusual way of moving was one of the sorcerer warrior's powers. But all these techniques can be transferred to only one person. He wondered where he learned them. Lucas decided to leave those thoughts to his imagination. He tried to ask Aegon where they were going, but he said it didn't matter. Aegon promised that he would know when they reached their destination. If he could run after him. They ran to some abandoned house. Lucas could guess that Aegon was taking him to his home. He suddenly shouted and asked Ricky to come outside to him. Lucas did not expect this and said that it would be possible to at least warn. But Aegon said that if this is not done, then he will not wake up. It was difficult for him to guess who he was talking about, but it was also impossible to find out. But then Aegon said that Ricky is a demigod who lives in this house. He left the house and asked what had happened. He noticed that Aegon had brought a companion with him. There could be no mistake, he had enormous power. He really was a demigod. And he was similar in level to the old one who uses poison. Ricky was exactly the level of Apocalypse. Aegon pointed his finger at Lucas and said he came from the community. He asked if Aegon had done everything he asked. The boy replied that he had done everything. He asked him to come in and said that it was time to move on to the next stage. And he also allowed his friend to come in. Lucas grabbed Aegon and asked why he was a follower of the sorcerer-warrior technique, joining hands with a demigod. He asked to let him go for a start, but Lucas said it depended on his answer. Aegon believed that the reason why he cooperated with Ricky was obvious. He was a traitor and his goal was to destroy the demigods. Lucas said he wasn't going to believe it. But Aegon replied that it was his choice to believe it or not. He has time before he can decide after listening to him. When they entered the house, Lucas noticed a distortion of the space inside. Aegon asked what this meant. Lucas answered that it was an expansion of a limited area several dozen times due to the distortion of time and space. It was a wonderful ability. A person who did not get the pass would not even be able to identify the place. Ricky asked them to sit more comfortably, he was already expecting them in one of his rooms. He surprised Aegon because he let the boy in here so easily. Ricky asked to look at him. Such a look does not happen to people who have lived only 100 years. This time Aegon brought a really interesting person. Lucas asked if he had really betrayed the demigods. Ricky replied that he seemed to. He wanted to know why it happened. But Ricky replied that he didn't need to know all the details, just the fact itself. Ricky invited him not to win his trust, but to help him in his plans. If you kill the apostle, then the demigod will fall into hibernation. Then during this time you can very easily kill him, even just cut his throat. The reason why the number of immortals is increasing recently is that the apostle who creates them is roaming around. He asked Aegon to destroy all the monsters to annoy him. He is somewhere in Rainals. His name is Odin, he is the apostle of the demigod who controls death. And his request was that the two of them kill this apostle Odin. And Ricky, in turn, will deal with the demigod who falls asleep. Lucas asked why he didn't go it alone. He shouldn't have a problem taking down the apostle. He replied that if he starts doing something on his own, it will be very noticeable and he will be suspected. The consciousness of the apostle is connected with the demigod. Directly he can only engage in the killing of the demigod. Because if his betrayal is revealed, then the whole plan will burst like a balloon. Ricky said that if you kill the apostle, you can easily deal with the demigod, who has the power to single-handedly destroy an entire city. It was very surprising to Lucas that there was such an easy way. Aegon said they were very difficult to talk about. After all, they just need to deal with the apostle. But Lucas said that it won't be that easy. He once killed an apostle who controlled lightning, although he was not an apostle of the apocalypse, but he was very difficult to fight. Ricky suspected that he was talking about the apostle of the demigod Indra, because only she can control lightning. He asked for proof of this. Although he had already lost all the physical remains, but then he remembered that there was only one option. He revealed a clot that was infused with the lightning energy he got from the crystal. Ricky began examining it and said he was sure it was Indra's lightning bolt. This is the energy that can be obtained only by getting rid of the apostle. Ricky began to trust him much faster than he expected. He took his weapon and said he would be back soon. With the help of the sword, he opened a portal for himself and entered there. Lucas tried to find out from Aegon where he went. But the boy replied that he would be back soon. After some time he returned through the same portal. But in his hands was the head of the demigod Indra. In this way Ricky proved that he was telling the truth. They have the same goal and they understand each other very well. Therefore, he believed that they no longer had any reason not to unite. The power that controls the apostles cannot be compared to the power of demigods. It was very dangerous to create assistants capable of possessing such powers. It seems that they have no choice but to try to reduce this risk. Over the past several thousand years, the demigods have taken a lot of lives. This means that if you do it personally, you can completely disappear from the face of the earth. But Lucas did not understand how a demigod could disappear and who could do that. Ricky replied that God himself could do that. Although he calls him a god, he is not the mighty one that people think of in the first place. He can be called the law that governs this world. Like a perfect lump of energy that maintains the balance of this world. And demigods are just small parts that have separated. If it weren't for the demigod himself telling him that, Lucas would have thought he was being offered to join a new religion. Aegon asked if there were at least a few gods who really disappeared. Ricky replied that of those he knew about 20 demigods disappeared. That's all he had to do. In a month, they will meet in one place. With 5 higher beings called apocalypses. Until then, they need to destroy Odin, by any means necessary. The purpose of this gathering will be to purge him of traitors. In the past few decades, Ricky has destroyed several demigods who fell into hibernation. If they are not stupid, they will understand that only a demigod like them could do such a thing. Although they do not guess that it was Ricky. In that place, all the demigods will gather with their apostles, and it is clear that Odin will be there. There is a high probability that they will disappear after the meeting is over. And if they disappear, Ricky will have no way to find them. Egan asked to explain to him in ordinary language, and not in such complicated terms. But he understood that their only chance was to destroy that apostle. And to do that, you need to find a way to get into Rainal. Aegon said that it was very easy to do. On the way to Ricky, he noticed that Lucas can fly. Therefore, it is possible to take off and landed in Rainals. But Lucas was wondering what they should do after they put his plan into action. It will not matter how they get there, whether by air or underground. Because as soon as they appear there, they will immediately become foreigners. Aegon assumed that from that moment they simply could not draw attention to themselves and had to hide. Lucas was surprised that Ricky wanted to catch the apostle with such a person. The demigod replied that he was very relieved that Lucas agreed to help. The boy asked Aegon to listen to him very carefully. In the village of the High Elves there is a large tree of the center of the world, which is supported by Rainals. It represents life itself, connected with all the cores of the city. Also, the goddess of this place is spiritually connected with all the trees of the world. He asked Aegon how long he thought it would take them to find the strangers. The boy became angry and refused to come up with a plan. Maybe there is a way. They were already ready to die, but suddenly stopped in front of the village. This is because people could not go inside their city. But they came very quickly and never even once met the immortals. Perhaps due to the fact that Aegon destroyed them. Alcon told his assistants that the deal with the elves would take place tomorrow, so he should be well rested. The forest groaned. The situation was not the best. If immortals continued to appear and disappear there, then these lands could really come to an end. Green Wind saw that someone was approaching him and quickly had to change his account. It was Lucas in his special cane body. The old man was happy that he was back safe and sound. Green Wind asked if he had learned anything about that warrior. At that moment, Aegon came out to them. Lucas told him that this old man could lead them to Rainals. He did not understand what was happening there. Aegon approached him and began to demand that he lead them into the city if he did not want to see how all the elves would die. Lucas pushed Aegon away and told the Green Wind that they needed to get to Rainals and asked if he could help. The old man did not know what had happened to him, but he asked to be treated with respect. The guy grabbed him and said that now is not the time for his stupid show. This is a matter that should be resolved as soon as possible. It will be better for everyone. Lucas said that he knew from the beginning that he was a high elf. The boy transformed and said that he was just like him. Only came from the Troman community. And he needed the help of the Green Wind. Then the elf also turned into his true self and asked to tell about what the whole world needs. Egan was surprised, because he thought that in front of him was an old grandfather, and not a young, thin girl who looked like a doll. Shoke said that she became responsible for this case because she cares about immortals. He asked if she knew anything about demigods. She replied that nothing except that these are beings who surpass others and are close to the gods. Lucas said that there may be a subordinate demigod in this area. And now he is in Raynell's. But Shokes knew that this was impossible because Raynell's does not allow people from the outside into his territories, even if they enter there by force. The boy replied that he was different from ordinary people. Lucas understood that she was the same high elf as Odin, so it would be better not to reveal information about the apostle now. He said that he did not have time to tell all the details. But you can be sure that only they will be able to track him down. But for this, the girl asked to answer only one of her questions. He said that he was not a conscript, but at that time it was not known how he concluded a contract with a spirit. The boy said he learned it from his close dark elf friend. Shokes couldn't believe that a dark elf who was stronger than them had transferred his technique to a human. They seemed very open to him, especially his friend Camilla had really wonderful personal qualities. There wasn't a single elf in Raynell's who didn't know her. And this strongest panther in the world recognized an ordinary person as a friend. Shokes said she would believe him and lead them to the village. The demigods learned that Indra had died and again the killer had left no trace. This was done by the traitor they were talking about a few days ago. They needed to be careful until the next meeting. After that, a servant came to Odin and said that the goddess was calling him to a meeting. He asked to convey that he would come soon. Odin did not believe that there would be a fool in the city who would threaten him, the queen's own brother. And so they finally came to the Tree of Light. It was really very big. The guards noticed Shokes on the horizon, but did not expect her to return so quickly. She replied that it had happened this time and asked if nothing had happened during her absence. The boys stood and listened to them, but understood absolutely nothing, because they spoke an elven language. Bartova noticed that people came with her. Shokes said that these are comrades with whom she cooperates. They helped her when she was on the trail of a necromancer, so Shokes started working with them. Even so, people can enter only after greeting the goddess and receiving permission. Bartova asked if they would go to her immediately so that she could send a request for an audience in advance. Egan began to worry because he was interested in how the case was progressing. According to the rules, everyone who came must say hello to the goddess. Therefore, they immediately went to her. They passed much more easily than Aegon had expected. Shokes returned and asked the goddess to behave more politely. After all, she is the heart of the entire city. The audience with her will not be very long. Aegon had said that he was cold enough in life that she might have a preconceived notion that he was ill-mannered. He asked not to worry because the martial king technique is an art that hardens both the mind and the body. Shokes was worried, as if she was stuck in one place and had no way to get rid of unhealthy energy. Lucas asked her not to be so serious. This guy was a clone of Kazajan. He constantly talked about meeting women, but as soon as they appeared in front of them, he immediately became like a stone. They came to the goddess Snow. She already knew about the foreigners who helped Shokes. Lucas laughed and asked Shokes to look at Aegon, in order to confirm his words. As soon as he met a beautiful girl, he was immediately petrified. She had the same surname as Odin. It means that the apostle is a blood relative of the queen. Now it was clear why Odin was able to calmly spread his wings on Raynell's territory. It was truly amazing. She was not a high elf. As far as he knew, all elf queens belonged to a high race. Shokes bowed and knelt down. She invited an audience with the queen for the rights of the first daughter. She said that these people were helping with her task, as the report said. She asked that they be allowed to stay for a few days before they set out again. Shokes said that the queen spoke human language, so she asked them to introduce themselves. Lucas did not understand how long Aegon would remain stone. Her skin was like white jade, and her graceful movements resembled the flapping of a butterfly's wings. A delicate voice that made the knees bend. The word beautiful would not be enough to describe her. Shokes seemed to him a goblin compared to the elven queen. The girl asked Aegon to finally introduce himself to Queen Snow. As soon as he saw her face, he could not think straight away. This girl did not allow him to collect his thoughts. He tried to force himself to calm down and look at this beautiful woman. Aegon was trying really hard to do it, but his expression was very terrible. One of the guards said that he was ill-mannered and did not understand how he could allow himself to behave like that. The queen, with one gesture of her hand, asked the guards to be more calm and restrained in relation to the guests. Lucas decided to start the first one. He hoped that the grace of the forest would be eternal, and the warm rays of the sun would cover the blue sky. The sorcerer of the Casca Empire greeted His Majesty the Queen of the Elves. It seemed that despite his human origins he was aware of elven etiquette. She gave permission for their stay in the city, and advised them to leave when they are properly recovered after a long journey. Shoke said they would do as their queen ordered. Already in the room, Aegon asked what was on their table. Lucas answered that it was dinner prepared by Shokes. Aegon was furious because he thought even goats ate better. Lucas told him not to expect to see meat on ribs in an elven village. Lucas decided to share the jerky with him. Aegon liked this boy because he was always prepared for any situation. He asked Lucas where Shokes had gone. The boy replied that she had a lot to report. The boy began to speak more quietly and said that everything was more difficult than he thought. One must be careful, because the hearing of elves is much better than that of humans. This is all because the idiot Odin is a relative of the queen. They had no direct evidence, so if they start interrogating him, they will be accused of rebellion. Then the whole village will become their enemies. If Ricky is to be trusted, then a mediator is needed for communication between the apostle and the apocalypse. Aegon enjoyed the jerky and couldn't figure out what it was made of. When Odin tries to contact the apocalypse, they should feel at least a little bit of the holy force. Maybe by following it, you can find a mediator. So Lucas offers to sit and wait for him to show his tail. But it was not known when it would happen. The guy assumed that it would happen today or tomorrow. The fact is that Aegon has been killing immortals for more than a week. One demon is very addicted to killing. How long can a blood-hungry beast last in a village that smells only of grass? Shocks returned to them, but she looked very tired. She said that she had been walking here and there all night and could not sleep even for a little while. She went to her room and asked no one to wake her until she woke up herself. Shokes was reckless enough, considering that she had brought 2 men into her home. But Lucas thought that she related to men of the human race as much as to dogs or cats. The boy said he had some business, so he needed to leave for a while. And he had one request for Aegon. He wanted to send a message to one of his friends. Lucas came to the outskirts of the city and began to meditate. He wanted to concentrate and free his soul. He wanted that person to know what happened 4,000 years ago and what happened to their friends after that. Entering the world of the soul, he turned into his original account. He had not felt so calm for a long time. A girl appeared in his mind. She knew that he was actually Lucas. She said her name was Crystal and immediately began to cry. He survived very well all that happened during this time. It was a very long way, filled to the brim with suffering and loneliness. He endured everything that was too much for any ordinary person. She calmed down a little and asked what he wanted to know from her. Although she is currently limited by the powers of a demigod, she will tell him everything she can. Lucas said that he wanted to know about the last moments of his comrades' lives. She was connected to all the lands of this world. He assumed that the crystal knew about everything. She said that it would be a long story and asked to get comfortable. The girl started with Kazajan. He met the last moments of his life in the Amakan desert. After a fight that lasted about a week, a fight with one demigod, the 2 of them disappeared. It was a really great fight. Swordmaster Rushid died along with his family. He was even more interested in Shuhei's fate. Crystal was very doubtful whether she should tell him the truth or not. After all, there was something in history that should remain unknown to him. But the boy insisted. Because now he went out to fight the self-styled gods. No matter how harsh reality is, he cannot miss anything. Judging by his words, he had already prepared for this. In that case, she thought that it would be better for him to see everything with his own eyes, so that he would have no doubts. He appeared in an unknown place and saw Shuhei lying on the ground next to him. He said he thought she might be a traitor. Then he understood everything. That is why the relationship between Rushid and Kazajin deteriorated so much. Iris was standing next to him. She asked him not to make her laugh. Maybe he didn't believe her, but Lucas definitely did. The girl replied that she also believed, but only Lucas. It was mutual. But as a result, she betrayed Lucas, because his cherished desire was the destruction of the demigods. Iris believed that they were the same because Shuhei's limitation had led Lucas to such an end. Shuhei thought she was offended by them, but she really didn't care. It angered her that he decided to take Lucas's empty seat. Shuhei agreed with her because he wasn't good enough to be his replacement. Iris laughed and asked not to pretend to be calm. Because she is sick of hypocrisy. Shuhei asked why Iris united with the demigods. Why did she do it? This was exactly what Lucas feared the most. Shuhei said if Lucas saw this, he would be very disappointed in her. But she screamed and said that Lucas had already died. The old man said that it was possible and it was better that he did not see it. At first she was very angry with Shuhei, but then she remembered the position she was in and started to smile. She was sorry that she still had to destroy him and made the last attack. She asked him not to worry and rest, and she herself would fulfill Lucas's dream. Iris believed that in this era it was impossible to resist the demigods. It was necessary to wait until some time passed. Until they were sufficiently cornered. As a result, Shuhei couldn't do anything. He didn't get rid of the demigods, he didn't improve the relationship between friends, he didn't even prevent Iris from becoming a traitor. And most importantly, it did not prevent the death of his best friend Lucas. He did not understand why he was called a great sage, because he lived in endless failures. The boy was very frightened after such a truth from Crystal. She also said that Iris is alive and possible even in this generation. Although she couldn't guarantee that it was the girl he knew. Lucas thought about Shuhei, how he asked for forgiveness before he died. His last words were forgiveness. Although it is not he who should be apologizing. Lucas' shortcomings turned into apologies uttered by a friend. But Crystal assured her that he was very strict with himself. After that, he returned to his body. The boy spent almost the whole day in consciousness. Lucas was still being watched. Meanwhile, Aegon did not know what to do and began to stand on one finger and count the seconds. He was constantly lost and therefore began to count from the beginning. Lucas came back and said that the meditation was a bit long. Aegon said that he had given what he asked for. And she said that she would come when the sun had completely set. Lucas thanked him and told Aegon that he had enough to deal with. He said he was going to destroy Odin at night. The boy immediately finished his training and decided to go wash up before an important task. A girl visited Lucas, he surprised her with his every act. She was unexpectedly contacted by a student of the self-styled king of sorcerer warriors and said that Lucas was looking for her. She even doubted whether to believe him. No one could even think that they would meet again in the village of High Elves. Lucas said that he was surprised when he learned that the apostle is a blood relative of the queen. To be more precise, they are not related at all. Queen Snow was adopted. Since ancient times, queens came from the Frithicwood family, but this time they did not have a daughter. And they could not pass this place to Odin, because he is a man. Now it became clear to Lucas. He knew that the queens belonged to high elves, but when he saw that Snow was not a high elf, he was very surprised. She was an ice elf. It was a rare race that lives in the snowy regions of the north. Lucas continued to be closely watched and eavesdropped. Camilla asked when the guy was going to act. He replied that there was no point in dragging and he would do it today. She assumed that her task would be to silence the guards who were attached to him. He wasn't surprised that she figured it out on her own. In order to get here, she had to imperceptibly bypass the guards. Besides, judging by the fact that he sent his friend to her, it means that he had some kind of request. Camila said that she was also there as a guest and therefore they could not raise any unnecessary suspicions. And if they were caught, she was going to say that Lucas had threatened her and she had no choice. He wasn't sure that anyone would believe that the strongest panther on earth was scared of human threats. She asked why he left Isabella and came alone. Lucas replied that she was replacing him as an instructor for the community members. Camilla was surprised that the cute child had already managed to become an instructor. She quickly got used to this job. It was as if she had worked in the clan all her life. It's time for Camilla to disappear. She asked Lucas to be more careful, because Odin is a conscript with good abilities. When a sorcerer becomes an apostle and gains powers, he loses the ability to use magic. However, the summoning abilities were in harmony with the abilities. Moreover, these are the abilities of not just a demigod, but someone who has the power of the apocalypse. The girl who served Odin asked if he wanted anything. But he simply killed her without any words, because his energy rose from killings. The maid did not understand why he killed her. However, for now it was only in his imagination. The girl asked permission to leave if he didn't need anything else. And he let her go. Due to the powers of the death control demigod, he cannot suppress the desire to kill at all. Odin went for a walk to get rid of stupid thoughts. But in the park he met Shoks, who asked why he was walking at night. The guy assumed that she had been on the road for a long time and now she was tired, but she had to continue doing a lot of things. Shoks did not complain, because she had to do it. Odin also heard that these people helped her in the pursuit of the necromancer and asked how the case was progressing. She replied that everything is very confusing. And these people are sure that the necromancer is inside their village. Odin believed that the best solution was to kill her so that their affair would not continue. As soon as he came a few steps, Aegon appeared in front of the girl and pushed her away. At first she thought he did it because she fed them the same grass. Aegon turned to her and told her to be quiet, because if it wasn't for him, she would be dead by now. Odin summoned the high-level wind spirit Stonia. Shoks couldn't believe that he was really going to attack her. Odin was surprised because he didn't think that the stranger Shoks had brought would be a sorcerer warrior who was destroying his lovely immortals. Aegon said that if he is from the royal family, it does not mean that he can do everything. He wasn't really going to tell anything, but since they were going to die anyway, there was no point in holding back. Aegon wasn't going to listen to his threats and abuse, so he attacked him first. He noticed that his head had become very strange and Aegon planned to fix it. Odin advised him to be more careful with his words. An untitled outsider could not say such things to a member of a noble elven clan. But in reality he was nothing more than a puppet of a demigod. Shoks did not understand what was happening and who Odin really was. He understood that a normal conversation would not work with Aegon, so he decided to move on to the main plan. Because he was just dying to kill someone. He began summoning immortals to do all the dirty work for him. Shoks could not believe that Odin was the same necromancer who summons immortals. These immortals were much stronger than the ones she saw from the outside. Besides, there were a lot of them. At this rate, the whole village would be in danger. Aegon didn't think he was that sensitive and would immediately reveal his identity. The boy turned to Shoks and said that now she knows his true face and will witness that he is an apostle. Lucas said if they attacked the queen's brother without any proof, not only would they get hurt, but she would too. Then Shoks realized that Aegon had specifically provoked Odin to this act. The apostle considered his friends very sweet. They give off the beautiful aroma of death. Aegon smiled and said that they really look a lot like him. Especially their disgusting faces that make me sick. Odin noticed that this boy was becoming more and more impudent and assumed that he wanted to die sooner than anyone else. But he was interrupted by a large fiery explosion that Odin himself fell under. He was scared and assumed that it was possible even at the 7th star level. It was Lucas. He came up and said he just wanted to say hello. V asked him to look under his feet next time. Aegon asked why he was late. The boy answered that he had to stay a little longer in the toilet. Lucas said that Odin is a lot more disgusting than he thought. Maybe it's because of his dirty face. Although it's a little better than living and pretending to be good. As Shokes thought, it was not a provocation, but their true characters. The apostle was angry and said that he would destroy them all. He went completely crazy. In addition to the recruit becoming a follower of a demigod, he also signed a contract with the devil. Lucas did not expect to see the war demon Azura here. It was very interesting. Aegon asked Shokes to run away from here and not disturb them. But the girl did not understand where she should go. The boy told her to tell the queen about it and get help. His heart started beating faster even as he just started thinking about her. Shokes understood the task and went to get help. Aegon saw this demon for the first time, about which he had only heard before. He was not sure that he could handle it. Odin ordered Azura to destroy these guys. And asked him to do it faster, before anyone noticed them. The demon said that Odin was very noisy and told him not to talk to him as a servant just because he made a contract with his dumb abilities. And if he doesn't correct his behavior, he will die before these guys. But after all, a contract is a contract, and that's why he told the boys that he had no complaints against them, but was forced to kill them. Lucas decided to turn to the great prince of the devil world. He realized that this guy knew him. The boy noted that his memory is worse than he expected. Lucas's gaze was very familiar to Azura and he decided to move with him to another dimension. The demon asked him to tell who he was. But Lucas replied that he asked the question first. Azura laughed and said that he probably still can't understand what situation he is in. The boy said that this is the hell of terrible deaths. There, my Azura can move one finger and not only his body will disappear, but also his soul. The demon was glad to hear that, because now Lucas would die knowing the reason. The boy dodged his attack and said that Azura had lost his grip. After all, it was Lucas who helped him observe everything from the very top. Did he not recognize his savior only because he changed his appearance? Azura noted that during all the time that they had not seen each other, he had become a very fragile person. He heard that Lucas died in a battle with the clan. But Lucas replied that he did not have time to exchange greetings. The demon could have guessed that he had come to collect the debt. Therefore, he said that he would fulfill one of Lucas's wishes. Lucas heard that Iris is alive. Since he signed the agreement with her, he should know where she is now. He was very sorry, but unfortunately he also didn't know where she was. After she merged with the demigod, she unilaterally broke the contract with Azura. He was sure of it. Barbados and Japar were also with him then. It seemed that she had agreed on something with Rod. Most likely, she called them in order to take the most advantageous position in the energy struggle with Rod. But she looked completely adequate. There were also no signs of her being manipulated. Therefore, Azura was sure that she had simply changed her position. He also added that it happened some time after Lucas disappeared. About 4,000 years ago. If Iris is alive, she is most likely looking for Shuhei's tracks. Azura heard her say that she must find his core. Lucas then realized that she was referring to Anastasia's core, which he had found in his dungeon. Anastasia is the name that Shuhei gave to the core of the golem, which is the masterpiece of his life. But it was not clear why Iris was looking for him. After all, in order to put all the events in their place, you need to create Anastasia. He did not have more time. He thanked Azura and said that this could be considered his debt paid. The demon said that after all, Lucas is not an ordinary person. He thought that if Azura himself is in debt to him, then he will ask to hand over the whole world to him. And he simply asked for the location of his ex. Although Lucas assured him that they did not meet. It seemed amazing how the man he was about to kill could speak so confidently. At first, the guy did not understand who he was talking about. And then Azura said that the person who signed the contract with him wants to destroy Lucas. Then the boy asked where he was going to go, because he had to repay the debt. But Azura believed that there was no more debt. Lucas offered him to sign a contract with him. although Azura thought that the boy was skeptical about different types of contracts. Lucas said that he would soon have to go through fire and water, but he himself would soon be able to see it. The demon asked what the boy could give him in return in his current state. The boy promised that he would give him the last minutes of the demigod's life. Azura was surprised that Lucas still hoped to defeat the demigods. But in the event that he failed, he allowed Azura to do whatever he wanted with his soul. The demon agreed and said that someone like him was worth signing a contract with. He would gladly lend him his power. Lucas returned to the ordinary world. Aegon grabbed him and said that his eyes suddenly turned. The boy said that he had to visit hell for a short time. Azura said that he couldn't kill this guy because he was the person the demon had signed a contract with. In this case, he will simply return to himself in the dimension. Odin tried to stop him, but it was all in vain. Aegon couldn't understand why he just left. Lucas replied that he went to hell and made a deal with him. Odin had no other choice and began to summon immortals. This is all he knew how to do. But this time, not only the number increased, but also monsters on horses appeared. They were above the darkness of death. That is, they were several times stronger than those who were there before. For Aegon, they were just slightly stronger sandbags. Meanwhile, Odin summoned a bunch of immortals, and he himself began to flee quickly. He wanted to contact Crystal. If she helps him, then he will be able to throw people like them out of the village without any problems. Aegon said he would deal with the monsters and asked Lucas to catch up with the fleeing coward. Lucas asked if he would be lonely. Aegon replied that he would have a lot of fun. Before leaving, Lucas asked him to be careful and gave his fists extra strength. After that, he decided to set up a dance floor there with the immortals. Lucas was able to catch up with Odin without any problems and even overtake him. So Odin was forced to land in the nearest suitable place. He was very angry that Lucas had taken Azura from him. So he summoned an immortal dragon to destroy the boy. But Lucas simply froze the dragon completely with one swipe of his staff. The guy wanted to start by just talking and said that he was interested in something. But Odin told him to shut up and continued to summon new immortals. Without any problems, Lucas froze all the immortals, and it seemed to him that Odin could not do anything else. Lucas added that it is a very simple controllable technique, and the true ruler of death is Nasdaq. It is he who can revive the dead or kill. He controls even ghosts, and if he touches Odin, his skin will melt, and heavy rain and wind will begin. He said this so that Lucas would understand how weak he was and that there were already doubts about whether he was really an apostle. One began to summon a demigod. There was a pressure that made it difficult to even breathe. There can be no mistake. It was the demigod Nasdaq. One began to ask him if he was a real apostle or not. Because he was humiliated. This guy said that Nasdaq's apostle couldn't be that weak. The demigod was amused by this. Although the bait was chosen very quickly, he still did not think that it would be revealed so quickly. As Lucas thought, Odin is not a true apostle, it means that the true apostle is someone else. Even if they destroy Odin, they won't be able to kill Nasdaq. So someone tricked Ricky. Lucas said that it was hard not to guess that Reynold's mind was filled to the brim with traces of divine power. Sometimes there were really sensitive people, but still it happened very quickly. As if someone knew about them and gave him a hint. Recently, a lot of suspicious things have been happening among them. Strong demigods have started dying in such a way that no one will know about it. Nasdaq guessed about the decoy, that was what his words about the decoy meant. Odin was a puppet created to find a traitor. Lucas said it was the first time he had seen a demigod, but he looked nothing like he imagined. He was much more talkative. Odin turned again to Nasdaq and asked what he meant when he spoke of a bait. For he gave up everything he had and followed him. The monster asked him not to make noise because he was thinking. And simply turned Odin into a pile of ashes. The demigod said that he surprised him very much. It rarely happens that he cannot see a person who has not lived for 100 years. More precisely, this happened for the first time. That was enough to make him suspicious of him. He needed to take a closer look at him. After these words, he simply dissolved into the air. The guy turned his head and asked how long she was going to hide there. She was surprised that he was able to notice her. But Lucas still did not understand what she was doing here. He let her stupid brother rest. She thought she should have done it herself, but she was grateful to Lucas. It turned out that she knew that he was a puppet of a demigod. But it was not clear from whom she learned about it. She could not find out from the crystal, because she also depends on the demigod to some extent. Snow said that she found out about it from someone who told Lucas about it. And asked him to be calm, because she is on his side. The boy tried to find out who she really was, but the girl answered that she was the queen of all elves. Strange vibrations and an earthquake began underground. It was as if someone was there. They looked down and saw a huge magic circle above the village. Aegon grew very hungry after destroying so many immortals. It seems that Nozdok has instilled a family in her brother. If he was absorbing his divine power, then someone really unstoppable must appear now. If the magic circle is so big, then it must be a dragon. This bone vomit was like a soup that wouldn't cook for 100 years. Snow put on a bird mask and said that the village might be in danger. And she was going to help. It was Jenka's mask. The fact is that she has a very expressive appearance. Beauty also sometimes brings inconvenience. But in reality, she wanted to hide her personality. The warriors of the village, led by Shokes, began to repel the dragon's attacks as much as possible. But it was all in vain, not a single scratch remained on it. There were very few of them to stand against him. Unfortunately, this happened during the absence of the guard Hirul. The dragon was destroying everything in its path. Shokes ordered everyone to take cover, because the building began to collapse. Then the girl thought, if everything will continue like this, then the village will be completely destroyed. But someone attacked this dragon and it fell rapidly to the ground after this blow. No one could understand what happened. It was Aegon, and he said that this dragon is very strong and that he is tired of all this. Because he just wants to eat normally. After this attack, he moved away from the dragon because Lucas had already prepared multiple attacks with ice spears. As Shokes watched this, she thought a large army of sorcerers had arrived. Lucas told Aegon that Odin was dead. And they only had to deal with this guy. Aegon was only surprised that Lucas could talk about it so calmly. When in front of them was a dragon the size of an entire village. Snow came down to them and said that this is not the time to complain and it is necessary to eliminate him. Lucas told Aegon that for now he and she were on the same side. Although it was not yet known whether he could fully trust her. Snow noted that it sounded very rude and she hoped he would introduce her better. If she is not satisfied with something, he suggested that she introduce herself again. But first they need to put this baby to bed. One of the warriors said that the people who fought next to the queen came to the village with Shokes. None of them had ever even heard of such techniques. The three of them tried to destroy this dragon. But he decided not to attack those who were trying to kill him, but ordinary guards. He chose Shokes first. But Aegon managed to protect her and repelled the dragon's attack with a kick. Aegon asked Shokes to prepare meat for their dinner tonight. A week later, Aegon and Lucas came to visit the Snow Queen. She asked Aegon how long he was going to react to her presence like this. His whole body was shaking. Aegon could not understand how she dared to invite two men to her home when she was not even guarded. She told him to open his eyes and reassured her that her powers were enough to protect herself. Snow invited them to personally thank them for the work done. Especially Lucas, who helped rebuild the destroyed village in a few days. It was hard to believe that a person could own such a refined technique that he had. He really surprised them. He asked to discard the formalities and start telling who she really is. She replied that she was Ricky's apostle. Egan couldn't believe that Idiot had an apostle. She was the only ice elf on the continent. All her companions were destroyed by the demigod. She wanted to dispel their images, but the demigods were so strong that she couldn't even get close to them. She had no reason to refuse Ricky's offer. It didn't matter if they were sent here by Ricky or someone else. How could she tell her whole story just like that? After all, they could be puppets of another demigod and betray Ricky. Snow asked in all seriousness if that was true. But the boy said that he said it as an example. The girl said that she trusts them not because Ricky trusts them, but because Crystal trusts them. She had heard that Lucas had met the crystal in her spirit world when he was human, and she was very grateful for his feat. Aegon no longer understood what they were talking about, but gratitude was not something words expressed. She agreed and told them to follow her. Snow wants to give them what they need. Aegon said he wasn't responsible if it was some kind of herb again. Lucas was surprised, because until recently Aegon couldn't even open his eyes in her presence. Snow decided to point out that they would be the first people to set foot there. There were many spirits around them. Aegon called them glowing flies. It was a fantastic sight to watch, and it was hard to believe that all this was happening in their world. And finally they arrived at their destination. The girl plucked some fruits from this tree and asked them to eat them. But Aegon clearly explained to her that he would not forgive her if she fed them grass. Snow tried to explain that it was a fruit. However, it was all the same to Aegon. Lucas said that it was not just a fruit and that if he ate it in one day, he would be able to double his mana supply. The boy hid it in his bag and decided that he would have to thank Crystal for such a gift. Snow was surprised that he wasn't going to eat the fruit now. Lucas replied that he would when the need arises. If he were to eat it in a human body without special preparation, he would feel excruciating pain for a week. He decided to eat it when he was sufficiently developed. She said that he is very boring. And he should be as human as his friend. Aegon ate it all in 2 seconds and said it tasted good enough to admit. Lucas ordered him to concentrate and sit in the lotus position. He temporarily absorbed some of the mana from this fruit, but very soon it would return to him with another blow. Aegon believed that this girl had given him poison. Lucas ordered him to shut up and maintain his concentration. Because if he relaxes, his internal organs will simply melt. Snow leaned over and said that it seemed like the village would be pretty quiet this week. She took off the mask and said that it was really nice to tease him. She also added that it was his own fault. Aegon was sure that before him was a demon in female form, which was going to catch him and eat him. When Lucas went out into the city, he was met in the streets and thanked for saving their lives. One elf said that thanks to him, her family was able to survive such a disaster. He also restored destroyed houses, so they did not even know how to thank him. The boy said that this village was saved by their bravery, and he is an ordinary sorcerer. As it turned out, Snow organized all this so that everyone could thank Lucas for his help. And she ran away and left him alone. He even began to envy Aegon. Maybe he just needed to eat that fruit too to stay there. Camilla approached Lucas and said that he really became a hero. He was very happy when he saw her. Lucas ran up to her and said that he wanted to help her with an urgent matter. But the girl did not even understand what he was talking about. He asked Camille to cover him from these fans because he couldn't take it anymore. The elves tried to catch up with him, but the boy ran away from them very quickly. Lucas barely managed to break away from the girls and hide in the house. His body was shaking a lot. In the house, Shox and Snow were sitting at the table and drinking tea with sweets. As soon as Shox saw that Lucas had arrived, she stood up and said she was going to finish her business. Snow said that Shox had been her best friend ever since she came to this town. She became close to her, despite the fact that she is an ice elf. The girl asked why Lucas was so tired. She even assumed that another dragon had appeared in the village. But the boy answered that it would be better if it were a dragon. Snow didn't want to tell him this when he was in this state, but she asked him to get ready to go out. Because they have to go with him to Rika. He said there was something to discuss. It was strange that the queen could leave the city so easily, since she had to protect Reynolds. If she is not noticed, then there should be no problems. Lucas asked where such masks are sold, because he probably needs them now too. Snow asked to hurry because Ricky doesn't like to wait long. Fast movement is very conspicuous, so they had no choice but to walk. Lucas had a better solution. But as far as Snow knew, in order to use the teleport, Ricky's secret hideout must also have a magic circle drawn on it. But the boy said that he didn't need him, and literally in a few seconds they were at Ricky's house. The girl saw such a stable teleport for the first time. Even without a prepared circle in the final location, but simply by coordinates. It seems like Snow said he really hates waiting. This is very timely because Lucas also wanted to check something related to Ricky. He was peeling apples as usual. Ricky invited them to sit down and treat themselves to tea. Lucas said Odin was not Nozdok's apostle and wanted to hear Ricky's comments on that. He was fascinated and didn't think there was such a simple method. Lucas threw his leg on the table and said that it nearly killed the three of them. It would be right if he at least apologized to all of them. Snow asked how he can provoke him. After all, there is a demigod in front of him. Apocalypse, who is one of the 5 strongest demigods. He is so strong that he can get rid of someone like Lucas by moving one finger. Ricky apologized profusely and said he would check the information more carefully next time. Snow was shocked by Ricky's reaction. She didn't expect him to behave like this. After that, Lucas sat down with them at the table. Snow guessed that the boy just wanted to check on Ricky. He continued to make sure that Ricky betrayed the demigods. Because if he was a liar, he would not be able to withstand such abuse. But what would Lucas do if Ricky really turned out to be an enemy? He called them today because he had something to convey. This is a crystal that appeared after killing Indra. Its level was different from what Lucas drank before. This is a crystal that was obtained not from the apostle, but from the demigod himself. Thanks to such energy, you can not only instantly reach 8 stars, but also acquire the abilities of Indra. But if he were to use it, it would mean he would no longer be a wizard. Lucas asked what he was proposing. Ricky asked him to drink it and attend in 3 months with him a meeting of demigods. But Lucas thought that only demigods and their apostles could be there. Ricky offered Lucas to become his apostle. Snow didn't understand what he was talking about. Even though divine powers appear through the recipe of other demigods, she doesn't think Lucas can become his apostle. Also, the Lord will be present at the meeting and they can very easily fall into a trap. Ricky said that demigods are not omnipotent. Just as he failed to understand that Odin was a decoy. And Lord will make a mistake in his analysis. He wanted Lucas to drink this crystal and go to the meeting with Ricky as his apostle. But he was forced to refuse because he was a sorcerer. Obtaining divine power but remaining without mana is tantamount to death for him. This is something similar to the pride of a sorcerer. But Lucas replied that these are the thoughts of a realist who wants to destroy the demigods. Ricky asked what he would do if he managed to possess both mana and divine power at the same time. Lucas said that hypotheses that cannot be put into practice do not make any sense. But Ricky replied that it is possible. To be more precise, he himself is capable of it. After all, the blood of the Blake family flows in him. But Lucas did not understand what the family was for. He had already known of its existence for a long enough time. Even though he was the 3rd son of this family, he was completely ignored due to his lack of magical abilities. He entered the academy as if he had just been kicked out of his family. In fact, he was surprised even when he first heard about it. Name. The idiots from Blake spoke so strongly and said that they would destroy all the demigods. Lucas couldn't understand why a demigod was so aware of a certain human race. He replied that there wasn't a single demigod who didn't know about them. Because their family had always been a kind of big place for them to experiment. Since ancient times, research into the interaction of divine power and mana has continued. And as soon as one of the apocalypses, Riiran, took control of them, they accelerated even more. Trials and errors were repeated thousands of times. Research continued for hundreds of years. And then the Blake family appeared. That is, in fact, their family appeared from demigods. The Castcot Empire, one of the countries that the demigods had particularly influenced. Lucas began to remember how his friend's father had said that there was someone in his family who kept in touch with the demigods. It was his father. His brother Heinz also spoke about this when he visited his home. He sincerely hoped that Lucas would not study magic and he had better not trust the communities. Ricky said that people from the Blake family did not lose their mana even after becoming apostles. So he once again asked him to become an apostle and attend the demigod meeting with him. There were quite a lot of unclear moments, how he could move into Frey's body. Could it be that this is not all by chance? He said it was not something that could be decided right now and asked for some time to think it over. But Ricky asked not to make him wait long because he hates long waits. Meanwhile, Phoenix promised to keep her promise and become queen of these territories to protect his mate's place. She went in search of Shuhei's dungeon and met a girl on her way. And at the same moment, memories of Torquemada began to appear in her head. When a girl told him that if he followed her, she would kill him. She didn't know what kind of girl it was, so she tried to stop her to talk and ask. This girl understood where she was going, and when she saw that the last room of Shuhei's dungeon was already open, she was very surprised. Phoenix tried to talk to her because it was not clear what she was talking about. The girl already wanted to attack her, but she simply dissipated like a mist. Lucas asked Snow if he could also take the place for a while. Because if you accept the crystal, it will take about a week to melt all the mana. The girl asked to do as he sees fit. She also allowed him to eat and drink what she left with Aegon. Lucas thought Aegon's sweat had raised the humidity and something had grown near him. Snow hoped that he would survive and they would see each other again. Lucas believed that a body that can possess both strength and mana cannot be called a person. That is, if he drinks it, he will also cease to be human. But if it is for the sake of destroying the demigods, then he is ready to give up such a thing. Snow didn't understand what it meant to have a body that could maintain divine power and mana in harmony. A person who has not even lived for 100 years is able to cheer her up so well. Aegon was barely able to calm that mana and not die as a result. And yet Snow did not deceive him and he felt much more powerful. He saw Lucas nearby, who was greedily eating the leaves. Aegon said that he would rather die of hunger than eat such. The boy did not even know how long he had been in this place, a week or 2 days. He looked at Lucas once more and didn't feel his mana at all, as if he was an ordinary person. But this feeling was like confidence and resistance to any temptations coming from his master. Lucas said he went to 8-star. Aegon was surprised that at the age of 20 it was possible to achieve this. From that moment on, he decided to call him elder brother. This meant that this was the end of their joint task. Aegon said that then it was also time for him to finish what he was doing. He added that he was looking for Khazajin's legacy. The master told him that if he wanted to surpass Khazajin, he had to find 3 artifacts that belonged to him. He asked Lucas what he was going to do now. The guy replied that Ricky offered him to become an apostle and go with him to the meeting of the demigods. Although Aegon didn't understand the details, he was shocked that Lucas was a hybrid and could use mana and divine power at the same time. As Lucas left, he asked Shokes to take care of that fool Aegon. The girl replied that she would simply show him the way to the city he wanted to go to. In about a year and a half, there will be a period of gathering of communities. They say that this is a very important meeting, which will be attended by the most important people from each circle. Lucas is going to go there and stage a real coup. Although he considered them pigsties, it is necessary to carry out a general cleaning. Get rid of them and put everything in its place. Lucas was sure that Aegon would be bored and therefore wanted to make him a special guest. Aegon was amused by this and they agreed to meet in a year and a half. As soon as they left, Snow appeared next to Lucas. She asked not to call her Snow when she is in another form. The energy is exactly the same, so he couldn't tell the difference. Lucas looked like a completely different person to her. Was it the crystal that affected him so much? The girl knew he was going to see Ricky and said she would go with him. When they got to Ricky's house, he asked them not to get too close and to hide so they wouldn't be seen. Hydra was with him. They went out into the yard to check for creatures because she could sense mana nearby. But he tried to prove that she was simply wrong. Hydra noticed movement in the bushes and decided to go check it out. Because she felt energy from there. Ricky said that his apostle must be there. He was disappointed that Hydra didn't even know that the demigods needed to hide their apostles. But everyone knew very well that Hydra had very good eyesight. And she saw an elf there. But Ricky did not argue and did not understand what this was about. It was strange to her because the bait that Nasdaq had recently set was also an elf. Ricky couldn't take it anymore and chopped off her head. Now she knew who the traitor really was and hurried to tell all the demigods. But Ricky destroyed her parts into small pieces. The place where the blood god was found to be eaten away. Blood itself is a strong acid. In other words, it is a deadly poison. But more importantly, Lucas did not even notice how he got his sword. This is probably the so-called technique of wielding the sword of the apocalypse. Ricky said that two heads were able to escape. One to the north, one to the south. Lucas said they were taking on one and would destroy it. The power of the Hydra lies in its unparalleled survival and ability to regenerate, as well as its deadly poison. You have to be careful with the blood it spits out. If it gets on the skin, very soon their bodies will completely melt. She is weak to fire. Although she is divided into 9 parts, the enemy is a demigod and their task is to immobilize her. Ricky promised to come to them as soon as he deals with his part. Lucas offered to split up. They didn't have a plan, everyone did what they had to do. When they caught up with her, Lucas decided to try to attack with a lava explosion. Her hand came off and she started laughing really hard. Because she was able to grow a new one literally in a second. While Lucas distracted her, Snow chose the right moment and cut off her head with her sword. But she almost immediately counterattacked with her venom. There were no weak points in her movements and Snow couldn't dodge her attacks. But Lucas at the last moment activated a protective barrier that prevented the poison from reaching the girl. Snow did not understand why Hydra is so strong. Most likely, it is because its power is divided into 9 parts. She used different attacks. Hydra used a rain of poisonous snakes. Now Snow must fend off each of them, and if she misses even one, she will die immediately. Each of these powers is as heavy as 1,000, who would have thought the demigods are so strong? Her strength is no longer enough. She apologized to Lucas for not being able to even make some time for him. But this time Lucas managed to set up a barrier for Snow again. The Hydra turned back and saw something there that looked like the sun, but if it wasn't, it wouldn't be that close. Lucas said that it is different from the sun. And began to attack the Hydra. Snow could only see the demigod's body begin to melt from the strong stream of fire coming from Lucas. He was able to kill her so easily. This means that Snow became just an extra burden for him, which added problems. In the darkness of the abyss, he was only allowed to think. For 4,000 years, he thought about magic as if it were entertainment for him. As a result, the speed abilities he had achieved were impossible to use with the power he possessed up until now. But he obtained them with the achievement of 8 stars. He took Snow in his arms and said that he would now be able to defeat the demigods with his powers. The girl felt absolutely no fatigue from him. Did this mean that even for such a task he did not have to spend a lot of energy? At that moment, Ricky appeared and realized that they still managed to destroy the Hydra, which managed to escape. For starters, he suggested going back to their hideout to bring Snow back to her senses. Ricky said that it was not possible to hide the death of Hydra for a long time, very soon Ananta will find out about it. It is the apocalypse that controls the poison. Then Lucas realized that it was the same old man. They had no more time and Ricky already understood that Lucas had made a decision. Lucas said that he had already even drunk what he had already given him. Although he had not tested the divine powers yet. It was amazing that he could subjugate the powers of demigods on his own. The boy replied that it was not very difficult. Lucas said that there are 3 months left until the meeting.
Until then, he will train not to use magic, but only to use divine power.
But Lucas didn't understand why he couldn't use magic.
Although the Lord is not all-powerful, he is clever. It is necessary to completely block the traces of mana on his body with the help of divine power.
Ricky warned from the beginning that it would be very difficult.
He himself said that they did not have time and kept saying unnecessary things, so Lucas asked to get to the point. Snow lashed out at Lucas and said that people sometimes do that when they say goodbye to someone they trust. The boy smiled and said if she had done that to Aegon, he would have passed out by now. She said that they were saying goodbye for a short time and that she would be sad. Ricky did not understand this way of life at all, when people rub against each other when they say goodbye.
Snow asked him to be very careful. And Lucas wanted her to say hello to Shox and Camilla.
From that day, Lucas's training began as a normal warrior with divine power, not a sorcerer.
He trained diligently every day and never missed a single workout. Ricky couldn't even imagine that he would be able to achieve such a level of divine power control in just 2 months. Until now, of all living beings, Snow had seemed like an unattainable genius to him, but Lucas surpassed even her.
Ricky said that until now no one knew about Hydra's death. This meant that Lucas would be present at the meeting, as they had planned. And it was necessary to leave now. They needed to go to the kingdom of Ruinoble. In pilot, Ricky planned to use the teleportation stone.
Lucas was surprised that even demigods use teleportation.
Ricky said that this is because Lucas' body is unable to withstand space-time travel.
And if he wants to turn into a pool of blood, then they can do it.
The boy could not even imagine that one day he would go somewhere with a demigod. They were stopped by some robbers and told that in order to go further they need to pay. This rule was just invented by their leader. He assured that when small children see them, they stop crying out of fear. If they gave them everything, the robbers were ready to let them go alive. One of them said that although Ricky was thin, his sword was really very good. He still didn't really understand the principles of behavior with such robbers, so he tried to explain them clearly. But Lucas wasn't going to listen to that anymore, so he just decided to set them on fire for being so insolent. The boy called Ricky and said that they could continue on their way, because they had little time left. Now human life has become even more incomprehensible to Ricky. The most difficult form of life to understand. There was a gathering of representatives of the largest clans in the vicinity. Launder is Amlet's second person. Although she looks like a little girl, she is actually a vampire who has lived for hundreds of years. They knew about the meeting place of the demigods and were going to destroy them with such a composition. They seem to have forgotten what happened during the terrible battle with Nozdok.
The Troman Brotherhood was destroyed in one night.
After that, they learned that Nozdok controls time. Shepard said that they are not going to fight them.
They want to set up surveillance on them.
It was Heinz who found out about the meeting where all the demigods would gather in one place. Lauder assumed that he had overheard his father's conversations. But he asked Heinz not to worry. Because, as you know, he was the first to tell that Isaac Blake was related to demigods. In some sense, the most suspicious. How can you trust someone who won his authority by betraying his own father? The guy said that the meeting will be held in Ruinoble. This means that the sword is going to move from Phylot with the teleportation stone. But they thought that it made no sense for demigods to use such teleportation stones.
That was a good point.
But the fact that a demigod is going to use teleport means that he wants to bring an apostle with him who is unable to freely use spacetime travel. It is said that at this meeting each demigod will come with his apostle.
Lauder wondered if this was accurate information.
Heinz replied that this was the reason why they should know everything about this meeting, regardless of the possible danger. In history, there have never been cases of meetings of more than a few dozen gods. It is obvious that something very important will be discussed.
It was clear that even following the demigods would be tantamount to suicide. One mistake could destroy the entire community.
But if we talk about the apostles, even in case of failure, you can simply close their mouths.
They decided to wait in Filet and watch the movement of the sword. At the entrance to the city, every traveler was checked with the help of documents about his rank. Lucas passed the check with confidence. Ricky was next. He gave his papers for verification and said his level was D. He passed the check, but Lucas didn't understand why he made a fake document with his real name. Lucas suggested that we go immediately and register for the teleportation stone. As it turned out, the teleport in this city will work in 3 days. And yet one could consider that they were lucky. They were abroad, so if you draw attention to yourself and show your character, you can spend several weeks with your hands and feet tied. Ricky said he had had enough and wanted to go for a walk in the streets. Lucas asked where he was going. Ricky answered that he was going to the Blake family's place. Because they should know that he is here. And if he doesn't leave, they will find him themselves. If this happens, then regardless of his fake documents, they will find Lucas as well. Besides, he hoped to find out Riiren's direction. After all, he assumed that his father Isaac could become her apostle. The longer they talked about it, the more Lucas lost his strength. The community knows that Isaac has joined hands with demigods. But even so, they do not suspect that he can be an apostle, because he continues to use mana. Being able to use mana even after taking on sacred powers is a family secret of the Blake family, which is also a weakness of the community. Ricky was sure that it was Heinz who told the community about Isaac's displacement. But then it was not clear why he did not tell about the secret of the Blake family. Ricky said it wasn't a big deal, but they were being followed. Someone was following them with tame spirits. From the moment Ricky was alone in the forest, someone was lurking nearby. And most likely they were following him after he closed the barrier and walked away. This meant that they were from the leadership of the communities. Most likely, when Ricky leaves, they will try to get closer to Lucas. After all, it is much easier for them to attack an apostle than a demigod. Lucas said he could kill them right now. But Lucas asked not to. Because he was also interested in how well the community members were doing their jobs. Ricky assumed he wanted to test them and see if he could use them in the future. As soon as Ricky entered the room, an inexplicable insect flew in and began to circle above Lucas's head. Community leaders noticed Ricky heading towards the Blake compound. Heinz said he will follow him and see what he does next. Meanwhile, Laudel followed Lucas in the body of an insect. She was trying to understand who this man is who accompanies Ricky. A mercenary named Kayan. He was listed as an A-rank wizard, but about 2 months ago, he unexpectedly disappeared from the task. That was enough to realize that he had a fake identity. Shepard said that they would investigate everything from the beginning. But Laudel insisted on dealing with him alone. The girl shut herself in her room and began to draw a magic circle with her blood. Thus she summoned her assistant to ask for a favor. Rillis replied that she would be happy to fulfill the request of her cute bat. Laudel said that on the 3rd floor of a hotel located in the western part of the city. And she wanted Rillis to spy on this guy's sleep. The girl was upset that Laudel called the queen and asked her for such a small favor. She said that now it is impossible to leave traces of interference from the outside. And now she can only trust Rillis. The queen liked how she spoke sweetly to her. Rillis asked what she needed to know for her. She was interested in whether the meeting of the demigods would actually take place. And if so, then you need to find out what their purpose is. After a while Rillis returned and said that there had been a failure. Usually, when she moves her body a little like that, any man immediately opens his heart to her, but this one didn't even move. She assumed that he was not human at all. They said that if a man kept his virginity until he was 30, he would become a wizard. But this guy did not look 30. In general, she thought about entering there by force, and then erasing all the memory. But she decided that it was very dangerous, so she did not do it. She also added that he had signed a contract with the Grand Duke, but she did not know exactly with whom. Lucas woke up to the fact that he almost didn't do anything. He knew that they would try to get him,
but he had no idea that they would send the Queen of Passion to his dream to find out all the information. The guy thanked Azura for kicking her out. And then he almost had to wash his underwear in the bathroom right after he woke up. The demon noted that he was resilient enough even without his help. Still, he had unparalleled willpower. Azura was disgusted even to look at her. He felt disgust when he saw how frivolously this Queen of Dreams behaved. He said that someone like Lucas was nothing to worry about and left. The boy began to guess that it might be Lauder's idea, since the master could not act on his own. He heard about her from Aegon. She looks like an ordinary girl, but when she lived for several hundred years, her tastes became really strange. These were their future comrades, so he couldn't even harm them. But even so, he couldn't explain the whole situation to them and hope that they would believe. Ricky came back and said that he couldn't get anything. Neither Isaac nor Riiran were there. But then Lucas didn't understand why he came back only now. But Freya's older brother was there, who told him everything. Only Ricky was about to return and he came to the mansion. It was obvious as soon as they saw Ricky heading to the Blake compound, they immediately sent the least suspicious Heinz there. He decided that it would be best not to tell Ricky that Heinz was a member of the community to begin with. Even though it was Ricky, demigods couldn't be trusted completely. Lucas knew for sure that Heinz was in Necklace. He wondered what form he had already taken. Ricky asked if anything happened to the boy because the community should try to reach out to him. He replied that it seems they are acting much more cautiously than they thought. They probably want to do it when the time comes. They went into the center of the city and Ricky said that they were in Ruinoble and its largest city, Ruphius. Lucas thought they were going there because there was going to be a gathering of demigods, but Ricky said he just had business to do. They were still being followed. They were very annoying and did not understand that following a demigod was very stupid. Ricky wasn't going to kill them, because as Lucas said, they could help them in the future. Then he invented a new entertainment for himself. Ricky wants to try to react like a human for once. Ricky started running very suddenly and Lucas had no choice but to follow him. The leaders of the community saw that they were running away from the surveillance and started to run after them as well, but were never able to catch up with them. Laudel ordered everyone to separate because they couldn't be lost. Although it was difficult, they seemed to have managed to pull away. Ricky said that sometimes it's fun to do that. The demigod showed Lucas to the door and asked him to go in there and get a mask that would completely contain his divine powers. Inside would be a man wearing an old hat. In order for him to take part in the meeting, it is necessary to properly hide his essence. Ricky won't go in there because the man he just talked about is Lord's subordinate. So if they go in together, he'll guess that Lucas is his apostle. When the boy entered this door, there was no end in sight. Who would have thought that such a place existed on the other side of the city? He went down for a long time and finally saw something that looked like an antique bench. A girl met him and asked why he came here. Lucas did not feel anyone's presence at all. Then a man with green hair came into the room and let Ailey go. Because the guest had some business with him. He sat down on a chair and greeted the guy in Hector's haberdashery. He had an old hat, so this was the man Ricky was talking about. Hector noticed that their visitor was not very talkative. He knew that the boy had come for a mask. When the boy reached out to take the mask, Hector saw a bracelet on his arm and asked him to show it. He earned his living by observation. Therefore, even without understanding what it is specifically, he can immediately understand how powerful this object is. He didn't even remember how much time had passed since he was so enthralled when he saw a magical item. And if his prediction was correct, then it must definitely be a light age item. Lucas apologized, but said he couldn't show anything. Hector was not sure if it was possible to create it on his own. Therefore, he begged to show it at least once. Lucas noticed that it was good to be filled with a thirst for research, but he could not give it. The man realized that nothing can be solved with words. And he fell on his knees and began to beg the boy to show the bracelet at least once. Now the boy understood what he meant when he said that he had to use something besides words.
Hector grabbed his clothes and said he wanted to touch the bracelet as a keepsake. Lucas tried to calm him down because someone could hear them and misunderstand. When he calmed down, the boy asked if he could create a golem with a core containing 1 million mana. But Hector said that he had never seen a core with 1 million mana. Lucas clarified that he was just asking if it was possible. The man thought about it and said that it was difficult. Lucas knew that. One of his acquaintances, the best alchemist, also said that this was a crazy idea. But Hector didn't understand how he could call someone the best alchemist sitting in front of him. He said that there are only 3 best alchemists on the mainland. One is the master of the 11 magic tower. But Lucas knew for sure that there are only 10 magic towers. Hector said that there is one called 11. And its owner is one of the secret defenders of the Casca Empire. But he could not tell anything about this man in more detail. The second is an alchemist from the northern snowlands. Although he is not an alchemist, but a sorcerer, his spells are even better than those of the master of the 11th magic tower. But it was obvious, because he lived more than 1,000 years. However, the problem was that it was impossible to make a request to him. He closed himself in the depths of a snowy dungeon and concentrated only on learning magic. He has a terrible character, so even if you just try to get close to him, you may not get out of there. Surprisingly, Lucas said that he gets along very well with such people. Hector forgot to say that he is the last best alchemist on Earth. Lucas noted that mostly those who talk about their unsurpassed abilities do not really represent anything of themselves. Hector agreed. Since he was locked in this weak body and given a sad status, it became pointless to be modest or care about his own dignity. Although he looks like this now, he belonged to a really distinguished family in the past. Strong scales that cannot be cut even with a precious sword, a large body capable of darkening the heavens, and a heart that dominates the most powerful engine. The demigods took it all from him. And he continued to live only because of his wisdom, but in reality it is possible that they intend to keep them around and mock their sad appearance. Lucas realized that Hector was once a dragon. If the records made at the time are to be believed, the dragon's lair had already been razed to the ground, and their bodies could not be found. And the only thing left in the cave was his egg. Hector thought it was strange. Not only the dragon's heart, but their teeth, bones, scales, eyes, and even blood. There was nothing unusual that such valuable dragon bodies were missing. But looking at the whole situation, it becomes clear that only the demigods and no one else could have taken all this back then. But for them, the dragon's corpse is of no value. Hector laughed and did not understand why he was telling this to the apostle. He apologized for starting this story. If, as he said, they really didn't kill the dragons, if they just conquered their minds and made them their subordinates, then it made sense. Hector noted that he was a very good boy. He asked to guess why the demigods left him sitting here. This is a place that any apostle must visit. All for the sake of receiving this mask. The great dragon barely supports his life and became a slave of demigods. Most of the apostles laughed looking at him. After all, each of them betrayed something of his own and followed a demigod. The demigods show them his sad face, thereby making them believe that they have made the right choice. But it seemed to him that Lucas was a little different. After all, instead of mocking, he sympathized. Although in reality he didn't care if he did it or not. Lucas said it was not sympathy for him, but fear and respect. For 1,000 years ago, it was the dragons who first realized that the demigods were dangerous and began to fight them. In fact, it would be much more accurate to say that during the battles of 4,000 years ago, the humans only helped the dragons a little in the final part of their battle with the demigods. Only one type of living creature was able to resist them. And they were dragons. Lucas said they haven't lost and now they're winning. Hector assumed that this boy also had a long and complicated history of his own. Lucas asked if the other dragons were in the same position as him. The man replied that most had died. Hector asked not to become so serious, because their family was really big in the past.
Since this man was permanently locked in this place, Lucas decided to ask him to create a body for the 1 million mana core golem he had talked about earlier. But he replied that it would not be enough to show his bracelet.
Lucas then asked what he wanted in return.
He replied that he wanted to get this artifact forever, and the boy agreed almost immediately. But in return, Lucas asked to give him a promise in the language of dragons.
Hector noticed that the boy really knew them well.
But the request to give him the bracelet was a joke.
He didn't say that because he didn't want to use the language of dragons. He just wanted to test Lucas first.
It will be enough for him just to see him once, because he has no value for him.
Hector asked if there were any special details he should pay attention to.
But the boy only wanted the body to be able to merge with the core.
The rest was irrelevant.
It will take at least 6 months to find the necessary materials and manufacture, then he will be able to come again. The girl said that it was an unusual enough customer and she could see that it amused Hector. As it turns out, even when you're locked in a basement, an interesting encounter can still happen.
Lucas's heart really hadn't trembled like that in a long time after the meeting. Ricky said it took longer than he expected.
The guy replied that it was just too deep.
Lucas asked what Ricky was going to do now that the meeting was about a month away.
Although the kingdom of Ruinoble is called the country of knights, it is the most corrupt of all the states known to it. But they still dared to lie about supporting the traditions of that man.
Lucas said that it would be strange if there was no corruption in human society.
Ricky asked the boy to pay attention to the mountain that was in front of them. It seemed incomparable, because most of the surroundings of Ruinoble are plains.
Marquis d'Alamon is the most disgusting old man among the aristocrats of Ruinoble.
He is a scum who does not choose means and methods to quench his greed. In several places on this mountain there are slave prisons that he created. This shocked the boy, because it had been a long time since the abolition of the slave building.
Ricky thought he was naive enough. Slave ownership continues to exist in secret.
Rather, on the contrary, supply is now unable to keep up with demand.
Lacaz has always said that he has no qualms about killing criminals.
Moreover, for the remaining month, he needs to use as much of his divine power as possible.
Lucas asked to get rid of him from all their work points.
He said that he would personally look at them first, and then decide what to do next.
Ricky looked like he was beginning to have doubts about being told to kill someone of his kind by a demigod.
Lucas replied that he simply did not trust other people's words and went in search of prisons.
It was getting dark and Lucas approached the first place he needed.
Some of the guards were already asleep, and thanks to this it was possible to get inside. The guy got to the center of the prison to see for himself what was happening there. They kept people in cages without food and water. There were different races, from elves to aliens.
There were even monsters.
One of the guards carried a dead girl on his shoulders. His colleague asked why he was not on duty there for a long time. He wanted to tease her a bit, but he didn't know that she would actually die from it.
Lucas couldn't understand why there were so many corpses, since they must be their prized commodity.
The guard asked him to calm down because the Marquis is not happy with the fact that so many slaves have been dying lately. But he didn't care, because he was only interested in expensive elves. But he just threw away the elf.
Lucas realized that they were using slaves to satisfy their sexual desires and thus get rid of boredom.
They noticed Lucas and could not understand how he appeared inside the prison, which is guarded everywhere by guards. Ruinoble was called a country that was the pride of knights. And the boy decided to ask if they have this pride, about which there are legends.
But then he realized that he had asked an absolutely senseless question.
Lucas, with the help of his magical abilities, turned these criminals into dust. Since one of them managed to call for help, Lucas was almost immediately surrounded by knights with spears. People like them dressed in armor and pretended to be real knights.
Lucas couldn't even imagine what Rashid would think if he saw all this.
Therefore, he decided to do what he had to instead of his friend, to respect his memory. Meanwhile, the Marquis yelled at the guard for killing the elf again.
Moreover, he ordered to treat the elves more carefully.
they had no idea how much each of them was worth. Then a man dressed as a cook came in and asked how they were going to get rid of the dead elf. The Marquis ordered to act as usual. Today he especially wanted basil sauce. He asked the cook to hurry, because meat always tastes better when it is cooked fresh. Another guard ran into the Marquis' office and said that they had caught a stranger on the prison grounds. The Marquis asked him not to tell him about such matters and ordered to deal with him on his own. But the guard said that all the knights were killed by him. Lucas reached the office and broke the ceiling in it. Marquis fell to the floor because of this. Lucas advised him to lose weight, because he is not a pig. The man turned to the cook and asked him to kill this stranger as soon as possible. He pulled out his knives and lunged at Lucas without thinking. But the boy used a barrier, and when his knife touched him, the man simply exploded into the air and turned into candy canes. The Marquis ordered the guard to fight, but he was not going to listen to him and began to escape from the prison. However, the same fate awaited him as the cook Marquis. He was destroyed. The criminal could not understand what this guy needed. He was ready to pay him any money. Lucas stomped on him and said that he was very angry and seemed to be so for a long time. The guy asked what he would like to start with. From the tongue or maybe from the eyeballs. After a while, Ricky appeared and said that he seemed to have done his job. But he replied that he had not finished yet, because there were still those people who were locked in cages. Lucas came down and destroyed all their cages and shackles. Now they were free, and he let them go from here. One beastman asked what freedom was, because he had never felt it. Their families and friends had all died. He had no more meaning to live and asked to just kill him. Ricky said if they really wanted it, he promised to make it painless, that they wouldn't even know what happened. Lucas stopped him and said that it is dangerous. Death will not give them peace. He didn't save them because he thought they were pathetic, and if they asked to kill them after that, he admitted that he couldn't do it. Lucas said that starting from now and for 1 month, he will destroy those who did this to them. There are still many places left with people like them. Lucas assumed that they thought the same way. They think that it would be better to die. But the boy was not interested in their mood. He just wanted to kill greedy pigs that fill their fat bellies. Lucas suggested that they should go and find out what freedom was instead of asking him about it. Ricky noted that he ended up telling them to try to survive somehow, but he looked like a thief himself. Lucas decided to tell them so that it would be easier for them to understand. They know nothing but despair, so hope on the contrary can only bring unbearable pain. Giving freedom to those who know nothing about it is tantamount to a death sentence. What they need now is not freedom, but time to think. Perhaps, while he is saving others, they will find the meaning of the word freedom that was given to them. Lucas had a goal to destroy all slave prisons, and he was going for it. He was helped by those people to whom he gave freedom. They also wanted to grant freedom to other slaves who were like them. In time, all the slave prisons on the outskirts of Ruinoble were destroyed. Lucas said that his assistants did a good job. And he added that this is the end of their work. During this time, there have been many more of them. The back end could not yet realize that they are free. This is something they have to determine on their own. He got a new family, and now he will definitely have a lot of work to feed them all. Lucas told them at the beginning that they needed to look at freedom with their own eyes and decide what exactly it meant to them. Backend cried and said that this time spent together was freedom for them. The boy asked what they planned to do next. He replied that they were thinking of going to the mountain range of Spain and establishing a village there, where people would not be able to reach. Lucas said that it won't be easy because there are so many different monsters in that place. But the Beastman said that in any case it would be better than it was here. There can be no monsters more terrible than men. Backend then realized that Lucas is also human and began to apologize. But the boy confirmed his words and agreed with them. They thanked him for saving him and said that they would never forget his kindness. After that, they got together and went to the mountains. Ricky said that they seemed to have found the meaning of the word freedom, as Lucas had said. He thought that the boy knew from the beginning how everything was going to be, but that was not true.
He just continued to believe that their fire inside had not yet faded. After all, people are very interesting creatures. They can become worse than a demon, or they can be kinder than an angel. Lucas reminded them that they needed to start their journey to the meeting. He has already gotten rid of enough traces of his mana. The meeting will start very soon, and if they don't leave now, they risk being late. But it so happened that Ricky had not yet told him the reason for their coming to this place. This is where the meeting of the demigods should be. Laudel and his company watched them all the time. But they could not understand why the demigod and the apostle were freeing the slaves. They did not even know that there were such large slave farms near the city. They entered inside the barrier that had been set up by the demigods. And now they will not be able to get out of there until their meeting is over. But on the other hand, it was good because they would be able to hear the whole conversation and be very close. Agnias, the Lord of Fire, appeared first, and from that moment he asked Lucas to be silent. He could easily change his appearance. This means that Ricky also has another true form. Agni was surprised that Ricky would come first to bring order here. He replied that he was closer than everyone here. He then turned his attention to his apostle and said that he looked like a good enough fellow. Ricky noticed that Agnias had also made himself an apostle. He replied that he was finally able to find someone he liked. This apostle had a very familiar look. Lucas did not understand why she was here with a demigod. At one point, enough apocalypses arrived in this place. Chanted the god in female form that he had seen for the first time. It was Reiron who created the entire Blake family. The next one could be recognized at a glance, it was Nasdaq. And Ananta, he looked the same as he did 4,000 years ago. This is the ultimate old man that they couldn't defeat even when they combined all their powers. With Shuhei, Kazajan, Iris, and Rushid. Ricky asked why the three of them had come together. Reiron replied that they had noticed something interesting and were going to check it out. Reiron asked him to take his time and said that he too would soon find out. The leaders of the communities watched as all the apocalypses came, but the Lord was still not there. Nasdaq said that they have foreigners on their territory. They didn't understand how it happened because they hid their mana very well. Lucas assumed that those idiots from the community had come after them and were now in a hopeless situation. But even if they managed to enter, they found themselves locked in the Lord's barrier, from which it is impossible to get out. Lucas could also feel the energy coming from the gate. And there were several hundred of them, definitely not members of the community. The boy assumed that this could be a detachment sent from Runobles to hide traces of slave prisons. Nasdaq said it was strange and Ricky couldn't help but notice it. He replied that he knew, but there were too many of them and he was worried about God's punishment. And in such a case, he said that he would deal with them himself. Ricky warned him that with such a number it would be difficult to evade God's punishment. Ananta asked how Ricky was doing in Ruinoble, since the area was under his control. Reiron also asked to pay attention to this, because the Lord did not just offer to meet in this place. He thought that it was necessary to clean up here. Nasdaq went up to the knights and was shocked at how small they were. And he promised to give them a gift. After all, death is the best gift and everyone, big and small, knows that. With one movement of his finger, he destroyed a knightly squad of black dragons, which consists of 100 people. Nazdaku was very pleased to enjoy interesting kills over a long period of time. Lucas realized that among them there was no opponent with whom he could compete. He considered himself self-confident because he had killed the 9th part of the Hydra. And finally the Lord appeared before them. They had not seen him for a long time and he was happy to welcome everyone at the meeting. He was the same as 4,000 years ago. An unpleasantly changed face, the features of which appear and disappear depending on sharply changed emotions. Nasdaq said that Ricky could rejoice because now he would not have to fear God's punishment. He did not understand what this monster was talking about. They were standing in a destroyed building. But Lord was able to completely restore it in a few seconds with the help of one movement of his hand. The Lord immediately rushed to hug his oldest friend Ricky. But he was trying to find out what his words meant that he no longer needed to fear punishment. Riirin showed him a liquid called ilianinum. They were the first to find it and give it a name. Although it seems like a simple metal that has nothing special, you need to look at it more carefully. Riirin broke off a piece and put it in her mouth. After that, her sacred power simply disappeared. But it seemed so at first glance, but in fact she stayed with her and did not go anywhere. This was the power of the ilianinium. In fact, the primary goal was to create a temporary block to the sacred abilities, all because they were fed up with the people from the communities who were constantly harassing them. However, it is not known whether this is considered a success or a failure, but the result was different from expectations. She created an item that perfectly hides the signs of power, but at the same time does not deprive you of your abilities. If you eat it, you can cheat God's rules for a while. That is, no matter how many living creatures they do not kill, God's punishment will not affect them. But due to the fact that the research is not yet finished, the quantity is limited. In the future, she is going to make it in a liquid form so that it is more convenient to take. But now the manufacturing process is very complicated and the materials were difficult to find. Riirin gave him a piece and told him to use it sparingly. Just break off small pieces. Very soon, she promised, they would be able to use it in their daily lives. If it is easier to make it, then the use of apostles will be unnecessary. Nasdaq noted that he reacts quite coldly. They got a chance to get rid of the annoying insects in plenty, and he was not very happy. Ricky changed. 4,000 years ago when he destroyed Icolium he became quite strange. Swordmaster Rushid spent his last moments with his homeland of Icolium. In other words, Rushid was killed by Ricky. He said that 4,000 years had passed and he was more surprised by the immutability of Nasdaq. But Nasdaq did not let him finish and said that it was pointless. There can be no change in such perfect beings as them. This is where the differences of opinion between Ricky and Nasdaq began. Because he did not consider himself perfect. Ananta interrupted their argument and said that the Hydra had died. But no one knew when or under what conditions. Lucas realized that they all suspected Ricky of killing Hydra and most likely other murders. The Lord said that they belonged to the same race and should not behave like that. They apologized and said that they were too hasty with their conclusions. The Lord asked Ricky to understand them. It seemed that they had become very sensitive. But he didn't care. It will be justified because for Lord Ricky was like a younger brother. Lord was the first conscious part that appeared from a large piece of energy. And Ricky appeared right after him. However, when Ricky gave up his power on Roanablem, built a cabin in the forest and began to live there, the Lord did not notice him. Because of his wonderful attitude, the others were left with nothing but indignation. Ricky asked Lord to move on to important things. This meeting was held with the purpose of identifying the traitor. And it was obvious that Nasdaq and Anantas suspected Rick. They didn't hide it. Although there were still demigods left who should come, it was boring to just wait. That's why he offered to play a truth game between them. And the essence of the game is to reveal your apostles to each other. But in this situation, when everyone is suspicious of each other, revealing your only weak point would be tantamount to murder. And more importantly, if they reveal Lucas's identity now, it will be much more difficult for them to act. The boy did not know what Ricky would do in this case, he was very calm. Riirin told the Lord that now was not the time for jokes. Although she did not think that there was a traitor among them. The Lord offered to do it in a different way. First, he will show his apostle to everyone present. Everyone was shocked and no one could think that he would dare to do such a thing. But Lucas understood that this was their chance. If they find out the apostle Lord, they can find and kill him. Aganius asked the Lord not to reveal his apostle. Because he is the core of the demigods. And if there really is a traitor among them, then he participates in this meeting, despite all the danger. In order to learn about his apostle. But Lord replied that he could not avoid it. Because he was the first to talk about such a game and it could ruin his reputation. Anant and Nasdaq also agreed with Agni and asked not to show their apostle. Riiran also said that she agreed with all of them as well. The Lord pretended to be uncomfortable, but knew from the beginning that this would be the outcome. He pretended that everything was wrong, but in fact his goal was to put pressure on Ricky. The situation became complicated and Lucas was interested to know what he would do now. Ricky didn't care, but he said he wouldn't show his apostle unless the Lord showed his. Nasdaq was shocked by Ricky's behavior. How could he dare to compare himself to the Lord? He said that all demigods are equal. Lord was named as such only to distinguish the first demigod. It had no other meaning. Nasdaq grabbed him and told him that he could not just pass by his speech. He was convinced that only the Lord was able to cope with his duties. He was right, and they played roles that were difficult for him. The Lord tried to calm everyone down, but Nasdaq wasn't going to listen to him anymore. Because it was clear that Ricky was very suspicious and he wasn't the only one who thought so. He was determined to take this chance and reveal the truth to the end. Therefore, the Lord asked not to suspect his own kind until they find out the same truth. What annoyed Nasdaq the most in this situation was that even in such a situation he did not even think of trying to prevent suspicions in his direction. His demeanor seemed to say that he didn't care if such idiots suspected him or not. This made Nasdaq very angry. The Lord promised to find out by the end of this meeting whether Ricky is a traitor or not. And until he finds out, he will not remove the barrier. Agni said that in such a case he wanted to reveal the identity of his apostle first. He ordered the girl to take off her mask and she did so without haste. Then Lucas was sure that it was her. But he could not even think that the next time they would meet under such circumstances. He really wanted to ask Phoenix if she had become an apostle by his will or if she was forced. But the boy understood that it could do that. She had a human account, but he was not sure about her inner world. Agni noticed her not far from the mountain range, and this creature turned out to be several times stronger than other phoenixes. While everyone was looking at Apostle Agni, Anand said that he would reveal himself next. It was an assassin called Genta. An ordinary person in appearance, nothing special. Then Nasdaq opened. His apostle was a real demon in his flesh. They did not understand how he called him to their world. Lucas immediately thought it strange that Odin somehow knew about Azura's call. This meant that Nasdaq was connected to Iris. The boy was sure that Riiran's apostle would be someone from the Blake family. Heinz is chasing them, so it's either Isaac or Michelle. But he didn't guess, because it was Frey's mother, Lithia Blake. The Lord noted that they all brought interesting friends with them. He thanked them for revealing their secrets despite the danger. Since Apostle Ricky was the first to arrive on this territory, he should have known better than anyone about the structure of this fortress. He let everyone rest until he called them again. Meanwhile, he wanted to talk to Ricky alone. The Lord changed the location. He said that it was necessary because a lot of people were interested in their conversation. Even at this moment, Lord remembered very well the moment when they first met. When he got out of the resistance of the world and gained self-awareness. It was loneliness that tormented Lorda the most. Everything that existed in this world was wild. Even knowing that he had the power to conquer it all, he had no interest. After all, there is no point in power if it has no purpose. Then the world resistance released another piece of self-awareness. He was talking about Ricky. He didn't know what Lord felt when he first saw him. He was no longer alone and finally found a purpose. After him, demigods began to be born one by one. They became his reason for the Lord's life and the goal of his power. His wonderful power was needed in order to protect people like him and create a world for them. Ricky asked why he decided to talk about those times. Nasdaq's and Ananta's displeasure was justified. All demigods are equal, but he could not treat them all equally. After all, Ricky was his greatest happiness and the greatest reason to live on. Because no matter what he did, the Lord constantly closed his eyes to it. Even when he lived in a hut and did not take care of his territory.
even when he was emotionally communicating with the Lord and when he was killing his fellow tribesmen. He knew all this time that Ricky betrayed them and only now decided to ask why he did so. The apostles were waiting in a separate room when they would be called to the meeting.
Meanwhile, each of them could do whatever they wanted.
Jaka approached Lucas and began to demand that he remove his mask and show his face. But the guy offered him to take it off on his own, if he had enough strength for it. A demon approached them and asked them to be quiet until he killed them himself. The demon was interested in whether there was anything to eat in this place. Lucas answered that there was beer and bread.
The demon was happy and asked to bring them quickly. He was once again convinced that human food is the tastiest in the world. Lucas asked who else needed to bring food.
He approached Phoenix and told her that she also needed to eat and regain her energy.
Lucas was very glad that she looked healthy.
Ricky guessed that the Lord already knew everything. When he offered the apostles to take off their masks, Ricky thought that maybe he already knew everything, so he specially provoked them even more. If he wasn't sure even then, he would have been very angry. But the Lord didn't do that, as if he was already sure of everything.
He said that killing relatives cannot be forgiven.
The reason was unclear to Lord, because he always understood him better than anyone and they had the same intentions.
The reason was simple. Ricky said he was just wrong before. Lord thought he was still angry about his mistake 4,000 years ago.
He assumed that the boy could not forgive him that he interfered in the fight with that knight. Then Ricky was angry with him for the first time. The Lord promised that he would pretend as if nothing had happened, and asked him to consider this as his apology for a mistake 4,000 years ago. Ricky did not understand why he decided to do this, because he was killing their relatives. Although if you declare that there is no traitor, you will not be able to convince anyone.
Especially Nasdaq with Anunta.
In addition, due to the fact that he attracted their attention very much, he promised that during their meeting he would in any case find the traitor. Therefore, it is necessary to find a replacement for him, and the Lord even already knew who it could be.
This is one of the demigods who are headed here.
This means that he is going to blame his relative.
Ricky noticed that the Lord has changed a lot since their last meeting. After all, he himself created the rule that all demigods are equal and there is no one above or below. The Lord replied that the boy was so special to him that he was ready to make such sacrifices. He asked to kill his apostle in front of everyone and then he would go into hibernation for 1,000 years. In any case, their life is eternal and for them it is not a very long term. The Lord asked to think about it as a vacation.
Until then, he will personally take care of him. In a few days, the guy who will be his replacement should arrive. And when he is here, then Ricky will have to do everything as the Lord asked.
He left and said he would take care of everything else after that. That is, if he kills Lucas, then no one will blame him anymore.
And together with the Lord, they will be able to change all the demigods starting from the inside.
Then he would not have to fight against everyone by himself.
There was no more ideal situation than that the Lord would be on his side.
Ricky entered the room where the apostles were kept and asked Lucas to follow him.
On the way to the right place, Lucas thought that it was not someone else who killed Rushid, but Ricky. He knew that he could not be trusted and it was confirmed.
Ricky broke the wall with one finger. There was a warehouse with jewels hidden by Dalaman. Lucas did not know that there was such a place below. The guy asked Ricky where they were going.
He asked him a counter question if he knew what power the Lord had. He himself answered that he can control space. The fact that Lucas' consciousness was locked in an abyss apart from his body also happened because of this power.
Ricky asked if Lucas understood what he was talking about.
This means that even if he reaches the 9-star level, he still cannot defeat the Lord.
But Lucas did not understand why he was telling him this. After all, that is why they are hunting the apostles. But he himself saw that the Ili Unanum artifact had appeared. Once they got this stone, the demigods would no longer need to fear divine punishment. That is, they will no longer need to create apostles. Lucas couldn't understand what those words meant. Ricky apologized and said it was time to say goodbye.
He drew his sword and tried to attack Lucas. But then the boy turned his head and saw that he was attacking Anant, who had been following them all the time into this basement. He was convinced that it was Ricky who killed Hydra and was a traitor. He said it was true and he killed her. After that, he delivered the final blow that finished off Anant. Lucas asked what he just did. Ricky replied that it was a fake and Lord will be here soon with others. So they don't have time to talk. The boy watched as he managed to cut through the Lord's barrier with just one energy of his sword. Ricky tried his best, but barely managed to make a small crack in the barrier. He pushed Lucas out and he stayed inside. After all, he said that the time had come for their divorce. But the boy asked not to joke like that and to let him back in. And he was interested in who decided that they should part ways. Lucas said that he would wait for him and demanded that he return alive. As soon as the crack closed on the other side, Ricky was already waiting for the demigods who wanted to kill him.
Nasdaq and Anant were convinced of his betrayal, but Agnya had a hard time believing it. He doubted it to the end.
He asked what had happened and where Lord had gone. Nasdaq said that in such a situation the Lord would definitely not take his side. It was a pity that he did not come in order to keep him alive. This truth was problematic. After all, Ricky said goodbye to him as if he was going to die very soon. But because of this, he became a liar. If the Lord was gone, Ricky was convinced that he would once again be the only survivor among them. Nasdaq called him crazy if he really thought he could defeat the four of them. It seemed that being cornered in a dead end made him completely mad. The Lord treated him like a child, so he mistakenly thinks that he has also become a lord. But he was just another demigod. Ricky accepted that he was the second demigod. He did not feel jealous or inferior. He was created by emptiness and loneliness. He added that community leaders call them the 5 apocalypses. The strongest demigod. It annoyed Ricky and he didn't understand how they dared to put him on the same level as pathetic monsters like them.
Riiran understood that the further, the worse.
She was surprised by Ricky's self-confidence. He said it was based on mistrust of them. Meanwhile, Lucas stood in front of the closed barrier and did not understand why he did so and was left alone with these creatures. The guy turned around and noticed Rushid's grave there. But he couldn't understand why it was there if it was Ricky's space. Next to the grave was a sword that the knight used all his life. It was the best show of respect for him. Previously, the technique of Dawn of Terror belonged to Rushid. Dharma Lucas did not trust Ricky. The Lord approached him and said that he was the foreign body that had led his old friend's true soul astray. The first thing Ricky saw at birth was Lord's happy face. He told him that he finally had a reason to live. But what about Ricky? What did he need to live for? Although the Lord had a reason, he had nothing. Therefore, he decided to follow the Lord. He began to consider the Lord's goal as his personal goal. But loneliness only increased. His sword, called his power, asked Ricky every time what he was swinging it for. What he wanted to gain from his power. These questions were a terror for him. Because it seemed to him that if he found answers to them, his trust in the Lord would be destroyed. The demigods didn't think Ricky was that strong. After all, he hadn't even returned to his true form. He was afraid to admit that the way he had admired was different from the way of the Lord. But one fine day, one person gave him an answer. He said that a sword you don't trust is no more than a piece of cutlery. Ricky believed that only someone who considered himself stronger could say such words. But this man admitted that Ricky is much stronger than him. And he will not be able to win this fight. But it wasn't about winning or losing. He called Ricky ridiculously weak. However, he did not like this definition, because he believed that the winner is the strongest. The man asked if he had ever trusted his life to the sword in his hands. In that situation, the man did not have the look of someone who was on the verge of death. Perhaps because of his sincere eyes, Ricky was unable to answer a very easy question. In fact, Ricky already knew about it, knew exactly what he was missing and exactly what he wanted to get. He had eyes that knew everything.
This man was someone he could not defeat.
Be it faith, or someone dear to you, the time will come and in order to protect something they will have to entrust their life to the sword. And when that moment comes, it will become clear what true power is.
Riiran understood why he doesn't return to his true body. Ricky uses the sword's abilities with the help of human techniques.
It's not just that he can't turn back. After all, if he does, he won't be able to use human sword techniques. But this did not change the fact that Ricky was strong. However, Agnias was sure that in such a body he was not able to exceed human limitations and he would not be able to resist his flames. There was no need to attack Ricky specifically, you can just cover the whole area with fire and he will simply disappear.
Lucas didn't expect Lord to come here for him.
He said that the boy had done something that could not be done, so he promised him a painful death. The boy noticed that he was speaking differently than 4,000 years ago. This means that Ricky's betrayal was a shock for him. He didn't know if he could win, but he had to. The Lord began to use his power to destroy the boy, but heard a familiar voice telling him to stop. Although she looked different, he could recognize her from one glance. It was Iris. She asked not to kill this person and covered him with her body. The Lord said that she had gone mad and warned that if she did not leave, she would simply die with him. But she reminded him of what he had promised to do for her. He had once said he would grant her request.
Iris wanted to use him now.
The Lord did not understand why she wanted to use the opportunity that she had been guarding all these 4,000 years. But he said that the promises must be fulfilled. The Lord said that the next time he meets him, he will definitely kill him.
Everything was getting more interesting.
For the sake of protecting Ricky, Iris put her life on the line. For the sake of the one who was doomed to perish. He was so interested in the reason that he would soon go crazy. Lucas realized that she had been alive all this time. She wanted to ask him a favor and show her true face without a mask. At first, the guy got emotional, but then he remembered how she mercilessly killed his best friend Shuhei. He said that he will not take off the mask because he cannot trust her. The guy asked why she decided to save him. She opened a portal and said he didn't need to know and disappeared without a trace. He really wanted to know why she killed Shuhei, but he couldn't do it without revealing his identity. Agni was almost certain that he would not be able to withstand such fire with such a body. He was doing this so that Ricky would return to his true account. And he was right that he would have no chance. Ricky decided for the first time to sincerely entrust his life to the sword.
There must come a time to protect something. And then you will have to entrust your life to the sword.
When this moment comes, the realization of true power will come.
Ricky used Rush's heaven-ripping sword technique.
He put all his strength into the strike and was really able to not only repel the attack, but also cut through the heavens. While all the demigods were shocked by what happened, Ricky began to destroy them one by one.
In one moment, he destroyed 3 demigods.
Even the Lord himself would hardly be able to do that. Riiran was already ready to accept her death and simply raised her hand up to avoid seeing the moment of the attack. But the Lord stood in his way. He asked him to stop the bloodshed. And he said that this is the worst day in his life. He was sure he had another choice, but he took the wrong path.
Ricky asked to destroy him and not hesitate.
Lord fulfilled his request. He punished him once and for all, thanks to which he must feel all the wrath of his relatives.
The Lord said if we hurry, they can still be revived and asked to check on Ananta, Nazdoka and Agni.
She asked what she should do with Ricky, but Lord didn't answer and just walked in an unknown direction. The boy asked to kill him and not to doubt his decision. She asked him to disappear because she didn't want to touch the scum who would die anyway.
Riiran asked him to go to a place where she would never see him. Lucas's body did not move.
The difference in their strength was colossal. He instinctively foresaw his death. And if Iris hadn't stopped him, he would definitely have died without any chance of life. Lucas was ashamed in front of Rushid, because he was able to change even Ricky. And after 400 years, he failed to change even himself. He really wanted to know what he had done with Ricky. At that moment, Ricky came up from behind and replied that he had read him the notation. He asked Lucas to hold his hand so he could lie down next to Rashid. Ricky apologized for his carelessness because he assumed they had underestimated the Lord.
But Lucas said his wounds need to be taken care of first.
The demigod's body was different from that of a human.
It cannot be simply cured. Without Lord's power, Ricky will have no choice but to disappear. Therefore, they did not have time. Ricky asked to listen to him as carefully as possible. He earned them about a year of time and mortally wounded Nazdaku, Ananti, and Agnia. They won't be able to move normally until they fully recover.
He said that only demigods make the Lord act. Even in spite of this whole situation, he could not kill him. You can say that he is at least a philanthropist in relation to the demigods. This was the Lord's weakness. But Lucas asked why he betrayed someone like him. Ricky replied that a sword without trust is just a kitchen knife. 4,000 years ago, this one phrase changed absolutely everything in him. He longed for strength to fill the void within himself so that his sword techniques would become even stronger. He took them from humans. That battle, like all others, was started in order to take away a man's equipment. And as always, his victory became obvious. But even when he was in a battle with no chance of victory, his gaze did not drop for a second. He was an unsurpassed man. That was the first time Ricky saw resilience with his own eyes. He realized that if he didn't have the powers of a demigod, he wouldn't even be able to match his toe. Rashid told him about what was missing from his sword and what he should fill this void with. Lucas said that all this time he was wrong at his expense. It was not done for the sake of murder, but during the duel. Ricky said that Rashida was killed by the Lord. Ricky did not use his powers, but only fought with sword techniques. Therefore, the Lord began to worry that he would lose and entered their battle. Ricky was very ashamed and still could not forget it. His look, which he did not lower even in the last second of his life. Ricky asked him what he believed in. Rashid laughed and replied that if he has friends to whom he can trust his back, then such a small thing as death will not scare him. Trust was not a simple philanthropic shell, like Lord's, with the help of which he wants to achieve only his personal peace. Ricky was jealous because only then would he understand why all existing life forms are precious. He ordered Lucas to go to Blake's mansion. It will be necessary to find clues to stop the production of Illuminum. Because if the demigods can use it without problems, then everything will be over. After that, he will need to go to the north, to the snowy lands. To find a demigod named Elia. She was the only one in whose control even the Lord surrendered. If there is a demigod who can take his side, it is only her. Ricky was glad to disappear after being able to say all he wanted. For demigods there was no such thing as death. They just disappear. It's a shame, if only he could meet the Lord again in battle, if only in heaven. He wondered what Rashid would say if they met now. He would say that Ricky deserved praise. And that he was a beautiful sword. Lucas was sure that this fool would have said those exact words. Ricky was surprised because at some point he started to look like Rashid. Lucas said that Rashid was a friend he could trust with his back. The boy admitted that his real name is Lucas Troman. And he is an archmage who returned after 400 years to destroy the Lord. Lucas was sure Rashid would be proud of him, and so would he. Ricky had been through a lot on his own, so he needed a good rest. After these words, his body simply spread over the ground and disappeared. Lucas received his core, which housed his power. Laudel and her colleagues entered the battlefield of the demigods after their confrontation. She didn't know the reasons for the argument between them, but it was a completely different level. Even if all the strange creatures in the world united, they would not be able to win. They noticed the apostle sword in the sky. This was their chance, because the enemy was just an apostle. Laudel wanted to grab him and attack him to get more information. Shepard said that this was not a matter that needed to be simply discussed. Action needed to be taken here. He went up to the boy and said that he had only one question, whether he was their enemy or their ally. The boy was silent and Shepard added that they had already found out that he was Ricky's apostle. However, he began to cause chaos in relation to other gods. Besides, they saw how they freed all the slaves. Therefore, they were not at all like the rest of the demigods.
He wanted to know if they should treat him as an enemy.
One of their leaders decided that there was no need to wait any longer and began to attack the boy. But his attacks were useless. Lucas fought them off without moving and activated the space capture. Apostle Ricky was a sorcerer who reached the level of 8 stars. Laudel decided to use her unique ability to summon the spirit of passion. Lucas decided to surprise everyone and also summon the demon he had recently signed a contract with.
This really shocked everyone.
In addition to the fact that he uses magic and divine powers at the same time, he can also summon a demon. The queen immediately began to use her charms and said that they had not seen each other for a long time.
Azura asked not to make him laugh.
After all, she appeared in Lucas's dream a few days ago. She blushed and tried to prove that it was not true. Azura said he was glad to meet her. Still, he wanted to beat her at least once for a long time. She didn't like it and hoped that Azura would help her relieve her fatigue for the first time in a long time. After a short discussion, they got down to business and started a confrontation.
Laudel ordered all her assistants to leave because they would only get in her way. She wasn't going to repeat them twice.
They asked her to be more careful and followed her order.
Laudel didn't expect Lucas to let them go so easily. He was very relaxed.
The guy replied that she was his target from the very beginning. She began to demand from him that Lucas told everything about what happened between the demigods.
Lucas did not look like someone who could succumb to such a simple sorcery.
After all, she had already tested her strength on him once.
Soul capture did not work on him at all.
Everything was as Rillis said. The strength of the spirit of this guy is not at the human level. She asked what Lucas meant by saying that she was his main target from the beginning. The forces of their family are devoted to the bonds of higher and lower.
Lucas wanted to conquer her and make her his servant. Laudel said that he was dull enough and thought it was because of his young age.
She seemed to enjoy battles of attrition more than he had anticipated. But Lucas hardly wasted his energy to repel her attacks. She then summoned a hellhound, but she couldn't get to Lucas because he hid behind a barrier of fire. She summoned as many as 3 demons. She really surprised Lucas, but he still remained very calm. Laudel ordered all 3 demons to destroy the sorcerer and they began to advance. But Lucas was not lost and counterattacked these creatures before they approached him. Such a powerful blow was capable of destroying 100 creatures like these demons. Lucas pinned Laudel to the ground and said that she was skilled enough, but her tactics were very outdated. The guy left her and said that he didn't intend to kill them from the beginning. But the girl did not understand what he was up to, because Lucas was the first to provoke them into a fight. He replied that he just wanted to test their abilities. Are they capable of opposing demigods with their powers?
Laudel assumed he meant that he was going to fight the demigods with them.
But she said she wasn't going to believe it because he had sold his beliefs and become a demigod. Lucas was not going to convince them, but simply asked them to accept it. After all, he is definitely stronger than all of them.
Meanwhile, Lord decided to visit his old friend Elia.
But she warned him not to enter her territory without permission.
The Lord said that Ricky died.
More precisely, he had to kill him with his own hands. But she did not want to believe it. But he replied that Ricky betrayed them. Dozens of their brothers died. And he just did what he had to do.
Elia asked why his face looked so bad after what he had done.
He didn't answer the questions and asked Elia to take over and do what Ricky was doing. But he had to know her answer even if she wouldn't name him. The Lord said that he would definitely return and then he wanted to get the answer he needed. After he left, Elia fell to her knees and couldn't believe that Ricky had died at the Lord's hands. She was in despair.
Meanwhile, Azura was also defeating the queen.
But she said that it was unfair to use 6 hands at once.
Laudel ordered Rylus to stop the fight and return to her dimension. The girl understood that Lucas was going to conquer her. But she was not surprised, because he had reasons to say so. She admitted her defeat and said that she would now submit to him completely. But she can't just obey. Although she looks like it, Laudel was actually the queen of the vampires. Lucas assumed that she wanted to sign the contract on his blood. It was a clever enough move. He hoped that if he did not have enough skill, then she would not want to make him her relative and subjugate him. She pounced on him and bit him right in the neck. The guy didn't even resist. Laudel thought that this was the end of him. After that, they moved to another dimension, where the true account of the girl was displayed. She said that this is a space of emptiness. In this place, they are not affected by time from the real world. Simply put, she can leave him in this place for hundreds of years until he swears to obey her. Lucas started to laugh at her. Just compared to the vastness of the void that he knows, it's just heaven. There is his body and there is Laudel. Moreover, all his senses are equally active. The girl could not understand what he was talking about. And it was not like an ordinary bluff. He really did not care that he was here. Regardless of how strong his spirit was, Laudel was sure that no human could spend at least a year in such a place. The girl really wanted to know who he really is and his true account. He appeared behind her and said that he will tell who he really is. Lucas began to show her the place in which he spent 4,000 years. He moved all his memories into her mind. Despite the fact that it was just an imagination, the girl almost went crazy and started screaming and crying at the same time. And he only showed her a year so that Laudel could taste the atmosphere. When a century passed, Lucas stopped counting time, and when he returned, a whole 4,000 years had passed. Laudel could not calm down. She did not believe that this person could withstand such abuse, because it seemed absolutely impossible. She continued to cry, but already from the fact that Lucas Troman was standing before her alive. Then he decided to ask her again whether she would obey him or not. She bowed and said she would follow his every command and would die for him. When the sun sets, he asked to send Heinz Blake to his feet. But in no case should he be accompanied by an escort. Lucas was standing on the edge of the abyss, and it felt like he was waiting for someone. As it was, he expected to see and talk to Phoenix there. He had a few questions for her. He said that she had changed a lot in the time they hadn't seen each other. Lucas came to her because he wanted to know something. After all, he was very surprised when their next meeting took place in a similar place. He was interested in why she became the Apostle of Agnia. He wanted to hear the reason why she could not tell anything and why she made such a decision. He needed to know the exact answer because he was going to destroy all the gods in this world. So depending on her answer, he may have no choice but to kill her there. She asked not to make her laugh. Because he doesn't have the nerve to kill her. From that very day, she was just waiting for the moment when she could tear him into small pieces. Then Lucas realized that it was not Phoenix, but Torcuda in her body. Although he was sure that Phoenix was in this body, and Torcuda was dead. But he said he couldn't die until he destroyed Lucas. In fact, there was a part in that body that belonged to Phoenix, but Torcuda kept suppressing it. When she absorbed his dead body, his consciousness also went with him. So they fought fiercely for control of that body, and he lost. Because of this, he lives in some corner, and if she wants, she can kick him out at any time. He did not understand how this was possible, because every day they thanked their master Torcuda for saving their lives and trembled with fear. Lucas asked why he became so noisy. He replied that it was all because he became Agnia's subordinate. Phoenix told him not to meet Lucas directly because they might be noticed, and to act in a way that would not harm Lucas. There are constant arguments between them inside the mind. She asked them to give her a new name, Nyx. After Torcuda's death, Nyx took full possession of all the territories. But one fine day, Agni appeared. He had never been so afraid. And Nyx was going to fight with him. She put her life on the line. Then he came out the big Torcuda.
He suggested that she lie down and take care of her life. His words and facial expression did not match each other at all.
Agnias had never seen other strong life forms, not including demigods, so he became interested in Phoenix.
But all this was due to the fact that she absorbed his heart. In order to survive, they had to become apostles, so they could not refuse. Before that, he was the king of Drake, and as a result he ended up a slave.
Although Torquata noted that Lucas also appeared there as the apostle Ricky.
He thought Ricky was really strong, because he was able to withstand 3 apocalypses single-handedly. Torquata wasn't that talkative before, but he just hadn't talked to anyone in a long time.
He decided to inquire what happened to that demigod. Lucas replied that he died. Ricky was going to suppress the demigods. They acted together because they had the same goal. Torquata came closer and said that they would join them as well. He asked Lucas not to be surprised because they didn't join that idiot because they liked it, especially since they knew where Agni was. In the Silkid Desert. Its exact location will be known only after arriving there. Lucas said he's useful enough, but that's mostly because of Nyx. He had heard that it would take at least 1 year for Agnia to recover, so they needed to act before that time. If they got any other information, Torquata promised to tell everything. Nyx also asked to pass it on to him so that Lucas would be more careful. The boy also asked them to be careful and not go beyond the mountain ranges. Then Lucas also met Frey's brother, Heinz.
He guessed that he was the one who absorbed Lucas's crystal. Rumors had reached him that right after Lucas started making contact with Benny, he started covering his tracks. But he did not understand why he chose the path of Apostle Ricky. The boy replied that he knew the secret of the Blake family. It was said that this is a place for experiments, where they become subordinates of Reiron, explore divine powers and mana compatibility. Lucas asked Heinz to answer him honestly who he was closer to, the demigods or the communities. The guy replied that he was just trying to stay alive with all his might. Lucas liked that answer. He asked Lucas to take him to the Blake mansion. He needed to find something. Lucas didn't want to give details, but he did say one thing. That the Blake family would be destroyed in any case. Heinz asked why Lucas wanted to go there with him, because it was also his home. The boy replied that it would be strange if he returned alone. Heinz said that he would do everything as he wanted. Laudel also ordered to actively help Lucas in all his wishes. She also said not to ask anything from him. It was very strange how she could just acknowledge him. Finally, he returned to the place where he had given up on his own in his life. The guards greeted Heinz and asked who was with him. Because they needed to check. Lucas noticed that during his absence they had even forgotten what he looked like. Heinz noticed a cart near their house, which meant that someone besides the family was home. He told Lucas that their family often sees the third princess, although she usually only talks to her mother. Lucas knew her name was Fiona. They had just met outside the house. The third princess was beautiful and wise, so she actually has influence. It appeared because the emperor loves her more than anyone else. She turned 25 this year. But everyone said that she was postponing the wedding in order to increase her political power. Lucas was upset that she was only 25 years old. But Heinz asked him to keep quiet, because you can't talk to a girl so easily about her age, which has long passed the wedding age. But Lucas added that if she was at least 10 years older, he would have second thoughts. Heinz approached the princess, knelt next to her and kissed her hand. This was how he showed signs of respect. Michel was surprised by such an unexpected visit. His brother did not even notify him of his arrival. Everyone was in a misunderstanding, but Father Isaac said that they had an important guest and offered to discuss their personal issues later. The princess spoke to Lucas first and introduced herself. She said that she was very pleased to finally meet him. Michel turned to Fiona and told her that she could ignore this guy. Meanwhile, Lucas approached the girl, knelt down and also introduced himself. It was an honor for him to meet the princess, who is called the Sapphire of the imperial family. He would be more than happy to accompany her, but his clothes are too dirty for that right now, so he apologized. In order not to become just another passerby for her, he asked for permission to leave this meeting first. She said he must be tired after the long journey, so she let him do as he pleased. Heinz also asked for his forgiveness and the two of them walked towards the house. Fiona noted that she didn't even know Isaac had a third son. He replied that although he existed, he lacked many things compared to his brothers. But the princess replied that she did not think so.
Heinz wondered what Lucas was going to do next.
He replied that since he had returned home for the first time in a long time, he had to do what the third son needed. Heinz said that there is no point in pretending to be an actor.
It is better to be yourself. Because rumors about him reached the Blake family.
He destroyed the pirates, became June's friend and even went to the magic tower. Forcefully pretending to be your former self, on the contrary, will look more unnatural.
At night, Lucas was meditating and a servant entered his room.
We'd said that the master of this house wanted to meet him.
The servant was not happy about the return of the family exile. He only made everyone work even harder.
Lucas quietly moved very close to the servant and told him to remember to knock next time. The boy added that he could tolerate such behavior once, but there would be no second time. The servant was himself shocked by the fact that he was afraid of this weakling.
He had already begun to wonder if it was really Fry.
While they were having dinner, Michel said that his father sent his man to the magic tower a long time ago, but Lucas appeared only now. The boy remembered what had happened. All this time he had so much to do that he completely forgot about it.
Michel said that Lucas does not know what it means to ignore his father. Isaac asked his son to calm down.
The father asked where the boy was all this time.
Because when he left the tower, they lost track of him.
Lucas said he came back right after going around the world.
Michel began to laugh at him.
Just as the rumors said, during this time Lucas became a braggart. But he was sure that all the talk about him could not be reality. Because he was expelled from the academy and most likely expelled from the tower as well.
As a result, he just ran away. It was his main occupation.
Michel said that they knew about all his actions.
It hadn't even been half a day since Lucas returned, but there really wasn't anything good about this family.
Because of this family's attitude, even the servants looked at him like an insect.
Now Lucas understood how Fry suffered when he was in such an environment. The boy answered Michel that he did not run away.
Then Michel suggested that he invent something. He asked what Lucas got while he was traveling the world. These questions helped the boy, because in order to act comfortably, he needed the necessary reputation in this place. Lucas didn't even know what to say, but he thought that at least he had become stronger than Michel. Everyone at the table was shocked by such an answer. The real Fry did not even allow himself to answer such questions. Michel was very happy for him, but unfortunately he believed that Lucas did not know how to distinguish confidence from reality. Lucas said it was the first time he'd had dinner with his family in a long time, so he decided to spare himself words.
Isaac said it was a matter between brothers, so Michel should do as he saw fit.
Then he got up and said that there was nothing wrong with sports after dinner and asked to follow him. All the family members went to see it, but Heinz said he was not interested. Fry thought that the prejudices of his family directed at him would become an obstacle for his future actions. Although Michel is strong, he is not an apostle. There, even without a fight, everything was obvious and Heinz did not want to personally watch how the elder brother would be defeated. He only hoped that Lucas would not kill him. Just a few years ago, Fry was falling even with a light wind. But he dared to challenge Michel to a duel. And he stood with a very calm face. There were several options: either he hides his feelings, or he really went crazy. When they entered the battlefield, Michel suggested that Lucas use magic first. Because he wasn't going to fight him at full strength. It didn't allow him to do his upbringing. Lucas was in front of Apostle Riiran and thought that it might be better not to show more power than necessary. To begin with, in order not to attract attention, Lucas prepared a magic rocket. Since he had some confidence at dinner, Michel expected to see at least a 3-star.
He didn't think that Lucas would use the first star until now.
But Lucas's attack power could not be compared to such a low level. Such power was difficult to imagine.
Is it really a magic missile in the use of this weakling?
While Michelle was thinking, Lucas began to approach him. The boy wanted to stop him with an ice arrow. But he broke it with his bare hand. And with the sorcerer-warrior technique, he attacked his elder brother.
Lucas took Michelle by the throat and held him in the air.
But it was obvious that he did not like it and he was going to answer him for such humiliation. He activated his soul flame and said that losing one arm would be a good lesson for Lucas, that you can't argue with your big brother. The guy smiled and said that he just got a little warmer.
And there was no further reaction from him.
After that, he grabbed his brother and threw him to the ground. Lucas promised that from this moment on, no one would dare to treat Fry like an insect again. As the servant ran up to Michelle, his father pointed out that he had learned wizard warrior techniques to restore the lack of mana he was born with. Isaac admitted that it was a very spectacular fight, which he deservedly won. He decided that it would be difficult to raise his level only through magic.
However, magical martial arts are another way to use mana. Even his mana generation level has become much better.
His mother said she was proud of him and smiled. It was unpleasant for Lucas to hear this from people who themselves kicked their child out of the house. But the boy should not have behaved suspiciously towards them, so he thanked them for the kind words.
The mother asked Lucas if he remembered Princess Fiona, whom he had seen during the day.
The boy replied that he remembered, of course. And it turned out that she came to get married.
The emperor's most beloved daughter, the third princess, would now be associated with their family. Michelle and Heinz are of the right age to get married.
Apostle Ryiran Lisha is going to contact the imperial family.
Her goal cannot be just politics. So she has something else in mind.
But then she talked about Frey's candidacy.
Although Princess Fiona is not so young, she is a beautiful bride who possesses intelligence and beauty.
She was so majestic that she even felt sorry to give her away for Lucas, even though he is her child. Moreover, the princess also considered him a good person. Lithia immediately notices such things. No need to think about this, it means that now he can also receive the honorary title of a member of the Blake family. But the boy did not understand what kind of recognition and non-recognition we are talking about within the family. He did not understand how his life would change when he was recognized as a member of the family. Lithia said that many things will change. They will share the secrets of their family with him. Lucas assumed that she was talking about the Blake household being a place for demigods to practice their mana to skill ratio. She gave him about 3 days to think. During this time he had to put his thoughts in order and accept it. After the last meeting, the servant became very friendly with Lucas. He also said that he cleaned his room while he was away. It made Lucas laugh when the whole family and even the servants showed themselves to be weak in front of the strong. The boy said he was going to bed. He asked not to let anyone into his room because he has a very sensitive sleep. Lucas went to bed with dark min. If someone approached him with bad intentions, the boy asked to wake him up. He left his body. He needs to be careful, even though no ordinary life forms will be able to sense him, Ryiran can be around. Lucas came across a secret meeting room. He didn't even think there was such a place in the estate. Livia was talking with Isaac there. She said that Lucas should marry Fiona because they can't send Michelle away with a broken nose. Father did not understand what was the reason for such a strong obsession with Princess Fiona. She always remains neutral and her entry into their territories, on the contrary, can seem dangerous. Livia said that they only need Princess Fiona, only she can give them what they want. She said that Ryiran needed more materials. Lucas then realized that she was talking about Ilian and Livia asked not to talk about him so easily. Mistress Ryiran asked to keep everything a secret. But Isaac could not understand that if this ally was created by Ryiran, then why they should depend on Fiona. The woman replied that Princess Fiona is the only one who can obtain the most important ingredient for making the substance in large quantities. Although she still didn't know why she needed it in such a quantity. If they ordered even more in the future, in such a situation as now, it was unknown when she would grab them. And if you make her a member of the Blake family, there will be no problems. Now this mystery has been solved. The weakness of the Blake family was Princess Fiona. Isaac had one question: where is the mistress Rhiannon now? She answered that it was none of his business. Lucas learned the main piece of information and then returned to his body. He thanked Darkman for protecting him all this time. Lithia is now producing a large amount of illumininium under Rhiannon's orders. Judging by Isaac's reaction, as expected, Lithia is the true head of the Blake clan. In order to obtain the necessary material, she needs Fiona to join the family. That is, the girl is the key to stopping the production of this substance. But it was not clear whether the princess herself guessed about it. To begin with, it was necessary to find out what she was thinking about. It is necessary to prepare a place where they can meet alone. She is most likely very vigilant, so it will not be easy. It will be very reckless to sneak behind the fortress wall. It will not be easy to get a chance to get close to her. But he did not need to invent anything, because this chance came to meet him himself. The girl came to them to ask Lucas to give her a tour of the place. Lithia reminded him that the princess was interested in him. The girl was upset because she thought that she had come to them unexpectedly and untimely. The guy said that everything is fine. He was very worried that he could not greet her properly. She heard that Lucas was friends with June. They often went out with him as children. On the level ground, the girl decided to pretend that she had tripped in order to attract Lucas's attention. He caught her in his arms. This was the ultimate goal of the princess in her perfect theatrical performance. The guy did not understand what was happening to her. Although they said that she has good abilities in politics, but her acting is terrible. Almost immediately after that, she suddenly grabbed Lucas's hand. Fiona immediately blushed and then abruptly took it away and said that she had a very important meeting. She hoped to meet him again in the near future. After that, she said goodbye and left. Princess Fiona is not someone to be taken lightly. She left him a note in which she indicated the address to meet at 2 o'clock in the morning. It was the Malakid Hotel. Fiona applied makeup late at night. The servant assumed that it was a really beautiful man. The girl advised her to do it sometimes too. She thought that cold winter tones would suit her. But the girl replied that the guards should not leave any traces behind. Fiona added that sometimes beauty becomes a weapon. And often a correctly expressed phrase can suppress the enemy better than 100 spoken words. Lucas arrived much earlier and the girl said that his changed face was also quite cute. She heard a lot about his fictitious name. And about the fact that he became the new launderer of the Trollman community. He did not know that the girl was interested in the Trollman community. Fiona said that she was not interested, but her mentor. Thanks to him, she also learned that Lucas skillfully revived an already almost destroyed community. But even when he realized something like that, he still left the community and started wandering around the world alone. It was amazing for her. She assumed that he was planning an incredibly important matter, but the boy said that it was not true. Meanwhile, Kenny, along with members of the community, continued to take over other communities. She demanded surrender in order to unite her forces. But she was told that although she had progressed, she could not have become so fearless. They did not want to agree, because they believed that the whole world obeys natural selection. The mercenary, who was watching what was happening, chose a good moment to attack Ken and kill her. But Isabella noticed him and easily destroyed him with a lightning strike. She offered this community a choice. Either they choose to end their existence right now or join them and do their bidding. Lucas said that a very nice friend of hers is replacing him as the head of the community. Having a friend you can trust is much more reliable than it seems. The boy was a little embarrassed because he was hoping for a secret meeting alone with Fiona. Although the girl convinced him that they were alone and there was no one else there. Lucas looked at the ceiling and said that in that case the person he sees is a stranger. There really was a servant of Fiona, who immediately attacked the boy for an unknown reason. The girl asked her to stop and said that it was her personal security. Lucas pointed out that it was necessary to be more specific, because in a second her face could be blown into small pieces. He considered the princess a little more perceptive than the rest. The girl was shocked by the abilities possessed by a 20-year-old boy. If this was obviously not a secret sweet date, then he decided to get straight to the point. And he asked how much she knew about Lithia's plans. He said that she could tell him, because he was not a supporter of the Blake family. The boy saw through everything. She knew that they wanted to join her family and isolate her from home. And she knows they're trying desperately to get some resources from her. But Lucas asked why she thought that. Over the past few years, the Blake family's order volume has tripled. Although they say that it is for the sake of studying magic techniques abroad, they cannot deceive her. The blood of trolls, 10-year-old mountain ginseng, as well as the bloody hands of beauties. They skillfully increased the quantity of these supplies. Although she still couldn't figure out what the Blake family's purpose was. The guy noted that she was prudent enough, as others said about her. Among the items named by her, there was one that Lithia needed personally. It did not seem to Fiona at all that this boy was much younger than her. Only his appearance and style of speech resembled a young boy, but calmness made him a sage. She had the feeling that she was having a dialogue with the mentor. Then she asked what subject he was talking about. But the boy asked a counter question, whether she was going to remain neutral. Although she did not take kindly to those who asked counter questions, Lucas added that the conquest of the entire continent by the demigods would soon begin. It will take about 1-2 years. This means that if everything is left as it is, during this time she can lose her life. The servant considered him a brute and wanted to attack, but Lucas completely paralyzed her entire body so that she could not move. Fiona asked for evidence why the gods, who had been quiet for 4,000 years, suddenly became active. Lucas replied that what was hindering them had disappeared. Lithia wants Harkon and says that only Fiona can get him. The princess guessed about these plans. This material will speed up their plans. But Fiona assumed that if she did not completely side with the gods, then they would intimidate her and find a way to get Harkon. In this case, the girl took this information as an invitation to join the community. But Lucas said that's not the case. Because the community won't be able to protect her. He said that she should always be by his side and he would become a human shield for her. Fiona immediately blushed, it looked so romantic and so cute at the same time. But she answered that no matter how dangerous the situation was, the girl did not understand what he was talking about. Inside, Fiona was touched when he said he would be her shield and she didn't understand how he was not ashamed to say that. She added that she is not afraid of death, that is why she is walking on such a dangerous path. But Lucas believed that it was all because she had someone to rely on. For example, the owner of the 11th tower. The girl was convinced that he really knew everything down to the last detail. Lucas wanted to meet him once to see what kind of person he was. The princess approached her servant and began to help her up. Then she replied that it will unfortunately not be easy, because in fact she also does not know where he is now. The guy didn't really believe that she couldn't keep in touch with her mentor. She took out the orb and said that this is the only way to contact the master. But even it can only be used by the master. It was at this moment that the orb activated and the master appeared in front of Lucas. He greeted the boy. He didn't have a visible face and it wasn't because of the cape. He was using a magical item that hides his appearance. This shows his reluctance to reveal himself. He heard that the boy also thinks that the demigods will start taking over the mainland within 2 years. Because the master thinks exactly the same. Judging by what was said, he also has guesses on this account. Fiona warned Lucas that the master was at such a level that he couldn't even match his fingertips, so she asked him to be more polite. The boy apologized, but he could not see the face to whom he should show respect, so he could not do it. The master told Fiona not to worry because this person was saying the right things. You can't judge the sky just by what her eyes see.
Not so long ago, an entire squad of Black Dragon Knights was destroyed in Ruinoble in one day.
He suspected that it was the demigod's act.
Lucas confirmed this information and said that it was done by the god who controls death.
The master thought that someone from the apocalypse was responsible for this, but it was Nasdaq after all.
Lucas suspected that the master was well aware of the internal affairs of the communities.
But he did not think that even they could be eavesdropped with this orb. That's why the boy believed that the former master Nichols was in front of him. This orb and the magic weapon placed in his body are a technique that was developed in Nichols 50 years ago. Just at this time, there was a change of master. With such a level, he would hardly occupy other, more insignificant positions.
It was amazing how much he could figure out at a glance.
He confirmed that 50 years ago he was a Nichols master.
Lucas asked why he decided to leave the community. Master asked if he knew a man named Aldento.
Benny said that the former master of the Circle Troman was Aldento, this is her own father. The master said that he was the father of the true community master Troman Benny and his old friend. His death was a strong blow that caused the communities to disintegrate.
The three strongest communities decided to strike back.
Under the proposal to destroy the apocalypse, they got rid of the master, who became very strong. And as a result, he could not prevent his death. Although they promised together to save this world from the demigods.
When he looks into Lucas's eyes, he immediately remembers Aldento.
The master suggested that he take the Troman community and join them. After he left the community for 50 years, he gathered people who completely inherited the will of the past heroes and formed an alliance with them. Compared to the rotten communities, this is a strong alliance that is focused only on the sincere goal of destroying the demigods.
Fiona saw the master personally offer to join the alliance for the first time. Lucas thanked for the offer, but was forced to refuse. He joined the community because he wants to change the rotten organization. The master considered it impossible.
But the boy said that this question does not need to determine the possibility or impossibility of its implementation. The sincere purpose of which he speaks has been in communities from the very beginning.
As people gather and form an organization, this sincerity stagnates and rots. Then a new faith or a new organization appears on the outside, just like theirs. The master said that Lucas could rest easy because they would not rot or stagnate. But Lucas spoke about the human essence. And it cannot be denied.
It is necessary to meet it, only then will it be possible to escape from the hands of demigods.
The master repeated once again that Lucas is an exact copy of Aldento.
He hoped that their last moments of life would be different.
The master ordered Fiona not to begrudge this man's help and not to refuse him anything.
The master said that it was nice to meet him. He was filled with emotions, as if he had met an old friend again. He said that his name is Weissman and his offer will forever remain relevant.
If he needs strength, then they will gladly become his weapon.
Lucas then realized that Weissman was a descendant of his old friend Shuhei. As usual, they had breakfast in the family circle, only Michelle was absent due to his injuries. After a long silence at the table, Lucas told Livia that he wanted to accept her proposal and marry Princess Fiona. When they met, he had 3 requests for the princess. To begin with, he asked to postpone their marriage. But she can't look like she has no feelings. For this, Fiona asked not to worry, because playing with feelings is her specialty. It is still necessary to stop the sale to Harkon for a while. But if they want to do it so that Isaac's wife does not find out, then they need a good reason. Fiona asked to leave this task for her, because this area is part of her specialization. The assistant asked Fiona if she really wanted to fulfill Lucas's 3rd request. She said she had to because the master said to help him in everything. The girl asked the assistant to remember that sometimes the right decision can be made only if you go beyond common sense. Such people change the world. Lithia said that he also made the right choice and now he will be a worthy representative of the Blake family. She asked Heinz to tell Lucas their secret in the Blake family. He said he would wait in the underground office. Heinz said he had nothing more to say and suggested he just pass the time and go up to her in about an hour. The boy asked to call Charles to them. Heinz promised to fulfill the request, but he was not sure whether she would fulfill it. Then he meets with Lithia and she asks him how he feels after learning the truth.
He replied that he still cannot realize that this is not a dream, but reality.
His mother asked him not to worry and promised that he would gradually learn all the details.
She led him into a room that looked like a butcher shop, only with human bodies. He immediately asked what it was.
Lithia asked him to get used to it, because these are just bodies for experiments. She introduced family alchemists and sorcerers. They were also researchers in this place.
They did not look very good.
The woman replied that she had taken away their ability to think. And he also needed to remember this. When managing a group, personal opinion is only poison that harms the work. The most effective and safe way is to make them follow orders like machines. They walked to the next door and Lucas felt a very powerful energy inside. She asked them to watch their words because their master was inside. He could not even think that she would lead him to Riiran herself. The boy was not sure that he would manage not to reveal himself in such a situation. There were a lot of disturbing factors.
Indra's divine power that took place in his body. The mask he took from Hector and even the bead he got from Ricky.
He should have foreseen this possibility of meeting Riiran. He might need to escape, but if he surrenders, all his plans will be ruined. But he could be the first to cut off Lisha's life, before Riiran learns about his essence. That is, he will be able to get rid of the apocalypse with his own hands. The demigod said that she did not expect to meet so early.
And immediately asked what kind of cute boy was next to her.
Lithia fell to her knees in front of Riiran and began to ask if everything was all right with the true mistress of the continent.
Lucas had to hide his pride and also kneel down so as not to give himself away.
The woman said it was Fry, her third child.
Riiran didn't know that Lithia had a third child.
She immediately asked how things were going with what she had entrusted to her.
Lithia answered that there was only half of the goal to be achieved.
Riiran was furious that this was all she could do in that time. She apologized, but now they are making preparations for Frey's marriage to the third princess. And as soon as they can make her their person, they will be able to achieve their goals in the shortest possible time.
Riiran believed that there were many problems from this girl.
All of this is because of the master of the 11th magic tower of Paradon.
This is the first time Lucas has heard this name, and perhaps it refers to the ally Weissman mentioned.
Riiran noted that her son was not talkative at all, but she liked him even more that way.
In fact, all people have almost the same appearance.
She began to examine him very carefully. But in one moment she grabbed him by the throat. Then the boy realized that he was exposed. And the only way out was to kill Lisha. He could do it from such a distance. Then she threw it on the ground and it was no longer so easy to get to Lisha. But then Riiran smiled and said that he had good raw materials. Lithia noted that he is much more talented than Michelle.
She still tried to cover Lisha and restrained his movements.
This is proof that she guessed who he was and was trying to protect Lisha. But then she let him go and asked him to wait while she spoke to his mother. She noted that he not only speaks poorly, but also hears poorly. Because he seemed not to get up from the floor. When he left the room, Riiran asked if this child had already received divine powers. She replied that not yet. Then she seized her by the throat and said that if she had not been her apostle, she would have already killed her and torn her to pieces. She threw her against the wall and said that only stupid people always make mistakes.
Has she become a team with a stupid head? Riiran couldn't see Indra's divine power in him. There could be only one reason why she didn't do anything with him. She just couldn't do anything.
To think that even now mortally wounded apocalypses continue to recover.
If Riiran gives them the divine power they need. If the current Riiran is nothing more than a weak shell, that explains why she is taking so long.
That is, now there is a chance, which will never happen again, in order to get rid of her.
Heinz entered the room and asked Lucas what was going on there.
The boy said directly that he would kill Lithia today. He reacted very discreetly because he understood that Riiran's apostle turned out to be his mother. Now Heinz was sure that it was not Fry who was standing before him. Therefore, he asked to be told what happened to his younger brother and where he was. Lucas grabbed him and said that Heinz had no right to say such words. Fry was dead. He and his family killed him with their own hands. Heinz could not even imagine what kind of feelings Fry lived with. He was ignored and trampled by everyone who existed in his life. He was abandoned even by his own family. He was that child who did not accept himself for a single moment. In the midst of this cruel loneliness and terrible pain, he could only surrender to his fate. Lucas had the feeling that Fry was asking him not to touch Heinz, because he was sure he had his reasons for doing so. Although Lucas considered him very good-natured, he listened and simply pushed the boy away. He added that someone like Heinz had no right to miss Fry. He hoped that at least Fry managed to get out of this hell. The boy lifted his clothes and Lucas realized who he really was. While the Lord was going about his business in the mountains of Live and Dark, Riiran came to visit him. She said without a greeting that they had a problem. A person appeared who possessed Indra's lightning, although she did not even know who he was. The Lord then realized that Ricky had transferred Indra's powers to a human and asked him to capture him alive. But Riiran said that was much easier said than done. Due to the fact that she devotes all her strength to healing, Riiran is weak and could match the strength of humans. In fact, she was even scared, but she does not understand why she should tremble in front of some person. The Lord asked her to calm down and said he would send her help. If it's near Casca, there are 3 of them and he'll send them all. They can't teleport, so they'll have to wait 3 days. Riiran thought they needed to come up with a plan to evacuate Lithia first. The physical body, which embodies the harmony of divine power and mana, has been used as an example for research since birth. This means that being born in this family with abilities is tantamount to living as a test subject all your life. And the fact that Michelle's character became the way it is now is very logical. If he had not acquired a false sense of superiority and thoughts about being the chosen one, he would not have been able to withstand this poison on Earth. Heinz admitted that he did it so that Fry couldn't use mana. He still remembered the day he was born. He wanted to protect the angelic smile of his younger brother. He wanted to free at least Fry from the torments he had experienced himself. That is why he polluted the vein of mana in this child's body. This was the first incompatibility that Lucas felt when he received this body. It was the reason for the feeling, as if someone had artificially cut off his blood circulation. He thought that at least somewhere, apart from this cursed family, he could live happily. He was a very kind child. He was called the disgrace of the family, so he could not think of a way not to harm his family. Heinz began to cry and apologize for being so careless. Fry inside Lucas was also crying, because he was grateful to his brother and apologized for his weakness. Heinz asked to be told who was actually standing before him now. But Lucas replied that if he even told him the truth, he wouldn't be able to believe it. He was a master, a man Heinz did not even deserve to meet eyes with. In order to prove his influence, he summoned Laudel. It hadn't even been a few hours since he sent the message, but she was running here non-stop. Besides, he didn't understand why she showed such devotion to Lucas. Laudel said that when the time came he would know everything. And now she just ordered him to follow them. Lucas said he has a request for Heinz. There is a metal called Ilianinium that the demigods need to take over the continent. Riiran gets it with Leisha's help. And they need to find it. If his mother is hiding it, then Heinz knew several places that he suspects. He promised to search them. Lucas ordered Laudel to find Leisha. And asked to be careful, because Leisha is the apostle of Riiran. She asked not to worry about it, but it would be much better if there was a lead to track her. Most likely, Leisha found out what is happening here and hides the presence of her energy. It would be good if it was possible to cause at least a small fluctuation. Lucas replied that he could arrange a small swing without any problem. And after that blew up part of their palace to get Leisha's attention. If his assumptions are correct, then Riiran will most likely go to the Lord to ask for reinforcements. Therefore, they did not have time and needed to quickly find Ilianum.
Isaac flew up to Lucas and asked what he had done.
The boy replied that he didn't even know. Isaac did not understand what he was doing when he dared to say such things in front of him. Lucas created a barrier in which Isaac's mana did not work. He asked not to pretend to be his father, because it made him sick. Lucas captured the space. Isaac was Riiron's puppet, so the boy thought that his divine power would be the wind. But looking at him now, Lucas realized that he was not even up to the level of a puppet. Father guessed that he had returned with such a purpose from the beginning. Lucas confirmed his guess, because there was no reason to return to such a terrible family. Isaac said that he made a mistake and it was impossible to expel such a scumbag as him. It was necessary to kill him in the same place, and the father believed that he should not have been born at all. He called Riiron's monsters. She had strange preferences. Lucas couldn't tell if it was flies or humans. The boy wanted to use the ice wall spell, but it just disappeared. Isaac said he wouldn't let him use ice magic against him. No matter how hard he tried to resist the divine power, he was convinced that Lucas would not have the strength to resist him. The boy gathered all the monsters around him and destroyed them all with one blow. The father could not understand how it was possible that he possessed divine powers. Meanwhile, Laudel recruited rodents to go in search of Lithia. The place of the Blake family was destroyed, so although not much, Laudel can feel the energy fluctuations. If combined with the senses of scouting spirits, she will be able to determine her location. After a few minutes, she was able to find her. It seemed that Lithia had really gone mad. She sacrificed living people and maximized the effectiveness of the spell. She was expecting Fred's arrival. She was sorry to have to meet him in such a place, but Riiron ordered her to hide. She sacrificed people and summoned Fred's supermind. If he had headed here alone, it would have taken him about 3 days and he almost got bored. Everything was as Lucas said, they are gathering reinforcements. She needs to inform the master about this. Even if it is a demigod, he will not be able to detect his movements with the help of the shadow. Lithia said their target was her third son, Fry Blake. He had already started to act, so they needed to hurry. But Fred asked not to drive him, because that would make it even more boring. Before that, he needed to find out something. Laudel had been noticed after all, and Fred was wondering how she got here. Although he had foreseen such a thing, he could not think that everything was so bad. Ilian and Yoon were made there. There were a lot of books related to this. Everything about the method of manufacture, dosage, and application. Heinz went straight to Lucas and said he found what he needed. In this bag of unification of space are probably all their supplies. Isaac couldn't believe that even Heinz had sided with Fry. Heinz wondered how much Lucas knew about the materials for the Anunium, and what kind of power was stored in this artifact. The boy replied that the only thing the demigods fear is an invisible force that protects the order of the world. They are afraid of gods. These idiots pretend to be gods, but it is likely that in reality they live separately from each other. For demigods who commit senseless murders, there is a god who can punish them with destruction. And if you eat it, you can completely hide your divine powers. In other words, this medicine makes demigods no longer have to fear God. The demigods are going to use this power to close the gods' eyes and take over the entire continent. Heinz said that human hearts were also among the ingredients of the Anunium. 108 pieces are needed to create 100 grams. But the Anunium he found outweighed 10 kilograms. This was the true essence of the Blake family. Heinz approached his father and asked how many people they had sacrificed for the sake of creating this drug. The man accused him of not feeling gratitude at all for being raised. But he did not want to listen to him and therefore demanded an answer to the question of where they had brought so many people to create the Anunium. He said that it was not difficult. After all, there are many parents in the world who sell their children for 1 silver coin. They were just slaves anyway. Even after they disappeared, no one would worry about them, and no one would have any problems because of it. Heinz didn't want to believe it, but his father asked him not to be a hypocrite. Because he also has Blake blood in him. Lucas said that this blood flows in his body as well,
but it doesn't mean anything. Heinz believed that Lucas was right. The Blake family must disappear.
Isaac wanted to lash out at them, but Lucas stopped him and thought it was necessary to speak to the point. Therefore, he asked where Riiran was. Of course, the boy understood that Isaac should be silent, because he would be upset if he told everything at once. But at that moment, something flew at Lucas, as if it was some kind of meteorite. Lottle's body was thrown into it. She was in a terrible state and could barely speak. It was Fred. He heard that Lucas had some questions for Riiran and he was ready to help with that.
Laudel asked Lucas to be very careful because the darkness is in his possession.
And there is no point in hiding from him inside the shadows. The girl said that they need to run quickly because 2 more demigods will come here before dawn. He said that Laudel had done a great job and that he would finish everything himself. Lucas gave Laudel to Heinz and asked him to take care of her until he resolved the matter here.
He didn't understand how Lucas was going to face several demigods on his own.
The boy said that he had no other choice and he had to save this world. Heinz asked him to stop and told him not to die. Fred realized that Lucas was a sorcerer. Riiran seems to have become much weaker because she was trembling with fear because of such a weakling.
It became light as if it were daytime.
It seemed that he absorbed the surrounding darkness. It was a real power over the darkness. Lucas used a strong barrier to deflect Fred's attack, but he ignored any laws of physics and easily broke through the defense. The boy needed to use his most powerful attacks and he used Lava Blast. But this was a battle with a demigod, so he was only amused by the attack.
The power of darkness is a real headache for Lucas.
It was very uncomfortable. The boy did not know how long the laws of physics would affect him, but he decided to respond once with white magic. The energy of the explosion was formed from the collision of light and darkness. And he was able to appropriate all the energy to himself to use in his attacks in the future. So he still used the surrounding darkness as a source of energy.
It was an amazing talent. Until the impenetrable darkness dissipates, his power will be close to infinite. But even when it dissipates, 2 other demigods will already join him. Lucas remembered that he attacks with his left hand and defends with his right. Would he have any chance of winning if he immobilized his right hand before he started to defend? But if you attack in the dark, it will immediately recover. Only energy will be spent. His attacks became more and more sharp and the boy did not know what to do next. He had no plan. Heinz was surprised at how well Lucas was fighting against a demigod. It was a level he couldn't even imagine. They tied up Isaac so that he would not disturb them. The father asked what Heinz planned to do next. He replied that he was now thinking about how he should act and help Lucas. Laudel broke free from Heinz and began to crawl towards Isaac. She said that the sin of betrayal of this world is a chance to correct one's sin. After that, she got up with the last of her strength and bit his neck. Heinz did not understand what was happening. But the girl told him not to worry and that she would not kill him. She spread her wings and said that she had to help the master. The girl asked Heinz to cover her. As soon as Laudel flew away, Heinz's mother came to him and said that she was disappointed in him. She did not understand how he could betray their family and trust Fry. She tried to convince him that all the words were lies. But Heinz did not succumb to provocations. He was disappointed in their family and even in himself. Because he made a lot of mistakes. Then Lithia realized that they would no longer be able to agree with words. Lucas understood that they could spend the whole night fighting. If he had time, he would simply drag out the fight. At that moment, Laudel appeared and asked to leave him for her. She had never been so grateful to be a vampire. Of course, Lucas was glad that she had recovered, but this was not an opponent she could do anything with. But she had an idea. And if her plan works, then they can get rid of this demigod. While they dodged his attacks, Lucas asked how she wanted to defeat him. Laudel replied that she would teleport him to the demon world. And you can instruct Azura, who is in Lucas's body, to get rid of Fred. Even if it was a demon world, she wouldn't be able to do it on her own,
but she was sure that in this city, Azura would outnumber him. However, for this, you will have to draw a teleportation circle and use Azura's summoning circle as a basis. And it would be good if Lucas did it right now. There was no time, and as soon as it was light, 2 demigods would arrive in this place. Then they would have no chance of success. But Lucas knew that a large amount of mana was needed to implement this plan. If it was Laudel, she would use up all the life energy. Therefore, he insisted on finding another way. When the boy looked at Laudel, he found Isabella saying that she didn't care what he was going to do, but she trusted him. And she believes only him, so she would be glad if he didn't say that he was single anymore. The boy did not understand why he remembered her at such a moment. Has he again forgotten about the support and trust of the real people? He agreed to try to implement her plan, but he had a condition. Lucas asked Laudel not to die under any circumstances. But at that moment, she did not have time to dodge Fred's blow and he hit the girl. Fred didn't know what they were up to, but he couldn't stop them just like that. Fred hoped that they would entertain him a little, but he got bored and decided that it was necessary to end their meeting. Lucas tried to contact Laudel through the subconscious, but no one answered him. Because of one attack, she could not even move a finger. As expected, the demigod was on the same level with them. Her body did not move, but she had to receive a summoning circle from her master to implement the plan. She looked at the floor and saw a circle already drawn there. Laudel could not understand how it happened. It was Lucas's room. She remembered that when she had come to meet with him before, he seemed to be drawing something there. And it turned out to be a call circle. Fred grabbed it, but Lucas continued to address Laudel and waited for her answer. As a result, she answered and said that she narrowly escaped being fatally wounded. She said she would complete the teleportation circle and asked to lure Fred there. Then Lucas remembered that the circle of Azura's summoning, which he had drawn just in case. It was the teleportation circle that sends him to the demon world. The boy also remembered that Fred defends with his right hand and attacks with his left. This meant that if he blocked his left hand, Fred would not be able to attack. So Lucas used Indra's divine power to neutralize his attacking arm. Fred guessed that he was going to get rid of the darkness with light. He said that his darkness could not disappear from the man-made light. But in reality, Lucas's idea was different. He wanted to lure him into the teleportation circle. And it turned out very well for him. All that remained was to reproduce the last part of their plan. As a result, Laudel spent almost all her vital energy, but she succeeded. Now all that was left was to hope that Azura would deal with him in the demonic dimension. When Fred moved there, he was met by Azura almost immediately. He didn't expect that little Lucas could do it. Azura was no longer surprised by anything he saw in this world. Although it is a small thing, he is still happy that the day has come when he can destroy a demigod with his own hands. Then Fred finally realized that he had been sent to the demon world. Azura was surprised that one blow was enough for this boy. He was not even close to the feet of the apocalypse in terms of strength. They watched as the divine power disappeared. And they couldn't believe that they really managed to defeat the demigod. But although they won, Lucas's body could not withstand such a load. After all, he was fighting a demigod in a human body. Laudel was forced to catch him. She thought that the legend of Lucas Trollman within 4,000 years of history would be somewhat false, because it was so much like a lie and something that seemed like it could not exist in this generation. However, when she saw him with her own eyes, she realized that even being a legend was not enough. Even though he still hadn't reached his original 9-star level, he already had such a powerful energy. It was already dawn and there was no time. They had to get rid of Lisha before the arrival of the other demigods. Meanwhile, she tried to destroy Heinz for betraying his family. He couldn't believe that it was his mother. Lisha said that he grew up in warmth and love, and now he is so grateful to his parents. But Heinz said that there was no such thing in their family. He took off his clothes and said that since his birth, without missing a single day, experiments were conducted on him, during which something was cut off and something was attached. He believed that they gave birth to their children only in order to provide themselves with material for research. But she disagreed and said that she was telling the truth. Because they were doing all this for Riiran and it provided them with a peaceful life. He learned about it for the first time only when he became an adult. About the fact that for people their parents become a symbol of love and self-sacrifice. But for him, they were a symbol of torment and fear. However, despite this, he could hold out in that terrible hell. He did it thanks to the joy of having created a future for Fry at least. Because of the belief that he was able to see with his own eyes a bright future created by his own hands. The mother could not believe that Heinz had done this. But everything turned out to be in vain. From the very beginning there was no way to get out of the Blake family. As a result, Fry could not stand such a life and gave his life to the gods. Here Lithia had a misunderstanding, because she believed that Fry was alive and everyone had seen him. He believed that Lucas was right and the Blake family should disappear. The only way to open the future is to completely destroy it. So he told his mother that she must die. Lucas came back and said that he would finish her himself. He didn't need to waste his power on her. Lithia said that Lucas looked terrible and asked where Fred was now. The boy guessed that this was the name of that demigod and he answered that Fred died. He and Laudel destroyed him together. She really didn't feel Fred's divine power. Did they really destroy him? Lithia began to attack them. Heinz formed a protective barrier for a short time. In front, Lucas's body was in a terrible state. But he needs 1 minute. This will most likely be the last spell he can cast. Heinz said they had to do it, because if they didn't, the situation would be very dire. Because Mom is going to give up her human existence and hand over this world to the demigods. Their role is to stop her. The biggest responsibility lies with her sons. Only they can do it. Lucas decided to act and asked Laudel to cover for him. Lithia asked how long Heinz was going to continue this annoying exchange of attacks. She was going to finish this performance, but she suddenly began to feel dizzy and have a headache. Heinz was joined by Laudel and stopped her with her vampiric powers. But Lithia said that this was a foolish resistance on their part and continued to attack them both. Laudel repelled her attack and said that she looked too tired for her words to be true. Lithia noticed that a very powerful energy was forming behind her. She then realized that they were trying to buy time for Lucas to build up mana for the attack. They didn't have time to stop her and Lithia attacked Lucas to prevent the energy build-up. The woman asked to admit defeat. Because even if they all attack at the same time, it will not make any sense. Immediately after these words she disappeared. Laudel thought that she was moving so fast that her eyes could not see her. But Heinz said she was just trying to hide herself in the wind currents. He had no other choice and decided to use the divine power. No one had ever known that he possessed it. In this way he was able to find his mother. She could not believe that he was using this power. The boy believed that they gave him this power in order to use it. Although he hated using divine rights because it looked like he had given up on being a human. But if it was necessary to activate them in order to remain human, then he had no other choice. She suddenly attacked them and said that although their powers are the same, but his mother is different from him. Because she is an apostle of the apocalypse, while he is an ordinary test subject. But even so, she was going to leave him alive, because they are relatives. It's a pity that she has no other choice. Lithia wished him a happy afterlife and was about to destroy him, but her energy disappeared somewhere. It was Lucas. He used magic, but it was unusual magic. The boy said he hadn't come up with a name for it yet. She said that it was impossible and began to slowly fall to the ground. Heinz immediately approached her. Although she was evil, she was still his mother. Lucas assured him that she didn't even have time to feel the pain. It was the most he could do for her. While they were trying to move away from the long battle, they were suddenly attacked. Lucas just managed to hear the conversation that Fred was nowhere to be found. And that they came very late. The day had already come and 2 more demigods came to help.
Laudel and Heinz lay on the ground and did not move. Lucas was imbued with a demigod and could not believe that everything would end like this. At that moment, a crack appeared in space, which these demigods also noticed. A lot of hands came out of it, which grabbed them and prevented any movement. He fell into her arms. The girl was very glad that he was still breathing. She began to heal him, and it seems Isabella came very timely. The boy did not understand what she was doing here. But the girl reminded him of her words. If he is in danger, she will immediately come to him. Together with her came members of the Troman community and Paragon. She promised to explain everything later. And now she asked me to entrust her body to her. Paragon had heard that there were supposed to be 2 demigods here, but there were only 2 of them. This means that they destroyed one of them by themselves. One of the demigods could not accept her defeat and decided to attack them. But Paragon got ahead of her and counterattacked in return. He said that one should never underestimate the enemy. Sometimes such amazing things happen. It is very rare, but even among insects that would seem to have to die. Encounters are capable of presenting danger to them, even if using their maximum strength. Lucas asked where they were going. Isabella replied that they were heading towards Paragon's main base. The boy thought that this was the alliance that the head of the 11th Tower, Vladilis, was talking about. The same owner, Vladilis, visited her and said that he had met Lucas. He also asked to mediate in their meeting with Paragon. Most likely, he thought that this would make it easier to recruit him to Paragon. Lucas did not understand why she accepted his proposal so quickly. The girl said that his full name is Vladilis Voisman. That is why she did so. Because she remembered how in Shuhei's cave, Lucas told her that Voisman was Shuhei's old surname. A person who could be his descendant wanted to see Lucas. Isabella decided that she should personally observe this meeting. Laudel said that about 10 years ago, they offered her to join their organization as well. Although she refused, because she was hiding a lot. Lucas was allowed to enter the Paragon, while the others were asked to wait outside until the conversation was over. Weissman met him in the room and was glad to see him in Paragon as a guest. He asked Isabella to put Lucas on the bed. The girl laid him down and began to heal him, because his body was very weak and wounded. The boy thanked Weissman for his help. Thanks to him, his life is now safe. But he said that they were grateful to him, because with his help they got a precious opportunity to kill the demigods. Weissman looked so similar to Shuhei that it was even surprising. But the boy was not sure that everything would be fine. After all, their opponents are 2 demigods. Weissman did not know that at the expense of apocalypses, but 2 ordinary demigods will not be able to become Diablo's opponents. This is the name of the Archelic who led a group of warriors to rescue Lucas. Lucas couldn't believe that this was the same Diablo that was in the northern lands of Permafrost. Weissman was greatly surprised by Lucas's wealth of information. The boy replied that he had heard about it from Hector. As expected, Weissman knows Hector and is probably aware of the situation he is in now because of the demigods. Weissman asked him a blunt question. He wondered if he would be able to defeat the Lord when he reached 9 stars. Without thinking, the boy answered that he would not be able to do it. Weissman did not expect that he would state this so firmly. After all, usually people fantasize about the level they are unable to reach. More precisely, only those who have reached 9 stars believe that they will not be able to defeat the Lord's power. However, he objectively assessed even the level he had not yet reached. At such a young age, this is really impressive. The more he studies it, the more he faces the reality that number 9 star can defeat the Lord. Weissman was in despair. As a result, no matter how hard people try, they will not be able to get out of captivity. So they came to the conclusion that they would create a 10-star level that could do this. But Lucas was convinced that 9 stars is the maximum level that the human body can reach. And it was strange that Weissman did not take this into account. The man replied that the probability of creating 10 stars is not bad enough. They also found records that were created by Lucas Troman. He talked about the very distant past.
It was in their best interest to help him reach 9 stars to begin with if he joined Paragon. The Troman community was in a very bad state. Lucas believed that Isabella was to blame for this, so he asked her what she did for a living. The restoration of the Truman community was proceeding as it should, but it was precisely this that was the source of Weissman's worries. Nichols and Rush had thought of nothing else but the plate that fed them food.
However, the restoration of Truman's greatness is like a blot on their eyes. Lucas asked to convey to them that if they don't like something, they can report to them at any time.
But Weissman replied that they are much more cunning than Lucas thinks. Perhaps they will even use the technique of their ancestor again. Weissman said that they would force them to participate in the destruction of the demigods and make sure that they were killed. But Lucas thought that he could just refuse such an offer and that was it. But Isabella was sure that Benny would definitely accept such an offer, because someone like her would take any side, even the most dangerous, if it would help her avenge her father. To protect the community from what looks like the night before the storm. They need the power of Lucas.
Lucas initially wanted to free Hector and asked Weissman if he could help with that.
Benny is a descendant of a dragon and was currently the biggest feature of the Troman community.
They will free Hector from the Lord's restraints and accept Troman into the community.
There is a need to make everyone accept that dragons are no longer an extinct species. The boy was going to leave right now, but his health did not allow him to do it so quickly.
But since Apostle Reiron died, it reached the Lord anyway.
They need to hurry. Isabella put him on the bed and said that she would kill him herself if he left this room. The girl did not understand how a person who lived for more than 4,000 years could behave like a little boy.
Isabella said that recovery will come first and that is the fastest way. No matter what he said, Isabel's influence was obvious.
Assigning Isabel to mediate was the best decision.
After some time, Diablo returned and Weissman was very glad that he was all right.
After a short pause, he said that they had finished destroying the demigods that had attacked Lucas and his companions. As a result of the battle, among his army, 5 were seriously wounded, 2 with light ones. Simone and Akid also died. Weissman said that they were going to go rescue Hector. He understood that Diablo was tired, but she still asked if he wanted to join them. He replied that he missed that name very much.
He said there was no problem and he needed a few minutes to get ready. Lucas told Laudel that he wanted to meet with Master Amlet.
However, he was not at all interested in a truce, so she was not sure if he would agree. The fact is that this man's head is filled to the brim with contracts with the demon world. In this case, Lucas asked to convey to him that he is ready to tell about Azura's call. This of course shocked Laudel, but she was sure that he would swallow such a bait.
He also asked Hines to become the head of the Blake family. Because even if they confiscate all of the Ilianinium, there is still information about the demigods hidden in that place. Instead of destroying him, it will be better if he becomes the head of the family and learns everything. The boy was very grateful for such trust, but it was a very heavy burden for him. Lucas asked him not to worry, because the princess promised to help them in everything. Therefore, Lucas asked Hines to meet with her as soon as he returned to the palace. It would be easier for him to understand everything if he met in person. In one moment, a very large amount of work fell on them. Although they had recently fought a difficult battle. Lucas from Diablo and Weissman moved to the basement where Hector is kept. But there were no demigods there. Most likely, they did not have time to take care of this place. The boy asked them not to lose their vigilance, because it is possible that someone could be inside. As they descended into the basement, Weissman said that he was also sorry that the dragon family had been destroyed. In the past, they were stronger than demigods. And Weissman could not restrain his aggression, thinking about the fact that they spent the last days of their lives as slaves. Lucas was sure that this choice was more difficult to make than to die. Hector is still living in hell. They agreed to free him by any means necessary. But when they came in, they saw that he was feeling great. One beautiful girl was giving him a massage, and the other was bringing him food. Lucas didn't even understand if such a person needed saving. When Hector saw the guests, he was very frightened.
But then Lucas turned into the account in which he spoke with him last time, so that the man could identify him. Then Hector relaxed and said that he was an impatient enough customer, because there was still time left before the appointed deadline.
However, Lucas said that today he did not come because of the golem.
He came to free him from this place, because he was sure that he spends every day here like in hell. But it seems that it is not quite so. However, he asked them to wait and asked if he would really be able to get out of this place. They told him about the 3 apocalypse who are critically wounded.
And the Lord may also be treated.
Hector noticed that Lord's influence had weakened recently, but he was curious about what had happened.
Lucas said that there was a traitor among the demigods.
A demigod with the power of a sword named Ricky. Diablo and Wasman were shocked because they knew this demigod. But in this case, Hector became interested in what happened to Ricky. If everything is as they say, then he is their reliable supporter.
Lucas said he is dead.
The real situation is the chance they got in exchange for Ricky's life.
They have to take it. Yesterday, he got rid of the last apostle of the apocalypse he had left, Riiran. Most likely, she will also fall into hibernation.
For those who did not know, Hector explained that if you kill the apostle, his master falls into hibernation. They say that then he cannot wake up for about 100 years. According to Ricky, at this time you can get rid of them with just a fruit knife. This was the reason why the demigods hid themselves after the killing of the apostle.
The last thing Ricky said was that Lucas should get help from Elia.
He talked about the demigod of the snowy steppes in the north.
Ricky said that she would be able to help them.
Diablo said that 100 years ago she contacted him and asked to be her apostle. Come to think of it, he also said he was in the snowy northern lands. But he refused, because the goal of his life was only one thing: to achieve the maximum mastery of magic. He wasn't going to give up magic to get divine powers in return. Lucas praised him for this decision, he survived it safely.
But Diablo said he didn't really survive it very well. He almost died and had to spend 20 years on just one treatment.
She obviously decided that if he didn't side with her, he would put her in danger in the future. But Diablo said that wasn't the case. She was capricious, just like a small child. There was absolutely no nobility in her. If they decide to lure Elia to themselves, then Diablo was ready to help. You can be sure that there will be no one as strong an ally as her.
Lucas said that they came to Hector in order to free him, and therefore the boy was waiting for his decision.
The man said that there could be no doubt, because he was only waiting for this day
to get out of a similar place.
Weissman noted that before that he called this place heaven on earth.
Diablo said that a spell has been placed on the stairs.
It is mixed with the Lord's power, so it will take a long time. Hector heard reliability in these words, and wanted this man to hug him. But Lucas said that he would not be so soft. While they were looking for a way out, Hector offered to look at the golem that Lucas had entrusted to him. But the boy thought that it was not yet finished. Although it was still empty inside, but he had already created a body and an external account. Therefore, he would like to demonstrate to him. Lucas was surprised at how wide the space was inside the antique bench. Hector said that in this place they were freed even from the Watcher Lord. Lucas noticed beautiful girls nearby and asked if his golem would also look like that. Hector asked him not to offend, because he is a professional. It is not in his competence to mix work with personal preferences. When the boy saw his golem, he was surprised. Because a moment ago, Hector said that he does not mix personal preferences with work. But the man justified himself by the fact that she was not in the uniform of a maid. Lucas did not understand how you could see the desired endurance in such a body. Although she looks like this, Hector made her capable of withstanding the power of 1 million mana with ease.
Weissman was shocked by this information.
He immediately turned to Lucas and asked where he managed to get such a core, because he was sure that such a thing did not exist.
Lucas took out Anastasia's core and said that this core was created by Shuhei.
Even looking at him with his own eyes, Hector could not believe it. After all, Shuhei was a genius and there will never be another like him in the world. At the end of his diary, Shuhei left a message in which he asked Anastasia to finish. Perhaps the core left by Shuhei could create a strong danger for the demigods. Lucas would be happy if Weissman helped Hector in his work. And if he does, the golem will be finished in 1-2 months. Then Diablo came back and said that he broke all the curses. Now they can just get out of this basement. In this case, Weissman asked Hector to take the necessary things and quickly leave the basement. The man said that he does not need anything and that his body alone is enough for him. He considers golems and his potions to be his body. And in general, he considers everything in his workshop to be his body. Lucas suggested activating a large teleporter. Isabella noticed that they entered the land of the elves. Also, the girl heard that the penetration of people there is a terrible crime. Then someone behind them spoke and Isabella almost died on the spot from fear. It was the Queen of the Elves. She took off her mask and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She wondered if Ricky was really dead. Lucas confirmed this information. Then the girl asked who killed him. The boy replied that it was a lord. The queen said that her relatives were killed by a demigod. She found out later and that demigod was Riiran. Also, Ricky saved her dying. The queen still could not forget the hand he extended to her. Ricky was her second hero who gave her a second life. The same happened with Lucas. The queen asked to wait for her at this place and she promised to return soon. Isabella was shocked that they would call a demigod the savior of their lives. She guessed that many different things had happened during her absence. Snow came back and said that she had abdicated. It was a great feeling. But Lucas thought that you couldn't just walk away from a place like this. Snow said that the elders picked on her and tried to stop her, so it took an hour to convince them. Their nagging never stopped and she just ran away. Lucas was furious that she couldn't convince them. All the same, she left the throne temporarily, and for the time being appointed someone else in her place and will return immediately after dealing with all matters. From that day on, Snow also wanted to take part in destroying the demigods. Lucas agreed and was glad for such support. After that, Snow pounced on the boy and started hugging him. The elf noticed that Isabel did not like this and said that she knew such a human greeting. Moreover, she is no longer a queen and must get used to human etiquette. But Isabella asked to correct her pronunciation to begin with. Isabella said that people do not use their bodies like that. After all, the body is a precious thing that they receive from their parents. Snow didn't understand why this girl was screaming like that. She actually thought she was Lucas' cleaning lady. If she is not a cleaner, then the elf was interested in who she was for Lucas. And an argument began between them. Isabella forgot about their secret and said that she did not care about the age difference of 4,000 years. Lucas did not understand what nonsense she was talking about. As a result, they left Isabella and began to tell each other news on the way. Then Isabella caught up with them and started pestering Lucas to find out who the girl was. The three of them arrived at the main base of the Trollman community. Benny was surprised and at the same time very happy to see Lucas. She immediately asked if everything was okay with him and if he was not injured. Benny asked what kind of beautiful lady came with them. She introduced herself as the Queen of the Elves. But Lucas clarified that she had resigned from that position. The boy had heard that the Trollman clan was in a difficult situation right now. Ben had no excuses for this. She understands that she lacks a lot as a master. But Isabella said that was not the case. On the contrary, the way out of the crisis was the result of her lifting up the community. Snow noted that if a person in the highest position leads a quiet life, it will become poison for the community. Benny did not hide her flaws and tried to change herself. Now Snow understood why Lucas entered. The boy said that she cannot be underestimated in any case because she is a dragon. Isabella didn't know what Lucas was going to do. Because their two opponents are among the top 3 strongest communities. Now that they don't have accurate evidence of their dishonest relationship, the Trollman clan is unable to provoke them. But he said that there was no need for provocation. It was necessary to properly show them that it was already too late to restrain the Truman community.
The night before, Lucas and Snow went to the grave.
It was unexpected that the elves have a culture through which they chant the souls of the dead with the help of prayers. She replied that all elves are born in the forest, so after death, they just go back.
That's why they just repeat after humans. Although in the end it's just personal pleasure. Still, they were in such a hurry that even the sword they didn't have was the one that belonged to Ricky.
While they were near the grave, a familiar flew up to them.
It was Laudel.
She said that Master Alton agreed. He said that he would come to where Lucas would be. It seems that the call of Azura greatly increased his appetite. The boy met with Benny and said that tomorrow a guest invited by him will come to the clan.
Benny promised that they would meet him properly. Lucas said it wasn't necessary, but he would like her to come out to him with him. The next day, Benny prepared a table with a buffet for the guests.
She approached it very responsibly.
Lucas said he brought a guest and asked Benny to come over.
When she saw who it was, she was shocked. It was Mr. Alton. They had met before Benny became the master of the Truman clan. The guy said that it was possible not to worry and not to prepare so much. He wanted to discuss the most important thing.
It was what Lucas would tell him about Azura's call. He was interested in what Lucas wanted in return.
The guy liked such a quick conversation, everything at once to the point. In return, Lucas wants to sign an agreement on the union of communities with them. Alton realized that the rumors that they were receiving pressure from the Nichols and Russian communities turned out to be true.
But Alton is forced to refuse.
Because an alliance with them in such a situation is equivalent to enmity with those two communities.
As the master of his community, he has no reason to sow the seeds of chaos in his clan for nothing.
Alton was about to leave, but Lucas said that compared to the rumors about him, he is actually a very outstanding master. And then the rumors say that he put the clan on the back burner, and himself is only interested in the world of magic. The master stopped and said that they had better be well prepared. If those two clans decide to join forces, even if he covers them, Truman's community will still not be able to stand. However, Lucas corrected him and said that he proposed an alliance, which means equal effort from both sides. From this moment, Lucas was going to stop senseless battles and exhaustion between communities. And those who do not agree will get big problems. Lucas had talked about being so kind to them that he might remove them from the enemy list if Alton promised they would be on their side. Alton hoped that there was a reason for this haughty behavior. The boy silently took out the demigod crystal from his pocket and said that he had defeated him. This was what demonstrated the true strength of the Truman clan. But Alton said that it is easier for him to believe such a joke. Moreover, he cannot know whether he destroyed it with his own hands or simply received this crystal from someone. Lucas said that he should have known that this was not appropriate with this item. Laudel approached them and said that he actually destroyed the demigod himself. She was a witness who was next to him and helped him. The girl said that all his words were true. That is why she agreed to be the mediator in their meeting. Because she decided that this union can become a reliable force for them. He came here because he was interested in Azura's summoning circle. But he didn't think he would learn something much more interesting. Alton walked up to Benny, offered her his hand, and said that he accepted her offer of an alliance.
The Amlet community promises the Truman clan a perfect alliance.
Now Lucas was forced to fulfill his conditions.
But it seems Azura was not happy with Lucas' independence.
Azura said that sharing such classified data to third parties without a signed contract is prohibited.
But Lucas said he just decided to trust him. Alton asked Azura not to worry because he just wanted to see him in person. And promised not to tell anyone else about him.
Azura said even if he doesn't do it, that idiot Lucas is very good at this task. The boy had the only argument that he was doing all this for the sake of destroying the demigods. After Lucas returned, a conversation with Benny awaited him. He did not understand why he was being scolded all day. After all, everyone saw that from today, the Truman clan and Amlet became an alliance. But Benny scolded him not because of this, but because he did not tell her anything about his adventures. Laudel came back and said that she had guided Master Alton. She was the girl who spoke informally even with the clan master.
Benny didn't understand why she treated Lucas with such respect. Thanks to Laudel, everything ended so well.
The guy said that she tried very hard. She thought that he was praising her.
Laudel is very glad that she has the opportunity to work with him.
Benny could not understand at all what was happening in the relationship between Lucas and Laudel.
The boy went out into the yard and met Isabella there.
She asked where he was going. Master Benny still cannot fully release his power.
The very structure of dragons is different from human, so it is quite difficult.
But if the same dragon Hector helps her, then everything should work out. A child suddenly appeared in front of them. They saw her for the first time.
And Isabella asked her how they could help her.
She just wanted to ask where they learned the sorcerer-warrior techniques. She was very curious because their techniques are passed down to one student. There can be no mistake, this is the same master that Aegon was talking about.
The previous successor of the sorcerer-warrior technique. The same master that makes even Aegon tremble with fear.
It was an old rule of the Kazajin techniques to pass knowledge of techniques to only one person.
Aegon said that the master had a nasty character and was very strong.
It was impossible to negotiate with him. If you offended him, it meant immediate death. Lucas was only able to learn his techniques a little on his own, only thanks to his close friendship with the founder Kazajin. After all, it is impossible for more than 2 people to know about these techniques. If by chance someone other than a student chosen by the master learns about them, then for the sake of their protection you will even have to kill this person. The girl said that she chose only one person to whom she decided to transfer these techniques. Therefore, she demanded an explanation from Lucas and threatened with reprisal.
Isabella couldn't believe that such powerful mana was coming from her spirit alone. Depending on their answer, it can end their lives. Lucas said he was taught by Aegon.
He had heard a lot about her and said he was glad to meet her in person. After that, she apologized for being rude.
She was late with the introduction and said her name was Nora. They moved to another place and Nora asked what their relationship was with Aegon.
They met for the first time near Reynolds. A lot of things happened, but as a result, they even defeated the Apostle Nozdok together. Nora noted that Aegon must have grown since the last time they saw him. She assumed that he could now accept her teachings.
The girl asked where he was now. Lucas replied that Aegon was heading to Silked. Search for Kazajin's weapon following Nora's instructions.
Isabella noted that this person seemed to be the complete opposite of what he had heard about her. She seemed like an outstanding master who cared about her student.
Nora didn't think Aegon would tell the Archmage their secret techniques.
Because techniques should only be passed on to one person. And she doubted that he was going to make Lucas his apprentice. The guy started to get nervous and said that it was all his mistake. She believed that during their next meeting, it would be necessary to hammer into his bones a hard rule about the transfer of equipment. Lucas apologized to Aegon and promised him to be responsible for cleaning the grass on his grave. Nora also asked if he had joined Paragon after all. Lucas replied that it was true, but they were just in normal union relations. Lucas also heard that she belonged to some clan and decided to inquire. She said it had been like that before.
Lucas understood that her circumstances were also similar to Weissman's problems.
Because the current circles were rotten to the point where they could no longer be fixed.
Nora heard from Weissman that Lucas is going to reform from within the communities.
His intention to not give up and rebuild them is commendable. But she sees it as a young man's blind faith in human reason.
Lucas laughed and said he wasn't such a nice person. He intrigued Nora and said he would watch them from the sidelines to see if his determination was real or just bravery.
When Hector was released, he realized how long he had not felt this fresh aroma of phytoncides.
Lucas asked to wait while he brought Master Benny.
Hector saw everything good in this boy, but there was no relaxation. He would like to advise him to live his life more calmly.
Lucas knew about the impossibility of returning the past time.
Hector was shy, but dared to offer her to become his model.
A fragrance that blooms before the flowers bloom, and a beauty that conflicts with pity. Nora was the perfect model for creating the appearance of his golems. She asked if it would help with the destruction of the demigods. Hector said that it would definitely help, but Isabella added that it had nothing to do with it at all. Master Benny came out to them and immediately asked if Hector was really a dragon. Lucas hoped that Hector would be able to give the necessary instructions for Benny, and asked to take care of her. He noted that, objectively, the dragon's heart had taken its place in her. But first, Hector offered her a change of scenery. And he would like to check the level of mana usage. They needed to practice the language of dragons and check the level of communication with spirits. They had a lot of work and Hector asked to hurry. Lucas and Isabella saw in Hector's attitude that he was going to use Benny as a model for the golem. The boy told Nora that he wanted to visit Neckles. But she did not understand the reason for which he was telling her this. He asked her to go with him. The girl understood that he wanted to show her face to the leadership of the community, so that they would know the true power of the Troman clan. Isabella said it was to prevent unnecessary battles. She agreed and said that she just had an unpaid debt to Neckles. Isabella brought Lucas to show her new house. After all, he said that it was impossible to meet and leave the leaders in the house of an ordinary member of the community. Also, anytime he comes back, he has to be fit for his time with Isabel. Jeezy approached them and said that this was the decision of the community members. Therefore, he asked them to accept it with joy. But even if that was the case, it was still very large. Lucas asked how many rooms there were. When they went inside, the members of his team were already well settled. Snow chose the third room from the right on the first floor, but Laudel wanted to live in it as well. Snow was inventing new arguments. She liked the view from the window of the forest, which can be captured at a glance. But Laudel said that she had occupied her before. Snow asked the girl to be more discreet. Lucas asked why they were all here. Isabella said that they were his guests, so they were ordered to be housed here for a while. Snow tried to win a place and said that she was the queen of the elves. But Lucas reminded her that she had left everything. Laudel said that she is also the queen, only of vampires. They continued to provoke each other and it seemed that it would never end. The longer they talked, the more it annoyed Isabel. She could not stand it and said that if they continue to argue, they will sleep in another place. And in general, no one invited them here because someone liked them. Snow said it was a bad idea for a human woman to force herself against her. Laudel also added that it was better for Isabel to stay out of their fight. But the girl said that this is her own place of residence and she will decide what to do with them. They gathered the next day with representatives of other communities to discuss the demigods and their next course of action. Riiran fell into hibernation, and the Lord concentrated on the treatment of the 3 apocalypses. Now in the most difficult times, which they never had, they showed themselves for some reason. All countries needed explanations from the communities, and they, in turn, cannot sit quietly and watch. They say that in 3 days an emergency meeting will be held in the Casca Empire. He heard that the presence of not only the heads of the 3 strongest communities, but also other people who have a certain influence will be necessary. Lucas asked what the exact meeting place was. The man replied that it was the June family's place in the capital. If it was in 3 days, Benny said they needed to go there urgently. But Lucas knew the coordinates of June's ancestral home. Even if they left on the day of the gathering, they wouldn't be late. Benny guessed that Lucas had things to do for these 3 days. Then she decided to postpone her departure. She suggested to other managers to prepare earlier and to sufficiently enjoy the rest. Lucas came to Diablo and said that he needed to reach 9 stars and that's why he came to ask for his help. He spoke as if he knew what it took to reach 9 stars. Diablo asked to follow him. They needed to go to the same place together. He said it was a place in the north of the permafrost. They would go there to meet Elia. He needed to get consent to cooperate. This was Diablo's condition to help him get 9 stars. Diablo did not understand why he hesitated.
After all, he himself was going to go to her someday. Speaking of those lands, he has just the right friend to show the way. That's why Lucas wanted to ask him to be their guide. There was a strong blizzard and they set off with Isabella and Snow. Lucas decided to ask Snow if they were definitely on the right track. But the girl convinced him that these lands are for her like the front yard of a private house. Although they are not in the polar region, blizzards never stop there. Due to the impossibility of finding out the reason for this, entry to these lands was forbidden since her childhood. But when she heard Lucas' words, she immediately remembered this place. If a demigod named Elia lives here, then she is sure that she should be in this very place. The blizzard was getting stronger, this should be proof that they were getting closer to the center. But after a few meters she stopped completely. This was because they came to the very center of her. Elia appeared before them and said that in front of her was cute Diablo, who had once refused her persuasive proposal. She assumed that he was very unhappy that she had left him alive, so she said that she would kill him, as he wanted. Then Diablo realized that they probably had nothing to talk about with her. Lucas shouted that he came because he listened to Ricky's will. She stopped and asked him to repeat what he said again. Before he died, Ricky said that she would be their strength. Elia began to laugh and said that he did everything he wanted until the very end. She set up a barrier around them and said that taking over the continent that the Lord dreams of, or that they resist, will bring inevitable death. And something like that couldn't be reason enough for Ricky to lose his life. That's why she wanted to get rid of them all. Finally, Agnia opened his eyes. Nasdaq and Ananta said that only a few months had passed and they had recovered. The wounds didn't seem like they could be healed very quickly. The Lord appeared and said that he was very happy to have them back and now was the time to act. They suddenly appeared in the sky above the capital. Apocalypse asked to begin by telling what he had planned. Lucas gave Nasdaq the aluminum, which until the very end was desperately reiron. Therefore, he asked him to spend it sparingly. The knights started shooting back at them and asked why the demigods had interfered in their space. It seemed that the rumors that they were concentrating on destroying the countries associated with the circles were true. The military was ordered to evacuate the civilian population, but it was too late. The demigods destroyed everything in their path. Finally, their leader had the desire to clean up these miserable insects. It was Agnia's territory, so the Lord asked if he wanted to stop him. He wanted to go against the Lord's wishes, but he had only one question. Where is Reiron? The Lord came and pointed to Agni's body and said that she had become a strong circle of energy and was flowing in his veins. If this was not true, then they would not have been able to recover in such a short period of time. He absorbed her and shared this power with them. Agnias asked for permission to finish his territory on his own. The Lord gave him such an opportunity. Agnias ordered the head of the combat unit to gather the inhabitants of the country who remained alive and leave from here. If he has the courage to be a soldier and choose death, then he must protect people. Agni ordered him to disappear until he changed his mind. Behind Agnia, Iris suddenly appeared and said that he obeyed the Lord's order. But it didn't bother him, and if she had a desire to tell him, then Agnias promised not to stop Iris. But she considered herself not such a cruel person. Judging by everything, what happened with Reiron was an incredibly strong blow for him. Although it seemed to her that there was nothing strange about it. Although Lord knew about Ricky's betrayal, he decided to just turn a blind eye to it. But this did not surprise Agnia, because he himself had guessed about it. Iris said that the Lord had already prepared another demigod, with the help of which he wanted to cover Ricky's sins. This information worried him. This warning, which she could give them all as an apostle of the Lord, there is an unambiguous order in his love for his brothers. And she advised to beware of this unconscious order of the Lord. He wanted to forgive Ricky even if it meant sacrificing his relatives. But Ricky resisted his will until the very end. As a result, Lord had no choice but to kill Ricky with his own hands. She believed that the primacy of unsubdued Ricky had superseded the principles Lord spoke of. Agnias suspected that Iris was up to something. But she was not going to stir up chaos. Although she was also confused by the impossibility of understanding the person to whom she obeys.
All demigods are equal.
This great principle is the reason why all demigods call him Lord.
They follow him. The girl asked if Agni was ready to call him Lord even after knowing all this.
But he asked her to shut up or he promised to break her head. Iris did shut up, just turned around and walked away. The ice created by Elia was very strong.
Like a giant star blocking the way. But they still managed to break through this defense. This surprised Elia.
Some crazy power that is able to break through her armor. Even at such a long distance.
Elia continued to attack their group, but thanks to mutual understanding, they managed to cover each other. Then Diablo joined in and grabbed Elia with his magical hands.
And told Nora to make her attack now.
She reacted very quickly and attacked her with a kick. However, she managed to evade.
Elia said that they have minimal skills to show their insolence. She could have believed that Diablo was able to raise his level in that time to become competitive, but Nora really surprised her.
She was also surprised by Snow.
She approached her and said that she could feel Ricky's habits from her sword.
Elia knew that she was his apostle.
Although Snow didn't even use her divine powers, Elia still guessed quickly enough. But she didn't use her not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. After all, after Ricky's death, all his powers should go to her.
In other words, these are no longer the forces capable of playing the role of mediator for Ricky.
If he does not become stronger than now, then someday this force will suffocate her.
But she had the least information about Lucas. He was an unknown character for her. She believed that he had terrible magic. And the received divine power is very weak abilities of Indra.
But despite this, he had a lot of combat experience. If you consider only strategy and command, he seemed so perfect that it was impossible to think of him as a kid who lived a little more than 20 years. Based on this information, she was interested in who he was.
Lucas replied that he also sometimes feels like he doesn't know that.
Elia decided and said that she should make him a 9-star. She let him be happy, because if she didn't like him, she would kill him right here. It was very unusual for Lucas to hear the words of 9 stars from a demigod. He asked how a demigod could know the way to reach 9 stars. But she replied that she really didn't know how to do it. In that case, Lucas didn't understand how she was going to make him a 9-star. She said that although she didn't know the way, she had experience. She has seen several wizards reach 9 stars during battles with her. Elia pointed to Diablo and said that this skeleton was one of those examples. He confirmed these words and said that it was for this reason that he had brought him to Elia. Although I was never able to find out what it takes to reach 9 stars. But they all had one thing in common. They all almost died at her hands.
Elia asked not to consider these words as jokes.
Because from this moment on, he will often find himself on the verge of death.
And you can end this in only 2 ways. Either he will become 9 stars, or he will die for real.
Diablo said that in 3 days there will be an important meeting, so you need to start training later. Elia said that in that case he would have to become Z-starred within 3 days. He definitely could not say that this time was enough to reach the level of 9 stars. But he believed that it was not too little. She said that he should have answered like that. After all, no matter what the situation is, if he does not reach 9 stars, he will not be able to compete in the next battles.
Elia said she wouldn't let him die a dog's death.
She wouldn't be able to forgive the guy who got Ricky's will if he died without her permission.
Ricky was involved with a woman who was causing a lot of headaches. 3 days later, on the day of the emergency meeting at the June family compound,
one of the leaders approached Shepard and asked why he was so worried, since this was the day when the restored Trollman community would show itself in an official meeting. The capital was now completely destroyed, so he asked Steve to be more careful with such statements. Rumor has it that the community has changed a lot since Fry Blake joined them.
Steve asked if Shepard was dating him.
He said that they had been dating, but long before he joined the community.
Steve also saw him when he went to recruit for his side. But he seemed to him to be some kind of outstanding guy. Just during their conversation, the leaders of the Trollman clan came to the meeting. Sven met them at the entrance and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He was the former leader of the Trollman community. He is a scumbag who conspired with others to destroy them. Jeezy did not expect that Sven would even dare to talk to them. He asked to be kinder to him, because when they shared the same will and were comrades. Jeezy didn't understand how he could say such a thing with his gaping mouth. Benny said she was also very happy to see Sven again. He noted that Benny had grown since the last meeting. But he wanted to warn them. Benny said that before him was the master of the Trollman community. And she also advised to watch your manners. Of course, if he doesn't want to be humiliated right here so much that he will never be able to forget it in his life. She asks only once. After all, they were once comrades who shared the same will. Jeezy said that Benny had become really stronger. These words confused her. She asked if Fry had contacted him. Jeezy replied that he had not been in touch and said that they would probably have to deal with all the issues at this meeting without him. They reacted to this normally, because they had already received a lot of help from him. Shepard stepped into the middle of the hall and said that everyone had been waiting for this for a long time and they were finally starting an emergency meeting. To begin with, he wanted to thank everyone who responded to this invitation and came. But someone from the hall shouted for Shepard to save them from these meaningless introductions. It was Master Jacket. He said now was not the time for this. Shepard replied that he was indeed right and activated the visualization mirror. There they saw what was happening at that moment in one of the cities. This city country of Jayatambal was a sea-state that cared about its security. Because of that, it was among the strongest. But as a country, it was destroyed in just one day. It only meant that the demigods had begun to act. They were no longer going to hide themselves. He was constantly receiving reports from witnesses located on different continents. No one understood why they began to behave so risky and extreme. Shepard said they are trying to determine that cause. One man interrupted his conversation and said that this had been bothering him for some time and like others he could not concentrate. It was difficult to imagine that such an important meeting was attended by people who hide their identity with the help of cloaks. Benny immediately responded and said that she was responsible for their status. But Rizil said that her responsibility made no sense at this meeting. Therefore, he ordered the cloaks to be removed so that he could see them himself and make a decision. Nora was the first to show herself and said that Rizil is still so suspicious. Everyone thought that she had broken ties with the communities a long time ago. And they asked why she was with them. Rizil said that they surprised them with this and suggested that they look now at the other person in the cloak. Nora asked them to stop there because they didn't have to keep answering his menacing probing questions. He did not believe that she liked to live in such a terrible place again. But the girl replied that she did not join the community. But she supports their leader, Fry Blake, so she hoped that Rizil would remember that being tactless towards the community is being tactless towards Nora. Sven couldn't believe that even the last niece of the sorcerer warrior, who had already surely left this world, had joined the Trollman community. It was getting more interesting. He was talking about a man named Fry Blake. The guests felt that it was necessary to return to their main topic. So they talk about the fact that demigods are now running all over the continent. Then you need to go and stop them, and not engage in incomprehensible things. Nora noted that, after all, there are adequate participants in the communities who really assess the situation. Benny said that it was Gomez, master of Gauntlet. This community is the most powerful of the medium and small clans. But he was denied and told that it would be wrong if the actions were without a definite plan. After all, they do not know anything about them. At what level is their power, what is their number, and why did they suddenly start acting? Gomez refused to sit and suck his finger while they figured it out and came up with a suitable plan. He was told that they simply offered to observe the changes and development of events. Gomez asked to spare him from these speeches of Rumid.
He did not understand how he dared to say such things when Jaya Tanbal was engulfed in chaos. They tried to explain to him that the communities are the last fortress on the continent that can stop the demigods. The destruction of the communities means the destruction of the continent. That is why they cannot act without thinking. Redil fully agreed with these words, and all the others also supported Rumad's words.
Gomez couldn't understand how they could say such nonsense after hundreds of thousands of people had died. Redil laughed and said that they would not act even if 1,000,000 people died. These words really annoyed Gomez and he broke the table. Jeezy looked at Redil and thought, even though he was a grandfather, he wasn't stupid enough to make such a fuss. He deliberately stimulated the opposition of communities. But what was his real goal? The girl said that she perfectly understood his position and took off her cloak. Immediately after the sorcerer's heir, Sadhna of the Herald Guard revealed her identity. Sven and Shepard believed that Fryblake was there. But now they did not understand why he did not come. Since Redil had said that he would not act until he found information about the demigods, Sadhni wondered what he was going to do with communities that would not follow his will. He said that there will be no such clans. The most important thing is the opinion of the 3 largest communities. This is tantamount to the great truth. And if a dissenter appears, then it will be necessary to direct him to the right path. Jizzy understood that Rezil's goal was to find dissenters and repress them. He planned to use this crisis as a chance to consolidate his power. Sadhna wasn't sure that the opinion of the 3 strongest clans would agree this time. If only Master Alton agrees, then their question will be closed. So Rezil and Rumad turned to him to get a decisive answer that would suit them. Alton turned to Benny and asked her what she thought about it. Rumad laughed and said that he was probably confused and asked the opinion of the wrong person. But Alton asked him to be quiet. Because now he is interested in Master Troman's opinion. The participants began to understand that the rumors about the signing of a contract between Amlet and Troman were true. Benny believes that the most important thing now is to stop the demigods in the first place. Rezil asked her to be more careful with her words. He was surprised that with the death of her ancestor she had not learned anything. Jeezy blew up and told him to be more careful with his words. Meanwhile, Benny thanked Rezil for his advice and said that she never forgets the death of her ancestors. But judging by everything, he forgot about the main goal of creating communities. Communities are organizations created to suppress demigods and protect humanity. This is not a fortress to be defended by hiding behind humanity and using it as a shield. Rosal assumed that Benny was trying to teach him now. But she said that she simply corrected him in those aspects where he had false testimony. Jeezy realized that their master had indeed become much stronger. Rosal said that this is very rude, because even though they have the same status, it does not mean that they are equal. He created psychological pressure. Although she was right, you cannot be polite from one side only. Rezil distributed it so covertly that no one nearby would notice anything strange. He sat in her head and said that he could not get past such vile behavior. But then someone in the room said that it was so mean on Rezil's part that he couldn't stand it anymore. They did not notice that there was a guy in the building with them. They wondered who he was. He said he was also well aware that the communities were rotten. But after he saw such a sight, he was literally in tears. He called Rezil the worst scumbag he had ever met. No one could understand what kind of mean kid this was and how he was able to get in here. Rezil said that he did not know who this guy was, but he was very sharp. It was like he wanted to die. But then Lucas showed his account to Fry and confirmed that those were his words. To begin with, he promised to repay him for the rudeness committed towards Master Benny. The boy struck the place where Rezil was sitting and said that he was pleased to see how deeply he bowed to apologize. Lucas believed that he had no right to bear the name Straw. Therefore, he suggested that he leave the position he holds. Elliot did not even think that she would be so amused by a guy who stands with one foot in the grave. Still, she wants to live for this. She looked at the sky and said that Ricky had very successfully found this baby. Now she understood why he treated him in a special way.
Experience, reputation, these are all infinite qualities, in no way connected with the adequate meaning of the deceased. It took him 1 day to reach 9 stars.
Rizal tried to get up, but he couldn't do anything.
He said that Lucas has no right to take the future of the mainland. Laudel believed that this is the only person who has a full right to this. He said all this only because he did not know who was in front of him.
Rizal tried to show everyone his variety of spells, to demonstrate his power. The people around were surprised, it wasn't even the same magic. Absolutely different spells. Even without preparation. The masters asked him to stop if he did not want to say goodbye to this room. He believed that Lucas should be well educated. Lucas liked it, he even said that maybe they would find a common language. The boy said that he was just about to start raising him. And in one moment, all of Rizal's spells disappeared. At first, everyone thought that he suddenly stopped the attack, but then they saw a barely noticeable mana. It was mutually compensated. Lucas destroyed it. He did return to them after becoming a 9-star wizard. Rizal continued to kneel and couldn't believe how he managed to become a 9-star at such a young age. Lucas said he was disappointed in Rizal's behavior. Rizal Teco had a 9-star level, but he felt a great advantage over Lucas that was indescribable. It was as if they were on different levels. No matter what path a person takes, if he does not have firm confidence, drama will never open that strong door. Lucas stepped into the middle and asked everyone what they had joined the communities for. As Benny said, communities are not shields to protect their lives. And if there were like-minded people in that gathering, he asked them to leave the place. There was a reason why he secretly hid. It is likely that he was waiting for Rizal to take possession of this place. To surpass Rizal and in one moment get the opportunity for persuasion. Rumad asked if he thought they weren't a shield, then his suggestion was to step forward and fight. Their opponents are gods. These are not those who can be defeated by a simple counterattack. If it were possible, then someone would do it to them. Lucas approached him and said that these scum are not so perfect. They think, they get angry, and they tremble with fear. This fear is the reason why they began to act so quickly. Their goal is to destroy those who must be destroyed. This is literally a cleanup, after which not a single person should be left. Such a situation cannot be easily ended by standing back and doing nothing. The only way for them to survive is to fight and win. Today he came here to find people who share his opinion. Lucas gave them the opportunity to choose. Either they will fight for survival, or they will choose to wait for death in order not to be injured. Alton raised his hand first and said that Amlet fully agreed with Lucas. Gomez also raised his hand and said that finally a meeting has begun in which it is possible to understand each other normally. As a result, all communities consulted and unanimously agreed with Lucas. Rizal thought that he could easily lead the course of this meeting. But Lucas completely destroyed all his plans. Demigods are not creatures that can be resisted. They are equal to the sun, no matter how much people wave their arms and legs, they will not be able to escape from the hands of demigods. Rizal made this conclusion when he reached 9 stars. And he said that they would leave the clan today. And they will go to the place where the Lord is. Everyone was surprised that he had some connection with the Lord. At first he planned to increase the strength of the community, then the Lord would be more happy that they surrendered and promised more care. That is, from this day on, he throws out the name of their community. One of the participants asked how he would act if the demigods gave an order that had no logic. Rizal replied that he must obey. He was once again asked if he would obey any order. Rizal was angry and was not going to repeat the same thing several times. Lucas asked these questions. He hoped that Rizal would dodge as much as he had predicted. Lucas activated Earthquake, using only his mana. Rizal believed that because Lucas was stronger than others, he did not notice what was happening around him. He believed that it was his mistake to come here himself, and Rizal ordered the members of the clan to kill him. Lucas apologized and said that he really wanted to come alone, but some people decided otherwise.
His soldiers began to fly in different directions from the fiery explosions.
Some began to instantly turn into old grandfathers and die their own death.
Rizil was happy that his friends followed all orders, but Lucas' friends were notorious for not listening to him at all. The boy approached Rizil and said that his end had come. He could not resist this guy. And he still did not understand why there was such a big difference between them.
Lucas had previously said that demigods are not absolute power.
He considered him to be very similar to his older brother. His brother Weissman was the most magically capable of anyone he had ever seen.
He said the same thing, that demigods were not perfect creatures. But he asked him only one question.
Is he sure that he can defeat the Lord? The boy did not answer, and Rizil continued to speak.
If even demigods are not perfect,
the communities also attack them from time to time, but the Lord is different from them. The Lord is an ideal creature. He is a god himself, and if he wanted to destroy everyone, he would have done it a long time ago. But the problem was that Rizil decided to do all his bidding to be a slave. He believed that there was nothing wrong with this and that these were all precautionary measures for survival.
But Rizil would like his brother and Lucas to understand this simple truth. Laudel replied that they did not want to save their lives by abandoning their pride and becoming domestic animals.
He thought they were saying that because they had never seen the Lord live. But Lucas replied that he had seen him. And in general, he knew him so well that he was disgusted by it. Once there was a confrontation between them and Lucas lost in it. As a result, he found himself locked in the Lord's abyss and for 4,000 years thought about only one thing. All his thoughts were only about destroying the Lord.
He admitted that his real name is Lucas Troman.
He is an archmage who faced Lord in battle 4,000 years ago. Only a few of his friends knew about it, so the rest were also very surprised. Laudel confirmed that this is a hero from the Age of Light who returned 4,000 years later and took the body of a boy named Fry.
Now the girl got all the answers to the questions that bothered her before.
Rizil began to tremble and did not understand why he did not come earlier. But still he did not give up his words at the expense of the power of the Lord. It meant that he had no regrets, and Lucas did what he had to do.
Weissman appeared next to Rizil's body.
Lucas said that he killed his younger brother with his own hands and began to apologize. But he said that he killed him a long time ago. After all, if the younger brother goes on the wrong path, it is the duty of the older brother to correct him, even if he has to kill his brother. Before all this happened, he had to guide him on the right path. And if they hadn't stopped him now, Rizil would probably have sold his soul to the Lord. Weissman thanked Lucas for allowing Rizil to end his life as a human.
Lucas came to Rumid.
He asked what happened to Rizil, but the boy did not answer. Then he understood everything himself.
Then he asked Lucas what he was going to do next. And what would happen if Rumid didn't follow him.
The boy said that he did not need a puppet and allowed him to act according to his thoughts. And if he decides that Lucas is wrong, he can stab him in the back at any moment. The next day, everyone met for an urgent meeting. Lucas said that now the demigods were in a critical condition, something they had never experienced before. In other words, for them, this is such a happy moment that has never happened before.
Lucas began to talk about what he had never talked about.
Just like a wandering poet, little by little telling stories to children who can't sit still.
About the death of one of the apocalypses. About the fact that one fell into hibernation.
About the fact that the life of someone who is in hibernation can be easily interrupted. And about the development of the inunum substance, with which they can avoid divine supervision. And even about the fact that they use it to kill those who await death. The members of the communities could not hide their impression of the information they heard, because before that they did not even have a way to somehow find out about it. The meeting proceeded as if yesterday's argument had not happened. At some point, all the clans began to feel the same.
The union that everyone dreamed of for a long time finally became a reality.
That is, if they kill everyone in a row, they will be destroyed thanks to the order of this world. They call this order God. From this moment on, they must find the apostles of the apocalypse and get rid of them.
Alton asked if he knew about the personalities of the apostles.
He knew too. One was a mercenary named Genta, and the other was a demon named Kalthud. If we get rid of them, the two apocalypses will fall into hibernation. Then the changes in their hopeless situation will no longer seem like mere dreams. When he spoke of Genta, Rumad assumed he meant the king of assassins. This is a legendary person who killed not only aristocrats, but also members of the royal family. They were also barely able to get their hands on the evidence of the witness and the contract.
And also find out that he is not a fictional character. If their information is correct, then he must be born in Icarus.
Rumad thought it best to look for his traces there first. Laudel said that this demon had signed a contract with her before.
The fact that a high-level demon appeared on the continent is possible. But if he conducted such a ceremony, then tens of thousands of lives should have been sacrificed. Lucas asked if Laudel could track him. She said it was easy enough to do. Because demon energy can't be hidden.
Alton said they would take it upon themselves to track Kalthud.
Lucas regained his 9-star level and realized the unification of communities.
He also had comrades who share his will. Now the real war with the Lord will begin.
Lucas wished everyone good luck in the war. Benny tried to activate her dragon spell. Even from a great distance, there was a feeling that the whole world heard this frantic scream. She was already at the level where she could use dragon spells twice a day. She really had good prospects. Benny's dragon spell is the weapon they can't be without when breaking the demigods. Lucas wanted even bigger results.
Hector thought they would destroy the apostles, not the demigods. Nyx followed Agnias due to the fact that she became an apostle due to threats, having no other choice. Therefore, at least he is forced to destroy him with his own hands. Hector offered to finish their training because his product was finally ready and he would like to show off the new goddess of victory. This was his best creation. This is a masterpiece, which was created from the raw material of a dream by the combined forces of three.
The best masters. Hector asked what happened to the core.
It was his life's work.
In the future, no golem would be able to match even their sweet Anna's little finger. Lucas gave Hector the core and all that remained was to insert it into the golem. After that, her body rose above the ground. Everyone present could hear the sound of Anna's heart. Hector pointed out that the power of this girl who was born in the best body was at a level that could not be measured with the methods they had now. After all, this is an energy that has gone beyond common sense. Looking at the primary value, the boy thought that it outweighed Diablo. She finally opened her eyes and began to descend to the ground. Hector changed his mind about calling her Anna and therefore decided to give her a new name, Sia. Sia immediately asked where she was and why she had such thin hands. She was also interested in how much time had passed. Lucas grabbed her in his hands and it seemed to him that it was Shuhei in the body of a fragile girl. She hugged him and said that it took 4,000 years, 7 months and 23 days. It seemed like a very long time. Weissman then finally began to suggest that Fry was actually Lucas Troman. Although Shuhei looked like this, he could recognize him at first sight. Lucas noted that he had become so young and handsome before they had seen each other. Shuhei's cave was a message for only one person, Lucas Troman. This cave was Shuhei's last hope and last wish. He thought that one day he would be able to open his eyes and he would definitely be standing in front of him. Still, this appearance was probably the wrong choice. He was so soft that Lucas was disgusted. Shuhei didn't understand what was wrong with his voice. He thought he was hoarse from not being able to speak for 4,000 years. The body was thin and white, so he decided to activate the illusory mirror and look at himself. Shuhei said that while he was gone, Lucas's taste and preferences changed a lot. But Lucas started yelling that these were Hector's preferences, not his own. Weissman came closer and asked if Shuhei was really standing in front of him. He said that it was indeed so. No one could have imagined that the soul of Shuhei himself would be in the core. It was almost like that, but not exactly. In this core was not a soul,
but a copy of memory and personality. But Hector believed that it was impossible to copy memories and personality. Then Weissman decided to clarify one more question. Is Fry really Lucas Troman? Isabella replied that it was true. Fry is the one who disappeared without a trace 4,000 years ago. The girl asked if he did not feel that all the questions he had before that simply disappeared. It was true, and it was the best feeling. He couldn't believe that he was next to the heroes of the Age of Light. When they returned home, Weissman still couldn't believe that Lucas Troman and Shuhei were here. It was not easy to understand what skills a young guy who recently turned 20 could possess. Isabella said that from the very beginning, Lucas was her fellow student at the academy. She did not know why he ended up in his body. But according to Lucas, he was locked in the abyss for 4,000 years, when one fine day he heard the voice of Fry. Snow also heard about the abyss. It was clear to her that this is a place where there is absolutely nothing. She had heard that living in this place while conscious was a greater suffering than death itself. In any case, everyone began to see the chances of success. After all, there are two heroes of the Age of Light with them who know the Lord well. Snow noted that it is better not to talk about it so thoughtlessly, and in the future treat him as Fry. Lucas said that the crystal showed him Shuhei's memories. The moment when Iris took his life. This was news to Shuhei because all of his memories were records that had been copied before his death. It was strange that even though this girl Iris was rude, she would not betray them to save her life. Lucas said that now Iris is an apostle of the Lord. Shuhei immediately asked what this meant. It seems that Shuhei needs to explain a lot of things that are new to him. The story was very long. Meanwhile, an orc came to Aegon and said that without him they would have already been defeated. Something strange was happening to the world. There were more and more settlements that became completely deserted in a day. Another assistant entered his tent and told the great warrior that he had a guest. Torquata came to Aegon and asked the boy to kill him. Lucas talked about Ricky betraying Lord because he was so impressed by Rushid's words. Shuhei still had the habit of stroking his beard, but now it looked very strange on a girl's body. He had an idea to glue his beard on, but Lucas was sure Hector would say no to him. Shuhei said that Lucas had managed to survive quite well. He had reached the 9-star level again and again, starting from the very bottom. He was sure that his will remain the same. But he said he couldn't have done it alone without the people who are with him now. Shuhei believed that the most difficult thing would be to determine the Lord's actions. The problem was that they move quietly in time and space. Shuhei said that they would use Iris's help for this. Lucas was annoyed by this, because a few minutes ago he was telling that she had betrayed them. And if he asked her for help, then she would immediately tell about everything. But Shuhei noted that she saved his life. Although she was not educated, she did not betray Lucas. They came to the mountain range of Spain. Shuhei missed this view very much. Everything was the same there. It was as if time stood still for 4,000 years. Shuhei asked why they came here. He thought there was some business in his cave. Lucas replied that he was one of the Lord's chosen army, that is, one of the apocalypses who controls the power of flame. He met his apostle here. She was the savior of his life and his friend. Therefore, he should at least destroy Agnia with his own hands. It was strange because before they could meet at any time when he came here. But now maybe she is sleeping. At that moment, a giant orc appeared in front of them. Shuhei asked if she was his girlfriend. He told Lucas that a dangerous situation had arrived and now it was impossible to hold on any longer. Shuhei felt that if they wanted to convey a message, they should ask for someone with a better pronunciation. He was trying to say that the master was creating a gap and trying to get in there. Lucas wasn't sure about all his words, but the next destination was set. He thought they needed to go to Silkid. Agni called Nozdok because he wanted to speak with him alone. He was interested in what he thought about Riiren's disappearance. He believed that she sacrificed herself to save the three of them and that was it. But Agni did not understand how she could have done it if she had no desire. The Lord had never demanded sacrifices from them before, and maybe he is changing. Nasdaq said that the will of the Lord is equal to the will of all the demigods. It seems that Agniot is worried about a lot.
He asked him not to follow in Ricky's footsteps and not make such terrible mistakes. One disgusting incident when they had to fight with their brother was enough.
Meanwhile, Nyx and Aegon were having a battle, but it was like training or training. Nyx didn't use all her powers, but only annoyed him, thus forcing him to attack her. It was an unusual way to die. Aegon dodged her counterattack and pounced on top.
This should be the end. Nasdaq was worried about how Agnias was following his apostle.
Because at the last meeting, Lucas identified all their apostles. He is a smart enough guy. Therefore, he will not leave them alone.
Agnias asked in response how Nasdaq follows this.
He replied that his apostle is such that no one dares to touch him.
Apostle Anuntath seems to be very good at hiding his body.
And there was no need to worry about Apostle Lord at all.
Most of all, he was worried about Agni. But if they were talking about it, then Agni had already overtaken his thoughts.
He would not appoint a phoenix just picked up on the street as an apostle. Does the very fact of the necessity of appointing an apostle, which is a huge weakness, make at least some sense? He was determined to completely get rid of the disgusting weakness. But Nasdaq did not understand what he was talking about. That phoenix harmonized very well with him.
If certain conditions are met, then perhaps he will not need an apostle at all. Aegon let her go and told her to go away.
But Nyx insisted that he kill her. Then Aegon noticed that the creatures of the demigods were attacking again from the north.
He didn't understand how they followed them wherever they went. It seemed to Aegon that he stank.
Although he had washed himself today.
Nyx said if he was going to leave, he had to kill her first.
He didn't know what her reasons were, but he had no hobby of killing those who begged for death. If she wanted to do it so badly, he suggested doing it herself.
She would have done it a long time ago if it was possible. Lucas was inspecting one of the attacked cities and said that fortunately there were buildings left in it.
Snow asked what about his friend, because she thought he would go with them. But he said that he had to get used to the new body and went to train. He also added that he would join after he got used to the new world. There was a divine power scattered there. It was hard to believe, not even considering the fact that she saw it with her own eyes. It was hard to realize that the time had come for demigods to act so openly.
Isabella asked for what reason they were going to Renee.
Nora answered that Paragon members were there, it would be able to clarify the current situation.
Lucas said they needed to hurry before Silkid was completely destroyed. Out of 17 cities, 7 were attacked and defeated.
4 simply surrendered. An assistant looked into the master's tent and said that guests had come to them and said they were from Paragon.
The guy was happy, because it was probably reinforcements.
And he asked to take him to them. If Diablo and Weissman were there, he was sure that they would be able to win in numbers.
Or at least one of them.
But there he saw something completely different from what he expected. Nora greeted Urho and he asked her how she lived all this time.
Urjo was upset because there was neither Diablo nor Weissman among them.
Therefore, their end would soon come.
Nora said they came to assess Silkid's situation.
He laughed and said that it would be faster if they saw everything in person.
And asked to follow him.
Their city was on fire.
There were many wounded and killed among ordinary residents and soldiers. Their strength weakened every minute.
The knights died because they could not face such an enemy. It was really hell. Benny couldn't believe that this could happen in one day. Urho said that they only saw a small part.
Lucas knew that they were beaten not by demigods, but by monsters. But Urjo didn't understand how he found out about it. Lucas replied that it's understandable because not everyone is dead yet. The monsters were brought by only one demigod and he controls the flames. Although Urho had already faced several demigods, he was on a completely different level. Lucas said that it was obviously the apocalypse. It meant that Agnias had recovered after all. If you believe Ricky's words, then a year should have passed, but what did Lord come up with this time? Of the 17 cities of Silkida, 7 were destroyed. 4 surrendered, and they continue to fight only in 6 cities, taking this into account. In such a situation, even the head of these lands is thinking about subjugation. They regretted that they had no great warrior in the city who could help them. Urho said that in their city, the single strongest person is called the Great Warrior. Although their Great Warrior's origin is not Silkid now, he is an excellent commander and instantly created the best army. His name is Aegon. Nora was shocked when she heard the name of her student. He, as before, created a lot of noise wherever he was. The commanders ordered the bells to be rung and all troops to evacuate. But they did not understand what had happened. They need to reclaim their lands. Because a crowd of demigod monsters filled the entire horizon and continued to attack. Urjo believed that the complete end of their city had come. Lucas wondered if the god slept with them. One of the commanders said that he is not there. Lucas asked to give him the coordinates and tell the direction of the monsters. But they didn't even know who they were talking to and why they should answer the questions of such a young guy. Lucas replied that they had come to help protect the city. Urjo didn't understand how Lucas was going to stop this terrible army on his own. The boy wanted to say about his disappointed face when he saw them for the first time. Urho was disappointed that it wasn't Weissman or Diablo. But he asked him to be happy because he was not one of their subordinates. Urho said that now is not the time to bluff. There are more than several thousand enemies. It is not easy for him to face more than 100 monsters. Considering that he leans so much on Diablo and Weissman, it means that he knows very little about wizards. For a sorcerer, the number of enemies does not play any role. It is enough to simply lure them to the desired place. The ground began to shake. Urho began to doubt that this guy possessed human mana. He also added that for a 9-star sorcerer, coordinates have no meaning. After all known dimensions are in his possession. He waited for the monsters to get even closer to attack them with a snowstorm. Thanks to this ability, all the monsters simply turned into ice. Because of the unnatural cold that covered the entire desert, he destroyed everyone. There were those who did not believe their eyes. And those who felt determined. And those who were simply surprised. In the future, what happened that day began to be called the Snowflower of Silkida. It became a signal rocket that told about the name of Fry throughout the city. After such a sweep, Lucas calmly enjoyed his meal and thought about how well he had turned things around here. It was obvious that such a commotion would reach Agni. Snow generally suspected that he specifically attracted attention and tried to learn the details of his plan. They said that Agni does not leave Tokiden for a single step. If they do not get this scum out of there, then they will have no chance of success. They are already weaker, so they can enter his city without a plan. He was going to clean up with Isabella in the entire territory of Silkid, even though she would just be a carrier instead. He was going to deal with more than just monsters. Even if they met a demigod, he wouldn't shy away from a battle. Lucas was determined to make Agnia make his move. He said that if we are going to fight, we must start now. The boy asked his friends to meet with the head of Silkid and propose an attack on Agnias, and it would be better to unite with Aegon. After all, it seems that this guy is quite authoritative here. Norat could promise a union with Aegon, but she could not promise that he would be alive to meet the head. Lucas asked her to think about not cutting his life short. Snow still couldn't agree. Facing a large number of monsters without a wizard would be a war of attrition on an unrealistic scale. But Lucas pointed towards the exit and said they had a wizard. It was Benny. She got scared and threw the dishes on the floor. Because the girl understood that she could not replace Lucas. He asked her to spare a little time because he needed to talk to Benny. They climbed into the fortress and Benny said that the wind here was cool because of the desert. Or it was because of its ice. She was surprised that it actually became a 9-star. He always did this. He turned reality into dreams, like clouds, which cannot be reached. Benny considered him to be the perfect person.
She had been thinking about it for a long time, but she still lacked the milking skills of the leader of the Troman clan. Therefore, she wanted Lucas to become the head of the community. The boy said that not so long ago his friend woke up from a very deep sleep.
He was a much better guy than him. He is correct, steadfast, and wise.
Lucas always respected his beliefs. The girl said that this is all she feels looking at him. Benny would like to see his friend at least once.
And Lucas promised that it will happen soon.
But this boy was never lucky with students. Although he was much smarter than Lucas and his teaching method was unsurpassed. When he woke up after a long sleep, the boy told him about the community. He was very interested. It was not surprising. Because it is difficult to believe that after 400 years there are those who took over their will and wanted to fight with demigods. He said that there could be nothing more that would make them happier. As expected, the boy was interested in Nichols, but Lucas could not answer him. After all, if he finds out about how rotten Nichols is now, he will definitely be disappointed.
That boy's name is Shuhei.
Now Benny began to guess that Fry was not really Fry. When Lucas first set foot on the land of the Troman clan, he realized how lucky he was. Although a long time has passed, as many as 4,000 years, his will was followed and carried out even better than he wanted. He was proud that she was the one who adopted his name and wanted to say these words to her from the very beginning. She finally burst into tears and threw herself into Lucas's arms. He said that he knew how difficult it was for her to endure all this. He said she did a really good job and Lucas was really proud of her. When they got back, Lucas started calling her master again and treating her with respect. She knew his secret and was sure he wanted to protect her nobility as the master of the Troman clan. His gratitude alone was worth giving his whole life for. A man came up to Lucas and started thanking him and praising him. The boy asked Urho who he was. He answered that he was the owner of the Sarman lands. When he saw what Lucas had done, he immediately calmed down. Because they would not be turned into slaves. Lucas said that they will split into 2 teams and prepare to hunt apocalypses together with the big head. During this time, he was going to clean up on the territory of Silkida to get Agni out of him. In this case, Sarman advised to go to the north. Almost all the cities on that side ended up in the subjugation of the demigods.
That is, they belonged to them.
It was clear that this is a very big risk.
The rules have been destroyed, so now those territories are absolute lawlessness.
Lucas said he was looking for a woman who looked to be in her 20s with red hair that was flying like flames. Lucas thought Sarman had a guess, but he said it wasn't something that could help him. He simply remembered one terrible and unpleasant story known to everyone recently.
About a woman who wants to die.
They say there is a woman who wanders around Silkid and asks to kill her. And when someone tries to do it, she starts screaming and burns in flames.
It was a really scary story worth checking out.
In one of the cities, men paid money to a woman's lover to do whatever they wanted with her. But at that moment Lucas appeared and kicked him away from the girl. He understood that the gods had made these lands lawless, but this area was the worst. One of them sneaked up on Lucas from behind and wanted to stab him. But Isabella grabbed her hand and prevented her from harming her friend.
She threw it to the ground and their whole gang started to run away. Lucas knew that this was an area where no one could be trusted. Then they saw a large crowd of people and decided to check out what was going on there. There were dead people hanging there without arms and legs. One of the men said that it was the death of the protesters against Mild. The man understood that they were from other cities and said that Mild is the most influential person who controls everything. Even the owner of the lands cannot do anything to him. They became such when they opposed the creation of troops, which was organized by Mild. If they had sat quietly, they would have saved their lives. They couldn't understand why he needed a punishment squad. The man said that Nilad wanted to punish the great warrior Aegon, a man who roams the Silkid desert and gathers strength. He also advised them to be careful, foreigners in such a time is dangerous. Therefore, if they do something wrong, they will become like those guys. It was strange, because Lucas was sure that a demigod ruled here, but definitely not Agnias. If it was him, then no matter how powerful Aegon became, he would never think of him as his opponent. But another demigod can't occupy this territory by himself either. This means that Agni controls Silkid with the help of a puppet. And this indicates that he does not want to move even a single step from his place. First, they need to look at that mild. A boy was reborn in the desert, who knew nothing about his past, but was definitely born recently. All his memories disappeared. The Lord said that Iris seems very busy lately. She has been going to Silkid. Agni has summoned as many as 10 demigods. She thought that was suspicious and assumed he might be up to something. The Lord remembered the boy she had decided to save. He decided not to ask the reason why she decided to save him, because there was no such condition. But the next time he promised to kill him without hesitation if he met him. He regretted that he could not die then, because he was really very angry with him. Iris said that he was very strange because she couldn't believe that he was talking to her. After that, he simply disappeared silently, and Iris leaned against the door and told herself that she wanted to rest at least for a day. Isabella and Lucas made their way to the main building where Melod is located. There was a serious caution that it could not even be compared to what was outside. It was strange that if they were afraid of something from the outside, then the guard should concentrate on the upper part. But for some reason in this place, the lower they go, the more guards there are. Lucas was surprised that today Isabella suddenly started to think logically. It is true that they want to hide what is below. And that means underground. He said that they can't move loudly, so then he offered to fly. They moved almost silently up the stairs to the basement. But at some point, Lucas grabbed Isabella and said that if they go any further, they will be spotted. Voices could be heard from that door. The commander-in-chief reported to Melod that they had placed the corpses on the square. Melod asked if there were those who were against it. The commander answered that there were. Then he ordered to catch those and execute them. Lucas followed his assistant and found him on the roof. He very professionally eliminated it for a while. They tied him up and started questioning who he was. Although they were on the same side as Isabella, the mind control technique made her feel afraid. He said his name was Porto and he was the head of the lands of Altarha. Lucas then asked how he came to be subjugated by demigods. For the sake of protecting the citizens, he had to make a choice. The boy said that he can no longer be afraid. Because help has arrived, thanks to which he will no longer need to obey the demigods. He refused. But Isabella asked him why he was doing it. Melod appeared before them and said that he answered that way because they could not defeat him. They guessed that he was a demigod, but still hoped that they would not be noticed. That is, he used Porto as bait. He knew more about them than they imagined. He also knew that they were looking for the Apostle Agnias. Lucas asked if he knew where the Phoenix was. Melod replied that 3 of their kind were already chasing her. The last trace she left was noticed in Nempatala. Very soon they will be able to grab her by the tail. Lucas hugged Isabella and she immediately blushed. But he didn't do it for romance. And in order to use the teleport. Melod did not like that they consider him a weakling from whom they can escape thanks to the teleport. He went after them and began to explore the place and look around for his fugitives. Lucas was glad that for a demigod he was very unpredictable. And he admitted honestly that he didn't think he could be tricked so easily. Lucas told Isabel to stay away from this dude and he would deal with him himself. Melod heard very harsh words in his direction from the one who would soon be destroyed. After these words he released his arrow to confirm his words with deeds. Lucas's defense could not hold out and he flew even further away from Melod. With just one shot, he managed to change the entire landscape. It was the same type as Ricky's. His whole strength lay in weapons. Lucas set up a barrier again to prevent damage from his next attacks. He needed to find out what other abilities he had. Melod said that his barrier wouldn't help if it went all over the desert the first time. Lucas heard several arrows being fired,
so he decided to form a barrier of several layers. Melod was starting to get a little nervous because he thought the guy was a pathetic wizard, but he was still good at dodging. Isabella watched this fight and thought that even if he allowed her to participate in this battle, she would not have the courage to try to interfere. She couldn't believe that he was dodging invisible arrows by predicting their trajectory. This fight was on a whole other level. But his opponent was an archer, so it was impossible to close the distance just by dodging. Lucas decided it was time to attack as well and used magic ice. Melod dodged very easily and was about to launch a surprise aerial shot. But he was in for a surprise. Behind him was a bunch of fire arrows to attack him. After he dodged, his aggression was at a high level, and so he decided to use his special arrow. This time there was a very loud explosion and the arrow hit exactly where Lucas was standing. But it turned out that the boy was able to stop his arrow with one of his fingers. Absolute magic helped him in this. It was the first time Isabella saw something like this with her own eyes. This means that the words that this is a level that tears apart even space were true. The girl could not believe that he was fighting alone against a demigod on equal footing. Melod admitted that he was one of the most advanced opponents he had fought in the last 1,000 years. He prepared so many arrows that it is impossible even to count. Melod said that he did not even live another 100 years, and soon he would be completely destroyed. But he really dared to think that he could defeat him. Melod said he had been training this power for 10,000 years. Their experience is different. But Lucas said that he was talking nonsense. If they had actually been training their powers for 10,000 years, then this world would have been in their hands long ago. And so they got absolute divine powers only thanks to luck. Their race was mired in self-praise and unable to even think about developing these powers. This was the whole essence of the demigods. If they acquired at least similar qualities with the past, then he would have no chance of success. If that was really the case, then they would have no reason to fight like this. Melod was very angry and he promised to make sure that he could never open his mouth again. He struck again, but nothing was visible on the horizon because of the sand fog. Isabella said she would cover for him and ran off to find Lucas. But when she ran closer, she saw that Melod was kneeling in front of Lucas. He did not understand how a person could defeat him. The guy said that he was actually hardened for 1,000 years. But Melod did not believe him, because an ordinary mortal cannot live even hundreds of years. The Lord said that he would recognize even humans as his enemies and would oppose them with all his might. Then it seemed to Melod that the Lord had lost his mind. That not even a dragon, but some people are capable of becoming a threat to demigods. It was common sense to him that a human could not defeat a demigod. Melod said that he recognized him as his enemy and escaped with the help of spacetime displacement. But in fact, at that moment, their real battle began. He completely concealed himself and began to attack them with arrows, one of which hit Lucas in the hand. Isabella started to get nervous and apologize because she thought it was her mistake. But Lucas asked her to calm down because it was just a fracture. The girl wanted to heal the wound, but the boy said that he did not have time for it. He completely hid his location and most likely he was no longer where the arrow came from. This is a battle of archers, he will shoot from a very far distance that he will not even be seen. And if they can't find their location, their heads will fly off their shoulders. Isabella advised Lucas to use his divine power to do so. She knew that he was against using divine powers and respected his pride as an archmage that made him think that way. But if it is such a divine power, in the end he will be able to determine the location of the demigod. Lucas was silent and Isabella apologized for saying such a stupid thing. But the guy nudged her and said it was a great idea. Melod meanwhile taunted them because he could see her very well thanks to the mana energy. He wanted to make them regret that they had sinned and dared to look down on God. But as soon as he was about to attack them, Lucas's mana disappeared somewhere and he could no longer track him. Clouds began to gather in the sky, although before that it was completely cloudless. And then suddenly Lucas attacked him with absolute mana. He managed to inflict really significant damage and cut off Melod's hand. And after that, his mana disappeared again, but how did he hide his mana specially?
How did he find out about Melad's location? Lucas then attacked him with Indra's lightning bolt. Now that he was left without a leg and without an arm, Melad realized that he had guessed the location with the help of a divine power. He did not understand how a person could use mana and divine power at the same time. He couldn't believe that there was a guy with divine abilities at 9-star level. He needed to tell Agnia quickly, but Lucas delivered a control blow to the head, after which all his plans were cut short. Isabella pounced on Lucas and began to hug him. She said that he was unsurpassed. But she completely forgot about his shoulder and promised to heal him. There could be no mistake, because the last attack was mixed with a lightning strike. He didn't do it on purpose, as if the magnet, divine power, and mana were attracted to each other. At some point, the mana within and the divine power found themselves in harmony. Although these are the changes that took place in his body, it is still hard to believe. Perhaps Frey's body was the best gift. Now it has greatly exceeded the level at which it was 4,000 years ago. Nyx had to keep her promise. If Torquata would help her die, then she would give him the body. He couldn't believe that she wanted to die because of some wizard. The boy who was reborn in the desert had no memories. But he knew that in order to maintain life, a person needs to periodically absorb moisture and nutrients. However, as far as he could remember, he had never done anything like that in this desert. Despite this, his stamina did not decrease and he did not even feel sleepy. He himself did not know who he was. Meanwhile, Isaac was lying in a secret underground place. He was defeated by Fry and Heinz's group, and as soon as he merged with the demigod crystal, he immediately lost consciousness. It was not for nothing that he played roulette with a body that would have died in any case. His divine power has become so powerful that it cannot be compared to what it was before. His current strength can rival that of demigods. He promised that he would take revenge on Lucas and Heinz for their actions. Elia appeared behind him and asked him not to shout like that. It looked as if he had eaten the loudspeaker. Isaac did not recognize this girl. If she was a demigod, he would have recognized her immediately. But the face was unfamiliar to him. He said that he just needed an opponent for training. But it was noticeable that it was not interesting for Elia. Isaac decided to attack her unexpectedly to test his new abilities and strength. But he did not listen to her and continued to scream, so she was forced to smear him on the wall. Elia was curious about what kind of idiot used the force as he wanted. That's why she came to this place. She had no words, so it was all the doing of that girl Ryiran. Elia did not understand when she managed to steal her preparations. It would have been good to go after her and kill her, but because she died, Elliot could not even do that. The girl approached Isaac and grabbed his hair. Judging by the way he was talking, he was Ryiran's servant. She noted that at that moment she became very angry and decided to make Isaac her toy. The Lord completely took over the Casca Empire. The master did not understand why he was doing it so suddenly. The Lord expected a decision from him. Does he want to die like a dog, or will he obey and serve the demigods? But still, he decided that Bali needed to be helped to make up his mind and therefore took his daughter with him. Bailey demanded to let Genya go. But the Lord believed that the family is a wonderful concept. They are able to independently increase the number of individuals of their kind. This causes envy. Bailey asked him to stop and started to run towards her, but the Lord squeezed her body as if under a press and she simply disappeared in an instant. He did not understand why he was so sad, because their relationship lasted only about 10 years. Moreover, he can make another daughter very easily. But they can't. They have no way, like humans, to increase the number of individuals. Therefore, each of their kind was special. But they have already lost about 10 such personalities. He gave Emperor Castcall one last chance and asked if he was ready to submit to him. Lucas found Miles' crystal and Isabella asked what he was going to do now. The boy thought it would be better to ask Shuhei or Elia. He also had a Ricky crystal. Suddenly, the crystal began to sink into Lucas, because divine powers have an attraction function. He asked Isabel to move away from him.
But she did not hear him and therefore did not have time to move to a safe distance. So they both lost consciousness and fell on the sand. After some time, they were found by a stranger who reborn in the desert and took them with him on the road.
Meanwhile, Aegon tried on Khazajin's legacy.
The giant's belt was one of the three wonders. But in his eyes it looked nothing more than an old belt. While he was thinking about it, his assistant said that he had a visitor.
It was a reinforcement led by Sarman.
Benny and Snow came with him. He said he had heard much of Aegon's reputation. And 45 of his warriors wished to join his army.
Aegon asked where his 45 warriors had gone if there were only women with him now.
He began to joke that they were going to open a harem or a restaurant nearby. Because they looked as if they would break from just one wind.
But then Snow took off her cloak and Aegon immediately recognized this charming girl.
The last cloaked girl called him a pathetic scumbag. Aegon patted her head and hoped that she hadn't said it to him. But as soon as he touched her, a powerful kick followed. The goblin ordered everyone into a fighting stance as their great warrior was damaged. Benny tried to explain to him that this girl was not an enemy. But he saw with his own eyes how she suddenly attacked him.
But Norris said it wasn't an attack. It was training. Aegon couldn't understand how his master ended up here. She wanted to learn a lot from him.
And she knew he had questions too. But she decided to put it on the back burner for the time being, because he was going to be very badly beaten today. Isabella woke Lucas up and said that when she woke up, they were already in that place. She checked the first floor and it turned out to be a regular hotel with a bar. But that's not all, the payment for the night's stay was also made. Now it remained only to guess who moved them here. Still, Lucas managed to absorb Mild's crystal and get its power. His divine power increased 10 times. Lucas was going to finish what he started and find Nyx.
According to Mild, 3 demigods sent by Agni are hunting for Nyx.
And if the girl who wanted to die and is told about in scary stories is Nyx, then her desire to die is also connected with Agni. All their things were in place. It was clear that the goal of the person who brought them to the hotel was not money. The person who took him to the hotel even paid for him for the night. They were walking in the desert and saw that boy who was reborn and lost all his memories. When he saw them, he was very glad that they were awake and feeling well.
Isabella didn't know who it was, but she thanked them. This guy wanted to ask them something.
He leaned towards Lucas and asked what kind of disgusting smell was coming from him.
It was similar to the one left after nausea.
Lucas assumed that he was talking about divine power. Then the boy thought about it and said that it must be the power possessed by demigods. After he moved them to the hotel, he returned to this place again and felt the presence there of the same type that Lucas belongs to. He called himself a demigod, but it didn't seem like he was willing to have an adequate dialogue.
So he killed him.
But he simply had no choice, because he attacked him without warning. The boy understood that Lucas was not half a god, because in addition to divine power, he also felt magical.
Lucas asked what his purpose was.
But he had no memories, he did not know the reason. And when he opened his eyes, he was already in this desert.
Lucas asked if he wanted to get his memories back.
The boy answered that he would have to do it, but it was as if he didn't want to. Lucas said that he would help to do this. But the boy was sure that he would not do it out of kindness and asked what he wanted in return. As he said, it is a very disgusting smell. Lucas talked about the smell that spread throughout this desert. He was going to get rid of all this unpleasant energy and clean the place completely. Therefore, if he helps him in this matter, his cleaning can be finished sooner. Isabella did not understand how he could say this to an unknown person at the first meeting. Judging by this guy he killed a while ago. It seems that the kind that calls itself demigods has an origin that relates to him. Therefore, he thought that if he was with Lucas, he would be able to communicate with them better. Lucas held out his hand and asked what he could call him. He replied that in his past life he was called Lord.
Lucas said he didn't like that name and suggested he choose another one. Then he asked to be called Dro. Dro asked what he should do next. Lucas said that they were going to go to Nempafil now. He promised to tell him more details on the way. After all, he also needs to learn a lot about the demigods. From that moment, they had an unusual companion. Compared to his appearance, which suggests a lack of interest in everything around him, Dro was a very inquisitive person. During the day, while they continued to walk, Dro constantly peppered Lucas with questions. He was most interested in the demigods. Dro absorbed the given information without filtering it. He was very wise, sometimes very strange. But you can understand him because of the fragments of memories that have disappeared. His mind is full of holes. Lucas actually had a guess as to who he really was. But for that he needed to check his body a bit. He didn't care, so Lucas asked him to take off his shirt and started touching his body. In his body was the heart of a dragon. Therefore, it is possible that he was a dragon lord in a past life. Lucas would like to hear more about the story of the victory over the demigods. Dro began to walk silently in an unknown direction. Of course, everyone also followed him. He awakened the earthquake and said that thousands of years ago they were hidden and lay here for a long time. It was Kazajan's legacy, which Dro had retrieved from the ground in one fell swoop. They were King Ho's gauntlets. Dro noticed that Lucas was familiar with the item and allowed him to take them for himself. Isabella saw for the first time the same heritage of Kazajan that was talked about in the books. Lucas asked how he knew. If thousands of years had passed, they were most likely buried very deep. He was told by the land that the heritage hidden here was looking for a master. It was said that the Dragon Lord was organically connected to the entire continent. In other words, his death meant the death of the entire continent. This means that he is a real Dragon Lord, only in a human body. When they came to the city, they saw that all the buildings in it were on fire. Most likely, there were 3 demigods there. Lucas said they had to hurry, but Dro replied that he wouldn't go and suggested that they go themselves. He said that 3 of them were also approaching from the other side and Dro decided to deal with them alone. He was so confident in his abilities that Lucas did not even begin to doubt him. Now they needed to concentrate on saving the city. Isabella said that now was definitely not the time to worry about the others, there were also 3 demigods on this side. She was very ashamed, but she could not give any help to fight the demigods. Lucas asked her not to complain. If it wasn't for the order to take Agnia and bring her alive, she would have been dead already. They surrounded Nyx and were going to kill him because some wretched apostle dared to disobey his master's order and escape. They were tasked with bringing her in alive, but no one said they had to leave her unharmed. Nyx considered them scum who have neither blood nor tears. To catch her and innocent people. Verandi said that they don't care if the people they kill have sins or not. No one cares about every ant they kill stepping on the road. Nyx said that she could not forgive them for their terrible deeds and killing of ordinary people. Her energy output had reached its maximum, so much so that even Lucas could see it at such a distance. She began to attack them despite the fact that it was shortening her life. Although they needed to capture her alive and take her to Agni. At that moment, a 3rd demigod flew up from behind and pierced Nyx with his sword. Ald asked the sisters not to worry, because she is called a phoenix and is unlikely to die from such a blow. While she was falling, she apologized to Torquato. Because she bequeathed him the sacred body. She also apologized to Fry. And on the way to the ground, someone caught it and did not let it crash completely. It was Lucas. He was overjoyed to finally find her. He gave her to Isabella and asked her to heal as much as she could while he dealt with the narcissistic young ladies. They considered her very weak if she even dealt with people. Nyx said that these sisters are demigods under the leadership of Agni. Their purpose is to lead her to the fire. And that's why she thinks she must die. But Lucas found a much better option. Destroy them all. They laughed at him and said that he did not know where he was and that he had better run away while he could. But Lucas activated the absolute field without a word. They were surprised that someone like him could activate such magic, but it didn't stop them.
Since he decided to play with them, they were willing to fulfill this dream. Her sisters tried to stop her because they saw what kind of attack Lucas was preparing, but she didn't listen to them and was confident in her abilities. But after a second, her body turned into a shadow after being struck by lightning. It was the divine power of Indra. One of them went down to her and began to cry.
Lucas, on the contrary, laughed and said that it looked disgusting.
The way they are crying looks ridiculous, although they have destroyed hundreds of families before.
He had a huge divine power. A similar level cannot be obtained by ordinary apostles. Besides, he controlled human mana. Is this the guy Apostle Ricky was talking about in the Lord?
Skuld continued to sob and through her aggression rushed towards Lucas for revenge. But with the help of one finger, he was able to eliminate the second sister without any problems or surprises.
Nyx didn't understand how it happened. He killed 2 demigods in one moment.
Still, his divine power does not compare to the one he had during the Battle of Milad.
But that's not all, he also learned to combine divine power with mana.
The last sister said that she lived alone and her sisters were parts of her. So she merged their bodies with hers. Lucas guessed that from the very beginning they were one whole body. And then she wanted to play little sister. They constantly call people insects, but despite this, they are dependent and passionately desire to have friends and family.
And these are all human things. This is called an inferiority complex.
They felt it towards all people. She tried to attack him, but she knew perfectly well that she would not be able to defeat him. Lucas said that she is a dumb creature and she does not need mercy. After that, under the pressure of absolute mana, the boy wiped the demigod off the face of the earth. It was strange that he got rid of the demigod, but the crystal never appeared. Lucas realized that she was teleporting and her target was not him, but Nyx. Isabella could do nothing but cover her body with her own. But someone at the last moment managed to freeze her with the help of ice breath.
Lucas did not have such an ability. It was Elia and she asked why there are so many loud people in these places.
She asked him to explain everything later and ordered him to leave the place quickly now, because the Lord was approaching. There was a hut in the middle of the snowfield. It was a strange place, but they had no choice but to enter it.
Elia asked if Lucas had memories, because they were very good-natured.
He did not want to remember such memories.
Lucas watched the Jordan River here several times. Isaac Blake was sitting in this hut. He was all beaten and bruised and was sitting in a corner.
Elia said it was her couch and sat on it after that.
It looked very funny. It even had a massage mode, so she likes it.
They laid Nyx on the bed, she could barely speak. Isabella continued to heal her. Elia saw how Lucas was taking care of Nyx and said that he had a caring side. She assumed that the boy had a crush on her. Then she began to speak matter-of-factly.
The Casca Empire obeyed the Lord.
Because of this, not only they, but also the communities found themselves enemies of humanity. She congratulated Lucas and said he was the first person to push Lord so hard. Elia was meeting with Iris and she told her that now the Lord was going to go to Silkid.
Iris is a terrible girl in her opinion.
She made fun of everyone very much, with her mouth. It seemed as if even she was spinning in the palm of her hand. Lucas asked why she was helping him.
Elia reminded him that she promised not to leave him to die a dog's death.
He remembered it, but still did not understand why she was doing it. The girl said that even with this significant drop in understanding of women, they are very similar to Ricky. So far, Elia has never seen Ricky open his heart to someone like that.
He had a very narrow outlook and he didn't know anyone except Elia.
He always took care of everything himself and had no intention of sharing his feelings with others. But even such a Ricky made his friend a person who would not live to be 100 years old. She could not understand in any way where he had the value for which he sacrificed even his life. Elia really wanted to know why Ricky valued him to such an extent.
Why he assimilated with a human.
And until she found out, she would not let him die without her permission.
And Lucas considered the demigods to be pests that should disappear from this world. Absolutely everyone should disappear without exception. And that means Elia must also disappear. He didn't change, and Elia liked that. But at the same time, she sincerely trusted him. After all, Ricky trusted him. Although Lucas couldn't answer why he considered him a friend, the reason why he considered Ricky, a demigod, a friend was very simple. He was able to respect other creatures. His friends and Lucas himself. Therefore, the boy also respected him, and there were no other reasons for this. Elia was about to leave and said that he was exactly a copy of that jerk Ricky. Lucas added that compared to Ricky, Lord talked non-stop about his love for his brothers. He made speeches about how his brothers are the most important thing in the world. But did he really respect his comrades more than himself? Agni asked the Lord why he had come to him. He answered that he needed to find something. It was strange that no matter how much he looked for it, it didn't happen. But it didn't matter, because the number of those who can do something like this is limited. You just need to relax and wait until the tail becomes so long that you can step on it even while walking calmly. Agni did not understand at all what he wanted to say by this. The Lord added that the occupation of Silkid was not going as well as it would have liked. The Lord offered him to add some strength, for faster completion of the task. But Agni refused. Agnius came out to his demigods and said that he had learned the next location of the target. The Phoenix would be heading to the location of the Air Force troops inside Silkidus. He planned to team up with the Apostle and fool the Divine Eye forever. They would no longer have to worry about God's reaction. Right now is the most suitable time when they should repress the Air Forces and take Silkid into their hands. Nyx was now feeling better and apologized for making Lucas worry. Isabella asked what Lucas had been thinking about so intently since early in the morning. He wondered where Dro had gone. He said he would get rid of the demigods and disappeared somewhere. It was difficult to trace his location. Elia said that there were no demigods there from the very beginning. Otherwise, there would have been a reverberation that she would have definitely noticed. Isabella assumed that he had escaped. But they knew that Dro could easily kill demigods, but they had not seen his abilities with their own eyes. Isabella, on the other hand, was surprised at how easily Lucas opened his heart to him. The extent to which he believed the first person he met for the first time was unlike him. He was troubled by a human body with a dragon's heart. Rather, this body was like a quickly created shell. Elia asked where they were going. Lucas replied that they had found Nyx and now they needed to reunite with their friends. A friend of his named Aegon was now building up a resistance force in Silkid, so he was going to go there. Elia asked if he plans to confront Agnia. And if so, how he plans to do it. Although she would like to help him, but now the Lord cannot ignore the desire of Agnius to capture Salkid himself, so he holds back. But if Elia speaks here, the Lord will also have to go out in person. Although it is bad, but in this position, Lucas will not be able to defeat the Lord. The boy said that she had already done a lot for them, so he was very grateful. As he was about to leave, Elia asked if he had absorbed the Melid crystal. The fact that even while bringing divine powers and mana into harmony, he is able to remain human only because of the advantages of mana. And if he absorbed even more demigod crystals, then the divine power would be able to take priority in his body. This bothered Isabella and she asked what would happen then. Elia answered that at least he would not be able to be called a person. At the retreat of the great warrior Aegon, the army led by the chief Tudrik gathered. He said that they would not give up in this confrontation yet. Right now, their numbers were too small to face a demigod. But now they would go around all of Silkid and gather people who share their intentions. He believed in the pride of Silkides, which is like a great mountain. Agni himself appeared next to him and asked what they were going to do with the number of 500 people. This was strange for the lands that would soon be destroyed. Half of the entire army was destroyed by the attack of his demigods. Tudrik asked why he was looking for his apostle in this particular place. Agni realized that he had arrived here first. He had guessed for a long time that they were preparing resistance forces. But they were not worth resisting and therefore he simply left them. Agni decided to have a good time while waiting for his apostle. He watched his demigods destroy people.
While Tudrik asked them to stop, Agni noted that there were enough people there that he was interested in watching it.
Among them appeared Aegon, who also faced the demigods together with his army.
Nora asked him to be careful, because this battle will be very different from all the previous ones. Because they are all demigods. At last the day came when Aegon deserved to fight alongside his master.
He ordered everyone to gather.
Whoever was standing in front of them, if they started to fight, then there is no need to lose until the very moment of their death. Snow tried to unexpectedly attack one of the demigods. But it didn't work, after all, they are demigods. The one she struck said that it was ticklish enough. And in general, they thought she was very beautiful, so they wanted to kill her first. It was difficult to cope with even one, and there was a whole squad of them. She heard that there were no more than a few dozen demigods, then who were all these creatures anyway? Then he set up a barrier and ordered others to take away the wounded.
It is necessary to act by putting people's lives first.
She was still far from that level, and every time she hoped for one person. Then they will surely have hope, but now they must stay alive. Agnius supposed that he might have made a mistake when he distributed the remnants of the Inyanan to his comrades. The phoenix would surely come to him. If he united with her, he would be able to escape the divine punishment.
Aegon told Nora that it was impossible to resist hundreds of such strong creatures.
But she ordered him to hold on and wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, Snow was no match for these demigods at all. Aegon did not understand what moment her master was talking about, because this is how you can die. It was at that moment that 3 silhouettes and a huge flow of absolute mana appeared in the sky. It was Lucas. And without even descending to the ground, he began to turn the demigods Agni into ashes. All the enemies were destroyed and they went down to their comrades and soldiers who survived. Snow was hurt and said that while they hadn't seen each other, it seemed like he had gotten even stronger. Lucas began to pick her up and repeated that for a sorcerer it doesn't matter how many enemies are in front of him.
Aegon started calling Lucas names, but rushed to hug him anyway.
While they greeted each other, Agnius did not miss an opportunity and used the spatial displacement to finish his business.
Lucas started yelling for Nyx to get away from him.
And immediately after that, there was a powerful explosion, but it was not an attack by Agnia.
It felt like something fell from the sky.
A silhouette of a man could be seen in the thick fog from the sand.
Lucas was surprised that he had finished recovering just now. Shuhei, or rather Anastasia, arrived to them.
Lucas took off his cloak and told Isabella to take care of Nyx and help her hide.
Shuhei asked if he was too late, but Lucas replied that he had recently arrived as well.
Shuhei also sought his staff in Lucas' hands and asked how he dared to take it without permission. But the boy replied that he left it in the dungeon. As Shuhei finished getting used to his new body, Lucas offered to see how he performed in battle.
Lucas immediately used his ice arrow ability to test Agni's capabilities.
He parried this attack with no problem and called Lucas very naive if he thought he could be destroyed with such a weak attack. But Shuhei wasn't going to listen to his boring talk and started hitting him with his fists. He was doing well, so he didn't stop throwing punches while he had the chance. Lucas was shocked, because before that Shuhei was a sage.
Did he switch to the side of physical strength before they met?
He replied that there was no other way. It was necessary to choose the most suitable style for this body. Aegon did not understand who this woman was and how she knew the power of a sorcerer warrior. Nora assumed that Khazajin talked about the sorcerer's warrior technique to everyone as often as if he did morning gymnastics. She told Aegon to get ready because their job was to support the two while they attacked Agnius. He stood up and told them to leave. Because he has only one goal, and that is his apostle.
Lucas said he couldn't do that.
Because while they were here, he wouldn't even be able to touch her.
Agnius said that Lucas has been annoying him since the beginning.
He was going to refrain from killing in order to deceive the eye of God. But he interferes with him so much that he has no other choice. This scumbag, like the Nornil sisters, used parts of himself to play dolls.
He became very large and Aegon asked Nora how she was going to defeat him. This was the true form of a demigod. Lucas didn't understand how he could think that he could fool the eye of a god if he divided himself into hundreds of warriors. It was quite an unconscious trick from a demigod to turn their own copies into warriors. Now Snow understood what was the reason for the appearance of hundreds of demigods, of which there were only a few dozen in the world. With one movement of his hand, he was able to ignite the entire surrounding space. Lucas was able to briefly defend against this attack and set up a wall of ice for protection. All the knights began to cough violently and could not continue the battle because of it. It was all because of the flames of Agnia, the oxygen instantly ignited. Lucas believed that he would be able to last a very long time in this fight. He needed to choose a convenient moment. Shuhei said that his new body had one advantage. It didn't need oxygen to exist. So he began to attack him regardless of Agni's constant fire attack. The demigod was surprised by this and Shuhei took it as a compliment. He was going to get close to Agni and use his signature strike. At the time of this attack, Shuhei said that it now needed his attack to finish him off. The boy thanked Shuhei for his help and began to use his absolute mana. Due to poor visibility, Benny could not understand what was happening. She felt strong mana and the power of divine power. Even Shuhei began to question how he managed to combine mana and divine power. But it didn't work and Agni was still alive. He wanted to take his apostle away. Lucas ordered him to stop and attacked him again with a combination of divine power and mana. Isabella asked him to stop and tried to remind him what Elia told him. He cannot abuse divine power. But he was forced to stop him in any way. After all, if he absorbs Nyx, there will be no way to save her. He used this attack again and again and as a result it worked and Agni began to dissolve into the air. But then Lucas felt as if his mind was beginning to separate from his body. Elia told him that if he absorbed the demigod crystal one more time, the divine power within him would be able to take over. Lucas fell to the ground and Aegon tried to wake him up. But his body was shaking and his eyes seemed to turn 360 degrees. But due to the fact that the attack was interrupted, Agnia managed to recover and survive. He believed that Lucas had already surrendered. Since Snow has always lived in a cold region, it was very difficult for her to withstand such temperatures. Shuhei had no choice but to continue the resistance alone. But Agni caught him and said that it is necessary to interfere in moderation. So he simply crushed Shuhei with one hand. His body turned into a pile of small pieces. Agni realized that Lucas's divine powers were beyond human capabilities. No matter how determined he was, there was a very high price to pay for using divine powers. Aegon was aware of how dire the situation was. There was nothing visible but their destruction. But Nora asked him not to give up and ordered him to protect Lucas. All they can do now is hold on until he comes to his senses. Aegon asked what they would do if he didn't wake up. She replied that their time would end there as well. As she expected from the power of the flame. The more she attacked, the more damage she caused herself. Nora decided to try using the edge of the stone fist. She made him fly away with one big fist. But there were consequences from this act. Her right arm was broken. Nora realized that Aegon was right. That Agni was very strong and the fact that they attacked him only annoyed him. Lucas realized that he was inside the world of his soul state. Indra was also there and he said that this was his maximum. Although it was not bad for a man. Lucas had seen that face, the demigod Indra had killed Ricky. 3 arrows fired by the demigod Melod pierced his body. They believed that the one who must die will definitely die. And he will not be able to defeat the demigods. Therefore, they were ready to accept this physical body. In the real world, Lucas also started screaming in pain. Because his body was fully feeling all the injuries. Aegon noticed that Nora could not continue the fight and Agnia's next attack could be her last. Therefore, he used a stone shield. The demigod said that his memories were very interesting.
He impressed them greatly because he did not give up even after 400 years of imprisonment in the Lord's abyss.
Lucas did not understand why they live inside him. Is it possible that these are illusions created by his self-knowledge?
Indra was surprised that he had hoped to get full divine power.
But now his body belongs to them now.
Elijah's words that if his power over the divine power was taken away from him, he would be destroyed.
Now Lucas understood what they meant.
But they believed that he had nothing to feel guilty about. Because from the very beginning this body did not belong to him.
Indra didn't just strike him with lightning, it directly wounded his consciousness.
They were shocked because the self-cognition of an ordinary person would have turned to powder long ago. It didn't matter though, because they still had a lot of time to resolve this matter. They even wondered how long he could last.
Meanwhile, Nora asked Aegon to get Agnias' attention while she punched through his energy source.
But it was not known whether this would have an effect. Because this scum not only has a huge body, but also powerful abilities for regeneration. The girl asked him to open his eyes well and follow her. She was going to show him the secret technique of the sorcerer warrior.
Aegon asked her not to die.
The fact is that there was still a lot he wanted to learn from her.
Snow approached Benny and asked to help her.
Now that Lucas has lost consciousness, only she can support everyone with magic. It was very hot for Snow in this place, she wanted to end it all and put her body in the ice water. Snow and Aegon agreed that she would take the right side, and the boy the left.
And thus try to overcome Agnia.
While they tried to resist the demigod and at the same time protect Lucas. The boy was able to survive a 10,000 lightning.
This guy really looked like a monster.
And yet it seemed to them that he was approaching his limit.
Indra believed that this would be the last and wished Lucas a good journey. But suddenly, Indra's spell went somewhere and his energy also disappeared.
Then the bodies of the demigods in Lucas's mind began to disappear.
As if someone attacked them with an invisible force.
Ricky appeared before Lucas and said that he looked very terrible. The boy did not understand how it happened, because he had not yet absorbed his crystal. Ricky said that he was nothing more than a remnant of thoughts.
Just like those demigods. They wouldn't disappear until he killed them.
Lucas said they don't have time to sit around like this.
His friends are competing with Agni right now.
Ricky gave him a piece of apple and said that these are the last moments before his death. More precisely, the place is like a kaleidoscope.
The concept of time there is different from the outside world. Although even if it is, then you can't relax.
Lucas returned to his prime appearance. Then Ricky said it was time to make a choice.
He held his crystal and said if he accepted it, he would most likely become a demigod.
In fact, there was no point in him bothering. After all, if he didn't accept it, he would soon die. Lucas reminded him that he was now in Frey's body, so he didn't have to choose between mana or divine power. Ricky recalled that he was the one who told him this first. These two things could no longer exist together in his body. But Lucas said that he was going to combine these forces and they would no longer need to exist together.
And it will be possible to think about it as a key. What will allow you to reach 10 stars and surpass human limitations? In Lucas's body, strange processes of combining divine power and mana began to take place.
Snow threw her punches with all her might and hoped that one of them would work.
But Agnias kept recovering.
He found out that she was Ricky's apostle and used his sword techniques. He grabbed her the same way he did Shuhei and said that Ricky died and the apostle's power was supposed to grow, but he didn't feel a single drop of divine power in her. He squeezed her harder and harder and the answer was obvious to him. She just wasn't skilled enough to receive his divine power. While he was talking, Aegon flew up and grabbed Snow from his hand. He tried to wake her up, but nothing worked. Agni was not going to let them go and it was enough for him to simply stretch his hand forward to catch the fugitives. But Benny used her ability, which she had never shown to anyone. It appeared to her thanks to Hector's teachings. The flow of fire stopped.
Benny used the language of dragons. But Agnias was convinced that there were no more dragons on the mainland.
The girl could use the language of dragons to stop his movements, but her maximum was 3 seconds. Although she was half dragon, Agni was sure that she would bring the most trouble. Isabella cried and begged Lucas to wake up, because she saw how their comrades were on the verge of death. Meanwhile, Lucas felt the mana very blurred. Compared to this, the divine power became very powerful. His current state was completely different. Thanks to Ricky's crystal, most of the mana was suppressed by the divine power. But the fact that the refined crystal of the apostle, on the contrary, has a strong effect of increasing the amount of mana, is already a proven fact. This means that if you find a way, it will be impossible to turn divine power into mana. And then he understood the peculiarity of possessing divine power. Divine power is cruel, therefore it rejects all energy except its own. Not only mana, but also the power of nature, even the heart of a dragon. This is the reason why an ordinary mortal is unable to possess both mana and divine power at the same time. The nature of the divine power cannot be changed, then he decided to change the nature of the mana that is inside him. The rapidly received divine power, like flowing water, does not resist. In the brief moment when mana transforms into divine power, he could recognize a power that was neither mana nor divine power. He found a way. This is the driving force of divine power and the harmony of mana. The secret feeling of possessing two qualities. Ricky felt such power for the first time and asked what it was. Lucas replied that it was the combination of divine power and mana. Melod and Indra appeared before him again. This was a chance to test how effective the divine power would be in a real battle. Ricky offered his help, but Lucas remembered that he would respawn until he defeated them, so he asked Ricky not to move. Agni, meanwhile, was going to eliminate the dragon, which he considered the most dangerous of all. But right in front of his face appeared Nora, who began to absorb his power with the help of the sorcerer warrior's deep essence ability. After his body was weakened and vulnerable, she attacked him. Aegon, meanwhile, took Benny out of harm's way and said that it was because of her that he survived. Right now, her ability to use dragon language was limited to 2 times a day. But even so, she could not harm him. And all she can do is tie her legs for 3 seconds. He returned to human form again and the girls decided that the effect was still there. Nyx was very sorry, but she believed that it was not so. He simply decided that it would be awkward to face them with such a large body. Lucas could not defeat his enemies. It was a miserable defeat for him. They believed that his body belonged to them. But Ricky intervened again and did not let Lucas lose, although he could not die. The fight seemed to be a long one. This power was causing more trouble than Lucas expected. The power of divine mana is more subtle than mana, but fiercer than divine power. It was impossible to control it little by detaching it from the general mass and using it as he did with mana. Still, there was no other way but to face the divine power and subdue it. Agnias decided to simply take Nyx away from them without any confrontation, and that was it. He advised them not to make any unnecessary movements. Because he could tear this girl's body into small pieces. But they did not really believe in it, because he needed her for his goals. Agni said that he didn't really have to keep her alive. It meant that he couldn't kill her without pain. Nora said that he was the true embodiment of evil and the most cruel demon. Nora's nose began to bleed and she just fell to the ground. Aegon was very angry and asked Benny to strike again with the dragon tongue. She said it would last for 3 seconds, enough for him to pour everything he had into him. The master's movements, the way mana is controlled, and even every breath. Although Agnias thought these were foolish moves, Aegon wasn't going to miss a single moment to strike. As promised, Benny activated her new skill to immobilize the demigod for 3 seconds. His body did not move and Aegon had time to prepare his most powerful blow. He gathered all his will, strength and anger into his fist and threw a punch. This blow turned out to be so powerful that all his comrades were thrown away from the epicenter of the explosion. They also managed to save Nyx and prevent his terrible plan from happening. After Aegon's blow, only his legs remained from the demigod's body. I wanted to believe that he would not be able to be reborn again.
Nora caught the exhausted Aegon and said it was a spectacular blow.
She saw this technique for the first time and asked what it was called. The boy replied that it was Aegon's fist.
The flames did start to disperse, and this meant that they were able to defeat the demigod Agni.
Lucas also had some success. He was able to take possession of his divine power and wanted to subdue the demigods that were killed by him. Finally it ended, and the boy asked how long he had spent in this place. If we talk in terms of the understanding of the outside world, then a little more than 548 years. Although this is a phantasmagoria, in reality it should also have been a long time.
He needed to return immediately.
He was very grateful to Ricky for his help and was glad to meet his account, if only in his mind. Ricky replied that he did not need to rush to leave. After all, he still needs to finish with Agni. That is why he said that he needs to return.
Lucas guessed that Agnius lost and his friends were able to destroy him even without his help.
Agni said that if Benny had even a little better command of the dragon language and the sorcerer warrior's fist was a little stronger, then he would have been destroyed. He believed that now was not the time to fear God's punishment. He was going to get rid of them, using all his strength.
Ricky said that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't beat Agni right now.
And he asked to beat him until he did. Ricky let him go. This means that until now he was not fighting at full strength. Once he covered everything with flames, it was done to disguise and deceive the eyes of God. As a result, Snow feels a divine power, with which it is not even comparable to what it was before. Nora believed that Aegon had surpassed her in some ways. She asked him to open his eyes and look carefully. She planned to demonstrate her latest training.
No matter how much Aegon protested, it was impossible to answer her.
The disadvantage of Aegon's blow was the loss of power. Polarity is not something that is destroyed by power, but how power is moved to the exact place,
without spilling a single drop from it to the enemy.
The last part that will bring Aegon's fist to perfection. No matter how hard she tried, nothing worked, and she was captured by Agni and planned to do the same to Shuhei. But Benny couldn't let that happen and decided to use her dragon power again, even though she said she could use it twice a day. They managed to save her from the hands of the demigod, but due to the excess of possibilities, she lost her hand.
Benny moved them with dragon tongue, but they couldn't move very far, because she did it while stopping Agni's movement. Aegon asked if Benny was alright because she said she could only use this power twice a day.
She felt nauseous, even though she used the ability just once more. And it felt like all the internal organs were turning over. Benny said that they lost.
Now she understood why the highest among the demigods are called apocalypses.
And each of them is destruction from a natural disaster.
Benny asked them to survive and continue their work. And Lucas, he is the last hope of the mainland.
She asked to protect him. And when he wakes up, she asked him to convey that Benny is very grateful to him. Benny used her power again and sent them to a place where he would definitely not be able to find them. Ricky figured he didn't have time to lay still while his friends were in danger.
Lucas asked how much time had passed since the beginning of their battle.
Ricky replied that it had been 251 years and 107 days. And Lucas still felt that he would not be able to win.
Lucas asked him to remember how he defeated Milad.
He defeated him not only because he got divine magical power. It was because he was so self-confident that he believed he was stronger than Melad because of overcoming the wall of impossibility. Now he understood that Ricky was building psychological theories.
Ricky said that they are in the world of the mind and their Lucas is afraid of him, and defines him as an enemy that cannot be defeated. The last part that will complete it. He talked about the fact that it is neither a divine magical power nor a direction. It was a conviction. There was no end to learning and truth. He knew this basis, but still at important moments he forgot everything. The fact that Ricky is strong is almost a belief. All because his beliefs, which he took from Rushd, are stronger than anyone else's. However, when it comes to conviction, he will not lose to anyone in this either. Agni did not understand why Benny threw her life away for strangers. As he said, people are very weak.
Therefore, if they do not give their lives for each other, they may not be able to stay alive. But she believed that the same God whom they all fear so much may love such despair in people. The concept of love was the most incomprehensible to Lord.
Agni was already ready to destroy her and decided to find out her name. The girl introduced herself to Ben.
She is the master of the Troman community, and she is a student of Archmage Lucas Troman, and this is her pride.
The demigod promised that he would remember her.
He believed that it was pointless for her to stop his movements with such a body. At most, her death would be delayed by 3 seconds. Ricky said that he had 3 seconds left to win. His dragon friend gave her maximum strength and cast a dragon spell. So in 3 seconds she will die.
If translated into the time of this world, it will be approximately 10 years. Lucas said that this is enough.
During this time, he will be able to defeat him even 3 times.
3 seconds passed and Agnius delivered his ultimate attack to destroy Benny.
But she simply disappeared from the battlefield at the most crucial moment. Lucas still made it and teleported with her body. He asked her to rest well while he solves the remaining cases. When she wakes up from a good dream, Lucas will have finished everything. Agni did not know what happened to him, but he smelled a dangerous smell from the boy. But he didn't have time to think, so he started attacking him from both sides. Lucas shocked him and was able to repel these attacks by simply waving his hand away, as if from an ordinary fly.
Agni did not believe that this was the kind of power that a human could use.
This made him very similar to the Lord.
Lucas countered his strongest ability with a single movement of his hand.
The boy got as close as possible to Agni and with one blow of his hand blew his body apart. Agni understood that if his end ever came, it would be at the hands of the Lord. Benny watched him all the time and said that their hope had finally returned. Lucas thanked Ricky for everything and said he would take care of the rest so he could rest easy. Lord began to tremble and bowed his head.
He told everyone that Agni is dead. He was killed by a man. They knew this was happening and Silkid and Anant was going to go there and find out.
But the Lord said that he would not be able to win. Nasdaq was going to go with him, but the Lord assured that even the two of them would not be able to defeat him. They hoped he was joking.
Because it offended them.
How could they not defeat one person? The Lord said that such people appear once in several tens of thousands of years.
People who have grasped the power of the sources. It is the source of all nature and unlimited possibilities.
Lucas can be sure of victory, even if the Lord himself comes against him. In order to compete with this man, he asked his brothers Nasdaq and Anant to give him strength.
While Lucas was trying to maintain Benny's condition, Diaro and Iris came to him.
The girl understood that he had the look of another person.
She did not believe that he was actually able to destroy Agni. It was such an unexpected union that Lucas couldn't say a word. He didn't understand what had to happen for them to come together. Diaro understood that Benny was the same half-dragon.
But it was a pity that she lost the abilities of the dragon's heart. Only her life will be saved, she will lose the dragon's powers forever. But the most important thing for Lucas is that she survives. She survived so that he could show her the new created world.
And that should be enough.
Iris understood that he had a lot of questions for her, but the time would come very soon. It wouldn't be too bad if he made a decision at Iris's expense when that happened. Today she came only to take Dro to him. It was time to go and she hoped for the next meeting. When she had already left, Dro asked if she was his girlfriend, but Lucas immediately said no. Lucas asked what happened to him. After all, last time he said that he would confront the demigods who were approaching the city. He apologized and lied to him. It was Iris' order. In fact, she knew who he was and what he should do in the future. According to Iris, he was not the Dragon Lord. But Lucas believed that she could not be trusted because she was an apostle of the Lord. He asked if Lucas trusted her and said that Iris was not an apostle of the Lord. Although he had more questions, he needed to heal Benny first. Meanwhile, everyone missed Benny. Because she gave her life for their salvation. But Lucas appeared in front of them with Benny in his arms and asked Isabel to immediately start healing her while she was still breathing. Nora immediately asked what happened to Agni. Lucas raised Agnia's crystal above his head and said that their battle had destroyed Agnia forever. Now Silkid became completely free from the demigods. Thus the war of Silkid, in which everyone had almost given up, ended in victory.
And left behind a moment. Peace and anticipation of another darkness.
Lucas noticed that Aegon and Snow were not among them. He asked where they had gone. Nora replied that Aegon's eyes suddenly changed and he went somewhere. Most likely, he blames himself for what happened to her hand. Although she simply believed that she should be grateful simply for being alive.
Nora said that everything was fine with Aegon and advised her to go to Snow. The battle with Agni was for her, an ice elf, much more cruel than for the rest. She was very sad. When Lucas entered her room, she asked him to leave because she wanted to be alone. He was very sorry, but he did not want this at all. The boy said that Agni was destroyed forever. But she was saddened by the fact that she could not help and be useful. Lucas understood everything.
He also said that she will not be able to help in the next battles.
To be more precise, she cannot be considered a force.
The girl could not stand it and asked why he came to insult her. He believed that they fight not only because they can help.
And they don't attack only because they see chances of success. This is not such an easy battle. They fight because, even without a chance of success, they have no choice but to fight. That is why they are alive. Because they have to show that they will fight even if it ends with them dying a dog's death. Their battle has been like this from the beginning. The only thing that matters is whether or not they have such a desire. Lucas handed the girl a big sword. She didn't understand what it was at first. It was his friend's sword and he decided to give it to Snow. Although she thought that a knight's sword did not suit her at all. Lucas said that the form is not important. Because a true great sword will grow with its master. He believed that he was able to defeat Agnia only thanks to Ricky. He was his friend and mentor. And she was the person Ricky chose as an apostle. And while Lucas was working with her, he never once doubted his choice. Snow understood that he offered her a choice to become stronger or simply disappear. He was very similar to Ricky, even in the way he spoke. When she looked at the sword normally, she realized that it belonged to the warrior sorcerer Rushid. He also gave her half of the Agnia crystal. If she makes the opposite power hers, it will greatly increase her power. The girl said that he became a little stronger and stopped seeing what was happening before his eyes. She took out a sword and said that she was Snow de Freakwood, the queen of all elves. That's why he came to her. Meanwhile, Aegon meditated and could not forget that incident with Nora. He still blamed himself for everything. But he was interrupted by Snow, who came to wash. He asked what she was doing here. Although the girl remembered that they agreed to wash in cold water after sparring. Aegon said he didn't mean to do it together. Snow had heard that for mutual love between comrades, people used to wash together in the river. He replied that either only men or women do that. She asked him not to worry if he was worried about the difference in their physical bodies. Because elves don't have such boring traditions. Aegon did not understand from what moment everything went wrong and turned in such a way. She also wanted to tell him that Lucas had destroyed Agnia. Aegon thought that they had prepared everything, and he just delivered the last blow and took all the glory for himself. Because he was unconscious the whole time. Although Aegon knew that it was not true at all. She remembered the first time they fought. Then Snow guessed that the three of them would become good friends and support. Aegon didn't say it wasn't like that. But at some point, Lucas reached a place on his own that they couldn't reach. But she noted that it was thanks to this that their lives were saved. Aegon promised to save Lucas and all of them together next time. At one point, Aegon couldn't tear his eyes away from Snow's body and immediately began to blush. Then he still decided to pretend that he was looking at the distant mountains and not at her beautiful body. Snow began to cry, and Aegon showed no sympathy, only continuing to taunt her. Shuhei came back alive. Lucas asked him why he collapsed so easily. He replied that it was all due to a period of getting used to it. Lucas said that in the world of images, he found a way to combine divine power and mana. This new ability allowed him to fully possess all powers without having to give up mana because of it. And it will not happen that he cannot manifest divine power through mana. Shuhei guessed that he had passed the 9th level. He borrowed this body when he entered this world. Thanks to Freck's body, he was able to know this level. Fate in which everything was foreseen. Fate for the sake of defeating the Lord. In order to be close to Lucas, Shuhei also cannot remain like this. He spoke as if he was very weak. But he meant that his blood was boiling. For the first time in a long time there was a reason to cross his border. The progress of things is definitely different from what it was 4,000 years ago and before. And he was sure that the ending would also be different. Shuhei wanted to destroy the Lord without fail. They sat at the festive table and Todrick said that they won the greatest battle of Silkid. Many lost their lives, and there were those who turned away from them. However, he was grateful to the people who survived and proud that everyone fought with the same intentions and did not lose them. By the time he made this toast, Lucas had already cleared half the table of food. Isabella asked Lucas if he didn't feel sorry for Todrick trying to say something like that. But Lucas called her ill-mannered because she didn't go through all the difficulties. The guy decided that he was treated unfairly and asked to try shouting at other comrades. Isabella said that he was already a 9-star wizard, but he acted like a child. Aegon was not going to tolerate an insult in his direction, so he immediately began to defend his position. Lucas was satisfied and asked Aegon to continue at the same pace until he finished eating. Then Aegon calmed sharply, for he remembered that it was Isabella who had healed his master's hand. Todrick thought that it was his fault that he started talking when everyone was eating. He asked him to forget about everything and eat and drink faster. The meeting continued with laughter. There was no one to talk about the dead or traitors. It seems that they were deliberately delaying the time when silence would return. They ate, drank and made noise so that this situation would finally go away and become just history. There wasn't a person there who didn't know that once that sound of laughter stopped, there might not be another opportunity to laugh again. Another meeting was held in the demon world. Lucifer gathered everyone. He said that the continent is not enough for the demigods and they are going to their lands. But even if so, Japar was sure that the world of demons has no value for them. Rilis didn't care, because she had long been interested in what demigods tasted like. Azura said that you need to think with your head at least a little. But it was as if nothing happened below the neck. It turned out that Lucifer himself summoned the demigods. But the demons did not understand how he could summon those who put the demon world in danger. Azura said that he did not like it. When they put him in the seat of the master, he seemed to stop seeing what was happening in front of his eyes. He promised that if the demigods came to this land, they would die at his hands. But now Lucifer annoyed him even more than they did. The demons were not surprised by Azura's behavior, his fists were always faster than his words. He knew that Lucifer was friends with Iris. It was unknown what she told him, but he did not like it when he drove them away and concealed what he knew. Azura asked him to pick up a weapon and face him at least once. Rilis was shocked that they really wanted to fight. If it upset him so much, then he asked for forgiveness. They wanted to climb into the hell of destruction because of the body of the Dragon Lord buried there. After all, this is the purpose of the Lord of the Demigods. This means that now is not the situation in which they need to make noise. The Dragon Lord was hidden 5,000 years ago after he lost to the Demigod Lord. The Dragon Lord is connected to the mainland. If the Dragon Lord dies, the entire continent will die. The Demigod Lord hid him here instead of killing him in order to break this bond. Rilis wondered what he would do when he got his hands on the Dragon Lord. Lucifer said that after this battle he would step down from the place of the Grand Duke. He was going to divide his lands equally among those who were here now. Azura said he didn't need it. But in return, after he destroyed all the demigods, he asked to be told everything. He agreed with Iris. Rylus considered Iris to be cunning enough. Just a human, but she was able to shake the whole demon world. While Isabella was treating Benny, Dro said that a significant number of demigods, including the Lord, had gone to the demon world. They want to get the Dragon Lord. Lucas wondered what the demigod Lord was going to do after finding him. Dro replied that he had not heard anything about it. But Lucas was sure that Iris had planned it all. If they quarrel and fight with each other properly, he will have less problems, and that is definitely a good thing. Iris also told Dro that this is a chance. After all, in the demon world, great princes can face each other in battle depending on the state of the crystals. Although they are demigods, it will be difficult for them to defeat the great princes in the demon world. That's why it was strange, because the Lord couldn't help but know this. He went to the demon world, even though it was very dangerous. This showed all the great value of the Dragon Lord. Lucas said, no matter what, you can be sure that now is their chance. He believed that it was necessary to find the apostles Nozdok and Ununt. Now these two are the only apocalypses. If they are put to sleep now, then the battle in the world of demons will go in an interesting direction. High-level demon Kalthud and the King of Darkness Genta. Kalthud is chasing Laudel. She will contact him as soon as she finds a clue. And Genta can be followed by Rushid. So Lucas said he needed to meet Rushid. Dro knew his name was Jacket. Iris gave him information about everything that was happening at the moment. Lucas decided to go and ask for Decad's whereabouts. The boy came to Shepard and said that he needed to meet with Jacket and asked what he needed to do so. Shepard asked him to wait a little and left the office somewhere. He turned around and showed the item left by Master Jacket. A scroll with the way to enter Hatum written on it. It is an eastern island country. Jacket went there not so long ago. After that, contact with him has not been restored, so most likely he is still there. This is a very secret country. Even one of the 3 strongest masters had to work hard to get there. This island country is not touched by the evil hands of demigods. Therefore, they support isolation even more strongly. Lucas thought it was very strange that there was a country where the hands of the demigods could not reach. Shepard wondered why he had decided to unexpectedly meet Master Jacket. Lucas believed that it would be right if the communities would also logically evaluate this situation, so he told everything as it really was. Shepard was most surprised by Agnia's death. Now there are only 2 apocalypses left. He believed that this was an achievement that they could not even imagine. Lucas asked what was the reason for the loss of connection with Jacket. He assumed that it was because of the spell. This is an ability skillfully used by sorcerers of the East, who are called conjurers. The power is essentially similar to magic, but with a different basis. 4,000 years ago there were no spells and this technique was unknown to Lucas. Shepard could not calm down. Finally hope began to appear on the horizon. If you find the apostles and get rid of them, then the Lord himself will remain. He believed that they had a chance of success. There was an opportunity to return the continent to them. Lucas took the scroll and said he would make good use of the opportunity and left. Shuhei was told that Lucas had gone out somewhere, but he returned very quickly. The boy asked what Ben's condition was. Isabella replied that the blood vessels had barely recovered. After rest, her energy will return. But the damage to the heart was very strong. Most likely, she will not be able to use not only the power of dragons, but even just mana. This means that her life as a sorcerer has come to an end. Shuhei assumed that she is a special person for Lucas. He said that she was not just special. She was his only student. He understood that experience is only weak in the mind. Because of this, the victims will not disappear and there is no way to deny the sadness. But poison is more terrible than experience, it is addiction. Shuhei believed that there was no point in trying to become calm. After all, people were made incapable of being so. Later, Lucas found Phoenix and said he wanted to give her something.
He handed her a piece of the agnia crystal and told her to decide how to use it. They had all gathered together for a meeting to discuss itum.
Apparently, it was a closed country.
Even the check at the entrance was very thorough, so it would take at least 1 month to get through it. Snow suggested that they find another way. Lucas said that they could receive an invitation as a guest from a member of the royal family or an aristocrat.
Isabella asks if he has connections. Lucas says no. So there is only one way left. Expansion of the Great Shaman.
Perhaps she will give her permission if she and she are from the same alliance of greats. No one understood what Shuhei was talking about, although he tried to explain.
Lucas noticed that the further he went, the more Shuhei became like a girl in his behavior.
Aegon learned for the first time that Fry is a hero of the Age of Light, which was 4,000 years ago.
The same archmage Lucas Troman. Now was his last chance to apologize for all the rudeness he had done so far. Aegon was shocked at how long he lived. That was what surprised him the most.
Shuhei did not know how they would find a great shaman. He did not think that Lucas would say something stupid, for example, that they would enter the country for a permit to enter it.
He replied that the great shaman is not on the island.
She lives on a small island. They say that she is always there. Snow was surprised that the authority of the country was outside her borders.
But in reality, she was nothing more than a symbol.
They say that she has a firm right not to participate in the country's politics. Then you should go there, anyone can see her.
It was somehow very easy. Nora said that even if they go, they won't be able to meet. If the shaman doesn't give permission personally, they won't even be able to see the road. Aegon said that this story is like a legend.
The great shaman has lived for more than 200 years. But even if so, then according to rumors, this is a young girl with such an appearance that takes your breath away.
They even say that she is not human. Aegon said Nori would be about the same age soon too, but she still looked like a girl in transition. Aegon decided that they needed to go right now.
After all, they would only know if she would give them permission if they went there. Snow noticed that after the words that she was beautiful, Aegon became very determined. She thought that he had better freeze like a stone when he saw her. The guy replied that it was a long time ago. Moreover, everything is fine with him now, even when he looks at her face. He added that she would definitely not be prettier than Snow.
The girl immediately blushed after these words.
Aegon remembered that in the eastern countries they eat only grass, so he insisted on taking a lot of meat with him. Snow said she is going to focus on training for a while. Since she received this gift, it would be a shame if she couldn't make it her own.
Lucas said she was doing what was best for her, and asked to take Nyx with him and train together.
There is no better opponent for her than Nyx to overcome her weak fire ability. Just as Nyx is also in this position where she needs to absorb the same crystal. Snow agreed with Lucas and said she would count on Nyx's help. Suddenly, Aegon said that Nora should retire and leave everything to his student to finally rest. Although she only had one hand, she could definitely tear his head off if needed. She stopped abruptly, took his head and wished him a good trip. And he promised to return soon. After some time of the journey, Isabella said that they would reach Genix very soon. Perhaps it was because this port city would be difficult to enter. She asked to get her fake documents in advance.
But this was the first time Aegon heard about it.
As it turned out, none of them had them and they started complaining at the same time. As far as she knew, Master Isaac was supposed to take care of that. Then they remembered that they were given something. But they thought that it was money for travel expenses and they decided to leave it to him, because he needed help anyway.
Isabella began to come up with another plan, because without documents they will not be able to pass the control at the entrance to the city. Dro suggested that they simply sneak in.
But Lucas assumed that they could be caught. Then Aegon proposed to simply shut the guards' mouths.
Everyone liked this option and they were going to move on. But Isabella offered them not to live in a similar way. Aegon asked if she was always like that.
But in fact, she shouted like that only at them. The guards got drunk during the watch and were given the opportunity to pass just like that without being checked. Therefore, they carefully used this opportunity and got into the city. It was quite strange, because not only at the checkpoint, but also in the city center there was no activity.
Aegon did not understand if they were really in a port city,
because it looked like a real village. Dro said that it was the demigods who influenced it. He sensed fear and despair from the people. They lost confidence that tomorrow would come, so their life energy disappeared. There were no visible ships at the pier,
just like in an abandoned port city. Lucas noticed a man on the wharf and said they were looking for a ship bound for the rush.
He said that he is not there. A sea monster has appeared, and because of the fact that he has taken over this whole place, the ships cannot even go in that direction.
Lucas immediately thought that it was a kraken monster.
But the man said that there is no kraken in such a shallow sea. It was the Safenti monster. It looked a lot like a snake, but it wasn't. After all, no one had heard anything about Safenti for several decades. He was so big that he could reach the heavens and had 2 mouths that emitted fire. Isabella handed him a map and asked him to show where the sea snake appeared. They went to the bar to decide what to do next. It was the first time they had seen such a port bar where only flies were flying. Lucas thought the place of appearance of a sea beast was very strange.
Shuhei assumed that he seemed to be protecting Hitum.
It had 2 heads and a body so large that it seemed as if it could touch the heavens.
Dro speculated that it might be a demigod.
Lucas understood that he was obstructing the entrance to the city from the outside. But they would have to find out the reason. Isabella thought that the boy wanted to check the place of his appearance. But Lucas said that he would be able to find out everything, he just had to torture him a little. But Isabella pointed out that if you approach him very quickly, he can run away. You have to think that all the demigods know about how Agni was destroyed by him.
Shuhei agreed with her.
If he approached, it would be better to hide the mana and approach him on the ship.
However, the ships are not sailing now.
But Lucas believed that one could be bought for such a case. But Isabella said that they didn't have that kind of money. Then Lucas took out a bag and said that they did. His friend gave him one gift to use in a similar situation.
Such a great friend.
Shuhei took a closer look and said that this ruby was very similar to the one he had left for him in the dungeon. The boy laughed and said that it just seemed to him.
Shuhei pretended to believe it.
But a second later he snapped at him and called him a thief. Although Lucas thought he left it specifically for him. He replied that it was true, but he didn't think Lucas would sell it at the first opportunity. As a result, they still bought the ship because they had no other choice. And Lucas said that the money is really great. And the rest of the money that he managed to get from the ruby, Lucas gave to Shuhei. As it turned out, the man he talked to last time on the pier was a navigator. Therefore, Lucas asked him to take them to Rishki. He thought about it and said that he could try to use the outer sea route and not run into the sea serpent.
The man asked how much he could pay him. And Lucas asked a question in response, how much he would like to receive.
He initially named 30 gold ones.
But it was noticeable from Lucas's look that he was not satisfied with this.
As a result of moral pressure, he reduced the price to 15 and was very nervous. Meanwhile, Shuhei couldn't calm down because they sold his precious ruby for such a small amount of money. Lucas grabbed a bag of money from Shuhei and threw it to the man. There were about 50 gold in there. While the man was gloating, Shuhei lashed out at Lucas and said that he had no shame at all. The man began to cry and said that his daughter was sick. She needed a lot of money for her treatment, so they had already given up halfway. He thanked them very much and said that he was ready to sacrifice his life, but he promised to take them to Rishki. He also said that he would find crew members. He was going to bring capable guys who would swim with them in the sea of death. Dro said that he felt the divine power very clearly. He was sure that there were demigods nearby. He also felt the presence of his relative. Meanwhile, the great shaman woke up very early, before dawn. She got dressed and put herself in order. After that, she began to meditate. Then she called her assistant Jose and told them to get ready because they would soon have guests.
After 3 days of sea travel, Lucas asked Dro if he was sure there was a dragon here.
Since Drow said that he felt his relative near him, it meant that his awareness of being a dragon had returned to him. He asked Lucas why he had been draining mana for some time in a row. The boy replied that it was a bait. If the one who is called a sea serpent is actually a demigod, then he will react. Suddenly the sea became restless. At first the navigator thought it was just a vibration, but most likely it was the monster. Therefore, he ordered to open the trap. The waves were very big, so the ship did not obey. It was necessary to get out as soon as possible. Lucas' companions also ran to the deck because they felt a strong vibration. When he appeared in front of the ship, he immediately called them very brave that they dared to cross his sea. He asked them not to worry because they wouldn't even have time to feel the pain, unless their bodies were caught between his teeth. Aegon remembered that they were talking about a demigod, but this creature was not that charismatic at all. Lucas decided to talk to him and said that there were rumors about him having 2 heads. But he obviously did not intend to continue the dialogue with him and said that he would simply fry him and eat him. However, Aegon closed his jaw with his fist. Because of this blow, the monster bit its tongue and accidentally set fire to the sky.
Aegon asked why he should turn everything into a burning place, because he lives in the sea.
He was about to attack Aegon, but another monster appeared next to him.
It was Isola's mistress. Isabella immediately asked who it was. Shuhei answered that it was Lucas' mentor.
She was not herself, something must have happened to her. But Safenti was not going to stop and promised to destroy them all one by one. Lucas wasn't going to play with her anymore and asked what she did with the other head. He ordered no one to touch her because he would deal with her on his own.
Shuhei only asked not to kill her because they needed to learn a lot from her.
Lucas approached Sofant and began aggressively demanding that she explain what she had done with the other head. He seemed very impudent to her. She wondered how long his impudence would last when she started beating him. But the guy, without even touching her, struck a blow that was powerful enough. Sofant tried to attack at least the ship, but Lucas managed to hit each of the heads and not even give her a chance to relax.
Lucas's friends watched this and they believed that his current power was something cosmic.
As a result, she began to cry and beg for forgiveness like a small child.
Safenti promised that she would never behave like that again.
From the very beginning, they thought that it was a demigod, because a clear divine power was felt. But it turned out that it was not him. Safenti heard talk of a demigod and also began to prove that she was not a demigod.
Aegon understood their advantage and asked her where the demigod was then.
She began to tell of her fate and said her name was Safenti. But Aegon shouted at her and said he did not ask for a name. She began to tremble and asked not to speak so loudly because her heart was weak. The navigator and his assistants could not believe that the monster that kept the whole city in fear had now become such a sheep. Safenti said that she was originally a sea serpent.
But Aegon asked her to be honest. One day a demigod visited her.
It was a girl with blonde hair. Although she came in an account similar to a human, she immediately recognized her. As a result, she was attacked, due to which she lost consciousness. And when she woke up, her body was covered in wounds and thrown in a dark and unfamiliar place. Blood poured out between the torn scales. She tore off her skin and seemed to be looking for something in her internal organs. For the first time since she was born, she prayed for a quick death. After this hell in the real world ended, her neck became like this.
Lucas immediately realized that it was Reiron. That demigod gave her only one order: to sink all the ships that sail to Hitumi. Reiron ordered to sink all the ships. Now it remains to find out what is happening on this island. Lucas ordered everyone to go to Riska, and he would follow them later as well. Aegon immediately ordered the navigator to start moving in the direction they needed. Lucas climbed onto Safenti and said that they needed to go to Earth.
She agreed to everything, but asked not to hit her.
When they got to the ground, Lucas needed to check on something, so he started beating Sophont. There were a lot of stitches on her body. He wondered how many living creatures they had united. Although Sophont turned off, the other was still conscious. That is, they are not connected to each other. The Dragon Master's heart was in order. The divine power added to Reiron suppresses the Master's essence. If he tries to suck out all the remnants of divine power and inject his mana, then maybe. It worked, and as a result Isola came to her senses and asked who it was in front of her. The guy introduced himself with his master and said that he was Lucas. She guessed that a lot of interesting things had happened and asked her to tell. When Isola heard everything, she concluded that he had suffered greatly because of his master. It seemed to her that there was not much time left and she wanted to convey something to him. He who may appear to be a dragon lord, if he unexpectedly turns out to be one, then he cannot be trusted. Because the dragon lord and the demigod lord are actually brothers. Lucas' friends finally reached Rishka Island. But because of the fog, nothing could be seen at all. If the decision of the great shaman is given, then most likely the way will open before them. After some time, the fog dissipated. There was some kind of specific energy. They had to go, but Aegon was too lazy to climb the mountain to the very top. There was someone on the mountain itself. When they got up, the assistant of the great shaman told them to be polite to the shaman. They immediately noticed that this was a very strong warrior and in such a place. The shaman greeted her guests in a very cultured manner. She has amazing nobility. She looked at Dro and said that he was the creature from her prediction about the end of this world. When Isola was fighting the demigods, he couldn't get the question out of his mind. Maybe dragons aren't as correct a race as he thought before. In addition, he did not know with what intention Iris created Dro, but he was sure of one thing. That now the Lord wants to get him into his hands. He saw that Lucas had become much stronger. So much so that he could no longer be considered doomed to die. It was both joyful and equally nerve-wracking. If he makes even a little mistake, he risks becoming the second lord. He said he would be careful. Their meeting was ending. Isola was glad to meet his next death with Lucas. The boy hoped that he would sleep peacefully. Isola promised to always be by his side, either wind, or rain, or mountain. Genti was informed by his assistants that the permission of the great shaman was given and the misty path opened. He asked who it was this time. They answered that it was most likely reinforcements for those who came earlier. Community Master Rushid, Jacked. 7 knights and 1 sorcerer. And also 1 spellcaster who came out of Hitum. With such reinforcements, the annoying idiots from the communities must have come again. He ordered to crush them until they united. The shaman entered Dro's room and asked if he liked his room. And asked permission to sit next to him for a while. She said that this morning God sent her a revelation that he was closely related to the end of the world. Dro asked what the god was doing when she came. The girl said that the frankness was unfinished. The one who can prevent the destruction of the world and will rise to the top. It seemed that he guessed what she was talking about, but she was not going to question him. That was the end of her role. They said they were going to go to Hitumi, so she promised to notify the assistants. But as soon as she got up, the body did not listen to her and the barrier was destroyed. Dro did not let her fall to the floor and caught her in his arms. It was a sea serpent and it destroyed the shaman's barrier with its presence. She knew he couldn't do that. But then Drow told her to look at the top of the monster. She thought it was Master Downs. She had a hard time believing it. Lucas was stopped by the guards and asked who he was and where he came from. At that moment, Lucas's friends approached them. They were very happy to see him and asked why he was so late. The great shaman ran out to Lucas without shoes and began to ask him if he knew the owner of Downs. Isabella said it was the founding god worshipped by the Hitum. Aegon was more shocked than anyone. He didn't know that Lucas was also a founding god. But Isabella asked him to calm down because it was impossible. But Lucas replied that she confused him with someone. His name is Fry Blake. The one on whom divine providence does not work, the one who was able to enter the thing even without receiving providence. He is like a thick fog, everywhere she could not see anything. She apologized and said that she must have made a mistake. The girl could feel the power coming from him, which cannot be called anything other than divine energy. Shuhei also came to meet Lucas and realized that he had solved all his questions. The boy told the shaman that he also wanted to visit Hitumi like his companions. She promised to inform Hitumi and make sure they could go there tomorrow morning. But there was one condition: Lucas must stay with her in the city. Because there was one place where she wanted to take him with her. Foreigners can only use one port. Therefore, this was the last place where the navigator could take them. Aegon said that they owed him a lot. Aegon still didn't understand why she didn't just let Lucas go. She said there was a place they should go together. Aegon hoped she wasn't going to give him treats alone. Her view of Lucas wasn't as simple as it seemed. They arrived in Hytum and were already met by local residents and rules. The first to meet them was the warrior Latahi. He had the same position as the knight, only in the east. They received a message from a great shaman, from where Bastra promised to accompany them. He said that Hitumi is constantly working on isolating the entire country, which is why the roads inside cannot be freely used. In this regard, they are forced to move on foot. But this did not upset them, they were used to walking long distances. It was a specific village. A country that created culture for 4,000 years. Bastra said that first they should greet the king. They had to reach him before the sun set. Like that guy from Risky, Jose. Still, there are a lot of high-level warriors in the eastern part. The forest they pass through is called the Forest of Darkness. If a stranger gets lost at least once, he will not be able to get out. Also, this is one of the main reasons why Hitumi was able to maintain her uniqueness for a long time. They began to notice that their strength seemed to have disappeared somewhere. Although they ate and slept well. Shuhei asked Basda not to make fun of them. After all, he said that they should reach before sunset. Because it had already been 2 days since they were on the road. Basda did not understand what they were talking about. He suggested that they rest and then continue. Shuhei decided to check how true his words were and attacked Basda. Before the very impact, his body turned very sharply into a wooden beam. Basda couldn't believe that Shuhei was able to recognize the illusion that prevents the flow of time. He said that his illusions do not make any sense to him. After all, an absolutely accurate clock is installed inside his body. After that, Basda disappeared. Although he couldn't lead them into the depths of the forest, it didn't matter because they wouldn't survive here anyway. They were as if in a fog. Due to the impossibility of feeling the passage of time, they could not find that boy. But Basda didn't consider that there was a dragon with them. Dro used his dragon magic and made Basda's body stop in place. Now everyone could see him and he couldn't move his body at all because it didn't obey him. As always, Aegon was happy to beat another scumbag, so he gave him a powerful blow to the hull. Shuhei caught his body in flight and asked Basda not to be nervous because they would not kill him. Because they need to learn a lot from him. Shuhei just continued to beat him. But someone shot him with a poison needle so that he kept silent and did not tell anything. Therefore, he simply died on the spot. It was a powerful poison. Judging by the fact that it exuded divine power, it could even be Anunta's poison. Aegon suggested that Genta could have done it. It was Aegon's follower. It was as if a barrier had been placed all over the forest. This spell was very unusual. Therefore, even Shuhei would take a long time to remove it. Aegon asked if Drow could do it with the help of his dragon language. He answered that the spell is directly related to the forest. If it is removed by force, then the entire forest can be destroyed. They felt that someone was near them. Aegon offered to catch them alive this time. Wounded leaders of the communities began to emerge from among the trees. No one except Aegon recognized them.
Aegon said they were safe because they were Lucas's friends. He wondered why they were here. Jack had said that they had been hunted and he was ashamed of it. This country was very dangerous.
The shaman led Lucas to the underground space of this island.
He assumed that this was the temple she was talking about. She said that these are sacred lands that only a great shaman is allowed to enter. Lucas asked how he got to this place then. If he really has the right to do so, he will be able to meet Master Downs. When he went inside, he saw a sculpture depicting Downs. But in fact it was an exact copy of Lord. Then Lucas was transferred to another world, where he met Downs. He called himself the god and creator of this world. Lucas realized that although they looked alike, it was definitely not Lord standing before him. It seemed to Downs that Lucas did not really believe his words. The boy replied that it was all because he was an atheist. He said that God does not interfere in the affairs of the earth, which he single-handedly created.
He only supports him. Lucas asked if he would not intervene even if the whole world was destroyed.
Downs replied that the world cannot be destroyed.
Only mortals are destroyed.
Just as he created humans, the demigods were also his creations.
Then Lucas offered him to continue to just observe.
But he did not understand why Downs called him. He answered because Lucas's abilities went beyond human limits. He wanted to watch a little more how the mortals put up resistance. He offered Lucas to tell who the Lord of the demigods really is. He created 3 worlds. Normal, where people live, the world of demons, and the land of angels. Lucas assumed that this is a place where good and righteous souls go. But Downs said that heaven is only an idealistic hope created by mortals. Although it is possible that if everything went according to plan, then this place would really become like heaven.
In the heavenly world, there are also beings that are similar to the 6 lords from the demon world.
Lucas was surprised that he was now hearing the truth about this world from the founding god himself. He said that the heavenly world was destroyed and the souls that were in it were swallowed up by the vortex of desires. A lot of time passed and the souls of the heavenly world who fell into the whirlpool of longing could not return to the heavenly world. They lost all their memories, and then fell into the ordinary world. The Lord was to become the leader of the heavenly world.
Downs loved him more than anyone else and gave him a special name.
Michael is the closest to God, the head of the angels. This is the real Lord. After a long time passed, the Lord developed arrogance. Because of this he began to clash with the leader of the ordinary world. And the one with whom he started the confrontation was the Dragon Lord. Lucas said that it was a lot of information for the legs, that it was even difficult to follow it.
Downs replied that he knew everything that happened next.
A war between dragons and demigods began, resulting in the victory of the demigods. The ruler is the owner of the same fate as the world that belongs to him. Although the Dragon Lord lost, his connection with the fate of the ordinary world continues to this day. And the Lord wants to break this plan and become the head of the ordinary world on his own.
Lucas didn't understand why Lord was so obsessed with this idea if it only brought headaches.
Downs assumed that he had a completely different goal. He wanted revenge for the fact that Downs dumped him.
Lucas began to laugh very hard.
After his words, it seemed that the goal of conquering the whole world was opposition to his father. There was only one person who knew about everything he had just told Lucas. And he had already mentioned him.
Downs gave him another hint.
He was the most confident man in the world. Meanwhile, in the demon world in the castle, an assistant came to Valgebel and said that Jebel and Noxus were damaged. This is a battle in the demon world territory, but 2 high-ranking demons have been sacrificed and the opposing side has received no damage. They missed the prison territories, which are in Azura's possessions and protrude into the land of Rillis Black Dreams, which are easier to conquer. Such a strategy cannot be developed without knowing all the details of the geography of the demon world.
Valgebel asked if the Lord's tracks were still unclear.
The king was sure that there was a traitor among the higher-ranking demons. He tasked Assistant Khalifa to check on the demons that have been hiding for the past several decades. Lucifer appeared and said that there was no need for this, because he had one suspect. One of his wards has been hiding for a long time.
It was Calthud. He disappeared several dozen years ago, and the moment is just right.
Although Lucifer initially suspected that he simply escaped to the human world. But he could not even think that Calthud would serve the demigods. He spoke as if he had not only suspicions, but also confidence.
Valjean said that Lucifer crossed the line when he sat on the jade throne.
But Lucifer was very interested in whether he knew who Satan was.
Valjean said he was not interested in the past to avoid the question.
Lucifer assumed that the king must know about his last moments of life. He did not finish the thought and said that he had better search with the rest for traces of the Lord.
Valjean asked him to finish the deal, but Lucifer simply left without saying goodbye. Lucas continued to solve the riddle.
He came to the conclusion that Lucifer absorbed the leader into the world of demons, that is, God meant him. But Downes said from the beginning that it was a puzzle. He had given him all the pieces of the puzzle and now all he had to do was put them together. No matter how much Lucas tried to question him, he disappeared right after saying everything he wanted to. The guy went outside to the shaman and she immediately started asking what happened there. Lucas at first wondered why she was asking, then the girl explained that he left right after he entered. Then he realized that the same situation must have occurred as in the world of the mind.
Probably, the timing was different in this place as well.
She suspected that Downes, the owner, simply didn't react. She hoped that maybe it would be Lucas, but most likely she was wrong.
The boy asked her not to be upset and wanted to go back to hide him. She wanted to know the reason why he was going there.
Lucas said that the apostle was there.
His name is Genta.
This is a man who is called the mercenary king.
She remembered the exiled royal family.
He was a fairly honest child. He did not choose means and methods for his goal. A child who could cut down even a relative without hesitation.
Lucas decided that the first thing he needed to do was meet the king.
If Genta is involved in this, then she also could not help. Therefore, she decided to personally escort the boy to the castle itself. The girl cast a spell called Walk of God. Lucas was convinced that she was great at coming up with names for spells. She said that the current king Bullied was a strict enough man. The shaman warned that if Lucas was as rude as he was with her when they first met, his head would fly off his shoulders.
Lucas said if he was also polite, the boy would reciprocate.
But the girl turned around and said that even someone like him would choose his words in front of the king of an entire country.
The boy noticed that this spell is definitely different from teleport.
It feels more like moving in space, but like moving at a very high speed. It seemed that the spells of the East were even deeper knowledge than those of the North. They arrived at the place and the shaman asked to wait here.
When he receives permission, he can go to the audience. But as soon as the girl left, Lucas immediately used the teleporter.
He immediately moved to the king's office. No one understood how he dared to do this and he was immediately surrounded by guards. But with one movement, Lucas paralyzed all the guards in that room. Lucas said that he came to take Bullied's life. But he could not understand why he deserved such a sentence. The boy replied that he knew the reason better than anyone. Then the king fell on his knees and asked for mercy. The king in front of his subjects begs the demigod to save his life.
Lucas was sure that he was at the complete disposal of the demigods.
The boy was already going to finish him off, but Bullied said that if he dies now, the whole country will be over. Because now in this place, brothers are fighting with each other because of the royal power. He was not sorry for his life. But if he dies, then his younger brother Genta will receive royal power.
This child is not at all interested in the well-being of the people. He will turn all citizens into slaves.
Lucas assumed Bullied was exactly the same.
He didn't understand how Lucas didn't notice his feelings as he lowered his head in front of him.
The boy felt that they wanted to kill Bullied so that he would not say anything extra and therefore used the barrier. His sense was true because at that very moment someone released a poisonous needle like the one used in the forest against Bazda.
They were hired assassins who obeyed Genti.
They reached the interior of the royal castle.
Lucas didn't have to strain to take them all out at once. Moldhide was shocked that he didn't even lift a finger to do so.
The guy approached one of the mercenaries and asked where Genta was now, and clarified that it was better to tell him quickly.
Then a shaman appeared in the room.
She thought that Lucas had at least a drop of conscience.
Moldhide began to ask what a great shaman was doing with a demigod.
They ignored him and Lucas said that these Genta mercenaries were going to kill Moldhide. He asked if the girl knew where he was now, but she needed to know what he would do if she told. Lucas said that he only deserves to die.
Shaman replied that he really makes people lose their speech.
Some time ago, he was going to kill Moldhide, and now he decided to destroy Genta. It was like a fetish for killing. But he said that he just wanted to use Moldhide to check the reason for their subjugation to the demigods.
And if that reason was greed, then he would kill him.
Anyone can say that he obeyed the demigods for the sake of the people of the country, having no other choice. And he only forced Moldhide to consider him a demigod in order to check if it was true. As the great shaman had said, this guy was not an outstanding king, but he was not an evil leader either. The girl said that Moldegida's younger brother is now in Kuruki city.
The shaman told Moldegid that the one who tried to dethrone him was Kuruka. Moldhide was very upset that Kuruka united with Genta.
And all for the sake of some kind of power. Meanwhile, Lord summoned Iris to him for some conversation.
He said that even a demigod could not move between the demon world and the mainland.
No one but him and Iris, who borrowed his power. The Lord said that when the tail is too long, it will not be possible to walk without stepping on it even with a strong desire.
Lucas moved to the port of Farinea.
No one could understand who he was and where he came from. He felt the divine power of Ananta and especially raw energy that suppresses even the sea wind.
Lucas did not expect that Genta would come to meet him alone.
But the apostle believed that these should be his words.
Because with him came 100 mercenaries who surrounded Lucas from all sides.
He said that since Lucas had come here on his own 2 feet, they had less to worry about. Genta was not going to listen to Lucas and therefore ordered everyone to attack and destroy him at the same time.
People in the city were surprised why lightning suddenly struck in the middle of a clear day. As a result, all his mercenaries were destroyed even without using additional abilities and efforts.
Genta had never met such a powerful sorcerer, but he had no other choice, so he was forced to advance on his own. The guy repelled his attacks without using his hands or unnecessary movements.
This greatly demotivated the enemy.
Genta dodged some of the blows and said that Lucas made a mistake choosing to challenge the assassin in close combat. But with one precise blow, Lucas took the apostle's head off before he could even finish speaking.
It was strange that thanks to this Ananta fell into hibernation.
The Lord could not help but foresee this situation.
Because it was very easy. Was he concentrating on the battles in the demon world and was unable to think about what was happening here?
But the Lord could not make such a mistake.
Lucifer appeared behind him.
Lucas could not feel his presence at all.
The boy asked why the master of the fallen lands is on the mainland. Most likely, the world of monsters is now busy with the confrontation with the Lord. Lucifer decided to make him one offer.
And it consisted in going to hell with him. And in return, he promised to make him the strongest. Lucas refused, but Lucifer knew that he had an aversion to super beings.
It was logical enough.
The demigods have no honor.
For endless time.
They develop randomly, relying only on their abilities, and go down the path of collapse.
However, Lucas was different from the demigods. This proves the path he has taken until now. Lucas laughed and said that he remembered his friend's advice. He said that when a demon is constantly talking, you should do the opposite.
Lucifer said that they considered him their comrade in arms, who shared a common enemy.
But to Lucas, they were all the same as a threat. However, he couldn't even use his power while on the mainland. Although the demigods also used Inyaninum and prevented the gods' rules.
There were no guarantees that Lucifer did not have the same trap.
Lucifer realized that they were standing in the same place, so he decided to tell that Iris was in the Lord's captivity, because he lost contact with her, and the Lord no longer needs to keep her alive. Lucifer noticed that Lucas needed time to think and decided to leave. But time passed and he advised Lucas to make a decision sooner. Noxdoc came to the Lord and said that Ananta fell into hibernation. Apparently, his apostle who was in hiding died. It happened much faster than they expected. The Lord was very sorry that it happened, but there was nothing they could do about it. It seems that only Noxdoc is left of the 5 representatives of their kind who are dear to him. He did not understand what the Lord meant, because according to the rules, all demigods were equal to each other. Moreover, Ananta simply fell into hibernation. The Lord said that now was not the time to worry his heart with stupid suspicions. He told him to go to hide him, and there is the one who has the heart of the dragon. He ordered not to kill him, but simply to capture him. Meanwhile, Aegon, together with his friends, tried to find a way out of the old forest and save the leaders of the communities. Dro told them to continue on their own because he had some business. Aegon did not understand what could be happening in the forest, from which they do not know the way out. Would he be gathering grass? Shuhei said to continue on his way, because he clearly said that he had business. Therefore, it must be urgent. Aegon didn't understand what could happen to a boy who didn't even go to the toilet. As soon as they left, Lucifer came up to Dro and said that he found good friends, although they are just people who are not even able to notice his presence. Dro noticed that Shuhei most likely knew about this and simply decided to avoid their meeting. He asked if Dro's memory had returned, but he replied that it was very bad. He only remembered that Lucifer could not be trusted. Lucius guessed that Iris had told him this and asked why Dro continued to follow her instructions. The answer was very simple: because she created it. Lucifer laughed and said that he was always naive or became a child with his memory loss. He said that he should trust not that woman, but him. Lucifer grabbed him and told him to remember the true meaning of his name. Then Dro began to realize that he was not the Dragon Lord. Lucifer said that he was a much more important person. Meanwhile, the demigods came to the territory of Rilis with bad intentions. They arbitrarily appeared in her house and created a mess in it. They assumed that she was so weak, because the Devil Dream Queen's specialty is not in combat. The demigods decided it was time to finish with her because they had already wasted so much time on her. Although Rilis does not regret anything in life, she could never have thought that she would die at the hands of demigods. But suddenly the sky seemed to open. The demigods were frightened, because they did not expect to see anyone. She raised her head up and thought that the one whom she could not even imagine had come again. It was Lucas. He immediately noted the terrible smell of rot around. He seemed to mock them and began to count the idiots. 1 idiot, 2 idiots. It was the first time he had seen so many demigods, but this was a battlefield, so that was to be expected. These demigods did not know him yet, but they felt divine power, so they assumed that he was their relative. Looking from which side to look. If Lucas gets rid of all the demigods that are there, then the situation will become much easier. Then they realized that this was not their relative and that he was going to kill them. One of the demigods stepped forward and said that they had no intention of fighting him. His name was Himdall, and the Lord asked him to guide Lucas if they met him. He ordered to respect this boy as his relative. It seemed to Lucas complete nonsense. And not only to him, but also to other demigods. After all, they knew how many lives he had taken from their brothers. They would not feel relief even if they killed him hundreds of thousands of times. Himdall asked everyone to calm down and said that he was definitely not someone they could defeat. But Lucas also had a reason to agree to this meeting. After all, he came in search of Iris. Lucas asked to be taken to the Lord and ordered not to touch Rilis again. The demigods argued, but Himdall promised that they would do as he asked. Rilis asked what Lucas was up to. The boy said that she was Laudal's friend, and he couldn't let his friend's friend suffer. He had one request for her,
when she met Azura she had to convey that he would not trust Lucifer.
And so Lucas finally met Lord.
The last time they saw each other was when Lord killed Ricky. Lord said he didn't like hell because of the gloomy air, so he decided to add a bit of a mainland feel.
He enchanted 2 chairs and invited Lucas to sit down.
But he was interested in only one thing: where is Iris?
It was as if he used the ability to control space for a show.
But the Lord asked him to take his time and offered to become their brother for a start. In any case, he got the power of the beginning in his hands, so he can no longer remain human. The Lord assumed that he felt something strange.
Loneliness, as if he was left in an infinite universe.
And he was ready to help him fill this loneliness.
Lucas was at a loss for words.
He came here literally immediately after hearing the most absurd thing in his life, the offer to become a demon. But he did not think that on the same day he would hear an even greater absurdity. The Lord admitted that he was still very similar to Ricky. And realized that he had already met Lucifer. He considered him dangerous. But Lucas decided that the Lord just wanted to make him laugh. The Lord said that he is even more dangerous than him. And soon he will completely destroy this place. Lucifer plans to leave him and start ruling in a new world.
He meant the mainland.
He plans to turn the normal world into hell. Lucas continued to believe that it was all nonsense and that the Lord was simply afraid that he would take what belonged to him so far.
Lucas said the same thing to Lucifer.
The boy thought they were both disgusting. He turned out to be less self-aware than he thought. Lucas recalled that he had also defeated the former master of the mainland dragon lord 5,000 years ago and taken his power away from him. More precisely, he could not choose, because even now the mainland is connected with the dragon lord.
The Lord believed that it would be even worse if the dragons won.
That's why he called Lucas unconscious.
Because he didn't even know how people lived before that.
When dragons were the masters of the continent. The boy said that even children know that people did not exist then.
But Lord had other information: people did exist. Obviously, there were no records of them, because the history of slaves is not recorded.
While Lucas was fighting the demigods, he couldn't shake the thought that maybe dragons weren't as good and good creatures as he thought they were. And those who freed people from the status of slaves and gave them freedom were the demigods. Therefore, he believed that Lucas was now pointing a knife at the savior of mankind. As Lord continued to talk nonsense, the boy decided to tell him that he had met a god. That he heard from him a story about the 3 worlds.
The ordinary world, which they call the mainland.
The world of demons and the world in which the Lord himself was born. The story of what happened starting from his birth and ending with how the Lord rose to his current position. And even about the fact that there is now a senseless battle for the place of leader of the ordinary world. So if he was going to mix it up with a lie, then Lucas asked him to use his head more carefully. Lord noted that he would never get tired of watching Lucas. He assumed that the time he spent in the abyss was not wasted. He said it was time for him to take off his mask because the smell of illusory magic was really irritating him.
In a physical human body, it is impossible to enter the world of demons. Therefore, he assumed that Lucas entered there by separating only his mind.
The body of the mind always shows the true account of the soul. So he used illusory magic on it again.
Lucas turned into his true form. Lord even missed him. For 1,000 years have passed since their last meeting.
He knew about it almost from the beginning, because he sounded special. After all, people like him do not appear often. In addition, he knew that Iris was up to something. And planned to use Lucas as a mediator.
Finally they returned to talking about Iris.
The Lord said that she was in the abyss. She cooperates deeply with Lucifer, but hides a lot. Lucas guessed that he closed it to use as a final card against Lucifer. The boy began to ask the Lord to send him into the abyss. They were by her side from birth. They admired her beauty. And she considered friends those whom others did not see. She grew older and year by year their contours became clearer. Her friends were always nearby and called her name. And then when she was 9 years old, she finally realized that they were real demons. But because of this, the inhabitants of the village decided to burn her, because they considered witches to be the greatest evil in the world. She cried and asked her mother to save her. Iris did not understand why she did this to her. But the mother was obsessed. She believed that all witches must die. And only in this way the village can survive. Then, thanks to her strength, she herself prevented her own burning and extinguished all the fire around her. A demon appeared above her and said that she belonged to him. And everyone knew that you cannot touch someone else's things without permission. Then he turned the village into ashes. There were no more living people or buildings left. Iris lived in a house in a dense forest, and one day an unexpected guest visited her. He came to her after seeing the western forest. Hundreds of trees were uprooted there. He had never seen such good witches. That forest was already dead. Most likely, the recent actions on the outskirts of the lich led to this. If this had not been done earlier, the entire forest would have rotted due to the curse and died. The forest asked to give her a big thank you. He then came to say these words. Pictures appeared before her eyes that were unpleasant for her, but she could not do anything about it. A feeling of guilt, a lack of self-acceptance. Lucas appeared in front of her and asked if this was the repentance she sought. She really only saw what she didn't want to see. She remembered their first meeting, and then she also cried with such an innocent face. Iris did not believe that it was really him. She was interested in how he got here. Lucas answered that he first met the Lord in the demon world and he sent him here. More precisely, it is only a separated soul. After all, Frey's body would not be able to withstand the movement between dimensions. No matter how much Aegon and his friends walked, there was still no way out. They had already lost hope. But then Lucas and the great shaman appeared in front of them. Aegon found a reason to yell at them for coming late. When Shuhei looked at him closer, he realized that it was not Lucas standing before them. Although he was so similar to him that he could not even be called the son of Frey. And he also did not have a twin brother. Shuhei said that this is what happens when you reach the limit of learning about magic and castration of the mind occurs. Aegon then said that Shuhei was physically castrated compared to Lucas. He could not stand such an attitude and hit him in the face. Shuhei warned him that he was not going to tolerate his terrible jokes. Isabel was surprised that Lucas was not interested in women. She was even saddened by this information. At the beginning, when Lucas was just reborn, she was sure that he was crazy about women. Especially adult women. Shuhei said that it could be when he had just entered a new body and his magic level was still very low. Then, most likely, he still wanted to. Isabella noticed that he had been somewhat different lately. The shaman said that Lucas has now gone to hell. Aegon immediately began to panic, because he thought that he had died. But Shuhei offered to listen to the end. He disconnected the soul to go there. And she temporarily placed a false soul in this empty physical body. Shuhei was interested in their various spells. After all, there were a lot of unusual abilities in the Eastern world. Aegon approached it and began to examine it. He could not understand whether it was just a shell. He then began to stomp on him with the hope that he could kill him. If not now, then he would not have this chance to try something like this again. Shuhei also took advantage of this opportunity. Although the shaman had met him quite recently, she also wanted to contribute. In the abyss, Lucas began to tremble and Iris asked what happened to him. Because he did not look very well. She asked Lucas to go back because this place was definitely not for him. Therefore, Lucas could not expect that she would explain something. Because she was afraid that if he heard about everything, he would forgive her. And she did not want to be forgiven by him, because she came to this place to punish herself. If this is the penance she chose, then he promised to respect her choice. But with the choice, she was definitely wrong, because the abyss will not be able to wash away her sins. This place is not so human, and he spoke like someone who has been here for 4,000 years. If she really wanted to take responsibility for her sins, then he offered her to be with him. But Iris said it was impossible. Because it wouldn't help her at all to repent. Although she wanted it very much. She asked him to leave and he had a feeling. It was like when they first resonated with Lucas. Then the boy realized that he was able to get out of the abyss only thanks to her. She believed that someone like him would be able to endure. Finally, Iris said that she was very happy to hear and see him. Meanwhile, Nasdaq came to Moldahid and asked where the shaman was. And threatened him with death. But he called himself the king of this country and promised never to betray it again. Then a shaman with Lucas's friends appeared in front of Nasdaq and asked to take the hands from the king. Aegon guessed it was the apocalypse, but he didn't have the resistance that Agnia had. Shuhei said that it was Nasdaq, a demigod who possessed the power of death. And his power was not ordinary attacks. He took the soul of those he touched. Aegon became nervous and said that he would not want to associate with such a demigod. Nasdaq was looking for a person who had a dragon's heart. In the real world, he is called Dro. The shaman said she shouldn't answer that question. Then he guessed he needed to make her oblige first. Aegon guessed that this skald needed a good explanation that the girl didn't like him. They asked the great shaman to retreat and Nasdaq promised to give them all death. But as it turned out, this girl is not as simple as it seems at first glance. The shaman activated a barrier that will stop the darkness of Nasdaq. Life and death. Light and darkness. Although these can never mix, they will pull each other with the help of strong human abilities. Their power misuses the true human abilities possessed by a living organism. And replaces its very existence with death. But this will not work on her spell, which consists in the harmony of the male and female beginnings. Aegon didn't understand what she was talking about, but he thought she was an unsurpassed shaman. She used the powers of all nature in the opposite way. It was an accessible method that Shuhei had never even thought of. Isabella said that they had no time to get excited. It was necessary to destroy him until he stopped and did not move. Their opponent is a demigod. One should fight him with the thought that he is either of the same level as Agni or even higher. But Aegon asked them not to be nervous, for he was not the same as before either. He struck him with Aegon's fist with the deep sense of a sorcerer warrior. Shuhei didn't stand still either and activated his 10 billion Patriot Apollo Booster Alpha ability. He, an unprotected demigod, should have vanished into thin air. Lucas turned back to the Lord, although it did not happen by his will. The boy asked where all the demigods had gone and why he was left alone. He answered that they had returned. That is, it meant that they returned to the human world during the war. Only Lucas's decision remained. The Lord asked him to become a companion. The boy said he knew his answer. Lord was surprised that Lucas was determined to face Lucifer alone. Lucas would be very grateful if they fought and the one left would be very hurt. But their battle with Lucifer will not be able to end with a simple victory of one of the parties. The one who loses will be absorbed by the winner, and as a result, they will become one body. That is, the fact that Lucas does not take sides means that he will have to face the combined bodies of Lucifer and Lord. And as a result, he will not be able to win. Of course, Lucas was very grateful for the warning, but he will be able to take care of his own affairs. Lucas returned to Rillis. She did not recognize him because he was in a different account. She asked if this was his true face. Rillis also felt divine power. But the boy was only interested in where Azura was. The girl was nervous that he always spoke only about what was important to him. She assumed that he was most likely in the castle of Valgebia. The territories of Black Dreams were broken, so he was most likely standing on the defensive. And not only him, but all the lords and Lucifer together with them. If Lucifer does not manage everything, then they simply will not be able to hold a normal meeting. She also needed to gather. Lucas needed to meet Azura without Lucifer involved. He had a request for Rillis. He asked to take him to the castle to Valjebi. She fulfilled his request and led him to the castle. There was not water around him, but burning blood. She warned that if you jump there in a human body, you can immediately turn into a piece of meat.
But Lucas didn't care.
Such self-confidence really annoyed Rillis, although she understood his level of strength. The demons were at a loss as to what was happening there, because on the one hand it was a stranger. But on the other hand, Rillis, the mistress, was with him. She said it was a guest she had brought with her. He said he wanted to meet Veljibi. But they could not do this, because they have a war against the demigods.
And each of them is considered an enemy.
Therefore, without warning, they began to attack Lucas.
But their blows only hindered him. Rillis asked not to hit them, but Lucas said that they started first, so he can't refuse them.
With one kick, he neutralized one of the demons for a while. But another demon came up behind him and grabbed him with both hands and planned to crush him like an ant. However, Lucas used it as another training session and simply stretched into the twine between his arms.
After a bit of fun, he neutralized the other demon with his signature kick.
Rillis was shocked, because in one moment he had dealt with two high-ranking demons. Beelzebub flew up to Rillis and said that she had brought a guest who was bringing them trouble.
But he didn't specifically kill them, he only neutralized them.
Besides, if you look with the naked eye, his divine power is different from the power of demigods.
Lucas was glad that these billions of eyes turned out to be just a decoration.
They said that he was now holding a meeting. The boy was only interested in whether Lucifer was now with the other lords.
Lucas suspected that Beelzebub had some claims too.
The boy made the right choice when he believed in his reputation. He asked to take him to the meeting because he needs to tell a lot about the war and about Lucifer. He once again told Rillis that she had brought a guest who would really cause a lot of trouble.
The man who entered hell.
The most mysterious now was not Lord or Lucifer, but he. But perhaps because this is the time, this factor actually adds to the persuasiveness. He asked Lucas to follow him if he wanted to get to the meeting. When they entered, all the demons were negative because they thought Beelzebub had contacted the demigods.
But Azura said it wasn't a demigod, it was a man named Lucas Troman.
But they did not really believe this, because great divine power came from Lucas. And in general, a person cannot enter their world. Rillis assured them that he was human and could answer for that in front of his colleagues. The demons were also very interested in where Lucifer was and why he was still not at the meeting.
Beelzebub said that Lucifer would not be at their meeting. Lucas stood in front of them and said that he can tell Lucifer's plan in detail.
And each of them can decide whether to believe his words or not.
Lucifer left hell, which is approaching destruction, and plans to become the master of the ordinary world.
In order to become the master of hell, he absorbed the core of Satan. Beelzebub also confirmed these words that he absorbed the core of Satan and was sure of it. But as a result, he was unable to become the master here. While he was absorbing Satan's core, in the state he is in now, hell can only barely maintain its shape. There is only one way to prevent destruction: to kill Lucifer and extract Satan's core from his body. One of the demons believed that they had gone mad.
Mukha trusted the man from the first minutes and called them to create a plan to destroy Lucifer.
He thought that his intentions were obvious and he wanted to get this Satan's core. But the fly said that he would never undertake a business if it had a low chance of success. Even Lucifer could not cope with this core. Therefore, he was convinced that none of those present would be able to take possession of it.
Beelzebub was going to put Satan's core into the Dragon Lord's physical body. It would definitely be able to withstand it.
After that, they planned to put that body in an unknown place in hell, as a totem, thereby prolonging hell's existence. The demon shut Lucas's mouth and said that this is not a place where he can dictate his rules.
But Azura asked Barbados to move away from Lucas. But it wasn't because he wanted to protect him.
The greatness of hell had fallen to a very low level, and since they had many things in common, Azura promised to kill him painlessly.
Lucas had to let him down because Azura couldn't defeat him.
Azura realized that Lucas's character had not changed during all this time. He remained as arrogant.
Mucha and Rillis tried to stop them, but all efforts were in vain.
These two creatures were very arrogant.
After Azura's blow, Lucas was lying under his arm, as if under a blanket. Then he grabbed his arm and threw him to the side with all his might. Lucas ascended to the sky and there was not even a single scratch on him after the fight with Azura. He was able to break his finger completely with the strength of his one hand. This surprised and motivated him at the same time. Azura grabbed a weapon in each hand and began to laugh. Lucifer watched this battle withdraw, but Lucifer was convinced that Azura would lose. Dro asked why he didn't intervene, because as a leader he had to go out and reconcile them so that the lords wouldn't be convinced. He replied that it is fun and gives him pleasure. The other demons were shocked that a human would fight with Azura in hell on equal footing. They hoped that Azura would simply give in to him. The fly saw Lucifer, as he thought, he learned about everything and is watching. But there was someone next to him, with the same triple wings as Lucifer. Muse put together all the facts and realized that this was the same dragon lord that Lucifer was looking for and that Lucas was talking about. Rillis was very frightened and told him to warn her before he was going to fly. Lucifer asked Dro to return to the normal world because a pesky fly was approaching them. Meanwhile, in the real world, Aegon and company continued to fight Nozdok. Aegon noted that Shuhei looked nice enough, but in reality he was much more extreme than Aegon. The shaman said that the trace of Nozdok's presence had disappeared. Isabella hoped that they had destroyed him. But it wasn't like that, of course he can't be that weak. But it seems they still attacked him pretty well. Isabella said that it is necessary to push away this negative energy. After this maneuver, Aegon's body really felt lighter and he thanked the girl for her help. In fact, she could not do anything except spells and healing. Only Aegon and Shuhei are capable of attacking. She remembered Dro and thought that his help wouldn't hurt. He was watching them at the time. It seemed to him that they were holding up better than he expected. However, Nozdok is death. And death is fate. Therefore, people cannot go against fate. Nozdok began to form an atmosphere of death. The shaman formed a barrier and told no one to leave its borders. Because there was a strong energy of death from outside. And if they even step beyond the barrier, they will immediately accept their death. But Aegon wanted to find a way to kill this scumbag without leaving the barrier. Life and death are opposite things with equal forces pulling the rope. It is possible if you destroy the barrier with the help of other opposing forces. This means using opposing magic, such as earth and wind, ice and fire. Shuhei couldn't use mana in this body, so he asked if Isabella could do it for him. She was scared at first, but then she started using magic of this level simultaneously and without slowing down. After all, there was a reason Lucas always took her with him to practice. Level 7 stars at this age due to constant observation of Lucas. It seemed that she was not very confident in herself. But in fact, Isabella is an unusual genius. As the shaman said, after some time a gap appeared. Although it was small, it did appear. Without hesitation, Aegon decided to use this opportunity and rushed to Nozdok without permission. He got very close and decided to remind Nozdaku what it feels like to be beaten. Although his attack supposedly worked, but in reality this effect was only for a while. Shuhei began to shout for Aegon to urgently return to the barrier, otherwise he would feel the words of the shaman on himself. Isabella struck with 2 elements. Although it was not that powerful, the idea was to distract Nozdok, so that Aegon could get back to the barrier safely. He realized this and took the opportunity. Shuhei asked to attack him next time only when he had a plan of what to do after the attack. After some time, he managed to return to his original state. He was tired of playing with them. With the help of Isabella's magic, they were only able to create a gap for a short time. But beyond that, they had no plan. As last time, the shaman decided to take the initiative and asked everyone to gather the strength of their minds. There was a limit to how far she could block him with a barrier. His power was breaking the will to live. He would destroy their souls with feelings like guilt and compassion. The stronger their convictions, the easier it is to break them. Aegon immediately saw himself in this image.
Suddenly, Moldajin appeared in front of them and began to scream frantically. At first, he circled inside the barrier, but then the king simply ran out of it straight into the mists of Nasdaq. And his body simply began to be absorbed by an incomprehensible force, as if someone was attracting his skin with a magnet. Aegon again left the territory of the barrier without permission, but this time at least it was justified. He wanted to save Moldahid. He simply grabbed the king by force and threw him inside to the girls. Isabella began to shout for him to go back and not delay himself. But it seemed that it was already too late. His soul began to be consumed by a terrible sense of guilt, just as the shaman said. Memories of how the master lost her hand were constantly swirling in his thoughts.
Aegon had only himself to blame for this.
In his imagination, Nora also believed that this happened only because of his weakness. And she said that it was all his fault. Then Shuhei appeared, who said that he had not achieved anything, even though he was called a great warrior. Isabella called him the burden of the whole team. Then he might not have used the dragon speak that destroyed her if Aegon had not ordered it. He tried to fight against these beliefs and ideas. And he started running towards the barrier. He seemed to have already achieved his goal, but he was stared at by Snow, who said that such a large body is of no use. Suddenly, something blinded them. No one knew what to expect in such a terrible situation. It definitely couldn't be worse. Even Nasdaq panicked because he suddenly felt the divine power. It was Snow who stayed at home to absorb the power of the Agnia crystal. Aegon thought that there was an angel in front of him and he was already in heaven. But the girl noted that while they were not seeing each other, he learned to talk even better and more. Isabella asked in surprise what she was even doing here and how she found them. She said that Benny had woken up and sent her to them using the dragon tongue. She said that the dragon's heart was beating and that as a result something very unexpected would happen to Dro. Snow thought he was with them. Because she resonated with his heart by locating them, she thought they were together. He said that he had urgent business and went to an unknown destination. Nasdaq used his smoke of darkness again. Isabella suggested that we talk later, and for now hide inside the barrier. But it seems that Snow was very confident in her abilities and therefore rushed to attack, despite the danger. After her blows, all the darkness completely dissipated. Nasdaq understood that this girl possessed the divine power of Agnia. He was annoyed that she dared to absorb his crystal. She said that in order to make him hers, she had to endure such pain as if her bones were being cut. The shaman began to speak her incantation. The light of life would make Nasdaq's body fight again and restore life force to his dead eyes. He is death itself, so for him life is nothing but the denial of his existence. She destroyed him forever. Meanwhile, Lucas was also not sad and continued to fight with Azura. Although he was much stronger, his plans did not include killing his friend. Although Azura had no plans at all to save Lucas's life and not harm him. Therefore, he fought with all his might. After a bunch of unsuccessful attacks, the demon was forced to admit that Lucas had become much stronger than he expected. The boy asked why he became small. Because it was very convenient for him to hit a large target. Azura went to make it easier for him to defend himself. He didn't become weaker just because he was reduced in size. Lucas continued to dodge the blows just as skillfully. He enjoyed it. Azura then switched to melee and attacked Lucas through the jump. But the boy saw this blow as soon as he started preparing it. He was able to use all 6 types of weapons to block Lucas's retreat. It is not for nothing that he is called the strongest battle demon. He was very annoyed by Lucas' behavior, but he could not do anything about it. He was depressed that he couldn't get this guy with any of his attacks. Tactically, he completely lost to Lucas and everyone saw it. In terms of strength, they are on completely different levels. He was literally playing with Azura. Azura threw away all his weapons because he hadn't landed a single accurate hit with them in all this time. The guy was surprised by how loudly the weapon fell. He assumed that it weighed a lot. Then Azura took extreme measures and began to attack Lucas in hand-to-hand combat. He suddenly approached and struck. It was the first time he was able to deal damage to Lucas during their entire fight. Azura grabbed his leg when the moment was right and decided to slam him to the ground. It really worked, and Lucas this time could not avoid the blow. Although it was the only attack, it could be the last. The demons believed that if the Azura was already able to strike, then he actually became the winner. Although they had already written off Lucas, he was not going to give up and pushed Azura away with a powerful stream of energy. No one could understand what was happening there. But when the fog cleared and they saw the result, it stunned them. Even after he survived this Azura attack, he looked as if absolutely nothing had happened to him. It looked like Azura was going crazy with what was happening. The boy had a very strange emotion on his face and Azura couldn't decipher it. But Lucas really couldn't understand how the pathetic demon dared to do this to him. Now he was very angry. He was going to bring all the demons to their knees and kill each one. Azura guessed that Lucas was trying hard to remain human. But his mind was asking him to kill everyone and destroy. It was a test to go through in order to make the step from human to something divine. When he gained the ability to do anything, she began to make him do anything. His real enemy is not Lord and not even Lucifer. His greatest enemy has always been only himself. Now he planned to finish his sermon and start all over again. He asked Lucas to prepare for the second round. The guy attacked Azura so quickly that no one even had time to notice how it happened and what blow he used. Azura couldn't even remember the last time he lost his battle. It only brought a smile to his face.